Danfeng Village, located in the impoverished northwestern region, could barely be considered one of the more prominent places. However, compared to the vibrant and bustling world of the Central Plains, it inevitably pales in comparison and may even seem insignificant. Today, a cavalry troop intrudes upon this tranquility, stemming from a lavish world beyond, consisting of 6 individuals and their steeds. Nevertheless, the haughty aura they exude eclipses that of 600 armored cavalrymen. Any knowledgeable horseman witnessing this would grasp the reason behind their arrogance. 3 of the horses are clearly elite military steeds, fit only for generals, while one is a celestial horse from the distant land of Bogus, another is a black steed from the grasslands, and the last is the most remarkable a horse of a striking violet hue reminiscent of the legendary Jianghu. The horses alone speak volumes, and their owner statuses cannot merely be described as wealthy, but surely require the addition of noble to truly capture their distinction. Leading the group is a gentleman in white, his face resembling a jade mask that invokes a sense of springtime gentleness, enticing others to approach him. Yet his mount, second only to the Jianghu, continually reminds onlookers that he is no ordinary scion of bureaucrats, but rather a figure from a celestial echelon that common folk can scarcely hope to approach, evoking a sense of intimidation that causes many to step back. Riding on 3 warhorses are 3 young men bearing strikingly similar faces, their every gesture marked by the unmistakable imprint of military life, proudly displaying regulation sides words at their waists. While they may not be part of the military, they undoubtedly have intricate connections to it. The man on the black steed, a local lord, is the grandson of the regional commander of the Shan Prefecture, one of the 3 high-ranking officials wielding power there. Though lacking in scholarly attainment or martial prowess himself, he wields the cloud of his family's influence, making him a formidable figure in the northwest. As for the last rider atop the Jianghu, she is draped in an ample robe, her hood obscuring her features, though hints suggest she is a woman. The well-mannered nobleman on the celestial horse, while appearing amiable, exudes a deep-seated arrogance that makes him somewhat indifferent to the others, yet he shows unusual attentiveness toward the woman on the Jianghu. In their soft exchange, the local lord casts a discreet glance at one of the sword-bearing men and then subtly gestures toward the nobleman in white, quietly inquiring, "Brotherly, who might this be?" Quite an impressive demeanor. The one addressed as brotherly offers a faint smile, gesturing upward as he softly responds, "A person of considerable importance, befriending whom brings no harm." The local lord's admiration deepens. Over the past few days, he has grown close to brotherly, though they have yet to reach a stage of complete openness. Nonetheless, he senses that brotherly's background is likely on par with his own after all. His father wields significant military power, while those above him wear the crimson robes of the highest ranks. Such individuals command respect, capable of shaking the very foundation of an entire province with a mere stamp of the foot. The fact that this nobleman is regarded by Brother Li as a person of great consequence merits careful contemplation. Could he be a royal descendant? This thought sends a shiver down the local lord's spine, leading him to refrain from further inquiry. He instead wears a deeply meaningful smile, remarking, "Traveling with esteemed company these days has truly been taxing. I've heard that Madame Zhang at Qiangzala has recently gathered a few lovely young ladies. Once we return, I would love to host Brotherly for a gathering." The two exchange knowing smiles, their expressions concealing unspoken intimacies like old friends who understand each other perfectly without uttering a word. Danfeng Village sprawls expansively, but its fame primarily stems from a fabled cavalry battle fought decades ago, led by 2 renowned generals. Their respective elite cavalry units clashed at Danfeng Village, shrouding it in chaos and bloodshed, resulting in a battlefield now abandoned, where, according to legends, the souls of fallen soldiers linger, transforming the place into a site of doom. The party of 6 aims to visit this haunted battlefield, which their ancestors valiantly defended. Yet, times have changed. Danfeng Village has undergone numerous transformations and is now far removed from the site of that ancient conflict. Today, few know its exact location, and even among those who do, not many dare to tread there. Clearly of noble birth, the group finds themselves without attendance for some unknown reason, forcing them to engage in many matters themselves. Upon arriving at Danfeng Village, the local lord begins searching for a guide, but his efforts yield no results. The nobleman in white, intent on impressing the lady, becomes increasingly frustrated, his demeanor reflecting barely concealed agitation as his voice drops. The local lord wipes away the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, now offering a reward of 100 taels for a guide. What could 100 taels accomplish? In Jiangnan, it could purchase 10 acres of prime farmland, and in the harsh northwestern terrain, even 20 acres might be attainable. For an ordinary household, acquiring 20 acres would require several generations of toil, perhaps 5 or 6, if not an eternity of striving. Yet, despite the generous offer, no one comes forward. The common folk fear the officials like tigers. The unmistakable nobility of these participants dissuades many from approaching. While wealth is enticing, the risk of their lives in such a perilous location looms larger. In this world, backgrounds grant different fates. Some individuals are simply born luckier. Beyond the foolish, few are truly naive. As time drags on, the expression on the nobleman's face darkens considerably. The local lord, beads of sweat multiplying on his brow, finds himself near despair when suddenly a voice rings out like a melody from heaven. You wish to visit the ancient battlefield? I can guide you. A young man, approximately 20, appears before the group as if he had materialized from thin air, blending in with the surroundings, as though he had always been there, but had simply gone unnoticed. The stark contrast of his appearance catches the attention of the woman on the jalousie, prompting her to regard him for a moment longer. Dressed in clean blue cotton robes, with a neatly bundled object slung over his shoulder, his moderate build and strikingly unpretentious smile evoke a sense of the vast and open sky of the northwest, broad and unclouded. For the woman, having seen many illustrious men throughout the years, including the nobleman beside her, she acknowledges him as a paragon of sophistication and cunning. However, this youth pales in comparison, somewhat unremarkable at first glance, yet there is an undeniable force radiating from him, akin to the gust of wind that sweeps across the desolate northwestern plains, a determined and unwavering momentum. Hidden beneath her hood, she smiles softly, as if observing a curious spectacle. She then averts her gaze, restoring her expression to one of calm indifference. For a woman who has long been acquainted with the heights of influence, this young man holds some intrigue, yet he fails to arouse her curiosity or leave any lasting impression. There are simply too many exceptional men in the world. This one is just another robust tree in a vast forest. Though there may be slight differences, he will inevitably fade into the woodland background. Even in the presence of 6 highborn youths, the smile on the young man's face remains unchanged, unpretentious as he states, 100 taels of silver, no bargaining. I will take you there and bring you back. The local lord pulls a white handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow, grumbling, as long as you can get us there, your silver shall not be lacking. At that moment, the nobleman in white abruptly interjects, what is your name? His tone carries an unmistakable air of superiority. The young man, unfazed, grins widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Subayu, a name that seems utterly out of place in this village. Chapter 2. The frog at the bottom of the well gazes at the wellhead. Subayu, a true native of the northwest, was born and raised in that rugged terrain. However, his visage lacked the coarse features typical of other men from that region. Instead, his contours were notably softer, resembling those of a gentleman from the south, which led many elders to regard him as a blessed figure, a northern man with a southern demeanor. Yet, despite the passage of years, Subayu had not encountered much fortune. He was oblivious to the identities of his parents and ancestors, and his name had been bestowed upon him by an old scholar from Xiafang's. Having grown up on the kindness of others, he had no roof over his head nor a place to call his own, and he had yet to acquire any practical skill to earn a living. Had it not been for a few days spent learning from an old man who passed through Xiafang's during his childhood, he might have long since perished in some nameless corner. Despite his robust physique, the elegantly attired young nobleman, dressed in white, showed little interest in the origins of Subayu's name and had no intention of quibbling over the 100 taels of silver offered. While this sum might seem monumental to many ordinary families, for him, it scarcely covered the cost of a single lavish banquet, if it could bring joy to the fair lady by his side. What did it matter if it were 10,000 taels? Compared to the woman beside him, it was a trifling amount. His curiosity was piqued solely by the elongated object slung across Subayu's back. Leading him to inquire directly, Subayu, do you know how to wield a sword? In the presence of this aristocrat, whose servants were more dignified than himself, Subayu remained composed, responding in a slightly accented Mandarin. I possess a modicum of skill. After all, the Northwest is not like the Central Plains, with many swordsmen and bandits. One must have some means of self-defense when alone in the wilderness. Otherwise, I would not dare lead you to the ancient battlefield. However, I must forewarn you that the place is indeed malevolent. Over the years, Many have strayed into its depths, and few have emerged alive. A barely perceptible disdain flickered across the handsome face of the young nobleman. As Su Beiyou's words struck him as absurd, akin to a Na'vi rabbit warning an eagle of a deep cliff ahead, the three sword-wielding men behind him openly displayed their mocking expressions. Su Beiyou's countenance shifted slightly, and the long sword wrapped in cloth behind him quivered imperceptibly, almost unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, the woman who had been observing silently raised her head, her gaze emerging from the shadows of her hood to fixate once more on Su Beiyou. A tall man with a knife at his waist smirked and patted his military blade, saying with a hint of mockery, "You needn't worry about that. No one would jest with their own life. If we are to go, we are well aware of what lies ahead." The local ruffian abruptly produced a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and tossed it at Su Beiyou's feet, impatiently exclaiming, "Isn't this what you want? Take it, stop your rambling." Su Beiyou did not rush to pick up the silver note, nor did he spare it a second glance. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the young nobleman and said slowly, "You all appear to be scions of noble families. Should anything go awry, I, a mere commoner, cannot bear the responsibility. Therefore, I must ask again. Are you truly certain nothing will happen?" The nobleman's irritation was palpable as he suppressed his rising anger. Responding coldly, "If the heavens were to fall, I would bear the weight. I am not one to squabble with you." Only then did Su Beiyou bend down to retrieve the silver note, carefully placing it into his sleeve, and nodded, "Very well, shall we depart now?" The young nobleman replied with a subdued grunt. Su Beiyou, who had not encountered much of the world, had never ventured beyond the northwest. His knowledge of the broader realm stemmed solely from the tales of passing merchants, leaving him curious about the intentions of these noble scions in venturing to such a perilous site. Did it harbor some treasure? Yet, even if treasures were to be found, how could these pampered young lords and ladies, who often spoke of the folly of risking their lives, dare to face danger themselves? Surely, they were merely seeking a scenic view. If that were the case, Su Beiyou thought, these young masters and mistresses must have had their wits knocked loose. Adhering to his role, Su Beiyou led the 6 riders away from Danxia village, striding briskly ahead while the 6 followed at a leisurely pace. He dared not glance too long at the magnificent steeds, fearing that lingering too long would etch their image into his mind. Although he was but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the deeper significance of those 6 fine horses, he understood well that their worth was worlds apart from the 100 taels he held. The leap from walking to riding such noble steeds represented a chasm greater than mere distance. Though Su Beiyou's frame appeared frail, his stamina was remarkable. After running for over 10 miles, he showed no signs of fatigue. However, the woman riding the steed named Saluzi suddenly suggested a rest. It was evident that the others looked to the young nobleman for guidance, and he, in turn, yielded to the lady shrouded in a great cloak. Since she had spoken, there was no reason for dissent. As for Su Beiyou, he would not oppose the notion either. After all, he was the one exerting physical effort, and conserving energy before entering that strange ancient battlefield seemed prudent. As the group settled down to rest, Su Beiyou sat alone on a rock, gazing absent-mindedly at the rushing azure river in the distance. The woman dismounted from Saluzi, exchanged a few quiet words with the young nobleman, and then approached Su Beiyou, softly inquiring, "Who did you learn swordsmanship from?" Su Beiyou regarded her with a hint of caution, hesitating before replying, "My master." The woman pressed further, "Who is your master?" "My master is simply my master," Su Beiyou replied matter-of-factly. "I do not know his name." She chuckled lightly. "It is evident that you possess some level of skill. It is quite rare to find such talent in a place as humble as this." Su Beiyou paused, taken aback by her words, and then asked, "Do you practice swordsmanship as well?" The woman shook her head. "I do not wield a sword. In truth, I was not entirely certain of your capabilities until now." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Beiyou coughed lightly and remarked, "Then you must be a master yourself." The woman did not respond, merely smiling subtly, yet her beauty remained obscured beneath her hood, leaving Su Beiyou devoid of the chance to witness that enchanting visage. She scrutinized him twice. Both times, her assessment revealed a hint of intrigue, though the second glance carried a tinge of regret that this young man was born in the frigid northwest, deprived of the opportunity to explore the vast world beyond. For no matter how interesting the frog at the bottom of the well might be, it remained merely a toad. The woman suddenly asked, What of your master and your parents? Su Beiyu fell silent for a moment before responding calmly. I do not know where my master is gone. I have not seen him in nearly a decade. As for my parents, I have never met them. The woman fell quiet, her expression wavering, as if she wished to apologize yet was unsure how to express it. Su Beiyu rubbed his face, allowing a trace of a smile to return. Nevertheless, since I, Su Beiyu, have managed to survive thus far without freezing or starving, it indicates that heaven has yet to claim me. Therefore, I must carve out a life worth living. As he spoke, Su Beiyu patted the long sword wrapped in cloth on his back and added with a grin, besides, I have this. A fleeting moment of distraction flickered in the woman's eyes as she softly murmured. Do nobles and high-ranking officials possess any innate superiority? Having received little formal education, Su Beiyu may not have grasped the full meaning behind her words, yet he understood a simple truth. Even a frog at the bottom of a well may one day leap to the edge and gaze upon the vast world beyond. Chapter 3. Bearing the sword behind. After a brief respite, the seven-member party continued their journey toward the ancient battlefield. As they progressed, the signs of civilization dwindled, with not a single bird or beast in sight. A faint mist began to envelop the surroundings, and Su Beiyu's expression turned increasingly grave. While the young nobleman in white wore a subtle smile, it was evident to any discerning observer that they were drawing ever closer to their destination. Through his conversation with the woman, Su Beiyu had gleaned some understanding of their identities. The leader, the young nobleman named Duanmu, hailed from the imperial capital. The three sword-wielding youths were brothers from Shiliang Prefecture, known as Li Song, Li Hua, and Li Hong. The local ruffian was a native of Shanzhou, a son of the local magistrate. Were it not for the noble youth's desire to engage in a clandestine venture, this local scion alone would have been enough to alarm the officials of Danxia village. As for the woman's identity, she had not revealed it, and Su Beiyu did not press for details. After walking for about half an hour, the atmosphere turned damp and chilly, and the steeds began to grow restless. Aside from the woman Saluzi, the other 5 horses exhibited varying degrees of fear. Su Beiyu, have you ever encountered the Yin soldiers? The woman on Saluzi asked, her demeanor calm and her expression placid as ever. Walking at the front, Su Beiyu did not turn back. I have seen them. They wear armor and appear and disappear mysteriously. That was 3 or 4 years ago when I accidentally wandered into their domain and nearly lost my life to those spectral beings. The woman seemed intrigued and inquired further. It is said that Yin soldiers exist in a state between the corporeal and the incorporeal, impervious to ordinary weapons unless one destroys their entire suit of armor, thereby depriving them of their corporeal form. How did you manage to escape? Su Beiyu paused momentarily before calmly responding, with a sword. The woman nodded thoughtfully, neither surprised nor skeptical. However, Li Song and his companions scoffed without restraint, their disdain evident, clearly disbelieving that Su Beiyu, this country bumpkin, could possibly wield a sword. Using a sword is not merely a matter of executing a few flashy moves, without mentioning those ethereal beings who reside high above the clouds. The court categorizes worldly warriors into 9 ranks according to the 9-rank system for officials. Common local soldiers are classified as 9th rank, while the elite personal guards of a commandant are 8th rank. The regular soldiers of the border army are 7th rank. The elite scouts are 6th rank. The close bodyguards of powerful governors are 5th rank. The 3,000 soldiers of the imperial capital's garrison are 4th rank. And the inner guards and clandestine experts are 3rd rank. As for the 1st and 2nd rank masters, they either serve as esteemed officials in the Ministry of Justice or lead the inner guards and clandestine experts, with some even being hired as guest scholars by the powerful. In summary, once one has attained a rank, whether eating from the imperial table or the martial world, they can present themselves with dignity. Su Beiyu claims he can defeat the shadow soldiers. He must possess at least the strength of the 6th or 7th rank, so how could he be in such a dilapidated state? Su Beiyu offered no rebuttal, but merely drew the long sword wrapped in cotton from his back and held it in his hand. After advancing over 100 paces, a series of indistinct black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance, barely discernible through the faint mist. Shadow soldiers. Su Beiyu and Duanmu noticed the dark figures almost simultaneously, their expressions shifting, Duanmu's with excitement, while Su Beiyu's was marked by concern. While these shadow soldiers might have hesitated to attack members of highborn families when alive, once deceased, they showed no regard for whether one was the emperor's daughter or the prime minister's son. They would strike indiscriminately, Duanmu gazed with keen interest at the approaching shadows, maintaining an air of calm as if facing a mountain collapsing before him. And with a faint smile, he asked, Su Beiyu, do you have confidence in eliminating these things? 100 taels of silver for each. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Duanmu replied nonchalantly. In about half an hour, this place will once again showcase the mirage of the two armies clashing. So to appreciate the view, we must ensure it is tranquil. Su Beiyu found himself in a conflict of thoughts. The woman riding the spirited horse shook her head gently at Su Beiyu and whispered, Do not force yourself. After a brief silence, Su Beiyu first smiled faintly at the woman, then turned to Duanmu and solemnly uttered a good. Duanmu, seated high on his horse, looked down at Su Beiyu as if observing a circus performer. Su Beiyu's expression remained impassive as he slowly shook off the cotton covering the sword. In the next moment, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Then everyone beheld a dazzling beam of sword light slicing through their line of sight in the blink of an eye. Su Beiyu had arrived before a shadow soldier, clad entirely in dark armor that resembled the border army's gear from decades past. However, after years of battle and the ravages of time, it was now tattered, with black mist seeping through the gaps. Su Beiyu held the sword in one hand and thrust it directly at the shadow soldier's face. This strike was executed with such swiftness that it resembled a shooting comet, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. The shadow soldier could not even react before being pierced through, dead beyond recovery. The earlier scoffers, Li Song and others, found themselves dumbfounded. Had they misjudged? Could this country bumpkin from the northwest truly be a master? The woman observed Su Beiyu's figure, her face betraying an undeniable surprise. Realizing this was the first sword, with no regrets even in the face of death. Following this, Su Beiyu withdrew his sword, then spun gracefully, his long sword tracing a large arc, effortlessly deflecting the downward strikes of the remaining shadow soldiers. The force of their downward slashes could have cleaved an ordinary person in two, yet under Su Beiyu's sword, they felt weak and ineffectual, merely being redirected with a gentle push. The woman witnessed this scene and finally confirmed her earlier suspicions. Her expression hidden beneath the hood was complex, a mix of realization and regret. As she sighed softly, second sword, the circle remains unmoved. Su Beiyu then unleashed the third sword, its radiant light intertwining to envelop all the shadow soldiers within. Third sword, the net of heaven covers all. The woman murmured, astonished to witness the 36 swords of the sword sect in this place. It was truly worth the journey. From that point on, she ceased to observe the battle. Although Su Beiyu's cultivation was still weak and he could not fully manifest the true essence of the 36 swords, dealing with these shadow soldiers was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Why did Su Beiyu dare to lead this group of aristocratic youths here? It was precisely due to the sword manual left by the elder years ago and a single long sword. One person, one sword. The sword was named Tianlan. Su Beiyu wielded Tianlan with fluidity, moving through the shadow soldiers with the grace of a startled swan. After executing 3 strikes, he remained with only these 3. Merely 3 strikes, yet they surpassed a myriad of swords in the world. The sword's momentum flowed seamlessly, breaking the enemy. It was as if withered branches were easily uprooted. Aside from Duanmu, who retained his composure, the others were left astonished. This young man's swordsmanship was extraordinary, exuding a transcendent quality devoid of any clumsiness. The 3 brothers of the Li family, having been raised in a martial household and encountered numerous military experts, could see that Su Beiyu's realm was not high, roughly around the 6th rank, yet none at this level could match Su Beiyu's fluidity and finesse, even brushing against the essence of the profound. Not to mention them, even Duanmu, accustomed to the grander scenes, fell into a momentary silence. When Su Beiyu sheathed his sword, the local snake murmured softly, "Warrior." The 3 Li brothers abandoned their earlier scornful expressions. Li Song's face was filled with a mixture of emotions as he murmured, "What superb swordsmanship." The woman slightly turned her head to glance at Duanmu beside her, from this angle only catching a glimpse of his profile. Whether by coincidence or by the woman seizing the moment perfectly, a subtle, imperceptible grimace flashed across the corner of Duanmu's mouth. The woman, having observed everything, withdrew her gaze, a cold smile appearing on her face concealed beneath her hood. This noble young man, whose gaze was dark as he watched Su Beiyu, perhaps remained unaware that at this moment, he had already been erased from the long list of potential candidates in her mind. and his hopes of winning the heart of the beauty had been dashed entirely. Chapter 4. The iron cavalry of yesteryears still remains. Had Su Beiyu heard the woman's quiet musings, he would have been astonished that these sword techniques bore such ornate titles. In fact, he only knew these three swords as the first, second, and third swords. As for terms like no regrets even in the face of death, the circle remains unmoved, and the net of heaven covers all. He had never even heard of them. At this moment, Su Beiyu was primarily concerned about the silver promised by Duanmuyu. Having just slain 12 shadow soldiers, according to Duanmuyu's promise, he would receive 1,200 taels of silver, a staggering sum for him. As the saying goes, a poor man's aspirations are short, and a thin horse's hair is long. Despite Su Beiyu's grand ambitions, he needed to fill his stomach before contemplating anything else. Although the ancient battlefield was eerie, the number of shadow soldiers was not overwhelming, as most bodies had been taken away by comrades long ago. Only a few remnants remained, and after dispatching this wave of shadow soldiers, a brief tranquility enveloped the group. After receiving Duanmuyu's silver note, Su Beiyu sheathed his sword and moved aside, sitting down on the ground with a thud, closing his eyes to catch his breath. To have beheaded 12 shadow soldiers in one go was still a heavy burden for him. Had it not been for the advantage of Tianlan, he would have exhausted his strength after the 6th shadow soldier, and in such a perilous place, exhaustion often meant fatal consequences. After a while, Su Beiyu reopened his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing, but his right hand, still gripping the sword, trembled slightly. It seemed that the consecutive sword strikes had left him with considerable aftereffects. For a short while, he could not display the same prowess as before. Instinctively, he touched the silver note in his sleeve, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All of this was observed by the woman not far away, who approached Su Beiyu and softly asked, "Is it worth exchanging your life for this little silver?" Su Beiyu reined in the smile from his lips, his expression returning to calm. He felt neither the exhilaration of unexpected wealth nor the inferiority in the presence of these aristocratic youths. He simply shook his head, extending his right index and middle fingers, and replied, "There are two reasons. First, I wouldn't act rashly without certainty. Second, fortune and danger often go hand in hand. This silver may not mean much to you, but for me, it represents a rare opportunity for wealth, so it is worthwhile." The woman remained silent for a moment, then sighed lightly. "Such wealth ultimately feels somewhat cheap." Su Beiyu smiled and said, "It's much like people. I have always believed that the saying, 'there is no distinction between the noble and the humble' is utter nonsense. In truth, no matter where one is, there are distinctions in status. That is why we, the lower classes, strive desperately to climb upwards, hoping to transform from a lowly person into a noble one." "Noble?" the woman murmured softly. "In the end, we are still all human." Su Beiyu, expressionless, echoed softly, "But for the nobility, viewing oneself as human is easy. Seeing others as human is difficult." He may not have read extensively, yet he understood the intricacies of human relationships. The locals look down upon outsiders, the elderly disdain the young. The capital city's citizens look down on those from the provinces, and those from Jianghu scorn those from Zhengdu. All are common folk, mere small figures where the elder brother does not smile upon the younger. Yet they still strive to distinguish themselves into classes, yearning to rise above others. If the common people are like this, what more can be said of those high-born families who already tread upon the heads of the people? The common folk and the aristocrats inhabit two worlds, and the distance between them cannot be measured in mere miles. Unbeknownst to them, the mist suddenly thickened. Amidst the dense fog, a massive shadow began to spread quietly. The sound of clashing armor and neighing horses instantly captured the attention of the entire group. After a brief moment, first a single rider leapt forth from the black mist, followed by 10, then 100, 1,000, and finally 10,000 riders. In the span of mere breaths, a magnificent cavalry burst forth from the darkness, appearing upon this ancient battlefield, clad in dark armor and mounted on ebony steeds with matching saddles. They resembled a ghostly army emerging from the depths of the underworld. On the opposite side, another formidable cavalry unit emerged, distinguishable by their gleaming silver armor and pristine white steeds and saddles, presenting a stark contrast to the previous force. All eyes were fixed upon this breathtaking spectacle. Su Beiyu finally comprehended why these scions of noble families deemed it essential to witness this scene in person. Such a sight was indeed awe-inspiring. To miss it would be a lifelong regret. Duanmu Yu's lips moved slightly as she murmured, "This is the great battle between the northeastern and northwestern cavalry from years past." The two cavalry units did not immediately charge into battle, but instead entered a brief standoff, after which one rider from each side advanced, seemingly engaged in conversation. However, the battlefield preserved only the images of that time, leaving the content of their discourse shrouded in mystery. The woman's lips stirred as she explained to Su Beiyu, "These are the two great commanders." Su Beiyu responded with a soft "oh." Maintaining a calm demeanor, the title of Great Commander felt distant and unattainable to someone of his humble status, akin to clouds in the sky, beautiful yet unreachable. Their exchange was short-lived, seemingly ending in discord, after which both returned to their respective formations and the cavalry began their charge. This was a moment Su Beiyu would never forget. The cavalry covered the ground like a tidal wave, their charge akin to a relentless surge. Although silent, Su Beiyu could almost hear the thunderous sound of hooves echoing in his ears. The earth trembled under the weight of their charge, with dust swirling around them. The two lines of cavalry advanced with the force of rolling thunder. Moments later, they collided with a resounding crash, a visceral clash of bone and flesh. The onlookers were left pale and shaken, for the sheer might of the encounter seemed to transcend human limits. In the midst of it all, an individual felt as insignificant as a leaf adrift on a vast ocean. The two armies engaged in a brutal melee, with lives lost and riders falling from their mounts at every turn. This battle was nothing short of horrific. Even in the absence of battle cries, the sounds of hooves, neighing, dying groans, and the dull thud of blades piercing flesh, the battlefield's brutality left an indelible mark on the spectators, including the Li brothers, who hailed from a military lineage. The woman murmured, "In the third year of Jianghu, Zhao Meng led the northeastern army to capture Shanzhou, followed by Mu Renqi, who commanded the army to advance upon Zehezu, conquering 36 fortresses and laying siege to the capital Dai. In this dire moment, the great commander Su Lin accepted the call of duty, leading the Northwest Army to engage in battle with the northeastern forces at Danxia Fortress. Achieving victory and breaking the siege of the capital, Zhao Meng and Mu Renqi were left to flee with merely 20,000 remnants of their army. As the woman spoke, the situation on the battlefield began to shift. The silver-armored cavalry displayed signs of defeat, while the dark-armored cavalry appeared poised to devour them whole. At that moment, a contingent of approximately 3,000 riders broke away from the silver-armored cavalry, charging towards their adversaries with a ferocious resolve. These were heavy cavalry, clad in armor alongside their steeds. Though they numbered only 3,000, their charge was akin to that of 30,000 light cavalry. Their combined force tearing through the lines of the dark-armored cavalry with ease. It was a scene both tragic and heroic. Despite their invincibility, the heavy cavalry could only meet their end against an enemy vastly superior in numbers. The woman pointed to the heavy cavalry commander and softly said to Su Beiyu, "That man is Su Deng." At that moment, Su Deng was drenched in blood, embodying a spirit of defiance as he led his dwindling guards into the fray, charging headlong into the seemingly endless ranks of cavalry. This would be his final charge. Amidst the grim and ferocious slaughter, Su Deng's guards fell one by one until he too met his demise. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the northeastern army retreated from the battlefield, gradually vanishing into the black mist. The outcome was clear. The Northwest Army continued their relentless pursuit. As the two cavalry units faded from view, the ancient battlefield fell silent once more. The woman suddenly inquired, "Su Beiyu, do you know where that dark-armored cavalry is now?" Su Beiyu regarded the somewhat unconventional noblewoman, the only one among the group who did not view him as inferior. As she treated him with sincerity, he responded in kind, "I do not know." The woman, seemingly proud, lifted her chin slightly, revealing a delicate jawline and a glimpse of her fair neck, momentarily shedding the air of worldly detachment. She spoke slowly. This iron cavalry followed Emperor Taizu eastward into the pass, first entering the eastern capital, then Jianghu, sweeping through the realm, paving the way for today's vast territory of the Great Qi. Now, half of the nobility in the court can trace their lineage back to this army. Chapter 5. A leap from the well to see the world, having witnessed the breathtaking mirage. The noble youths lost interest in lingering and began preparing to return to Danxia Fortress. Su Beiyu had no objections, but this time he did not walk at the front. Instead, he took up the rear. ensuring that no mishaps would occur at the last moment. The woman riding the purple horse led the way, no longer engaging Su Beiyu in conversation, nor acknowledging Duanmuyu, who was eager to curry favor. As if lost in thought. In contrast, due to Su Beiyu's earlier display of prowess in dispatching 12 spectral soldiers, Li Song, a scion of the military family, had softened his attitude towards Su Beiyu. When the group returned to Danxia Fortress, it was already evening. Under the setting sun, Danxia Fortress resembled a weary elder, quietly resting in the northwestern wilderness, as the 6 steeds hurriedly arrived and departed without leaving a trace upon the old figure. Before departing, the woman still did not reveal her name to Su Beiyu. She merely advised him not to remain in this small place for life, urging him to venture out and explore the vast world beyond. After bidding farewell to the departing group, Su Beiyu turned to leave Danxia Fortress, but in a direction entirely opposite to theirs. In truth, he possessed a modest abode of his own, a house built by the elder during his time learning under him. However, this barely habitable dwelling lay far in Xiafang's, necessitating a trek of over 10 miles through the night to return home. The nights in the northwest were hardly peaceful, yet they posed no challenge for Su Beiyu. He encountered no incidents along the way, and by the time he arrived at Xiafang's, the night had deepened. The village was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. For the common folk, candles and oil were luxuries, rarely purchased or used in ordinary times. Su Beiyu navigated through the dark village, returning home, and leapt onto the roof of his small room, gnawing on a piece of bread that was nearly as hard as stone under the moonlight. While his fingers brushed against the silver notes nestled against his chest, lost in contemplation, the woman had urged him to explore the world outside, a desire he had harbored for a long time. He, a frog at the bottom of a well, had gazed up at the mouth of the well for far too long, constrained by countless ties that had hindered his leap. Now, with 1,300 taels of silver in hand, he finally possessed the means to escape the confines of his well. After much reflection, Su Beiyu took out the stack of silver notes, 13 in total, 1 given by the local tyrant, and the remaining 12 from Duanmuyu. He divided the notes into 2 stacks, one of 1,000 taels and the other of 300 taels. He returned the 300 taels to his pocket, gazing at the 1,000 taels in his hand. Muttering to himself, "Once I settle matters here, it will be time for me to leave." The following morning, Su Beiyu made his way to the small courtyard at the northernmost edge of Xiafang's. This place could barely be called a private school, as it also served as the residence of the schoolmaster in such a harsh and frigid area as the northwest, and particularly in a place as impoverished as Xiafang's. The existence of a private school was nothing short of miraculous. Yet it was indeed a reality, much like the remarkable arrival of the old man with the sword passing through Xiafang's. Su Beiyu pushed open the wooden door and entered the courtyard, where a few hens were foraging for food. In one corner, a verdant vegetable garden thrived, while an elderly man, full of vigor, sat in a chair outside the thatched cottage, gently patting his knees and humming an unintelligible tune. The elder was the schoolmaster of Xiafang's, having dedicated over 30 years to teaching in the village. Su Beiyu had heard the village elders speak of him. The old man was an outsider, likely from the Central Plains. When he first arrived, he carried himself with an air of importance, unlike the ordinary folk, resembling someone of noble birth. However, after spending most of his life here, the only remnant of his former grandeur was the scholarly aura that enveloped him. Su Beiyu's name was bestowed upon him by this very elder. In fact, Su Beiyu had lived with the old man from a young age until he encountered another elder, marking a turning point in his life. It was somewhat amusing to recall that, due to Su Beiyu, the 2 elders had once engaged in a dispute of sorts, remaining at odds until the elder with the sword departed from Xiafang's. Throughout that time, they were unable to see eye to eye, and their encounters often led to heated exchanges, filled with classical references and quotations. Of course, to the villagers of Xiafang's, this hardly qualified as a quarrel, as not a single curse word was uttered, and only Su Beiyu could comprehend their arguments, albeit partially, rendering it far from a true dispute. The identities of the 2 elderly men remained a mystery to Su Beiyu. He referred to the sword-bearing elder as master and the private school elder as sir, a distinction both men accepted without question. As Su Beiyu aptly stated, regardless of what one calls the master, he is still the master. Similarly, in the present context, the sir remains the sir. Approaching the elder, Su Beiyu softly said, "Sir, I have arrived." The elder opened his half-closed eyes, glanced at Su Beiyu, and inquired, "What are you leaving?" Su Beiyu was not at all surprised by the elder's prescience. After all, this man was perhaps the one who understood him best. Having seen the ways of the world, it was hardly astonishing that he could deduce a few things. He responded with a gentle producing 1,000 taels of silver notes and handing them to the elder, saying, "Sir, this is 1,000 taels, a token of my appreciation for the village. I cannot entrust it to anyone else. So I must trouble you." The elder did not question the origin of the silver, but calmly accepted the notes, remarking, "Beiyu, I know you will eventually leave this place. After all, a fine young man like you should not remain confined to this trivial corner of the world. Unlike me, a decrepit old man half buried in the earth. However, if you are to venture out, you must grasp the treachery of human nature. What appears good may not be good, and what seems bad may not be bad. This world has never been merely black and white. Often, shades of gray prevail. There are distinctions between right and wrong, yet actions need not always align with these distinctions. In years of turmoil, people resorted to cannibalism. Clearly, such an act is wrong, yet if one does not eat, one faces starvation, so, what would you choose? Su Beiyu was taken aback. He had never imagined that the upright sir would utter such heretical words. Leaving him momentarily at a loss for a response, the elder sighed, "In my lifetime, I have read countless books and traveled vast distances, gaining some insights into the ways of the world. People possess virtues and vices. Yet what truly constitutes good, and what is evil? In the past, Li Su debated with Qingqian, who bluntly stated that those who are kind to me are good, and those who are cruel to me are evil. Such notions of good and evil reveal but a fragment of the truth. Ultimately, it all boils down to self-interest." Su Beiyu swallowed hard, a sense of shock washing over him. He was unfamiliar with Qingqian and Li Su. But he comprehended the underlying meaning of the elder's words. The elder seemed lost in memories, his expression wistful, speaking to himself, "Shall you establish the foundation of this dynasty, emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood? Yet who has ever deemed him evil? The son of the rebel leader of the White Lotus sect was drowned in his infancy. Does anyone dare to call that an act of goodness?" The Iron Cavalry marched south, ushering in an era of peace. Today Estichi was built upon the blood of its predecessors, Jianghu. What isn't founded on rivers of blood? What logic is there in killing for peace? Suddenly, the elder rose sharply from his chair, turning to Su Beiyu, demanding loudly, "Where lies the logic?" Su Beiyu, startled, instinctively touched the tianlan resting on his back, and in that moment of inspiration, replied, "The logic lies behind me. This is the truth." The elder fell silent, as if drained of all strength, gradually sinking back into his chair, murmuring weakly, "You may go." Su Beiyu hesitated. Words caught in his throat. The elder waved him away, brusquely urging him to leave, saying, "I have crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. I do not require your reminders about the wisdom of concealing wealth." Chapter 6. The majestic central capital at long last. Su Beiyu was set to depart from the land that had nurtured him. He was bound for the vast world beyond, carrying tianlan and a small bundle filled with a change of clothes, some loose silver, a few soft buns, a piece of smoked meat wrapped in oil paper, and 300 taels of silver notes. He set forth alone, and no one came to bid him farewell. He walked to the entrance of the small square village, glanced back one last time, and then continued on his way. His next destination was Dansha village, from where he would join a merchant caravan and leave the territory of Zihiyuan for the dragon's rising ground of the founding emperor of this dynasty. The central capital, Su Beiyu had never witnessed grand sights. The largest place he had visited was Dansha village, yet that did not hinder his grandeur of spirit, as the sir had said. Such qualities are innate, neither forced nor envied. Upon arriving at Dansha village, he found the caravan he had arranged to meet near the northern warehouse. Reluctantly, he handed over 10 taels of silver to the familiar convoy leader, enabling him to blend in with the hired guards of the caravan and secure a seat on a goods-laden cart as they slowly departed Dansha village, embarking on a long journey. The village gradually faded from view, and it was only then that Su Beiyu realized he had left Dansha village behind, stepping into a brand new, unknown world. The central capital seemed to him a legendary place, both the dragon's rising ground of the founding emperor and the foremost fortress of the previous dynasty's frontier. As for the nature of this formidable fortress, Su Beiyu had never seen it. He had only heard fragments of the Sir's words and could not begin to imagine it. The central capital appeared as a microcosm of the outside world, bizarre and elusive, obscured in a dreamlike haze. Indeed, the world in his childhood, his master, the sword-bearing elder, had painted a vivid picture of a different realm, one devoid of mundane trivialities born from the struggle for survival, free from the compromises of life. Where grand vistas lay beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, in that world, some sailed the seas on swords, others soared to the heavens, while some painted with snowflakes as ink, and others wielded the rivers as swords. There were immortals traversing the vast seas at dawn and dusk, and valiant warriors who could face 1,000 troops alone. There were high monks of the Buddhist faith whose joined palms could form a towering golden body, and Taoist sages whose bows could cause the earth to tremble. Some wielded swords to participate in the fray, while others sat outside the fray, playing chess with the world. There were fierce battles of iron cavalry, and celestial beings battling in realms beyond, filled with the allure of the rivers and the grandeur of the world of martial heroes. Alongside the strict codes of the court, it was a world both enchanting and wondrous, yet one that left ordinary individuals gazing up in silent admiration. Su Beiyu, in his current state, lacked the qualifications to step into that world. He could only quietly yearn for it, whether in the realm of the privileged elite or the one depicted by his master. Both were far too distant for Su Beiyu, akin to a bright moon in the sky, beautiful to behold, yet merely an object of longing. After all, the distance between these two worlds is more than merely thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles, one cannot enter another world. Most individuals spend their entire lives barred from it, with no incidents along the way. After 2 days and nights of arduous travel, Su Beiyu arrived at the foot of the central capital with the caravan. His first impression of the central capital was its towering height, nearly equal to that of the mountains. Nestled between two mountain ranges, a magnificent fortress rose abruptly, soaring into the clouds, seamlessly connecting the two previously unlinked mountain ranges. In fact, even from 10 miles away, Su Beiyu could already catch a glimpse of the fortress's outline. The entire central capital was constructed upon the mountains, with its layered ramparts ascending along the slopes. 7 walls resembling terraced fields stacked one upon the other, enough to deter any enemy contemplating a frontal assault on this formidable stronghold. Su Beiyu stood up in the cargo cart, gazing into the distance. Hoping to catch a glimpse of the central capital's royal palace, the residence perched at the highest point, and the famed Lingfeng Pavilion, said to overlook the entire panorama of the central capital. Alas, he saw nothing. Nevertheless, the central capital still left an indelible impression on Su Beiyu. He looked up at the imposing fortress and suddenly recalled a line of poetry that the Sir often recited when intoxicated. Why does a man not wield the Wu hook to reclaim the 16 states of Yin and Yun? Tomorrow, let us ascend the Lingyan Pavilion and, with sword in hand, be bestowed the title of Marquis over 10,000 households. The entire fortress was constructed upon the mountains, resulting in an upward tilting terrain within the city. The outer city was at the lowest elevation, while the inner city rose higher. Many noble families constructed their residences according to this topography. The more powerful the family, the higher their dwelling. Thus, the royal palace, as the center of the central capital, naturally occupied the highest point. The palace covered an extensive area, featuring elements typical of noble households, such as diverting water into the estate to create lakes and erecting pavilions and towers. Alongside a man-made peak standing over 30 zhang tall, known as Shaoxiang Mountain. This mountain boasted 4 pavilions built into its slopes, named Lingfeng, Linfeng, Tingfeng, and Yingfeng, respectively. Perched atop Shaoxiang Mountain was Lingfeng Pavilion, which, while not affording the panoramic view of the entire central capital as legend claimed, still offered a glimpse of much of it. This moment, a young woman reclined languidly on a soft couch on the second floor of Lingfeng Pavilion, propping her chin on her hand, gazing out at the vast expanse of the central capital beneath her, lost in a reverie. The woman, deep in thought, possessed a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a goddess sculpted from pure white jade, though devoid of cold aloofness. She exuded an intangible air of distant majesty, rendering her both desirable and unattainable. After a long while, she finally returned to herself, straightening her posture and stretching, elegantly displaying her enchanting figure. Regrettably, as there was no one else present in the pavilion, None were fortunate enough to witness this rare and captivating sight. She adjusted her attire, restoring her usual dignified appearance, and then gently clapped her hands. A maid quietly entered the pavilion, her hands naturally hanging at her sides, clasped at her abdomen. The woman spoke softly, "Prepare yourself. It is time to return." "Yes," the maid replied. The woman pondered for a moment and added, "Do not mind Duanmuyu. Let him enjoy himself in the northwest for a few more days. As for the matter concerning the ink-scribe grandaunt, it would be prudent to inform her, lest she begins to nag once more." The maids responded in unison. Once the chamber of Lingfeng Pavilion was left with only the woman, she adopted a pose of resting her chin on her hand and fell into a reverie, or perhaps a state of distraction. Time slipped by unnoticed until a faint sound roused her from her thoughts. She regained her awareness and softly called out, "Banlon?" Banlon was not a person, but a cat, a Persian feline, passed down through 3 generations. Even to this day, the woman could not fathom why her ancestors had bestowed upon this snow-white cat a name reminiscent of a tiger-striped creature. Banlon, the striped tiger? Yet she had heard her father mention that her great-uncle once kept a tiger-striped cat named Yangchun, a name that echoed the line Yangchun Baishiwe, which was a sworn rival of Banlon. Until her great-uncle sailed across the ocean to the Wei Kingdom, leaving Banlon to reign supreme in the household. The white cat, Banlon, a long-serving minister who had attended both her grandmother and mother, grew increasingly languid and indifferent after the departure of its formidable foe, treating its new mistress with a disinterested air, embodying the demeanor of a powerful official who disregarded the younger generation. To the point that many maids covertly referred to it as Lord Banlon. Moments later, a snow-white figure gracefully leaped down from the beams, landing directly beside the woman. Its blue eyes surveyed the surroundings with a hint of human-like nostalgia and melancholy. A century ago, this had been its home. Chapter 7. The gloomy dark guard and the flying fish, perhaps accustomed to the biting winds and sands of the outer deserts, Su Beiyu felt somewhat disoriented upon arriving in this bustling metropolis. Thus, he wandered aimlessly for the first 3 days after entering the capital, only beginning to contemplate how to establish himself in the city on the 4th day. To his dismay, he discovered that he possessed no particular skills, making it difficult to secure a livelihood. The only viable path seemed to be enlisting in the military. However, Su Beiyu was a free spirit. Unless he was truly left with no options, he was reluctant to be bound by the constraints of military life. Fortunately, he still had 300 taels of silver, so he had not yet reached a point of desperation. After finding an inn to stay temporarily, he resolved to visit the Taoist temple within the capital. In the past, when the founding emperor established his reign, the Taoist sect had played a significant role, and once the emperor secured his position, the status of Taoism rose correspondingly. Not only was it declared the state religion, but even the headmaster was appointed as the national advisor, achieving great prominence. In a short span of time, Taoism overshadowed both Confucianism and Buddhism, becoming the foremost of the 3 teachings. Temples sprang up throughout the land, and the populace began to convert to the teachings of the Taoist patriarch. Poor places like Xiaofeng village and Danxiao village lacked temples, at most hosting a few itinerant Taoists, but the capital was different. As one of the 4 great cities of the realm, it housed the largest and finest Taoist temple in the northwest. Chonglong Temple. Su Beiyu could be considered a half-hearted believer, since he was in the capital. It would be remiss not to visit Chonglong Temple. Chonglong Temple was located in the inner city, the furthest point accessible to ordinary citizens, beyond which lay the sprawling mansions of the nobility, guarded by armored sentinels, where common folk were not permitted to enter. The royal palace at the highest elevation was even more elusive, merely a vague silhouette, forever out of reach. A black carriage sped past the high walls of Chonglong Temple, containing 2 individuals clad in black brocade robes. One of them bore a flying fish embroidered on his robe, while the other, though similarly attired, lacked this insignia. The so-called flying fish attire features a dragon's head, wings, and a fish's tail, and is commonly worn by officials of the 3rd rank and above. Furthermore, within the hierarchy of the Great Qi, it was an unwritten rule that only high-ranking officials within the Dark Guard donned the flying fish attire. Thus their identities were self-evident. To the general populace, the Dark Guard was undoubtedly a fearsome name, evoking trepidation among high officials and commoners alike, for it represented the emperor's will, wielding the authority to investigate matters across the realm. Although nominally under the command of the Grand Commander, it was in fact directly subordinate to the emperor, possessing its own prison, independent of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Since the Dark Guard prided itself on its investigative prowess, it established branches in various regions beyond the White Tiger Hall in the imperial capital. Each branch was overseen by a deputy commander, with inspectors appointed at the state and county levels. While the White Tiger Hall in the capital housed 3 presiding commanders, collectively referred to in whispers as the 3 pillars of the Dark Guard, at this early stage of the dynasty. There were no rampant bestowals of titles. Apart from the princes and a few high-ranking officials, first-rank positions were quite rare. Aside from the current prime minister and a handful of grand commanders, no one else held a first-rank title. Even the Dark Guard commanders were merely of the second rank, with only the chief commander receiving a special first-rank designation, while the deputy commanders were of the second rank, and the deputy inspectors of the third rank. Though the capital was only a city, it was equivalent to the status of a state, serving as the core of the Dark Guard in the entire Northwest. The individual who could wear the flying fish attire was unmistakably the inspector of the Dark Guard in the capital. The current inspector, surnamed Liu, bore the single name Chen. He held the position of inspector of the Dark Guard in the capital and was also acting deputy commander of the Northwest Dark Guard, making him one of the most powerful individuals in the entire Northwest region. Liu Chen lifted the curtain to gaze outside at the retreating walls of the temple, his expression as inscrutable as water, and inquired, "Jian, is everything arranged?" The middle-aged man seated across from him appeared somewhat apprehensive and respectfully replied, "According to your instructions, everything has been arranged." Liu Chen nodded and said, "A relative of mine has recently arrived in the capital and may be unavailable shortly, so I entrust this matter to you." The middle-aged man lowered his gaze and solemnly acknowledged. Liu Chen lowered the curtain and turned to his trusted subordinate, speaking slowly, "Remember, this is of great importance. If this endeavor succeeds, it could lead to further advancement for both of us. I can remove the title of deputy commander from your name, and you may ascend from the position of inspector to take my place as inspector." The middle-aged man's face illuminated with excitement, expressing, "I am grateful for your patronage, my lord." Liu Chen smiled, though his smile bore an inexplicable chill, adding that it was premature to express gratitude. This undertaking was personally entrusted to us by Commander Fu of the White Tiger Hall, who emphasized that there could be no mistakes. Should this matter falter, while it may not cost me my official title, being remembered by the 3 commanders within our Dark Guard would mean I could forget about any further advancement in this lifetime. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, yet he could not help but nod in agreement. Liu Chen closed his eyes, revealing a hint of weariness on his countenance, and murmured, "As for my relative, he is no ordinary character. He comes from the chief commander's side, and it is possible he has caught wind of something. I must personally attend to this matter. Neither side can be neglected, nor can either be offended." The carriage arrived at the Dark Guard's residence located in the northwest corner of the capital. Liu Chen disembarked alone, and inside the side hall of the Dark Guard, a figure awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Liu Chen, a high-ranking official wielding authority over the Northwest Dark Guard, the individual exhibited neither reverence nor flattery, merely rising to perform a junior-esque greeting, akin to greeting a family elder. Liu Chen found nothing amiss in this interaction. His long years spent amidst clandestine affairs had rendered his demeanor more austere, yet a warm smile graced his face as he said, "Business calls. I apologize for keeping my relative waiting." If Su Beiyu were present, he would recognize the individual before him as the young man in white riding the heavenly steed. "Duanmu Wayud, at this moment." Duanmu Yu appeared at ease, chuckling softly. "It is I who have disturbed my esteemed uncle." Liu Chen waved his hand with a smile, and once both had settled in their seats, he inquired, "The Northwest is harsh and frigid, especially in winter when the heavy snow can be deadly. Why would you abandon the splendor of Jianghu to come to this war-torn land?" "It puzzles me," Duanmu Yu replied with a tranquil smile. "To be candid, my esteemed uncle, my original intention was to travel beyond the desert. However, before my departure, my father entrusted me with a few messages for you." Liu Chen maintained his warm expression and said, "Please, do share." After more than half an hour, Liu Chen personally escorted Duanmu Yu out of the Dark Guard's residence, a gentle smile still upon his face. Only after Duanmu Yu rode away did that seemingly sincere smile gradually fade. Perhaps having not experienced such warmth for too long, Liu Chen's expression turned slightly rigid. A woman clad in black brocade silently appeared behind Liu Chen, whispering, "My lord, These noble sons from the imperial capital seem respectful and deferential. Yet in their hearts, they likely look down upon us local figures. Today, you extended this courtesy. He may not remember it in the future. Liu Chan narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Indeed, the reasoning is sound. Yet we cannot remain in the northwest forever. We must return to the capital one day. Since we are to return, it is prudent to pave the way in advance. Chapter 8. The initial encounter at Chonglong Temple. Chonglong Temple was constructed within the inner city. Following the mountain's contour, the deeper one ventured, the higher the terrain became, culminating in a 9-story pavilion at the innermost and highest point. Tio symbolized the supreme power of the Taoist patriarch. It housed 10,000 golden lamps. During grand festivals, the officiating Taoists would light all the golden lamps, illuminating the temple as brightly as day, creating an imposing spectacle akin to a celestial abode. The entire city of Jianghu could behold the magnificence of this sight, reminiscent of a heavenly palace. Such a radiant scene, if one were to miss the opportunity to witness it, could only be described as an immense regret. Chonglong Temple is regarded as one of the esteemed establishments within the Taoist sect, ranking just after the ancestral home of Taoism, the Zixiao Palace, as well as the Qingjing Temple in the imperial capital, the Zhirong Temple in Jianghu, the Taiqing Palace in Qizhou, and the Qingshu Palace in Lingxianfu. Those who hold the esteemed position of temple master in these sacred places are indeed significant figures within the Taoist community. The master of Chonglong Temple, though relatively obscure in fame, is known to be of a seniority surpassing that of the current Taoist leader, making him one of the few remaining elders of great repute within the sect. However, not long ago, this venerable figure succumbed to the relentless passage of time, unexpectedly departing during a lecture to his disciples. The abruptness of this event left even the ancestral home of Taoism unprepared, resulting in a lack of suitable candidates to succeed the position of temple master, leaving Chonglong Temple in a state akin to a headless dragon. Su Beiyu chose not to join the throngs of visitors to Chonglong Temple in the early morning hours. Instead, he arrived later in the evening as the sun dipped low in the sky. For reasons unknown, the temple was devoid of other worshippers, enveloping the vast establishment in an eerie silence. Though perplexed, Su Beiyu dismissed it as the typical ambience of Chonglong Temple at dusk. Upon entering through the grand entrance, he did not pay homage to the statues of revered Taoist masters, but rather wandered about, though many areas were off-limits to outsiders. Notably, the 9-story pagoda adorned with 10,000 golden lamps stood prominently, a place that even a provincial governor could not enter, let alone an ordinary man like Su Beiyu. After exploring the accessible areas, he finally made his way to the main hall, where a statue of the Taoist ancestor was enshrined. As the sky darkened, the hall was illuminated, revealing the Taoist ancestor clad in ceremonial robes, holding a whisk in his right hand. Unlike the statues in other temples, the Chonglong Temple's ancestor was uniquely accompanied by a golden dragon coiling around his left arm. Historically, emperors have been referred to as the true dragon sons of heaven, symbolizing the emperor with the dragon. This portrayal evidently places the emperor beneath the Taoist ancestor, inciting considerable criticism. Many officials demanded alterations to the statue, but the Taoist sect remained indifferent, allowing it to remain as is. After paying his respects, Su Beiyu turned to leave, only to inadvertently collide with another person. He staggered back a step, but quickly regained his balance. Lifting his gaze to find a young Taoist maiden, her age seemingly akin to his, though she appeared petite, with a delicate face reminiscent of porcelain. Due to her hurried pace, a charming blush adorned her cheeks. Su Beiyu, inexperienced in matters of the heart, was momentarily captivated by a faint fragrance that wafted to his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. The young Taoist maiden shyly glanced up at him, but upon meeting his eyes, quickly cast her gaze downward, creating an awkward silence between them. Eventually, Su Beiyu broke the silence, inquiring if she was unhurt. The maiden's face flushed with shyness as she silently shook her head. For reasons unknown, he recalled a recent encounter with a woman riding a purple steed, whose demeanor was composed and unyielding even in the face of danger, contrasting starkly with the bashful demeanor of the maiden before him. They were like two distinct flowers, one a resplendent peony, the other a delicate mimosa, each possessing their own unique charm and allure. Clearing his throat, Su Beiyu asked, "Are you from Chonglong Temple?" She hesitated before nodding. He smiled and introduced himself, "I am Su Beiyu, with the surname Su, meaning west for Bei and to wander for you. The maiden appeared even more hesitant, and after a brief internal struggle, she returned the greeting in accordance with Taoist custom, softly replying, "My Taoist name is Zhiyun, and I am currently cultivating here at Chonglong Temple." Just as Su Beiyu was about to respond, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a sense of danger permeated the air. In an instant, he sprang into action, pulling the young Taoist maiden behind him, while his sword, Tianlan, was drawn from its sheath, aimed at an intruder poised to harm her. The intruder, clad in a black, narrow-sleeved robe, bore a knife, thick-backed and thin-edged, with a straight spine and a slightly curved blade. Measuring 3 feet in length and weighing nearly 10 pounds, it was none other than the infamous Shochuan knife. A hallmark of Dark Sentinels. It is widely known that the Feiyu attire and Shochuan knife are standard issue for such agents. Yet few understand that only those of a third-grade martial prowess or above are permitted to wield the Shochuan knife. As the knife clashed with Tianlan, a clear sound resonated through the hall. Su Beiyu, undeterred, advanced further, weaving a web of dazzling sword light. However, against this dark sentinel, his formidable swordplay seemed inadequate, as the Shochuan knife cleaved through his defenses, relentlessly pressing towards Su Beiyu's face. That moment, outside the main hall, waves of dark-clad sentinels began to infiltrate Chonglong Temple from all directions, armed with knives and crossbows. Upon landing, they swiftly began to pull triggers. And with a series of ominous sounds, crossbow bolts rained down, mercilessly targeting the Taoists within the temple. Several Night Watch Taoists were struck down almost immediately, their cries silenced before they could escape, leaving only the dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground. As the lights in various chambers flickered on, arrows swiftly pierced through, claiming the lives of their inhabitants. A black-clad dark sentinel, dressed in the robes of a fourth-grade official, appeared at the temple entrance, coldly declaring, "Let none within Chonglong Temple escape, regardless of gender, age, or status. All shall be executed without exception." The dark sentinels that followed echoed their agreement and drew their blades, surging into the temple. Silently, the dark sentinels advanced deeper into Chonglong Temple, heading straight for the renowned 9-story pagoda, the very heart of the temple's operations. As they charged forth, the ordinary Taoists were cut down like grass, and while some of the more skilled disciples possessed the means to resist, they were ultimately overwhelmed by sheer numbers, destined to meet a tragic end. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Though the Taoist sect boasted many masters, only a scant few could be deemed true experts within Chonglong Temple. With the passing of the old master, the remaining adept was left to fend for himself, providing the Dark Sentinels with an opportunity to strike. The fourth-grade Dark Sentinel, known by the courtesy name Jian, strode into the blood-soaked Chonglong Temple, exuding a chilling aura, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a serpent lying in wait. He squinted toward the distant 9-story pagoda, his fingers lightly caressing the hilt of his Shochuan knife. Once the Taoists within the temple were eradicated, a new batch of Dark Sentinels would disguise themselves as Chonglong Taoists, subsequently unveiling the scandal of child sacrifices for alchemical purposes attributed to the temple's practitioners. Coincidentally, numerous families in Jianghu had recently reported missing children, and several alleged kidnappers would confess in court that they were under the orders of Chonglong Taoists. This would incite the public, leading to a scene of citizens surrounding the temple, ultimately resulting in the discovery of children's remains within. The Dark Sentinels would need not lift a finger thereafter, as the enraged populace would erase every trace of Chonglong Temple, leaving nothing behind. Even if the Taoist sect realized the injustice, what could they do? The ones committing the murders and burning the temple would not be the Dark Sentinels, but rather the very citizens of Jianghu. The Qingye Taoist possesses extraordinary prowess, classified within the mundane realms as a first-grade master. Yet, the 5 second-tier inner guards he faces are no mere lackeys. Each boasts a second-grade cultivation, coupled with their ordinary weapons, which are rendered ineffective by their talismanic armor. The outcome of a confrontation between these 5 second-grade experts and a solitary first-grade master remains uncertain. The 5 guards form a circular formation, their long spears resembling a dense forest, advancing steadily towards the Qingye Taoist. The elder Taoist emits a cold snort, sweeping his dust whisk, which expands with the wind, extending to over 10 zhong in an instant. Sweeping towards the 5 inner guards, unfazed, the lead guard barks a command, prompting the 2 guards on the formation's flanks to accelerate. their iron spears darting like vengeful dragons, creating a barrier that prevents the torrent of silver threads from encroaching within 3 feet. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 guards seize this opportunity to close in on Qingya, executing their thrusts in a straightforward manner devoid of any embellishment, revealing their military training and years of brutal combat experience, rendering their techniques nearly flawless within the second-grade realm. The 3 long spears transform into a relentless barrage, producing a cacophony that even etches fine grooves into the stone-paved ground. The Qingya Taoist, surrounded by the 3 assailants, dances nimbly amidst the flurry of spear shadows, appearing to stroll leisurely as he evades their strikes by mere fractions of an inch. Simultaneously, his left hand weaves intricate hand signs, aiming to activate the grand formation within the 9-tiered pavilion behind him. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss. Despite the guards' inferior cultivation, their combined efforts and steady tactics ensure that the first to tire will undoubtedly be the Qingya Taoist. Unforeseen by him, the shadowy guards employ such tactics, thwarting his attempts to activate the formation in advance, leaving him with no choice but to gamble recklessly in this moment of peril. Within the 9-tiered pavilion, golden lamps ignite one after another, illuminating the first level in a radiant glow. Once all 9 tiers are ablaze with golden lights, the elder Taoist can not only defend himself but also send a signal to the Taoist sect South Ancestral Court. The shadowy guardhouse had anticipated this scenario and prepared accordingly. Observing from a distance, the inspector extends his hand, prompting a subordinate to present a towering blood-red bow and a jet-black feathered arrow. He takes a deep breath, gripping the massive bow with his left hand, steady as a mountain, while his right hand places the dark arrow upon the bowstring. With his right arm's veins bulging beneath his sleeve, he slowly draws the bowstring taut, like a full moon. The next moment, the black arrow silently pierces the air, targeting the besieged Qingya Taoist. This arrow is no ordinary projectile. Its tip is embedded with dark iron and refined gold, designed to penetrate the defenses of masters, adorned with talismans, and its fletching crafted from dove feathers, shot forth by the secret techniques of the shadow guards, reputed to be unstoppable beneath celestial beings. Although the Taoist sect boasts its share of celestial experts, the Qingya Taoist evidently stands a step away from such heights. The crucial moment before the grand formation's activation, this arrow pierces through his protective barrier, penetrating his chest and shattering his central energy reservoir. The formation, which was slowly awakening, abruptly halts. The Qingya Taoist lowers his head slowly. Several shadow guards, showing no mercy, pin him against the wall. Meanwhile, Su Beiyu, under the relentless assault of the shadow expert, can only endure with great difficulty. Su Beiyu currently hovers around the 6th grade realm, facing an adversary 3 grades above him. Despite unleashing a ferocity that rivals that of a 4th grade master, his limited combat experience, having only scratched the surface of the techniques learned from the old swordman, proves insufficient to pose a significant threat to the seasoned shadow expert. Were it not for the sword energy emanating from the Tianlan sword, which inflicts harm upon contact, compelling the shadow guard to exercise caution, Su Beiyu and Jiyun would likely have already succumbed to death's embrace. Although the shadow guard's strength pales in comparison to the inspector and the 5 second-tier inner guards, he remains a formidable adversary, having lingered in the 3rd grade realm for years, excelling in lethal techniques and combat experience, making him a standout among his peers. Yet, confronted with the peculiar Su Beiyu, he finds himself unable to achieve a decisive victory, leading to a growing frustration as he recalls the deadline set by the inspector. The more he becomes agitated, the more viciously he strikes in a fair fight against an equally matched opponent. Such aggression would be ill-advised, as it leaves one open to counterattacks. Alas, Su Beiyu's fundamental inferiority in strength allows the shadow guard to perceive openings that he cannot exploit, making his struggle increasingly arduous. With a resounding clash, the Tianlan sword meets the embroidered spring blade. The shadow guard in the brocade robe suddenly twists his body, flowing like a supple serpent, maneuvering around the Tianlan sword at an impossible angle, and lunges towards Su Beiyu's side with a thrust aimed at his ribs. This strike comes as a complete surprise, exceeding Su Beiyu's imagination. He could never anticipate that a person could contort their body to such an extent. Despite his utmost effort to evade, he sustains an injury. Witnessing this, Jiyun cannot help but emit a shrill scream, her face filled with panic. Su Beiyu presses a hand against his wound, leaning on his sword, gasping for breath as searing pain overwhelms him, rendering him speechless. The brocade-clad shadow guard does not hasten to claim Su Beio's life, but instead delivers a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing into a nearby corner with a resounding thud against the wall. The guard then turns his gaze towards Jianghu, whose demeanor is akin to a frightened rabbit, his eyes narrowing like a cold-blooded serpent poised to strike. As he sinisterly remarks, "Since you are destined to die, why not allow me to indulge before your demise? Your alluring lips, if not coaxed into a melody for me, would be a waste." Chapter 10. A figure advances with a sword sheath in the grand city of Jianghu, a battleground where death is ever present. Countless souls have perished both within and beyond its walls. Every corner of this place has been stained by blood, and it is precisely this long-dried blood that has forged this iron-blooded city that stands steadfast upon the northwestern terrain. Gentle-spoken, effeminate men are ill-suited to this realm, as are soft and delicate women. Only those embodying true masculinity belong here. An elderly man, basking in the twilight's glow, approaches the gates of Jianghu, clad in a black robe reminiscent of southern styles, worn and weathered by years of sand and wind. Its original form is barely discernible. He carries upon his back a massive wooden box, wrapped in the rare shoe brocade not often seen in the northwest. He gazes up at the towering, layered walls and softly muses. The old miser spoke of Xiaobei's arrival in Jianghu. It has been many years since I last visited. Returning today, I find the place has changed beyond recognition. The elder strides towards the city gate, where robust, armored guards initially consider halting him for inspection, perhaps seeking to profit from his burden. However, upon meeting the elder's gaze, they find themselves unable to utter a word. Merely watching as he passes into the city, it is only after his figure fades from sight that they realize their backs have grown drenched in sweat. Though the gate guards are not of high stature, their prolonged tenure has exposed them to all manner of individuals, honing their discernment. To them, the elder exudes an aura of authority befitting one who has long occupied a position of power, instilling a greater sense of pressure than even facing their superiors. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, it is the tall ones who bear the weight. Should this elder truly be extraordinary? Could they, mere soldiers who earn less than half a tael of silver a month, hope to impede his passage? Their duty belongs to the court, yet their lives are their own. Turning a blind eye, they let him proceed. Once inside the city, the elder moves at a leisurely pace. Strangely, the streets today are sparsely populated, with some corners guarded by dark-clad sentinels wielding blades. The elder pays them no mind and continues onward. As a few shadow guards attempt to obstruct his path, they are effortlessly swept aside by a mere flick of his sleeve, crashing to the ground, their fates unknown. With each step he takes, the number of shadow guards converging ahead increases. Yet, the elder remains undeterred, brushing them aside as though they were leaves in the wind, leaving a trail of unconscious guards in his wake. Eventually, the elder arrives at the entrance of the Chonglong Temple, coinciding with the critical moment of the Qingye Daoist siege. Facing him now are nearly 100 shadow guards, their crossbows trained on him, signaling their intent to turn him into a pincushion should he dare to advance. The elder smiles, his visage untouched by age, radiating the demeanor of a distinguished scholar. Even in the face of such overwhelming odds, he remains composed, softly declaring, "I am merely here to seek someone. I shan't impede your duties." The lead shadow guard, an experienced inspector, having weathered many storms, senses a chilling indifference in the elder's words, a nonchalance akin to an adult addressing a group of raucous children, instructing them to play elsewhere and not disturb him. This casual demeanor implies the elder possesses sufficient confidence to disregard the threat posed by the multitude of crossbows. Could he be a master? The thought flits through the inspector's mind, prompting him to raise his hand, refraining from ordering the guards to fire, instead stating gravely, "Shadow guards conduct their affairs. Please halt or await the arrival of superiors, and then we shall discuss this matter, but I cannot wait." The elder replies calmly, his voice serene and gentle, as though conversing with an old friend, devoid of any sense of urgency. The inspector refrains from further dialogue, instead decisively slamming his hand down. In an instant, a hail of arrows is unleashed upon the elder. Almost simultaneously, the elder sweeps his sleeves, and the shadow guards feel a tempestuous gust, forcing them to squint against the wind. When they finally reopened their eyes, the old man had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scattered array of crossbows strewn across the ground. On the other side, a dark guard of at least third rank was about to loosen his belt, ready to indulge in the finest pleasures of the mortal realm. Su Beiyu leaned against the wall, with Tianlan not far to his right, yet he felt as though his spine might snap. Any slight movement sent agonizing pain coursing through him. Jianghu, at this moment, was as pale as a ghost, futilely attempting to retreat on the ground. The dark guard finally unfastened the tiger head buckle at his waist, his smile losing some of its chill, replaced instead by a lewd essence. Young man, mercy begets mercy. To kill is but a nod of the head. Do not stoop so low. The plain, aged voice suddenly rang out, laced with scorn and disdain, reminiscent of a private tutor lecturing a pupil. The dark guard was taken aback, momentarily ignoring the delicate beauty nearby. With a swift motion, he reclaimed his embroidered spring blade. Directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, he beheld an elderly man, sword case slung across his back, stepping into the hall. The guard's pupils constricted sharply. Years of combat experience told him this unexpected visitor was a master, a formidable one at that. In the martial world, four types of individuals are most feared: the elderly, women, monks, and children. The half-dead Su Beiyu was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating the arrival of this person at such a time and place. Then, a tender spot in his heart was stirred, and he stammered, disregarding his pain, "Master, you have come. You ought to be aware of the reputation of the Dark Guard. Should you interfere with our affairs? Do not blame us if it ends in bloodshed." Although this third-rank Dark Guard recognized the old man was no ordinary figure, he felt unafraid, for behind him stood the entire Dark Guard. And behind that, the emperor who commanded this splendid empire? And what of it? The old man's expression remained unchanged, calmly replying, "Is the Shao family truly so remarkable?" The Dark Guard was first taken aback. Then, as if he had heard the greatest joke, he pointed at the old man and laughed heartily. Even an illiterate peasant from the countryside knew that the current emperor bore the surname Shao, which was synonymous with the nation itself. Thus, one could hardly argue against their significance. The old man chuckled softly, recalling events from many years past, and reflected on the impermanence of life. Once, the old acquaintance had ascended to the throne, while he had been reduced to a wanderer. An abyss of disparity lay between them. Yet, regardless of how vast that chasm, he would not permit a band of shadowy guards to trample upon him. The old man spoke softly, "Whether my disciple is good or bad is for me to teach. It is not your place to meddle. Should you choose to intervene, do not blame me for severing your claws. Today, I shall slay you, mere servants of the Shao family." As his words fell, the ensuing scene left both Su Beiyu and Jianghu dumbfounded. The Dark Guard, who had previously beaten Su Beiyu to the brink of helplessness, barely had time to react before his entire head was seemingly cleaved from his body by an invisible sword. His form then began to disintegrate, breaking into evenly sized chunks of flesh and blood, which continued to shatter further as they fell, ultimately pooling into a murky stain upon the ground, leaving no trace of his former self. Without displaying any movement, the old man continued, "Beiyu, did you not once inquire what sword energy is? This is it." Chapter 11. The beautiful woman's sword strikes deepest. After dealing with Qingye Daoren, the inspector finally sensed something amiss. His trusted subordinate had yet to return. Although this individual often exhibited a casual demeanor due to his prowess, he was capable of discerning the gravity of significant matters. Could it be that something has gone awry? With such thoughts, the inspector dared not be negligent and proceeded towards the main hall with 5 inner guards. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a shocking sight. His trusted subordinate lay strewn across the ground, shredded into a pool of blood by countless strands of sword energy as fine as hair. The inspector was all too aware of his subordinate's capabilities, an authentic peak third rank, with extensive combat experience, nearly rivaling a second-rank master. Even facing Qingye Daoren alone, there existed a chance for escape. Yet this formidable fighter had been slain so effortlessly? The Dark Guard inspector squinted, casting his gaze upon the culprit. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to gauge the depths of this person's abilities and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask why you have harmed one of my Dark Guard? Should you fail to provide an explanation, I fear it may be difficult to appease my superiors." The old man replied quietly, Why must I explain my actions to others when I choose to kill? If I wish to kill, then I shall. The inspector's complexion changed drastically. Behind him, the 5 inner guards raised their long spears in unison, pointing them at the elderly figure. The old man remained calm, stating, "The azure blade in your hands seldom drinks blood. Sleepless nights are often filled with solitude." At last, the inspector could no longer contain himself. Swiftly retreating a step, as the 5 inner guards advanced in unison, their iron spears forming an impassable thicket. The old man regarded these 5 guards, merely raising his hand and sweeping it horizontally before him. An invisible sword manifested in front of the old man, slicing through the 5 inner guards as though they were nothing. The sword energy was formless, the sword intent without shape. This was Sword 11. The formless sword. Perhaps the world had forgotten what Sword 36 truly was, for a span of 60 years is an eternity. Even if, before that time, someone had inflicted profound pain upon the world. After 60 years, the wounds healed and the pain forgotten. Even the Dark Guard inspector, who had encountered countless records of secret techniques, could not fully comprehend this. He had heard of the illustrious name of Sword 36, but had never had the chance to witness it firsthand. Today, the old man would allow Sword 36 to re-emerge in the world. As for Su Beiyu's 3 swords, they were but a superficial understanding. Only those involved could grasp the terror of the old man's sword. As it effortlessly disregarded the 5 iron spears, formidable defenses, penetrating the invulnerable armor, and striking directly upon the bodies of the 5 inner guards. The next moment, 5 inner guards, each of 2nd rank, had their upper bodies severed and sent flying, while their lower halves remained standing in a bowing stance. Their iron spears and armor bore no scars, yet they had been cleaved in twain, with merely a single sweep of his hand. 5 second-rank masters met their end without a shred of resistance, not even affording the old man the opportunity to draw his sword. Su Beiyu, seated upon the ground, gaped in astonishment. He had always known his master was extraordinary, yet he had never imagined him to be this formidable. The Dark Guard inspector, who had retreated a distance, was about to draw his bow, but upon witnessing this scene, he felt his heart nearly shatter with fear. Trembling uncontrollably in that moment, he made a decision, both correct and foolish: to flee. The old man stood motionless, having not moved an inch from the beginning to the end of the encounter. His expression remained calm, as though he were merely engaged in a trivial matter, even giving the impression that slaying the Dark Guards and inner guards was not a crime warranting severe punishment. The old man extended his hand and gently pointed. The fleeing Dark Guard inspector stumbled, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The old man sighed softly. Killing off these small fry brought him no sense of achievement. Had it not been for his disciple, he would have preferred not to engage with them, especially in a manner that could expose him to the scrutiny of the Dark Guard's higher-ups. Yet, should such an encounter occur, he would not shy away. When he first grasped a sword, his master had once told him, "The heart of the sword is the heart of man." One must cultivate a sense of reverence, yet harbor no thoughts of cowardice. If one considers everything carefully, weighing each decision, leaving the azure blade sheathed in dust, then what is the point of practicing swordsmanship? Su Beiyu leaned against the wall, having momentarily forgotten his pain in the excitement of the moment. As he regained his senses, a fresh wave of excruciating agony coursed through him, murmuring, "No wonder the master said my northern visage and southern demeanor are auspicious. I was destined to encounter a benefactor. And it turns out to be you, master." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. "Benefactor? You know nothing of what a benefactor truly is." As he spoke, the old man approached Su Beiyu, gently pressing on several spots along his back. Accompanied by a muffled crack, Su Beiyu let out a groan. The old man calmly stated, "The wounds have stopped bleeding. In a few days, you shall recover. As for the other injuries, it is merely a misalignment of the bones. There is no need for concern." Su Beiyu rose from the ground, returning Tianlan to its sheath before stretching his limbs. The old man spoke slowly. "From now on, you shall accompany me. I will continue teaching you the sword techniques I had not finished imparting 10 years ago." Su Beiyu nodded emphatically. The old man then turned his gaze towards the flustered young Taoist maiden, pausing before saying, "You should come with me as well. The Dark Guard will undoubtedly wipe out everyone at Chonglong Temple, and you cannot remain in the capital." The young maiden froze for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth. her petite frame trembling as tears streamed down her face. The old man exchanged a glance with Su Beiyu, signaling him to handle the situation before strolling out of the hall. Outside, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted, akin to the slicing of sharp instruments through flesh or the cries of those on the brink of death. And within moments, silence reigned once more. Inside the hall, Su Beiyu gazed at the tear-streaked young maiden, feeling utterly helpless. After a moment's hesitation, seeing that she was becoming exhausted from crying, he reached out to wipe her tears, softly saying, "The dead are gone, and there is nothing we can do about it. Yet, those who remain must continue to live, mustn't they? You have indeed encountered those ruthless dark guards, merciless in their actions, killing without a flicker of hesitation. We have shared in each other's trials, and thus we may consider ourselves as having forged a bond in adversity. Therefore, heed my advice. First, accompany us away from this treacherous city of Jianghu. When the time comes, you may choose to return to the Taoist sect or venture elsewhere. All can be contemplated at a later time. As long as you remain alive, there is no dead end. It is only in death that one truly faces an impasse." The young Taoist maiden, known as Jianghu, wiped away her tears and nodded, her voice choked with emotion. In moments of vulnerability, individuals often find themselves instinctively reliant on others. This is how many seemingly aloof beauties have been conquered. At this moment, the young Taoist maiden is undoubtedly in her most fragile state. Her mentors and fellow disciples have been slaughtered by the dark guards. Had it not been for Su Beiyu's timely rescue, she too would have likely met a tragic end beneath the embroidery knife. Overwhelmed by fear and sorrow, she had lost her composure, and thus she naturally heeded Su Beiyu's words. A fellow companion in hardship, Su Beiyu looked at this pitiable young maiden, her delicate features now marred by tears, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not fear, as long as I am here. Even if I am of little help, my master is with us. You have seen for yourself that he is a master among masters, capable of slaying foes without drawing his sword. These dark guards cannot pose a threat to us." Jianghu, her expression somber, nodded and replied, "Su, brother Su, I will listen to you." As Su Beiyu emerged from the main hall, the scene outside was one of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground and blood flowing like a river. Resembling a hell on earth, the elder stood amidst this inferno, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the luminous moon above. Su Beiyu stumbled back, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, and turned to shield Jianghu's eyes from this horrific tableau, preventing her from witnessing the tragedy of humanity. Jianghu, sensing something, slowly retreated back into the hall with Su Beiyu. Moments later, the elder re-entered the hall, leaving a trail of glaring crimson footprints behind him. Jianghu, hiding behind Su Beiyu, clutched a portion of his sleeve. Upon feeling the elder's gaze, she shrank back like a frightened rabbit, exposing only her small face as she timidly greeted, "Greetings, venerable one." The elder merely smiled in response, observing the young couple before him, and suddenly remarked, "Among the 300,000 renowned swords in the world, it is only the beauty that strikes the deepest chord." Chapter 12. The 9 ranks of 5 immortals and the tales of the elder led Su Beiyu and Jianghu out of the city of Jianghu, heading westward towards Ziliangzu. According to the elder, this region connects to the east with the former capital and to the west with the grasslands, making it a land one can traverse at will. However, venturing towards the interior would lead to a perilous territory surrounded by enemies. The trio walked on foot, at a leisurely pace, with the elder displaying great patience, matching his pace to that of Su Beiyu and Jianghu. He neither rushed them nor seized the opportunity to train their physical prowess, but instead shared numerous swordsmanship principles that Su Beiyu had never encountered before. In Su Beiyu's eyes, his master's cultivation was likely on par with the legendary transcendence beyond the first rank, if not more, making his words akin to sacred edicts that could not be overlooked. Thus, as they journeyed, the elder spoke with fervor while the younger listened intently, creating a harmonious dynamic between teacher and disciple. The elder did not shy away from Jianghu's presence during his teachings, candidly stating that whatever the young girl could comprehend would suffice, but regrettably, Jianghu lacked Su Beiyu's foundation, leaving her with much that was elusive. After concluding the day's lessons, the 3 found shelter beneath a cliff, lighting a campfire. Su Beiyu quietly inquired, "Master, I have heard others mention that above the 9 ranks of the just system lies the so-called realm of the immortals. What constitutes this immortal realm? The elder chuckled softly and replied, if the division of the 9 ranks for worldly warriors is a decree set by the court, then the so-called immortals above the first rank are merely the constructs of the Taoist sect. The Taoist tradition speaks of 5 immortals: heaven, spirit, earth, man, and ghost, with the heavenly immortal being the foremost, while the ghost immortal occupies the lowest position. These represent 5 distinct paths of cultivation, yet the Taoist sect has arbitrarily categorized them as realms of cultivation. An adept who has just surpassed the first rank is at the ghost immortal level, having entered the threshold of the immortal path. This realm transcends the boundaries of martial practitioners, endowed with numerous mystical abilities, including the capacity for astral projection. The late abbot of Chonglong Temple, who has already attained enlightenment, exists within this realm. The human immortal level is even more formidable, representing the pinnacle of human potential. With one's sinews and bones as resilient as adamantium, one's vital essence soaring high, impervious to the winds. Many renowned warriors on the battlefield could likely attain this status. The Earth Immortal realm is a synthesis of both the ghost and human immortal levels. Resonating with the cosmos, traversing the seas by day and the mountains by night, genuinely transcending the realm of humanity and entering the domain of the immortals. As for the next level, the divine immortal realm. I dare not speak lightly. It can only be described in 8 characters: eternal life and invincibility. The previous head of the Taoist sect was of this caliber, having single-handedly battled 4 of the most formidable earth immortals of his time and emerged victorious. That is the essence of the divine immortal realm, truly a lofty peak to aspire to. Su Beiyu listened with rapt fascination and then asked with curiosity, Master, you have yet to mention the final level. The heavenly immortal realm? The elder shook his head, smiling. As the name implies, the heavenly immortal is a celestial being. There is no such realm among mortals. Moreover, those who achieve the heavenly immortal status are invariably beings who have attained Buddhahood, such as the Tao ancestor and the Buddha ancestor, along with an outer celestial demon. These 3 are the earliest heavenly immortals, followed by the likes of Zhuang ancestor, Huang ancestor, Zhang ancestor, and the southern and northern 5 ancestors of the Taoist sect, as well as various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas from the Buddhist tradition who have also achieved the heavenly immortal status at different times, ascending to the boundless and mysterious realm where myriad wonders exist. Beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, it is ineffable, truly ineffable. As the elder spoke, he seemed to recall some long-past events, shaking his head with a sigh. The realm of cultivation back then was not as it is now. With the Taoist sect standing alone in dominance and lifelessness, in those days, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism coexisted, alongside various sects such as the Sword Sect, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the Demon Sect, the Wheel of Dharma Temple, and the Diamond Temple, collectively known as the 3 Teachings and 9 Streams. Additionally, the Celestial Mechanism list ranked the 10 foremost individuals in the world, shining in mutual brilliance. The divine immortal from the Taoist sect held the esteemed position of the number 1. Zhiyun interjected softly, the previous head you speak of is indeed the master of our current head of the sect, Master Zichuan. The elder's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar sentiment, tinged with melancholy and a hint of frustration. As he softly inquired, little girl, do you know who the second-ranked individual was? Zhiyun timidly replied, the second was the last leader of the Sword Sect. I have heard the elders speak of him. He was a true villain, having slain numerous earth immortals. He was once subdued by Master Zichuan, but after Master Zichuan ascended, he returned to wreak havoc upon the world, ultimately meeting his demise under the grand heavenly decree, perishing and vanishing from the path, leading to the extinction of the Sword Sect. The elder, burdened with many memories, smiled, though his smile bore a deep sense of sorrow, murmuring, wielding a 3-foot blue blade, he strode through the world, unmatched by any. Alas, the heavens are unwavering, and destiny does not favor, ultimately leading to his demise. How lamentable! How tragic! Su Beiyu could not help but feel an overwhelming yearning, muttering to himself, if I could wield a sword to reach such heights, I would have no regrets. The elder, however, remained skeptical of Su Beiyu, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. I have practiced swordsmanship my entire life without reaching such a realm. Your root talent is inferior to mine back in the day. Unless you encounter extraordinary fortune, to tread upon such a pinnacle may require you to wait for your next life to be reborn into a fortunate lineage. Su Beiyu, undeterred, declared, "Perhaps I am indeed a person of great fortune. I shall eventually become an earth immortal." The elder scoffed, dismissing him. "Can you truly discern between fortune and fate? Can you distinguish what is sword intent from what is sword energy? First, you must cultivate your sword energy before speaking of great fortune." Feeling utterly disheartened, Su Beiyu was left in a state of profound gloom. Suddenly, the elder remarked, "The reason I was willing to take you as my disciple was due to your character. It bears a resemblance to my elder brother who passed away many years ago. When I departed my family to pursue my studies, my brother inherited the family business, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. In truth, based on our dispositions, my brother was open-minded, best suited for sword practice, while I was adept at schemes, better suited to inherit the family business. Yet, my brother bestowed that opportunity upon me. Before we parted, he told me that the burdens of the family were meant to be carried by him, the legitimate heir, and not to be passed to his younger brother, urging me to focus on my studies without worry for home. Who would have thought that farewell would become eternal? When I next saw him, he was already lying in a coffin, and I could only stand in the mourning hall, brothers in life, separated by the realms of yin and yang." Both Su Beiyu and Jiyun fell into a thoughtful silence. All that has passed should remain unspoken. The elder shook his head, choosing not to pursue this topic further, recognizing it as mere old grievances. Had it not been for the stirring of memories, he might never have broached the subject again. Su Beiyu suddenly recalled something, asking, "Master, if that is the case, you hail from a prestigious lineage, so why do you now wander without a home?" The elder lowered his gaze. Self-mocking, "What family remains? What sect exists? I am but a solitary figure now." Su Beiyu responded with a soft exclamation, remembering a saying of his teacher, murmuring, "We are but fellow travelers in this world of misfortune." Chapter 13. The sudden storm in the northwest in the peaceful 20 years. On the 30th day of June, the sky, despite being midday, appeared ominously dark, mirroring the atmosphere within the Dark Guard's mansion in the northwest, which was particularly tense, almost suffocating. This tension stemmed from the recent events at Chonglong Temple. A magistrate of the 4th rank, accompanied by a deputy officer of the 5th rank, and supported by 5 internal guards dispatched from the imperial capital, along with 43 elite covert operatives and 128 ordinary shadow guards, all perished in battle. Such a staggering loss had not been witnessed in many years. Although the shadow guard boasted a strength of 200,000, this figure included numerous informants. In this regard, the shadow guard could not compare to an army that could easily muster tens of thousands. The army could afford to disregard the casualties of a few hundred, while the shadow guard, in stark contrast, felt the weight of such losses profoundly, as it struck at the very core of their strength. As the true decision-maker of the Northwest Shadow Guard, Lu Chan sat in the main seat of the hall, flanked by the high-ranking officials of the Northwest Shadow Guard. These formidable figures, typically capable of silencing the cries of children, now sat rigidly, each one wary of provoking the ire of this notoriously brooding deputy commander. The silence in the hall was palpable, as if a pin dropping would echo through the AI. Art Liu Chen surveyed the assembly with an unexpectedly calm demeanor and slowly began to speak. "You are all aware of the events from a few days ago. What was intended to be a meticulously planned operation was unexpectedly disrupted by an unforeseen individual, resulting in the tragic loss of 178 lives. With only about 1,500 personnel officially registered in the Northwest Shadow Guard, dispersed across various major regions such as Shan Prefecture, Xiliang Prefecture, and Shihe Prefecture, the loss of over 2/3 from a single unit is nearly tantamount to obliterating the entire central capital Shadow Guard." As his words fell, a sudden clap of thunder illuminated the dim hall, casting a stark light on the somber faces of the Shadow Guard officials. A torrential downpour descended upon the late summer scene, with raindrops the size of soybeans striking the eaves, producing a crisp, staccato sound. In an instant, they coalesced into a flowing stream, cascading down the eaves and forming glimmering silver lines. Despite the sudden deluge, the officials remained unmoved. Even the armored guards stationed outside the hall paid little heed to the rain hammering against their armor with fervor. Liu Chen squinted his eyes, peering through the wide-open doors into the curtain of rain, and continued, "Yet, this is but a minor detail. After all, in this world, death is an inevitability. We acknowledge our fate when confronted by formidable opponents. The critical issue lies in the aftermath of counting the bodies. One of them, a girl by the name of Jiyun, is still unaccounted for." Rising from his seat, Luchan walked to the entrance and coldly stated, "At this juncture, our original plan to incite the populace to burn down the Chonglong Temple within 3 days has become increasingly unlikely. Moreover, the deaths of so many cannot be concealed indefinitely. The incident has drawn considerable attention, and it will not be long before the Demon Suppression Hall becomes aware of it, should they find this girl. You are all well aware of the lengths to which the officials of the White Tiger Hall will go. They will undoubtedly regard us in the Northwest Shadow Guard as expendable pawns, sacrificing our lives to quell the anger of the Taoist sect." A chilling silence enveloped the hall, as all present felt an icy dread. Liu Chen's words were not mere threats. The world recognized the Shadow Guard as ruthless and remorseless. Yet few understood that this cruelty extended not only to outsiders, but also to their OWN. As the struggles among the 3 commanders intensified, countless Shadow Guards had perished in internal strife over the years. The Northwest Shadow Guard had always been under the dominion of Commander Fu. Should this matter come to light, the other 2 commanders would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Delivering a decisive blow, Liu Chun spoke with icy resolve. "Let us waste no more breath on trivialities. There is still time to remedy this situation. All divisions are to disperse their personnel, strictly guarding the entrances and exits of the Northwest region. No-one is permitted to leave. We must turn the Northwest upside down if necessary, but we must locate Jianghu. Whether alive or dead, we must have her." All the high-ranking officials of the Shadow Guard rose in unison, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. Understood. While the capital was drenched in torrential rain, the Shiliang prefecture experienced only a light drizzle. After several days of travel, Su Beiyu and his companions had arrived in Longnan, located at the southeastern border of Shiliang prefecture. This area connects to Shan prefecture to the east and Shu prefecture to the south, serving as a strategic point between the 3 prefectures of Liang, Shan, and Shu. Historically a coveted battleground. It was known as the key to Liang and Shan and the throat of Bashu, thus necessitating a garrison of approximately 3,000 border troops, commanded by a leader of the 3rd rank. Do not underestimate the significance of a 3rd rank official. To the common people of a prefecture, such a figure is akin to a deity, with the provincial governor holding merely the 2nd rank. A 3rd rank Shadow Guard commander could turn the entire Northwest upside down. These officials of the 3rd and 4th ranks are akin to local emperors, wielding power to shape the fate of their domains, some having established deep-rooted influence over decades, rendering them almost untouchable, even surpassing the authority of 1st and 2nd rank officials in the imperial capital. The elder led Su Beiyu and Jianghu through the drizzling rain into the fortress guarding Longnan. Due to the proximity of Shiliang prefecture and Shan prefecture to the grasslands, the area was bustling with merchants and horse traders, leading to a burgeoning prosperity that resembled that of a medium-sized city. Furthermore, it was a region largely unregulated, where only the commanding leader with 3,000 troops held the ultimate authority. His word was law. However, this leader was not entirely lawless. After all, anyone engaging in trade with the grasslands had to have connections with influential figures. Particularly among the horse traders, many had ties to military leaders and maintained solid relationships with the chieftains of the grasslands. Without such connections, those attempting to engage in the horse trade would likely meet a grim fate before even reaching the grasslands. Thus, the commanding leader generally refrained from provoking these individuals. As long as the tolls paid by passing merchants were satisfactory, both parties could coexist peacefully. Just as the trio entered the city, they encountered a group of fierce-looking riders galloping by, openly displaying their swords and bearing bows and arrows, the possession of which was expressly forbidden by the court. Prior to entering the city, Jianghu had been advised by the elder to don a large cloak to shield against the wind and sand. Her face wrapped tightly, leaving only her eyes visible. Consequently, the riders paid little attention to Su Beiyu and his companions, swiftly passing them by. Once the group had receded into the distance, the elder remarked nonchalantly, "Those individuals are horse traders, primarily from the northwest, and their combat prowess is quite formidable, likely around the 6th or 7th rank. Did you notice those bows? The weakest among them is a 2-stone bow, with 1 stone equaling 120 pounds of draw weight. Their strength comparable to that of the border troops. As for the character of these individuals, they were but a hair's breadth away from the horse bandits of the grasslands, essentially no different in nature." Su Beiyu's expression grew serious. His current strength was roughly at the 5th rank, placing him on par with these horse traders. The elder then skillfully guided them to an old established inn in the bustling market. Securing 2 upper rooms, observing the puzzled expressions of the 2 younger individuals, he calmly stated, "It is not safe here at night. I will take 1 room for myself, and you 2 shall share another, so you can look out for one another." With that, the elder departed, paying no mind to the subtle atmosphere between the 2 young people. Su Beiyu opened his mouth as if to say something but fell silent. He had sensed a hint of amusement in his master's demeanor, one that was quite teasing. Upon entering his own room, the elder's previously tranquil expression took on a peculiar quality as he chuckled softly. "Young one, I have paved the way for you. It is now a matter of your understanding." Chapter 14. Boundless joy of Avalokitesvara. Once inside their room, Jiun immediately transformed into a startled little rabbit. Crossing her arms over her chest and refusing to remove her oversized cloak, Su Beiyu could speak confidently in front of several young scions. Yet in the presence of a woman, he felt utterly inexperienced and clumsy. Observing Jiun's anxious demeanor, he was unsure whether it was due to some unarticulated pride or a sense of inferiority that caused him to lose any romantic notions he had entertained. After closing the door, he unstrapped the Tianlan sword from his back, took a seat at the table, poured a bit of water onto the surface, and began to sketch sword techniques with his fingertip. Jiun cautiously settled onto the bed, noticing Su Beiyu's indifference, which allowed her to let down her guard. Slowly, she removed the voluminous cloak that obscured her gender and the scarf that concealed her face. Quietly asking, "Are you angry?" Su Beiyu shook his head, remaining silent. Jiun instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, feeling a twinge of unease. For some reason, Su Beiyu suddenly recalled the image of the woman riding the majestic Zilu. Wondering if the roles were reversed, would he find himself equally flustered in her presence? Shaking his head again to dispel the impractical thought, he redirected his focus to the task at hand. Over the past few days, his master had thoroughly explained the first 4 sword techniques to him. According to his master, the 36 sword techniques comprised a complete and progressive set of methods. The 1st to 7th techniques fell under the category of swordsmanship, accessible to anyone who could wield a sword. The 8th to 13th techniques pertained to sword energy, requiring one's cultivation to reach at least the 3rd rank to practice. Techniques 14th to 19th transitioned from sword energy to sword intent, necessitating a 1st rank cultivation level to grasp. The final set, from 20th to 36th, belonged entirely to the realm of swordsmanship, comprehensible only to those of celestial stature. Thus, until he attained the 3rd rank, Su Beiyu's primary objective was to commit the first 7 techniques to memory, not seeking to understand their intricacies, but to memorize them verbatim in due time. As his cultivation deepened, he would naturally comprehend their profound meanings. As dusk fell, Su Beiyu became completely absorbed in his own world, repeatedly pouring water onto the table, sketching simple lines to illustrate sword moves, completely oblivious to the presence of another person in the room. Beside her, Jiun grew increasingly anxious, several times on the verge of speaking yet retreating in hesitation. In truth, she was but a naive girl, unfamiliar with the outside world, compared to that woman who could see into the depths of others' hearts. She was timid and fearful, lacking the ability to discern the thoughts of others. Thus, when Su Beiyu ignored her, she naively assumed he was angry, though she could not fathom what she had done wrong. Yet, she wished to apologize, longing for him to acknowledge her presence. Initially, the woman riding the striking purple steed hesitated to speak because she was uncertain how to express her apology, as she had never apologized to anyone before. Now, Jiun found herself similarly at a loss, not knowing how to articulate her remorse, compounded by her ignorance of her own fault. After the passage of 2 hours, as dusk settled, Jiun quietly lit a lamp. Su Beiyu had drained an entire pot of water, and when he reached for the teapot again, he discovered it was empty, which jolted him back to reality. It was then that Su Beiyu recalled Jiun's presence in the room. At that moment, she too looked at him, her demeanor soft and delicate. Had a seasoned man of the world been present, he would have easily discerned the young Taoist's feelings. A man of integrity might have offered some gentle words of comfort. However, a base and vile individual would take advantage of her naivety, leaving this innocent girl in tears, subjected to indignities. Unfortunately, Su Beiyu was neither a gentleman nor a rogue. He was merely a Navi youth who had just emerged from Danxia village. Bewildered by the complexities of romantic interactions in this regard, he and the young Taoist found themselves equally matched. Su Beiyu inquired, "Are you hungry?" "I am not hungry," Jiun replied softly, yet her face betrayed a glimmer of joy. Just as Su Beiyu pondered the peculiar connection between her lack of hunger and her delight, a sudden cacophony of hooves echoed from the street outside. Instinctively alert, Su Beiyu extinguished the oil lamp on the table and instinctively grasped Ji Yun's small hand. Pressing themselves against the wall beside the window, he gently opened a crack in the window to peer outside. Before him, a battalion of nearly 100 armored horsemen galloped past, led by a young noble in a splendid robe. In Longnan, such a grand figure could only be Zhang Shihong, the sole heir of the commander who commanded 3,000 frontier troops. Prior to entering the city, the elder had already warned Su Beiyu about certain names not to provoke. Among them Zhang Shihong. This was not due to fear of the military scion, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. This prominent young lord was not strikingly handsome. Rather, he exuded a cold, iron-blooded aura, far removed from the frivolities of courtly life. Such a demeanor could not be forged merely by slaying a few servants or maids. It required the experience of taking lives on the battlefield. And certainly more than one. Flanking Zhang Shihong were two figures clad in black brocade, sending a jolt of alarm through Su Beiyu. Dark guards, he thought, instinctively wanting to hide. Fortunately, he was not the only one peering from the shadows of the buildings lining the street, and thus did not attract the attention of the two dark guards. The formidable cavalry, with their haughty demeanor, passed without incident, leaving chaos and dust in their wake. The name Dark Guards was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many. Originating not from the current dynasty but from the former Dezheng, they were founded by Xiao Lin, a close advisor to the Emperor of Dezheng. Their primary functions included patrolling, capturing, gathering military intelligence, and subverting enemy commanders. The leader of the Dark Guards held the title of Grand Commander, one of 5 such esteemed positions. It is worth noting that Xiao Lin was an ancestor of the current Emperor Xiao Yu, who posthumously honored him as Emperor Jing. Due to this deep-rooted connection, the Xiao family and the Dark Guards had always shared an inseparable bond, playing a crucial role from Xiao Yu's rise to power to his ascension as emperor. Even after the transition from Dezheng to Deqi, the Dark Guards not only survived but thrived, gaining even more authority, often acting without prior approval. It is unimaginable that several noble families, including founding heroes, fell victim to the Dark Guards, illustrating the trust the imperial Xiao family placed in the very force they established in recent years, due to the increasing power of the Taoist sect. The Dark Guards had expanded further to counterbalance the strength of the Demon Suppression Hall. Consequently, the 3 commanding officials of the White Tiger Hall were seen as a third pillar alongside the cabinet and the Grand Commandery. Offending such a terrifying entity, Su Beiyu would be lying to himself if he claimed to be unafraid. Yet, what could fear accomplish? He doubted that simply offering an apology would sway these merciless, cold-blooded demons. Ultimately, from the moment Su Beiyu entered Chonglong Temple, he was fated to be at odds with the Dark Guards. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room belonging to the Elder, all was quiet. Shortly after the Iron Cavalry had entered the city, another figure strolled leisurely into the fortress town. Clad in resplendent white robes that fluttered like a celestial being, this individual exuded extraordinary elegance. With eyes like cold stars and a face reminiscent of jade, he possessed a captivating aura, embodying both a fierce spirit and an enchanting charm. His long, flowing black hair cascaded down to his waist like a waterfall, rendering him a figure of ethereal beauty, as if he had descended from the heavens. Standing opposite this person was the elder with the sword sheath upon his back, who spoke softly. In this mortal realm, men are sullied by the sun, women tainted by the moon, yet only Guanyin embodies both, a joyous fusion of male and female. Chapter 15. Why should a house dog mock a stray dog as the moon hung high and the stars were few? 2 figures confronted each other on the street. The night breeze rustled through the elder's flowing white hair, blending him with the shadowy night, rendering him almost ethereal, as if the concept of man and nature had merged into one. In contrast, the seemingly celestial figure presented an air of detachment, appearing out of place in this world, resembling a dream or an illusion, a vibrant splash of red against a monochrome ink wash painting. From a purely visual perspective, the elder appeared to belong to an older generation compared to this otherworldly figure. Yet, the world is not devoid of those who can defy time, and this individual was a testament to that. Standing on par with the elder, if not closer in age, if Su Beiyu were to describe him, he might call him an ageless specter. With a grave expression, The elder inquired. Wanyan Beiwe, you intentionally leaked your aura to draw me out. What is your intent? The one addressed as Wanyan Beiwe raised his head, revealing his entire visage. A crimson mark appeared on his brow, resembling a third eye, further emphasizing his otherworldly presence, akin to a celestial being. The elder's expression shifted to one of realization. It was not Wanyan Beiwe but Murong Xianin. Murong Xianin slowly replied, Wanyan Beiwe is currently trapped in the city of Daliang, confined within a cage. Only I, a wanderer, can roam freely without constraint. The elder's face remained impassive as he retorted, whether Wanyan Beiwe or Murong Xianin, a century has passed, and you have yet to take that final step. Instead transforming into this ambiguous state, neither fully alive nor wholly dead, a faint purple glimmer flickered in Murong Xianyin's eyes as he calmly responded, It is not that I cannot take that step, but that I dare not, for the cautionary tale of Shangguan Xianqian lingers vividly in my mind. The mention of Shangguan Xianqian. The elder's expression shifted slightly, falling into silence. Murong Xianin continued, As for why I summoned you, it is naturally due to that matter I in the days of Xiaoyu, you advised caution. Now that he is dead, what remains to fear? The elder countered, What if Xiaoyu is not dead? Given his cunning, he might very well employ a feigned death to orchestrate a scheme, waiting for those of us who have lived half our lives in the shadows to unwittingly walk into his trap. Clearing the path for his son, Murong Xianin replied softly, This is something you need not worry about. Even if Xiaoyu were alive, he is likely in a state of limbo. He once struck down the leader of the White Lotus sect with a single sword. But the backlash he suffered from that act is not to be underestimated. Should he be suppressed by the aura of the Emperor, he might barely endure. Without it, he is likely to perish. Leaving no hope for rebirth, it is both tragic and laughable that a once mighty emperor should meet such an end. The elder, however, maintained a stern demeanor, stating, What is there to lament? In the past, the 5 great families, Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangguan, saw 2 of their ranks annihilated by Xiaoyu, while the remaining 3 fare little better, reduced to mere pets scrambling for survival beneath his feet. Even if Xiaoyu meets a grim fate, the Xiao family remains the sovereign of this realm, and the former Wei state has now transformed into the current Wei kingdom. Murong Xianin showed no concern for being labeled as one of the 3 families scrambling for survival. Instead, laughing heartily, the term house dog is quite apt, truly penetrating to the core. His eyes shimmered with rising purple energy as he declared ominously, If we were to measure the loyalty of these 3 house dogs to the Xiao family, the Murong clan would lead, followed closely by the Yi family, and the Shangguan family trailing behind. However, it seems the Shangguan family has changed allegiances, quietly siding with the king of Wei. The old man spoke plainly, regardless of whether it is Emperor Xiao or King Wei. They are all members of the Xiao family. Murong Xianin chuckled softly. They all deserve to die. The old man retorted coldly, Does Xiaoyu deserve to die as well? Murong Xianin gradually restrained her smile and calmly replied, That pertains to the matters of Wanyan Beiwe. I shall not interfere. In the past, when Emperor Zheng lost his deer, the heroes pursued it together, and in the end, it was Xiaoyu who laughed last, establishing the Great Qi and ushering in a new era. In this hunt for the deer, the tragic scenes of families being torn apart were inevitable, as were the cliché details of revenge, especially those noble families and sects that crumbled under the iron hooves of the Xiao family. Among them were not a few guests and disciples with extraordinary skills, as well as dazzlingly talented successors, all resembling homeless stray dogs, seeking only 2 things: to restore their family's former glory and to overthrow the Xiao family's rule. Beyond that, they sought nothing else. Of course, there were also those who recognized the prevailing winds of the times, choosing to submit to the might of Emperor Xiao, becoming what the old man referred to as house dogs. The 5 great noble families mentioned by the old man, Zhang, Yi, Gongsun, Murong, and Shangguan, had long resided in the overseas Wei kingdom. After Xiaoyu unified the central plains, he launched an invasion on Wei, annihilating the obstinate Zhang and Gongsun families. While the other 3 had already secretly allied with the Xiao family, not only avoiding harm but completely turning to the Xiao family, acting as accomplices in the pursuit of the remaining 2 families' orphans. Afterwards, Xiaoyu renamed Wei Kingdom and conferred the title of King Wei upon his half-brother Xiaojin, establishing a fief. The surging purple aura in Murong Xianyin's eyes gradually receded, leaving only a faint hint of purple, her tone gentle and soft as she spoke like a woman whispering. With the world initially stabilized, Xiao Yu appointed 4 individuals to safeguard the state. Xiao Jin was granted fief in the eastern Wei kingdom. Wanyan Beiyue took command in the north, Wei Jian guarded the southern frontier of Baozhou, and Lin Han defended the northwestern grasslands. Among them, Wanyan Beiyue and Lin Han held the most prominent positions, commanding territories and wielding substantial military power. However, since the ascension of the new emperor, some among these 4 have begun to entertain ulterior motives, while Wei Jin, who should have changed his allegiance, remains loyal to the Xiao family. Speaking of Wei Jin, he is renowned as a legendary figure in the Great Qi.as, the last surviving founding general. His martial prowess is unparalleled in this dynasty. From the first southern expedition to the final battle at Jianghu, he ascended from a trivial position to the esteemed title of Grand Commander in just 10 years, a decade marked by the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Wei Jin was an orphan, raised by his uncle Wei Qi, who met his demise at the hands of Xiao Yu. With obligations of loyalty between sovereign and minister, as well as the bond of uncle and nephew, it became an incomprehensible muddle. Thus, many believed that Xiao Yu should not have relied on Wei Jin, and that Wei Jin would inevitably rebel. Yet, the reality was that Xiao Yu personally elevated Wei Jin to a position of power beneath him, and Wei Jin devoted his life in loyalty to Xiao Yu, remaining steadfast even after Xiao Yu's passing. Consequently, Murong Xianyin and her ilk regarded Wei Jin as the foremost loyal hound of the Shao Qi. The old man turned, saying, "Murong Xianyin, regardless of how you plot in the north with Lin Lingqian, there is one matter you cannot evade. As long as Wanyan Beiyue lives, you shall never find true peace, and without peace, do not approach me with talk of the grand tides of the world." Murong Xianyin's eyes gathered several strands of palpable purple energy, which overflowed from the corners of her eyes, billowing upward like swirling smoke in the thick night, appearing particularly striking and terrifying. She gazed at the old man's retreating figure, her tone suddenly shifting to one of deep darkness akin to that of a powerful court official. "Do you intend to live your life as a stray dog?" The old man's footfalls hesitated momentarily, and he replied softly, "What of a stray dog, and what of a house dog? Why should a house dog mock a stray?" With that, the old man did not linger and left directly. Chapter 16. The puppet show. Regarding the matters of the Hojian the next morning, the old man appeared before Su Beiyu and Jiyun as if nothing had occurred. After they had a simple breakfast in the main hall of the inn, he led them out into the bustling market of the city. Along the way, Su Beiyu and Jiyun had long since shed the awkwardness of the previous night, and Su Beiyu, finally enlightened, took the initiative to buy Jiyun several trinkets favored by girls. Having been raised by the old master of Chonglong Temple, Jiyun had not encountered such trinkets before, and was momentarily filled with joy, unable to let them go. The old man cast a look of approval at Su Beiyu before continuing forward. While Su Beiyu took it upon himself to guide the wide-eyed little Taoist girl through the crowd, soon losing sight of the old man, Su Beiyu glanced back at the curious little Taoist, sighed in resignation, and decided to bring her to a nearby stall to watch a puppet show. The puppet show recounted the events of the Hojian Wars, which began when the 5 kings of the Wanyan clan poisoned the young emperor of Hojian with a cup of poison. General Murong Yin, along with the emperor's uncle Wanyan Beiyue and several court officials, fled in haste to Jilu City, seeking help from the then Northwest King, Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi. This led to the Northwest Army's northern expedition against Hojian, defeating the 5 kings and assisting Wanyan Beiyue in ascending to the throne. Emperor Xiao Yu then promised his sister to him, and thus Hojian submitted, becoming a brotherly nation. Since it was a performance, it inevitably deviated from the historical record, featuring various deities and experts aiding the cause, each displaying their unique powers in a grand melee. These once formidable figures in history could not escape the fate of being caricatured. Naturally, Xiao Yu was depicted with sword-like brows and starry eyes, embodying the spirit of a savior, while Murong Yin and Wanyan Beiyue were portrayed as weak and cowardly, lacking any sense of agency, their lines limited to a few phrases like "What the Lord says is indeed true. The Lord is truly a divine being, and the Lord is formidable." The 5 kings of Hojian, on the other hand, were depicted as surly and fearsome, embodying the image of treacherous villains. After watching, Jiyun quietly remarked to Su Beiyu, "I have heard my master speak of this matter. In truth, the young emperor of Hojian was unwilling to have the 5 kings dominate the court. He sought to reclaim power, intending to lure the 5 kings into the palace and signal for a massacre with a broken cup. but inadvertently leaked the plan, leading the five kings to preemptively storm the palace, resulting in the tragic fate of the poisoned cup. Why Master called this a case of overthinking leading to one's own demise. Su Beiyu understood. I see now. Jianghu continued. However, the subsequent events were accurate. Wanyan Beiwei, this uncle, became the emperor of Hojian, forging the Liangqing alliance with the founder of our dynasty, recognizing him as a brother, and marrying Princess Wenhe, the sister of the founding emperor. After the establishment of the Great Qi, the two nations naturally became brotherly nations, and later generations still refer to each other as kin. Su Beiyu suddenly inquired, "Who is the current emperor of Hojian?" Jianghu replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it is still Wanyan Beiwei. Though he must be over 80 years old now, he possesses the cultivation of a celestial being. I have heard my master speak of it. There are two great exiled immortals in this world, and the emperor of Hojian is one of them, the northern exile." Su Beiyu was somewhat astonished. So? The current sovereign must still address the emperor of Hojian as uncle? Jianghu nodded. If we follow the kinship of brotherly nations, the emperor must call him uncle. From a familial perspective, he would call him. In fact, it's not just the emperor of Hojian. The sister of the Khan of the Steppes married the founding emperor, who later became the Empress Dowager, the current emperor's mother. Thus, the emperor must also call the Khan of the Steppes uncle. Su Beiyu finally understood. It turns out that these emperors and nobles are all interrelated, just as the teacher said, a family dynasty. After watching the puppet show, their master still had not reappeared, and the two wandered aimlessly for more than half an hour, buying a few inconsequential trinkets. Each held a string of bright red candied hawthorns, and although Jianghu could not eat due to her face covering, simply holding it in her hand was delightful, filling her with joy. Su Beiyu, one hand comfortably holding Jianghu's small hand while the other carried an array of trinkets, including the candied hawthorn, looked almost like a pitiful man burdened by the weight of family and children if he were to replace the sword on his back with a swaddled infant. With her hand in Su Beiyu's, Jianghu, perhaps due to the robe and face covering, no longer felt the previous shyness. Instead, she felt a sense of stability, free from the earlier anxiety. After the initial excitement wore off, Jianghu felt somewhat weary, so the two found a quiet spot away from the crowds, sitting together under the shade of a tree, watching the ebb and flow of people nearby and the bustling activity in the distance. Jianghu lifted her face covering slightly, revealing the alluring lips that had once captivated even the dark guards. Biting into half a hawthorn and chewing slowly, Su Beiyu took a small twig and began sketching the sword techniques he had recently learned in the dirt. Jianghu, with hawthorn in mouth, asked in a muffled voice, "Su Gu, where do you think we can go in the future?" Su Beiyu halted his movements and tossed aside the twig, erasing the incomprehensible lines in the dirt with his foot. Sighing, "Indeed, where can we go? The whole world belongs to the Shao family." Jianghu felt a pang of melancholy, glancing down at the assorted trinkets in her arms and the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. Feeling somewhat guilty, she whispered, "Did these things cost a lot of money?" Su Beiyu shook his head. "Not even a whole coin in total." Jianghu responded with an "oh," nodding as if she somewhat understood. Su Beiyu cast a humorous glance at her. This young Taoist maiden had grown up in the Chonglong Temple, and as such, was accustomed to a life devoid of material worries, perhaps unable to discern the subtle differences between a single coin and a tael of silver. In the Northwest, a mere coin could constitute the monthly sustenance for a family of 3. It is only the children of the impoverished who comprehend the arduous toil behind every single coin. And thus, it is not always a matter of stinginess, but rather a reflection of poverty. Were one to enjoy ample wealth, who would willingly forsake their dignity for trivialities? Su Beiyu sighed, declaring, "I can only practice swordsmanship. Once perfected, nothing shall pose a challenge." Jianghu softly remarked, "Such a mindset will hinder your sword practice. I have heard that those sword immortals advocate for the unity of man and sword, akin to our Taoist pursuit of harmony between heaven and humanity." Su Beiyu rolled his eyes, admitting that such a lofty realm was beyond his comprehension. Jianghu stifled a laugh. Su Beiyu closed his eyes, his right hand forming a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers, mimicking the legendary sword immortals in a gesture of sword control. He envisioned a day when a mere point of his finger could command the sword to traverse 30,000 miles, rendering his life devoid of regrets. Chapter 17. Initial emergence of prominence at the Demon Suppression Hall by noon. Su Beiyu and Ji Yun had not returned to the inn but instead stopped at a roadside stall for a bowl of bang-bang noodles. Accompanied by a small dish of spicy oil, Su Beiyu dipped his chopsticks into the fiery concoction. Its authentic Shanzhou flavor ignited his appetite. In his youth, he had often heard his teacher mention that Shanzhou was famed for two culinary delights, the spicy oil and pickled vegetable dumplings. The mere aroma of the spicy oil was enough to whet one's appetite. Historically, the true delicacies that complemented a meal were never found in the imperial kitchens, but rather in the humble street eateries. The two bowls of bang-bang noodles were visually appealing and tasted exceptional, especially when paired with the vibrant spicy oil, bringing a sense of satisfaction to the young duo. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived at the inn where Su Beiyu and others were staying. Approximately 7 or 8 of them, clad in azure Taoist robes, bore solemn expressions. The leader appeared to be in his late 20s, with a sword slung across his back, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. Even the typically affable innkeeper was hesitant to greet them, leaving no choice but for the proprietor to personally welcome these guests to a refined table on the second floor by the window. Bustling to serve tea and snacks, leaving him thoroughly drenched in sweat, not from exertion or heat, but from fear. Having managed the inn for over a decade, the proprietor had encountered all manner of people and heard many semi-public secrets, including the notorious Dark Guards and the equally formidable Demon Suppression Hall. In the current era, the Taoist sect reigned supreme, and the status of its disciples could often be discerned from their attire. Not to mention the myriad of headgear that ordinary folk could hardly recognize, such as the lotus crown, hibiscus crown, 5 mountains crown, and yellow crown. The color of the Taoist robes also indicated rank. The sect leader donned deep purple, the chief disciple light purple, grand masters, peak masters, and hall masters wore dark black, while true disciples, guest disciples, and elders adorned plain white. Local temple leaders wore crimson, direct disciples dark blue, inner disciples light blue, and outer disciples earth yellow. Only the Dark Guards and the Demon Suppression Hall could be seen in azure attire. Though the Dark Guards were renowned, the Demon Suppression Hall's reputation was somewhat subdued, with fewer members. However, for those with cultivation, the Demon Suppression Hall was undoubtedly a more terrifying entity. Since its inception, it had been dedicated to suppressing and exterminating various malevolent forces opposing the Taoist faith, as well as traitors within. Within the main hall, atop the Taoist sect's principal peak, lay a demon suppression well, containing countless powerful beings subdued within, including the legendary abbot of the Buddhist sect who had achieved the status of Arhat. The Taoist sect divided its disciples into 7 branches based on the 7 peaks of its ancestral mountain, each led by a peak master. These disciples, originating from various branches, were required to serve in the major halls upon completing their training, such as the Transmission Hall, Punishment Hall, Taoist Scripture Hall, and Medicine Master Hall, among others. The Demon Suppression Hall distinguished itself among these halls, occupying the foremost position, possessing unique attributes. Each hall master was a person of extraordinary cultivation, generally second only to the sect leader, wielding significant authority. At times, the sect would prefer to leave this position vacant, rather than appoint someone hastily. Anyone who could ascend to the role of hall master was invariably a prominent figure. The hall's administrators were meticulously selected from among the disciples of various branches or were skilled guest disciples. Preferring quality over quantity, the Demon Suppression Hall currently boasted a mere 360 individuals, aligning with the celestial numbers, of which 108 had achieved the first-grade cultivation, known as the 36 Ghost Immortals and 72 first-grade Masters. The leading azure-robed Taoist was named Yi Zue, hailing from the prominent Yi family of the Wei Kingdom. Although only 27, he had served in the Demon Suppression Hall for over a decade, consistently achieving commendable evaluations, with solid first-grade cultivation and substantial experience. He ranked among the 72 administrators of the hall. Yi Zue had initially been dispatched to the northwest to seek remnants of the Sword sect following its annihilation. This had become an annual task for the Demon Suppression Hall. To date, aside from a few elusive Sword Immortals, no trace of Sword sect remnants had been found, rendering the task somewhat routine, even perceived as a leisurely endeavor by the Hall's members. However, upon receiving the shocking news that the Chonglong Temple had been eradicated, with only a disciple named Ji Yun unaccounted for, the situation shifted drastically. The Hall Master had personally traveled to Jianghu to handle the matter. As a central figure of the Demon Suppression Hall, Yizue understood that only two forces would dare commit such an act: the increasingly troublesome court and the tenacious remnants of the Sword Sect. It is worth noting that the Sword Sect and the Taoist sect shared a common origin. However, a millennium ago, due to a dispute over swordsmanship, the Sword Sect's founder had defied the Taoist sect, leading to a bitter rivalry that endured until the Sword Sect's final master, Shangguan Xianxin, met his demise 30 years ago, resulting in the collapse of the Sword Sect. This intersect conflict, which spanned nearly 1,000 years, concluded with the Taoist sect emerging victorious. Despite the Sword Sect's fall, many of its adept practitioners had managed to escape and lay low in the world. Should the recent events be linked to remnants of the Sword Sect? The Demon Suppression Hall, dedicated to eradicating such remnants, would undoubtedly face scrutiny from the sect leader. Thus, the Hall Master had personally journeyed to the northwest, mobilizing all available administrators and disciples of the Demon Suppression Hall in the vicinity to investigate the incident and seek Ji Yun's whereabouts. Should the need arise, they could leverage the resources of various Taoist temples. Yizue's group was among those dispatched. Currently, Yizue displayed none of the confidence associated with wielding power. Every action was executed with utmost caution, wary of any misstep. The events at Chonglong Temple were bound to create ripples throughout the sect. First, they needed to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Consequently, the missing disciple Ji Yun became a pivotal concern. The Hall Master had explicitly stated the necessity of returning the surviving Ji Yun safely to the Do Tian Peak and instructed all administrators to be vigilant against the Dark Guards. As the role of these imperial agents in this matter remained unclear, if they were involved, their typical modus operandi would undoubtedly involve obstruction. However, Yizue could never have anticipated that the so-called Sword Sect remnants, the Dark Guards, and the elusive Ji Yun were all within this very city, mere steps away. Yizue glanced around before retracting his gaze, softly stating, "According to the messages from the hall, Ji Yun is an abandoned child adopted by the temple master Yu Chun. Due to her being a disciple of Yu Chun, Ji Yun is considered a grand disciple. She has followed Yu Chun in her cultivation, rarely departing from the Chonglong Temple. Moreover, Yu Chun regarded her as his own. A month prior to his passing, he specifically communicated with the transmission hall to transfer Ji Yun's birth information and life lamp to the ancestral temple, intending for her to continue her cultivation there after his demise. Hence, Ji Yun retains a life lamp in the ancestral temple. Now, as the life lamps of fellow disciples like Qingyi have extinguished, Ji Yun's lamp remains lit, indicating her survival. This suggests Ji Yun should not be suspect. The crucial question is who took her away. If the mastermind acted with intent, this becomes intriguing. A thin man in his 40s squinted, calmly stating, "The fact that Ji Yun was taken rather than killed implies that those who abducted her are not the same as those who destroyed Chonglong Temple. This suggests that the incident involves not just us and the perpetrator, but also an unidentified third party intervening from the shadows." Yizue coldly smirked, dipping his hand in the tea and inscribing 6 characters on the table. Tao Sect, Dark Guards, Sword Sect. Precisely 3 factions. Chapter 18. 12 Dragon Gates, 12 swords. After Su Beiyu and Ji Yun finished their meal and were about to return to the inn, the elderly figure who had been absent suddenly appeared before them. Speaking in a grave tone, "There is no need to return to the inn. We shall exit the city directly." Seeing his master's solemn expression, Su Beiyu refrained from questioning further and took Ji Yun's hand. Following his master out of the city, after passing through Longnan, they officially stepped into the territory of Shiliang Prefecture, commonly referred to as the borderlands by the people of the Central Plains. Here, the landscape was abundant with gobi deserts, vast skies, and a blend of prairie scenery. The elderly man had traversed the resplendent Central Plains and wandered through the charismatic Jiangnan. If one were to liken life to the changing seasons, then the summer and autumn of his existence were spent in these 2 regions. As for the Northwest, he had visited it in the spring of his youth, and now, in the winter of his elder years, he returned. In his youth, he held a disdain for the Northwest, for it was here that he first tasted the bitterness of defeat, bested by one who would later ascend to greatness. Consequently, he had not ventured back to the Northwest during the subsequent summers and autumns. Now, as winter descended, he found himself somewhat fond of the Northwest, appreciating the vastness of the skies and the land, enjoying solitary walks across the wilderness, where the occasional sighting of human habitation brought him unexpected delight. However, with the passage of seasons comes the inevitability of cycles. especially as the weight of an encroaching gloom began to envelop his heart. The old man realized that the time allotted to him by fate was dwindling. Thus, upon arriving in Jianghu and pausing overnight in a poplar forest, he made a momentous decision. Once Shiyun had succumbed to slumber, the old man summoned Su Beiyu to his side, and the two sat cross-legged facing one another. The elder spoke candidly. "Do you still remember the sword for?" Su Beiyu replied truthfully, "I have memorized many changes, yet I still fall short of mastering it as you instructed." The old man nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "The third patriarch of the 5 ancestors of the Tao sect once penned an exquisite quatrain, nearly 1,000 words in length, with the lines, 'In the morning I drift upon the Jianghu, yet return at dusk. In the cave of sun and moon, I am the heavens. The sword within the box roars at all times. It vows not to be passed on without a kindred spirit.'" He spoke with deep conviction. "Over a decade ago, when I encountered you, it was destiny, for your temperament closely resembled that of my late brother, Washu. Hence, I entrusted the sword to you. Now, over 10 years later, as I return to the northwest and find you again, it is fate, thus completing the circle of destiny, making you my disciple." Su Beiyu understood the implication, but was at a loss for words. The old man continued, "I have journeyed across the world and met countless successors. Some were astonishingly talented while others woefully inept. Your aptitude, I must say, falls into the mediocre spectrum, yet your disposition is exceptional. Observing the cicada and studying the sword has truly convinced me to place this treasured sword into your hands. I initially intended to spend 20 years honing you into a peerless sword. But alas, my time has grown short, and I must resort to expedient methods." Su Beiyu finally comprehended the underlying message. The master had initially wished to observe him for a while longer, but for reasons unknown, time was no longer on his side, compelling him to impart his true skills immediately. This revelation filled Su Beiyu with both excitement and trepidation. The old man raised his hand, and with a resonant clang, the Tianlan sword unsheathed itself, embedding itself into the ground between them. The elder's countenance was solemn as he calmly inquired, "Beiyu, what is your assessment of this sword?" Su Beiyu furrowed his brow in confusion and hesitantly replied, "Does the sword harbor killing intent?" The elder flicked his finger, delivering a sharp reprimand to Su Beiyu's forehead, exclaiming, "This Tianlan has not tasted blood in your hands for a decade. What killing intent could it possibly possess?" Su Beiyu gingerly touched the spot where he had been struck, gasping at the pain inflicted. Seeing Su Beiyu's bewilderment, the elder could only respond to himself. The sword contains sword energy and divine intent. Su Beiyu gazed at the Tianlan sword, understanding the concept of sword energy but perplexed by the notion of divine intent, prompting him to softly ask, "And then?" The elder sighed, deciding not to press Su Beiyu further on this matter, and spoke plainly, "I shall not conceal from you. I am indeed a member of the Sword Sect, a so-called remnant of the Sword Sect. Our sect is renowned for possessing 36 famous swords, passed down from our founding patriarch, each corresponding to one of the 36 swords. Among these are the sword energy and divine intent left by our patriarch. However, due to the prolonged conflict between our sect and the Taoist school, many of these swords have been lost or destroyed, leaving only 12 remaining. If you can master the sword energy and divine intent of these 12 renowned swords, you shall step into the realm of invincible immortals." Su Beiyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to quell the tumult of emotions within him. His master was a master of the sword sect. This revelation was both unexpected and yet somehow fitting. Recalling the teachings he had received regarding the 36 swords and the vivid memory of that sword at Chonglong Temple, it became evident that only a master from the sword sect could wield such formidable sword energy. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Su Beiyu was skeptical of any notions of fortune falling from the sky, and in a hushed voice, he asked, "Master, does such a windfall truly exist?" "A windfall?" The elder scoffed softly. "In the days of the sword sect's glory, even as the chief disciple, you would not have the fortune to covet these 12 swords, for they are the legacy of our ancestors, and using them would mean their loss. However, times have changed. The sword sect has perished, and these swords are now of little use, so it is better to bestow upon you this opportunity, thereby preserving the legacy of the sword sect." Su Beiyu's expression grew complex. The elder continued in a gentle tone, "On the day of the sword sect's downfall, I could only carry away 2 swords, one of which is the Tianlan you hold. The other 10 swords were lost to the world, their whereabouts unknown. Su Beiyu sighed in relief, stating, I knew there could be no such good fortune. The elder reached out and grasped the Tianlan sword, flicking its blade with his finger, producing a crisp sound. To Su Beiyu's surprise, the sword's body did not bend but rippled like a water surface, dissipating the force of the elder's touch. The elder tossed the Tianlan into Su Beiyu's embrace, instructing, examine it more closely. As Su Beiyu caught the Tianlan and scrutinized it as directed, he discovered that the sword's body was now adorned with numerous obscure runes, and a chilling aura emanated from the blade, giving him the illusion that he was holding not a sword, but a block of solid ice. The elder stated calmly, this is the true visage of the Tianlan sword. Awestruck, Su Beiyu remarked, so this is what is referred to as spiritual essence? Indeed, the sword possesses divine intent? The elder smiled slightly and suddenly pointed at the Tianlan in Su Beiyu's arms. The sword's inherent energy surged forth instantly. Su Beiyu, overwhelmed by the sword's energy, felt his body stiffen, rendering him immobile. The elder, a contemporary Sword Immortal, softly declared, Today, I shall teach you how to draw forth sword energy and divine intent from the sword. As he spoke, the elder began to flick his fingers repeatedly. With each flick, a wisp of azure energy flowed from the sword, swirling around Su Beiyu. Ultimately, a total of 108 wisps of energy entered his body through various acupoints. Su Beiyu's dantian, once akin to a small pond, expanded to the size of a lake, his entire being brimming with vitality, enveloped in the azure energy, shining brilliantly. At that moment, Su Beiyu felt as if he were plunged into a frigid expanse. Every vein within him felt as though it had cracked from the cold. Even his blood seemed to freeze. The elder's actions were too sudden for him to prepare, and even had he been ready, the outcome would likely have been the same. Su Beiyu's consciousness began to blur, and he recalled his teacher's oft-repeated words. Only by enduring hardship can one ascend to greatness. Just before losing consciousness, he nearly believed he was on the brink of death. The elder gazed at his only disciple and murmured softly, Today, the carp in the pond leaps, the heavens are high and allow the fish to soar. The 12 gates of the Dragon's Gate, from henceforth, a celestial being. Chapter 19. The 36 swords dominate the world. A night of tranquility passed, with the elder sitting motionless beside Su Beiyu throughout the night. As dawn broke and the first light painted the horizon, the elder mused aloud, Beiyu, knowing the south yet wandering northward, the old man bestowed upon him such a name. Perhaps he has not forgotten those past events. Is he still contemplating a return to confront Lanyu? When the sun fully rose, Su Beiyu groaned and awoke slowly. He felt an ache throughout his body, parched and fatigued. Ji Yun, who had been waiting nearby, hurriedly offered him a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Su Beiyu gulped it down eagerly, the dryness in his throat easing slightly. He then sat up and moved his body, feeling a torrent of vital energy flowing from his dantian, coursing through his limbs, as if he possessed boundless strength, capable of shattering boulders with a mere wave of his hand. The elder, seated not far away, spoke, You have approximately reached the 3rd grade cultivation level. Since this is your first time absorbing sword energy and divine intent, much of the energy was expended in expanding your dantian, while some remains hidden like silt at the river's bottom, concealed within your limbs and acupoints. The moment you can utilize all this sword energy as your own, you shall attain the 2nd grade level. Su Beiyu paused momentarily, refraining from rising hastily. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to quietly sense his current state. He had already felt the abundant energy within him, and now, with focused contemplation, he discerned that not only was his energy plentiful, but it also bore an intense quality that sent subtle pangs through his veins. Truly, it lived up to its name as sword energy. Su Beiyu opened his eyes and murmured to himself, Does this mean I have taken a leap into the heavens? The elder shook his head with a smile, saying, Leap into the heavens. Such a notion is premature. Speak of such ascension only after you surpass the 1st grade realm. Su Beiyu chuckled, suddenly recalling something, and hastily inquired, Master, what of the Tianlan? The elder replied calmly, Since you have absorbed the sword energy and divine intent of the Tianlan, it would be rendered a mere hunk of iron in anyone else's hands. However, in your possession, it remains a formidable weapon. Intimately connected with you, as you wield the Tianlan, you have barely crossed the threshold of the unity of man and sword. Upon hearing this, Su Beiyou's face lit up with joy. The notion of the unity of man and sword is merely the fanciful rhetoric of ordinary mortals. To put it plainly, it signifies that one has just stepped into the realm of true swordsmanship, yet remains leagues away from the mastery of the craft or the transcendence of the divine. It is only when you can wield the Tianlan without holding it that it can truly become your Tianlan. The elder, who had sat in silence through the night, gradually rose and addressed Jion. Little girl. Let us move to that side, allowing him some solitude to acclimate. The elder's reference to acclimation was not about adapting to the surrounding environment, but rather enabling Su Beiyou to adjust to his newfound cultivation. After all, these skills were not acquired through gradual training, but had surged forth from thin air, making them difficult to command, and could even lead to awkward moments of inconsistency. To prevent any mishaps at critical junctures, Su Beiyou obediently heeded his master's advice and began to acclimate to this entirely new level of cultivation. That moment, within the confines of Longnan City, under the orchestration of Zhang Shihong. The Dark Guards and two key figures from the Demon Suppression Hall finally convened. The representative from the Demon Suppression Hall was the steward Yi Zue, who had recently arrived in Longnan. While the Dark Guards were represented by a captivating woman, whose true name was unknown, only referred to by the codename Gaian. Although Gaian was over 30, an age at which she could almost be a grandmother in some places, her visage bore little trace of the passage of time, exuding an innate allure, particularly her long legs, which could undoubtedly leave a man utterly exhausted. Yet, even before this enchanting woman, Zhang Shihong, the most distinguished young master of Longnan, could only cast a cursory glance, refraining from any semblance of impropriety. This restraint stemmed not just from her affiliation with the Dark Guards, but also because she was the most trusted confidant of the Grand Commandant of the Northwest Dark Guards. Lu Chun in a private chamber of a villa rented by Zhang Shihong. Yi Zue and Gaian sat across from each other. In contrast to Gaian's alluring demeanor, Yi Zue appeared somewhat austere and unapproachable. His lineage from the Yi family of Wei rendering his every gesture precise and measured, even in matters of violence. Yi Zue spoke slowly, his voice carrying a scent of decay reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from the demon suppression well. I have heard that the Dark Guards have suffered many losses. 5 of your internal guards perished, along with a 4th-grade patrol envoy and a 4th-grade commander. Gaian maintained a calm expression, unfazed by Yi Zue's detailed knowledge, her tone light, yet laced with the weariness of a woman seasoned by life's tribulations. The demise of these gentlemen is undoubtedly a consequence of your demon suppression hall's ineptitude. After years of hunting the remnants of the Sword Sect, you have achieved nothing, and now remnants of the Sword Sect dare to commit murder brazenly in the world. Yi Zue's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of inflection. How we conduct ourselves at the Demon Suppression Hall is not for you Dark Guards to comment on. I seek to know but one thing. Who is the individual that has slain so many of your kind? Gaian let out a cold laugh. A formidable being who can kill over 100 Dark Guards without sustaining a scratch. There's little we can do about that. Perhaps you could summon the 36 Great Stewards. Yi Zue replied calmly. The depth of our sect's resources is well known and requires no further elaboration. Within the Demon Suppression Well, there are certainly those deemed formidable, and when the time comes, they will act without you needing to concern yourself with it. Gaian chuckled, acknowledging the confidence of someone from the sect, dismissing even the legendary Sword Immortals. Upon hearing the term Sword Immortal, Yi Zue's pupils narrowed slightly, yet his face remained an inscrutable mask, revealing nothing as he coldly stated. I only wish to hear one thing from you. Do you know the identity of that person? Or do you not? It's as simple as that. Gaian gazed at him deeply and replied plainly. I do not know. Yi Zue rose without hesitation, intending to depart. Yi Steward, do not rush off. Gaian also stood, adding, although my Dark Guards have yet to uncover the true culprit, the experts in our manor have deduced that this matter undoubtedly involves someone from the Sword Sect, and it is likely a significant figure. Yi Zue paused, his expression remaining neutral as he regarded her. What leads you to that conclusion? Gaian smiled slightly. The reappearance of the Sword 36 in the world. Does that not qualify as a significant figure? At this revelation, Yi Zue could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock, is it truly the Sword 36? Indeed, it is as genuine as it gets, the woman replied, her smile radiant. The Sword Sect's 36. Each sword distinct from the other. Below, they shatter the clouds, Above, they transcend the sun and stars. With each step, a sword strikes. With each stride, the world is confronted. Yizue murmured. Few possess the skill to wield the sword 36. They must be a close and trusted confidant of Shangguan Xianqian. Among the sword sect, the foremost sword slave perished alongside Shangguan Xianqian. The sword emperor Zhang Chengguang fell to our sect's master Wiccan. And Princess Zhang Xueyao remains untouched due to her past ties with the sect leader, now living in seclusion in Jianghu, indifferent to worldly affairs. Among those remaining, only the first disciple of the sword sect and a few elders are left. Guyan replied flatly. Whoever it is, they are not figures we small players can involve ourselves with in the eyes of ordinary folk. Both the governor and the prime minister are figures beyond reach, seemingly similar in their elusiveness. Yet, in reality, the chasm between the two is immeasurable. Many individuals deemed significant in the eyes of the common people are, in fact, minor players. For those who are truly great, the distinction between minor players and those even smaller is negligible. The next words from Yizue left Guyan in utter disbelief, even though she had anticipated it. The Hall Master has personally journeyed to the northwest. Chapter 20. A decade ago, today's determination after Su Beiyu ascended to the third grade cultivation. The trio traveled safely to the vicinity of Dunhuang City, the capital of Xiliang Province. As dusk fell, they decided to spend the night atop a yellow earth hill. It was summer, and the night air was cool as water. With the sky as their canopy and the ground as their mat, their discomfort was minimal. The elder, having procured a flask of snake gall liquor from somewhere, sat atop a towering rock, the emerald liquid shimmering under the moonlight like a dreamlike array of colorful glass. While he indulged beneath the vast expanse of stars, the intoxicating liquor evoked an ethereal, carefree demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being, inciting envy in Su Beiyu, who sat nearby. The snake gall liquor should not be consumed in excess, for ordinary bodies would find it overwhelming. However, the elder harbored no such concerns, and before long, the flask was emptied. As he savored the lingering taste of the liquor, he squinted slightly, reminiscing about an event from over a decade ago. In truth, from the moment he first met Su Beiyu, he had intended to take him away from Xiaofeng village, but just before their departure, an old scholar, whom Su Beiyu referred to as master, had barred his path. The elder could easily discern that this individual who raised Su Beiyu was no ordinary person. Thus, at that moment, a dialogue unfolded between the two elderly men, whose combined ages exceeded a century. Determining Su Beiyu's future, the precipice behind Xiaofeng village, the old scholar spoke first. It is evident that you possess substantial cultivation, not merely a superficial mastery, but rather a genuine prowess that commands respect even across the realm. Why then, do you venture to this desolate northwest to contend with an old man for a child? The elder replied calmly. There are always greater heights beyond the heavens, and individuals beyond individuals. Until one has reached the pinnacle of invincibility, one is ultimately not free. You claim to be an old man, but am I not one as well? After a century, we shall inevitably return to dust. Before that, I must find a worthy successor to inherit my legacy. The old scholar shook his head. Exceptional horses may be common, yet true connoisseurs are rare. The world is never short of youthful talents or those labeled as prodigies. Why must you, as a connoisseur, cling to this particular young colt? The elder narrowed his eyes and smiled. Anyone chosen by Han Wenbi must possess unique qualities. Who would have thought that the foremost among the three heroes of Qi would be hidden in such a humble place? How did you discern my identity? The old scholar expressed a moment of astonishment before quickly regaining his composure. His heart stirred, yet his face remained serene. Perhaps this was what one called guile. The elder remained silent. In truth, his primary purpose in visiting Xiaofeng village was to seek out this former minister of the court, while Su Beiyu's presence was a serendipitous delight. After losing his country and family, the elder traversed much of the world, connecting with many like-minded individuals, among them Morong Xianin, and this old scholar, referred to as Han Wenbi, was also among his targets for connection. Han Wenbi, seeing the elder's silence, did not press further, merely casting a deep glance at him. Han Xian, courtesy name Wenbi, was a scholar who studied under the great Confucian Wang Kai in his youth. He encountered Xiaoyu, who had been appointed as the king of Northwest after his title was changed from Prince of Shiping. Thus, he pledged allegiance to Xiaoyu. He first served in the royal court under Prime Minister Xiao Jin. Although he did not participate in the great battle at Zihiyuan between the Northeast and Northwest armies, he took part in the subsequent northern expedition of the Northwest Army, where he, along with Su Yin and Duamu Ruisheng, garnered Xiao Yu's favor and promotion, thus earning the title of the Three Heroes. Thereafter, Han Xian transitioned to the Dark Guard, where he personally swayed the leader of the Eastern Capital's Imperial Guards, Xiao Gengyu. After Xiao Yu took control of the Eastern Capital, commanding the lords alongside the Emperor, Han Xian was appointed as a cabinet secretary. Following Xiao Yu's ascension to the throne, he moved between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, serving as both deputy minister and minister. Ultimately ascending to the position of vice prime minister in the 25th year of Taiping, second only to Prime Minister Lan Yu. Subsequently, after Xiao Yu's death, the court underwent constant upheaval. During this tumultuous period, Han Xian was cast down by Lan Yu, never to rise again, forced to hide in Xiaofeng village to survive. Tio the Elder, it was precisely because of this that Han Xian transformed from a house dog into a wild dog. The conflict between wild dogs and domesticated dogs has never ceased. Wild dogs are continually tamed into pets, just as countless house dogs lose their homes and revert to the wild. If the elderly man is likened to a wandering wild dog, then Han Xian embodies a wild dog that conceals its wounds. Both are wild dogs, and thus, naturally, should share a common cause. The two elders sat in silence, and Han Xian realized he had underestimated the old man wielding the heavy sword. Few knew his true identity, with Lan Yu being one of them. Yet, this former prime minister, once renowned alongside the Taoist sect's grandmaster, had little interest in kicking a man when he was down. To Lan Xiangya, even if you held the position of a secondary assistant, I could easily bring you down to dust with a mere flick of my hand. Now, you are merely a destitute scholar devoid of power. Should I fear your resurgence? Even if you were to rise again, what could it matter? The new emperor is aware of this, yet regrettably, the bond between Han Xian and the new emperor is tenuous at best, leading to the emperor's indifference towards him. As for others, Han Xian truly could not fathom. Finally, he spoke. Your vessel, if it wishes to navigate the turbulent sea of suffering, is destined to encounter countless tempests. It may well sink before reaching the shore. Beiyu is still a child. I do not wish to make decisions for him, nor do I wish for you to make them either. Therefore, let us wait 10 years. After that, he shall choose for himself. The elder acquiesced, leaving behind a Tianlan sword and a tome of sword techniques before departing gracefully. Initially, Han Xian had a 50% confidence that Su Beiyu would follow his intended path. But he never anticipated that a woman riding a striking purple steed would enter Su Beiyu's world. If the old man had merely planted a seed of ambition in Su Beiyu's heart a decade ago, then the woman 10 years later had allowed that seed to sprout and take root. Thus, Su Beiyu, no longer content with his limited surroundings, resolved to venture forth and explore the world beyond. Therefore, when Su Beiyu entered Han Xian's home to bid farewell, Han Xian understood that he had lost. Wealth and status, once grasped by Han Xian, could now be relinquished. Yet Su Beiyu, who had never held them, could hardly speak of letting go. If one cannot relinquish, then one must take hold. After Su Beiyu's departure, Han Xian communicated with him as per their agreement, utilizing the method left by the elder, which ultimately led to the elder rescuing Su Beiyu and Ji Yun at a critical moment in Chonglong Temple. Su Beiyu remained blissfully unaware of the dialogue and schemes exchanged between the two elders. To him, his experiences felt akin to a series of fortunate encounters, unaware that these so-called encounters had long been orchestrated by others, a matter of inevitability rather than coincidence. The elder slowly withdrew his thoughts, casting a glance at the young couple nestled together in slumber, and sighed softly. As one ages, there arises a desire to nurture promising young successors, much like the esteemed scholars of Confucianism who, after achieving success, increasingly focus on their disciples, even among the highest-ranking officials, seeking a cadre of loyal students throughout the court. After all, one must eventually depart from this world, and the unfinished business of one's life relies upon the successors to carry it forth. Even the once invincible Taoist leader, Zichun, did not witness the fruition of the Taoist sect's grand ambitions before his ascension. He too depended on his disciples to complete the remaining tasks, leading to the present-day imposing Taoist sect. The disciple accepted by the former Taoist leader, Zichun, shouldered the weight of the entire sect, while the final master of the sword sect, Shangguan Xianxian, could not uphold the legacy of his own sect. As for the disciple Han Xian had taken under his wing, could he bear the burdens that were rightfully his? The next day, Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey northward. Along the way, Su Beiyu began to cultivate his inner energy using a set of mantras imparted by his master, synchronizing his breath with each step, exhaling as a tiger's roar and inhaling as a dragon's chant, harmonizing their energies seamlessly, creating a refined essence as the golden elixir formed. A powerful force within him stirred, reminiscent of a tiger poised to strike, while a dragon danced through his limbs. This aligned perfectly with his master's teachings on the path of dragon and tiger. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before forming a golden elixir in his central energy field, he experienced a vague sensation of enlightenment along the way. If he were to truly achieve the state of harmonizing dragon and tiger, the golden elixir would give birth to an infant spirit, opening the upper dantian, thus unifying the three energy fields and attaining the realm of earthly immortals. This sensation was profoundly mysterious. Su Beiyu could not comprehend why he possessed such knowledge. Akin to a monk attaining enlightenment through silent contemplation. The elder beside Su Beiyu softly remarked, "This elixir technique comprises three realms, embracing the essence, seeing the divine, and splitting the elixir to give birth. In simpler terms, the first realm merely marks the beginning of one's journey. Achieving the state of divine immortality is akin to completing the first stage, the human immortal stage. One transitions to cultivating the physical body, which is essentially the pinnacle of martial prowess. Those who ascend to this level possess an extraordinarily robust physique, impervious to harm. Such techniques from dubious sects are nothing but trivialities in the face of such strength. In battles, breaking through voids, one can perceive the divine, remaining unscathed, and even if wounded, recovery is swift. Hence the term seeing the divine and remaining unbroken. Naturally, other sects have their unique paths. Buddhism boasts of the indestructible golden body, while Taoism speaks of the immaculate body. The two branches of Buddhism, the motionless temple and the diamond temple, advocate their own forms of invulnerability, as does the demonic sect with its undying golden body, each with its strengths and weaknesses. Nevertheless, as your master, I hope you will embark on the path of martial prowess." Su Beiyu replied earnestly, "I shall heed my master's guidance." The elder nodded in satisfaction and continued. "In the past, Xiao Yu followed the path of invulnerability, exuding an overwhelming aura. He indeed had the qualifications, claiming invincibility among his peers at the human immortal stage, with even ordinary earthly immortals reluctant to challenge him. Upon truly stepping into the realm of earthly immortals, he became a paragon, famously slaying the leader of the White Lotus sect, who had already approached the divine realm, far surpassing our mediocre selves." Su Beiyu listened, entranced. Thus, they journeyed onward, with the elder increasingly pleased with his disciple. Although Su Beiyu's innate talent could not be deemed exceptional, after a decade, he had only reached a level between the 5th and 6th ranks. This alone was telling. However, with 12 swords to compensate, it was not insurmountable. The crux lay in Su Beiyu's commendable character. He grasped concepts with ease and, fortified by a decade of sword training, had swiftly progressed from Sword 4 to Sword 7 in just a few days. It is worth noting that even with the elder's exceptional talent, he had taken 2 years to master the 4th sword. Xiliang province, by its name, exudes an air of desolation and bleakness, as far as the eye can see. There is only the vast desert and the resilient poplar trees of the Gobi. After 2 days of travel, they were but a day away from Dunhuang. However, a fierce sandstorm unexpectedly descended upon them. In such weather, the elder traversed without hindrance. In truth, had it not been for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun, 1,000 miles would have felt like a mere stone's throw. Yet, for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun, it was a different story, and the three had no choice but to seek the nearest settlement. They say that one can only see the mountains after a long run. After half an hour of walking, they finally spotted a tall flag at the location of human habitation, flapping vigorously in the increasingly fierce sandstorm, emblazoned with the characters Long Min in. This inn, located in the northwestern frontier, differed greatly from those in the Central Plains. Its main structure was a 2-story building made of rammed earth, easily accommodating over 100 guests. The small building featured 2 courtyards for storing goods and horses, likely including a cellar, as the heavy sandstorms of the northwest could indeed collapse a building, allowing for refuge below ground. Su Beiyu, relying on his limited experience in the Jianghu, muttered, This looks like a black shop. The elder merely smiled, leading Su Beiyu and Ji Yun into the inn. Having spent much of his life traversing the world, he was well aware of what constituted black and white, or the shades of gray in between. However, such insights could not be verbalized or taught. One must savor them slowly. The reason he chose to walk alongside Su Beiyu, rather than soaring through the skies like a celestial being, was to expose him to the world's realities, to engage with the mundane yet remain detached from it, to comprehend the world without growing weary of it. Only then could one cultivate a heart as clear as crystal, rivaling that of the sages and Buddhas. Upon entering the inn, they were met by a couple running the establishment. The innkeeper had an unusual appearance, slender and wearing a flowing Taoist robe, while the innkeeper's wife was robust and seemingly more formidable than her husband, her curves accentuated in all the right places, complemented by a touch of makeup that rendered her face strikingly beautiful. Her every movement exuded a certain allure that stirred peculiar thoughts in men. A single word would suffice to encapsulate her essence. Flirtatious Su Beiyu, still innocent to such matters, found himself hesitant to gaze upon her. In contrast, the elder remained unfazed, having reached a level of enlightenment that rendered the allure of beauty akin to the skeletal visage of death. He requested 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun. Su Beiyu felt a deep sense of resentment about this arrangement. Ji Yun always wrapped herself up tightly, leaving him with no opportunity to engage, forcing him to sit in silence throughout the night. This dissatisfaction was mutual, and he pondered the necessity of such a predicament. Regardless of Su Beiyu's grievances, in this world where the teachings of masters are held in utmost reverence, he must adhere to his master's words. With a heavy heart, he shouldered the elder's sword case and, with a silent Ji Yun in tow, headed to his room on the 2nd floor, leaving the elder alone in the dimly lit lobby below. Due to the frequent sandstorms in the northwest, the inn's windows were barely ajar, casting a shadowy gloom over the hall. The gaunt innkeeper and his beautiful wife stood behind the counter, their faces veiled in an ominous haze, rendering their true expressions indistinguishable, as if they were a pair of vengeful spirits risen from the depths of the earth. The elder spoke softly, "Innkeeper, may your business flourish." The emaciated innkeeper slowly turned his gaze towards the elder, a faint eerie green glow shimmering in his eyes, reminiscent of a cat's or dog's eyes in the darkness, and replied hoarsely, "Thank you for your kind words." At that moment, the inn's door was abruptly flung open, and a torrent of wind and sand rushed into the lobby, tousling the elder's white hair, which was unbound by any hairpin or band, obscuring much of his face. Subsequently, a group of individuals entered the inn, clad in black gauze, brocade robes, black boots, and wielding daggers, dark guards. Chapter 22. The turmoil at Longmin Inn. Over 20 dark guards filed into the inn, led by the solitary Yin. The atmosphere inside the inn momentarily stilled. No one spoke, and a profound silence enveloped the space, as if captured in a static tableau. Then, with the innkeeper's wife's delicate laughter, the scene sprang back to life. The waiter lit a lamp, dispelling the gloom within, as the innkeeper's wife approached with a welcoming smile, while the innkeeper remained behind the counter, no longer resembling a vengeful spirit, and the green light had vanished from his eyes. Yin disregarded the innkeeper's wife and instead directed his attention towards the elder. Inquiring softly, "It seems I have encountered you somewhere before?" The elder chuckled lightly. "As wanderers of the rivers and lakes, our paths inevitably cross. Perhaps we have met, though more likely it was merely a fleeting encounter." Yin appeared deep in thought, remaining silent. The elder then turned to the gaunt innkeeper and cheerfully requested, "Innkeeper, bring me 2 jars of fine fungio, no water added, and if the wine is unsatisfactory, I shall not pay." The innkeeper's voice took on a chilling tone as he replied woodenly, "Our establishment is small and profits slim. There's no such thing as a free meal." The innkeeper's wife quickly interjected to smooth things over. "Rest assured, esteemed guest, though our inn is modest, we are honest merchants and would never dilute the wine." As she spoke, the innkeeper's wife deftly retrieved 2 medium-sized jars of wine from behind the counter. The elder accepted the jars, one in each hand, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, a silver coin flew out, landing precisely on the counter before the innkeeper, spinning briefly before settling. A payment for both the lodging and wine. The innkeeper's wife swiftly collected the coin, her face lighting up with joy. The elder, carrying the 2 jars of wine, ambled towards the stairs, casually lamenting, Night after night, the intoxication lingers, yet within a narrow space. The golden blade is revealed that I ought to be a guest of the celestial beings beyond the mountains. Why must I confine myself to this earthly shell? The innkeeper's wife's smile momentarily stiffened, and the innkeeper cast a deep, penetrating gaze at the elder's retreating figure. Not long after the elder ascended the stairs, the inn's door swung open once again, admitting an aged Taoist clad in a green robe. Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The demon suppression hall had 72 stewards and 36 senior stewards, a total of 108 individuals who did not refer to each other by their original names. Take Yi Zue, for instance. His lineage is of the Yi family, yet his true name bears no relation to the word crime. Most of the 72 stewards follow such a convention, while the 36 senior stewards adopt titles reminiscent of the Fengdu underworld. From the first, Xidagarba, to the 10 Yama kings, using these as their monikers. The newcomer was none other than the 23rd ranked inspector, above whom were the benevolent and malevolent judges, collectively known as the 4 great judges. Whether the 4 great judges or the entire 36 senior stewards, they are indeed formidable figures in the realm of ghostly immortals, akin to the 2 jars of wine recently taken by the elder, pure and untainted. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Yan's mind. Could it be that Yi Zue did not deceive me, and the master of the demon suppression hall truly intends to descend upon the northwest? The inspector's gaze swept across the cramped inn, momentarily pausing on the innkeeper and his wife before fixating on Yan. A somewhat forced smile crept onto Yan's naturally alluring face as she bravely spoke. I am Yin from the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau, and I pay my respects to the inspector. The inspector slowly replied, his voice gravelly, Ah, the offspring of the enduring prince, how curious to encounter you and your ilk here. If I were to revert to my temperament from years past, I would have slain you all and fed your remains to the wolves for my own satisfaction. But do not be too quick to deny. For we both understand certain matters all too well. The machinations of the high-ranking figures above, I neither comprehend nor wish to comprehend. What I do know is that the most straightforward principle in this world is that one must pay with life for the taking of life. The elder's words pierced through the veil of pretense, shattering the facade without a hint of compassion. Unfortunately, circumstances were beyond personal control, and the beautiful female dark guard could only seethe in silence. Unable to voice her indignation, above, through the crack in the window, Su Beiyu and the elder observed the unfolding scene in the lobby. The elder held the wine jar with one hand, sipping leisurely, entirely unconcerned about the potent drug within that could incapacitate even a top-tier expert, and softly mused, what is the rivers and lakes? Wherever there are people, there lies the rivers and lakes. Beyond the halls of power, there are the rivers and lakes. The perils of the rivers and lakes are not merely grandiose words, but rather the distilled wisdom of countless ancestors born from blood and tears. The gathering of dark guards and the demon suppression hall here is no mere coincidence. Perhaps some scattered immortals will also wish to stake their claim. If you seek to establish a foothold in this world and speak with conviction, you must first step into the rivers and lakes. Now, go downstairs and observe and listen. Su Beiyu nodded and obediently descended the stairs. He could certainly appreciate his master's good intentions. Had it not been for him, Su Beiyu, a man who had weathered countless storms and was meant to transcend the ordinary, would he even concern himself with the trivial matters of the lower echelons? Had it not been for his unworthy disciple, who should have belonged to a realm beyond the heavens, would he open his eyes to witness the joys and sorrows of these earthly beings? Just as an eagle in the sky would never concern itself with the squabbles of 2 ant colonies, Su Beiyu cautiously made his way down the staircase into the lobby, first glancing at the innkeeper's wife, whose smile was as radiant as spring flowers, and then at the gaunt innkeeper resembling a withered skeleton. His gaze then swept over the 20 or so dark guards seated in a corner, finally landing on the old Taoist known as the inspector, lingering just long enough to register his presence before moving on. The old Taoist lifted his eyelids, but paid no heed to the fleeting gaze of this lowly figure. Su Beiyu found a corner to sit down, requesting a plate of beef and a bowl of clear water from the waiter. It was rather amusing that, under Han Xian's tutelage, Su Beiyu abstained from alcohol and tea, only drinking plain water. He took a bite of the beef and sipped the clear water, finishing the plate of beef just as he drained the bowl. At that moment, the inn's door swung open once more, admitting a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, handsome and well-dressed in a brocade white robe that accentuated his elegant demeanor. He held an ivory folding fan. And notably, he was a familiar face to Su Beiyu, the nobleman from the imperial capital, Duanmu, who had hired Su Beiyu as a guide. The girl accompanying Duanmu was not the same rider of the purple horse from that day, but a young girl of perhaps 15 or 16. Her hair tied into two small horn-shaped braids with a red ribbon, dressed in festive red attire and embroidered shoes adorned with vivid red lotus flowers, resembling a porcelain doll. The inspector, who had previously been half closed-eyed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, an intense gleam igniting within. Yin and the dark guards had already risen from their seats, respectfully bowing. "We pay our respects to the young master." With a sharp clap, Duanmu unfurled his fan, lightly waving it, the jade-white fan pendant glimmering brilliantly in the dim light. This nobleman of illustrious lineage finally revealed the demeanor befitting his status, a stark contrast to the humility he had displayed before the young woman. Amidst the swirling sands, the Long Min was abuzz with activity from all directions. Chapter 23. Each step a punch, calmness prevails. After a brief exchange between Duanmu and Yin, he gestured for Yin to withdraw and turned his attention to the inspector. Chuckling lightly, "Old inspector, while one may indulge in a chaotic feast, one should never speak carelessly." "What do you mean by 'we both understand'?" "I would like to inquire further." The inspector narrowed his eyes, responding coldly. The young master of the Duanmu family, though still youthful, has clearly mastered the art of bureaucratic speech. However, since you have posed a question to me, I shall not shy away from the truth. Do not underestimate our demon suppression hall as fools. Regarding the matter of Chonglong Temple, an explanation is required from you. The Dark Guard Bureau was divided into three major factions due to the three presiding governors. And the demon suppression hall was certainly not a monolith. Setting aside the natural alliances among disciples of each lineage and the distinctions between outside guests and disciples of the Taoist sect, their attitudes towards the court could be generally categorized into two factions, one advocating for aggressive action, aiming to suppress the increasingly rampant Dark Guard Bureau through military force, while the other favored a more tempered approach, advocating for strategic maneuvers and retreat as a means of advancement. Broadly speaking, Yizue belonged to the moderate faction, while the inspector represented the radical faction. Duanmu gently waved his folding fan, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "An explanation? What explanation? Your Taoist sect lacks competence. The remnants of the Sword sect obliterated the Chonglong Temple, and we, the Dark Guards, extended our assistance at great cost, losing over 100 men. Out of respect for our shared history, we refrained from seeking recompense, yet you audaciously come to us instead. Though you believe us to be a soft persimmon, easily squeezed?" The inspecting magistrate, consumed by fury, unexpectedly broke into a sardonic smile. "How intriguing. It appears that the word official has two mouths, truly a remarkable talent for distorting right and wrong. Yet, while it is effortless to speak such words, to substantiate them is an entirely different matter." "Oh?" Duanmu replied, a smile playing on his lips. "Then, according to the esteemed magistrate, what constitutes substantiating?" The magistrate's countenance grew serious as he slowly rose, taking a single step forward. Instantly, the air thickened with a stifling silence, akin to being caught in a summer storm, where one could hardly catch their breath. Even the flickering light of the oil lamp in the hall began to wane. Retreating to a mere few inches around the wick, Duanmu remained composed, his voice steady as he remarked, "Magistrate, a master of the ghostly realm, hailing from the lineage of the Western witchcraft, once active on the grasslands 30 years ago. After incurring the wrath of the great Ming king of the Imo Temple on the snowy mountains, you were compelled to seek refuge under the Taoist banner point 20 years ago. You became the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Hall. Ranking 23rd, I must admit, you are indeed a figure of some renown. If one were to include those reclusive individuals, you could barely be considered among the top 100 in the Taoist hierarchy." The old man's voice turned grim. "How could the monumental Taoist sect be fathomed by a mere mortal like you? My cultivation may not compare to that of the great immortals. Yet it suffices to deal with you." As he spoke, visible black ripples emanated from his position, within which pale faces twisted grotesquely, emitting shrill, piercing sounds imperceptible to the ordinary ear. They harmed only the living, not the inanimate. This seemingly ordinary tactic transcended the realm of martial prowess, entering the domain of supernatural arts. Without flinching, Duanmu merely chuckled lightly. The ghostly prison's sinister winds howl. This is rather amusing. Simultaneously, the young girl beside him stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair fist. Just a single punch. This blow effortlessly shattered the encroaching black waves, erasing the pale figures within, leaving no trace behind. The magistrate gazed at the girl, noting her red ribbons adorning her twisted braids, her crimson attire, and the embroidered red lotus on her shoes. He chuckled darkly, reminiscent of an old owl's hoot. It seems my old eyes have deceived me. I failed to recognize a true immortal. The girl responded with a soft, gentle smile before stepping back to Duanmu's side. At this moment, the innkeeper and his wife remained unfazed amidst the brewing storm, standing side by side behind the counter, as if they were mere spectators. Meanwhile, Su Beiyu sat in a corner, reduced to a background figure like the 20-odd shadow guards. He mused internally, as his master had foretold, that the most formidable figures in the martial world were the elderly, monks, women, and children. Today, they had all gathered in this humble inn. Indeed, Su Beiyu relished observing the myriad expressions of the patrons, some anxious, others troubled, some as dark as water, and others as immovable as mountains, each revealing deeper thoughts behind their faces. This endeavor brought him a unique pleasure, not taught by his master, but by his mentor. Han Xian, a man of literary background and former first-rank official, who had navigated the treacherous waters of court politics throughout his life. He did not wish for the child he raised to become merely a brute skilled in martial arts. For many matters in this world cannot be resolved with a sword alone, of course. The transcendent state of viewing family, state, and worldly affairs as mere swordplay certainly exists, yet it is far beyond the current capabilities of Su Beiyu. The inn had devolved into a stalemate, where no one could best another. Thus, the anticipated conflict failed to ignite. Duanmu and the girl occupied one table, while the lone swan and his retinue of shadow guards sat at three others. The inspecting magistrate sat alone, and Su Beiyu occupied a table by himself. Duanmu cast a glance towards Su Beiyu, his expression momentarily tightening. Su Beiyu did not rise, but clasped his hands in salute, saying, "What a coincidence it is to encounter you here, Duanmu Gongzi." Duanmu gradually folded his open fan, responding lightly, "So it is you." Su Beiyu smiled but remained silent. Why did Han Xian regard Su Beiyu as magnanimous? Because whether he faced the sword elder of yore, the noble scions later on, or even the current threat posed by the shadow guards and the demon suppression hall, he maintained an unruffled demeanor. Regardless of the turmoil raging within, with depth akin to a fortress and a heart as treacherous as mountains, he could remain composed in the face of impending catastrophe, exemplifying the tranquility required in critical moments. Had Han Xian witnessed this scene, he would surely feel immense satisfaction, perhaps exclaiming, "One who possesses a tempest within yet wears a placid countenance is worthy of being called a general." Presently, Su Beiyu merely lacked the worldly trials and the appropriate position. He resembled a blunt sword awaiting sharpening. The sword elder's task was to hone this new blade, transforming it from a dull instrument into a lethal weapon, a first sharpening. The second sharpening would come through bloodshed in the mundane world, culminating in the creation of a legendary sword. Above, the elder had consumed 2 jars of fine fungi laced with potent sedatives. The jars now lay discarded as he stepped lightly across the wooden floor, producing a series of faint creaks. The sword box, wrapped in shoe brocade, leaned against the earthen wall, appearing like an ordinary wooden box, concealing within it a weapon that had once etched itself into the annals of history. After pacing 36 steps, he halted and gazed at the sword box. The inn buzzed with hidden currents, yet he could not act hastily. Should it come to the point of requiring his intervention, it would be irrevocable, leaving behind indelible marks, significant dangers. More importantly, he wished to observe how far Su Beiyu could progress on his own. Chapter 24. The wind rises from the tips of the green rushes. The lone swan noticed that Duanmu recognized Su Beiyu. And Su Beiyu, upon seeing Duanmu, displayed an air of nonchalance, remaining seated. A moment of uncertainty washed over her as she smiled and softly inquired, "This young brother seems unfamiliar. Do you know the esteemed elder from earlier?" Su Beiyu nodded. "Indeed, he is my master." The lone swan's lips, lush and inviting, parted slightly, revealing an alluring smile. "Your master possesses a commanding presence, May I inquire his esteemed name? Su Beiyu shook his head. Drifting like floating reeds, why should a transient wanderer inquire? A fleeting shadow of discontent crossed the lone swan's face, quickly replaced by an intensified allure as she gracefully approached Su Beiyu's table. Leaning slightly forward, accentuating her curves, and with a flower-like smile declared, "Then let us toast to this nameless elder." Su Beiyu glanced at her, calmly countering, "How can one toast without wine?" The lone swan fell silent. But one of the shadow guards behind her slammed the table, sending a cup filled with wine soaring through the air towards Su Beiyu. With a deft motion, Su Beiyu caught the flying cup in his palm. Observing it spin wildly, seemingly desperate to escape but unable to break free from the Buddha's five-fingered grasp, he pinched the cup gently between his thumb and forefinger, raising it as he said, "Then let us drink this nameless wine, shall we?" The lone swan's eyes revealed deepening confusion. She hesitated, raising her own cup and replied, "To you." Both raised their cups and drank. Su Beiyu, never one to partake in questionable liquor, allowed the wine to enter his mouth without swallowing. Instead, he compressed the sword energy from his lungs, rendering it void before it could reach his throat. Since ancient times, it has been said that sword immortals could spit sword pellets to take heads. And the sixth sword of the 36 swords was akin to this, using the power of one's organs to propel the internal sword energy, refining it as if it were a dragon. To be expelled as a flying sword, that Su Beiyu had heard his master mention that the former sword sect leader, Shangguan Xianxian, had perfected this technique, unleashing a river of sword energy that spanned the heavens. Instilling both fear and a wes for Su Beiyu, he was merely beginning to grasp this concept, yet it sufficed for handling the current situation. The wine had indeed been tampered with by the shadow guards, who never lacked for underhanded tactics. The lone swan, witnessing Su Beiyu consume the wine potent enough to incapacitate a second-tier expert, remained poised, waiting for him to collapse, only to realize she had encountered a formidable opponent. Her doubts intensified. Judging by the way he had handled the cup moments ago, he undoubtedly possessed considerable skill and was not a mere novice devoid of worldly experience. More importantly, he seemed to have some connection with Duanmuyu. Although she feigned respect towards Duanmuyu, she was not aligned with his faction, making it difficult to delve into deeper matters. Yet, for reasons unknown, Duanmuyu remained silent, adopting an air of detachment, compounded by the earlier glimpse of the enigmatic elder. Leaving the lone swan, an experienced figure in the world, utterly perplexed by Su Beiyu's true depth. Gradually, she retreated to her seat, masking her previous allure, her expression now as cold as water, refraining from any rash actions. After suffering a minor setback against Duanmuyu, the inspecting judge finally cast a discerning glance at Su Beiyu, slightly furrowing his brow as he spoke softly, "At such a tender age, you possess the cultivation of a third-grade practitioner. Quite remarkable indeed. I can only surmise that your esteemed teacher is also a person of great renown. I have, albeit reluctantly, mingled in this realm of immortals for several years, fortunate enough not to have been drowned, and have encountered numerous true masters of the land immortal realm. Yet, I have never heard of your teacher. Might I implore you, young sir, to enlighten me, having accompanied his master through the martial world these past days, and with the foundation that Han Xian had instilled in him regarding social niceties, Su Beiyu now spoke these polite platitudes with remarkable ease. With a leisurely smile, he replied, "Not every sage is renowned among princes. In the rural countryside, there are also notable figures who gather chrysanthemums. The martial world is vast, teeming with both dragons and snakes. Countless masters abound. Who among us can claim to know all? As for my master, he has roamed the world far and wide, and has long since forgotten his name, for as the saying goes, what does it matter if we meet as strangers?" Duanmuyu, who had remained an outsider until now, turned his gaze towards Su Beiyu, surprise flickering momentarily in his slightly cold, phoenix-like eyes, soon followed by a semblance of realization. In a wonder, the woman who had occupied his thoughts would harbor a slight fondness for this individual. It seemed he had some intriguing qualities after all. Duanmu certainly did not believe that the exceptionally discerning woman would take a liking to Su Beiyu, a rustic from the northwest. Rather, he found himself reflecting on his own actions since arriving in the northwest, pondering where he had gone wrong that led to her abrupt departure, leaving him with nothing but a fruitless endeavor. After much contemplation, He concluded that it all traced back to the ancient battlefield incident involving Su Beiyu. With this thought, the surprise in Duanmu Yu's eyes faded, replaced by the fleeting, sharp demeanor characteristic of the noble families. While he could not confront the lofty woman directly, he had no qualms about venting his frustrations on a lesser figure, especially one who had thwarted his ambitions. Meanwhile, the inspecting judge narrowed his eyes, seemingly in hesitation over whether to take action and probe into the depths of the enigmatic elder behind Su Beiyu. Su Beiyu, under the collective gaze of those present, rested his hands on his knees, the Tianlan's sword laid across the table. Even though a tempest raged within his heart, his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. Even the well-versed secret guard, Gu Yin, could not help but silently admire his composure. Exclaiming to himself, "What a remarkable display of calm in the face of impending doom!" At that moment, the sky darkened completely, and an unexpected tempest descended upon them. This storm seemed to be the wrath of the heavens. Darkness initially crept across the land before swiftly engulfing everything in its path. A howling sandstorm, akin to a colossal beast from the primordial chaos, swept across the desolate plains, filling the air with dust and debris, blurring the lines between heaven and earth until all was obscured. The inn, a modest two-story building, resembled an inconspicuous rock amidst a raging river, destined to be submerged in the surging tide at the slightest hint of rain. Inside, the patrons could only hear the wind and sand battering the walls, creating a cacophony of urgent sounds. In the face of such overwhelming celestial might, human power felt as insignificant as dust. On the second floor, an elder sat on a wooden chair, leaning against the backrest, his hands resting on the armrests, his feet slightly apart, maintaining a composed and dignified posture. This seemingly ordinary chair exuded the grandeur of a Zetan armchair under the elder's presence. Thus, the elder appeared less like a wandering swordsman and more akin to a high-ranking official residing in the halls of power. The only window in the room stood wide open, yet curiously, not a speck of the wind or sand intruded within. Gazing through the window at the swirling yellow sands, the elder murmured softly, "The winds and clouds are ever-changing. One must heed the signs of the heavens when seeking shelter." He then turned his gaze to the lower hall, chuckling as he remarked, "The winds rise from Shiliang Prefecture, and the sword draws its path from Longmin Mountain." Chapter 25. The Demon Suppressor Taoist after falling into a stalemate. The only way to extricate oneself from this predicament was to introduce a new disruptor, causing the balance between the parties within the inn, whether the secret guards or the demon-suppressing hall. To faltered, Su Beiyu had been observing coldly from the sidelines and had gradually unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, as his master had mentioned, the current predicament at Longmin Inn was no accident, but rather a mutual test between the secret guards and the demon-suppressing hall. Particularly in such a sandstorm that sealed off the roads, ordinary folk could not enter. This small Longmin Inn had transformed into an isolated island at sea. Had it not been for the temporary stalemate between the parties and the presence of himself and his master as variables, the inn would have long since devolved into a slaughter. As for what precisely the two sides were probing, it was quite clear. The court had long sought to curb the momentum of the Taoist sect, even aiming for a comprehensive suppression. However, wary of the Taoist sect's formidable strength, the secret guards had orchestrated the Chonglongguan incident to test the sect's response. Unintentionally embroiled in this affair, Su Beiyu's master, a remnant of the sword sect, had turned the entire matter into a tangled web. The Chonglongguan incident had not been entirely successful, with survivors like Jiun escaping. The secret guards, aware of their culpability, were understandably reluctant to confront the Taoist sect head-on. With the sword sect now a target, all blame would be shifted onto them. However, the Taoist sect, particularly the demon-suppressing hall, which had been in dealings with the secret guards for many years, was not so easily deceived. They believed that regardless of whether it was the sword sect that acted, the secret guards must have had a hand in it. Thus, the radical faction of the demon-suppressing hall, represented by the inspecting judge and others, clung tightly to the secret guards, intending to seize upon this incident to strike back. Meanwhile, the moderate faction, represented by figures like Yizue, began earnest searches for Ji Yun's whereabouts. Striving to contain the matter within a manageable scope, as for the leader of the demon-suppressing hall, who oversaw the 36 Taoists, he was less concerned about the trivialities of war or peace and more focused on whether remnants of the sword sect truly existed. as well as the fate of the legendary sword that had vanished following the death of Shangguan Xianqian. Should they exist, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands, seeking to sever the head of that remnant and, ideally, return the sword, once taken from the Taoist sect by the sword sect's founder, to its rightful owner. Such an achievement would be deemed a merit worthy of recognition. When Su Beiyu heard his master recount this segment, he realized that his master was not invincible after all. Indeed, if he were truly invincible, why roam the world when he could directly confront the Taoist sect and restore the sword sect? Would that not be more straightforward? As the storm raged, ordinary individuals found it impossible to traverse through it. Yet, those who could disrupt the status quo were certainly no ordinary folk. This unexpected guest did not enter through the door, as the inn's entrance had been securely sealed by the staff, but rather appeared within the inn through an arcane technique. The newcomer was a diminutive elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s. Although traces of her past beauty could still be discerned, age had rendered her visage rather unappealing. Her countenance bore no trace of the warmth typically associated with elderly folk, instead radiating an aura of malevolence. The old woman surveyed the inn's hall with a penetrating gaze before finally resting her eyes upon Su Beiyu. Her yellowish, opaque eyes, clouded and sinister, made Su Beiyu feel an uncomfortable chill. Su Beiyu looked at the old woman and smiled. Ming Per. The old woman, taken aback, responded, "You know me?" Su Beiyu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Your appearance is quite distinctive, and given your presence at the same table as the inspecting judge, your identity is self-evident. You must be Ming Per, the 24th of the 36 great deacons of the demon-suppressing hall. There is an old saying, the one who understands you best is not your friend, but your enemy." Since the elder was a member of the sword sect, pursued by the demon-suppressing hall for many years, she was undoubtedly well acquainted with this seemingly mysterious organization. Along the way, she provided Su Beiyu with a detailed introduction to the demon-suppressing hall, renowned as the hidden guardians of the Taoist sect. Particularly the 36 great deacons who constituted a significant portion of the upper echelons. In the late years of the Great Chu dynasty, the magic sect rose to prominence, only to be subsequently invaded by the Great Army, leading to the disintegration of one of the three teachings, the Confucian sect. At that time, the Taoist and Buddhist sects joined forces to resist the magic sect, with the Buddha creating the 8 departments. While the Taoist sect began to elevate the status of the demon-suppressing hall. In the waning years of the Great Zheng dynasty, following the destruction of the sword sect, many of its masters fled. The great master Ming Chen advised the then-leader Tian Chen to reform the demon-suppressing hall by separating the previous civil institutions like the Zongxing Pavilion and the Bushink, and incorporating elite disciples from other halls into the demon-suppressing hall, transforming it into a secretive institution focused on martial prowess, dedicated to hunting down the remnants of the sword sect. Whenever traces of sword sect remnants were discovered, they would be pursued to the death. Over the decades, how many peerless sword immortals have perished at the hands of the demon-suppressing hall? The Sword Chi Lingkong Hall, which had once stood against the demon-suppressing hall during the sword sect's zenith, had vanished without a trace, its experts largely dead or wounded. Of course, during this period, the demon-suppressing hall had also suffered losses. Even the 36 great deacons were not exempt. Yet, whenever there were casualties, replacements swiftly filled the gaps, and the titles of the 36 deacons remained unchanged, still named after the deities of Fengdu's underworld. To ascend to the ranks of the 36 great deacons, one must possess the cultivation of a ghost immortal. Among them, the top-tier members had even reached the realm of human immortals. According to the elder, figures such as Fengdu's great emperor, the 5 ghost emperors, Kayadagarba, and the 10 Yama kings were all of human immortal status, with the former 2 possibly having even stepped into the legendary realm of earth immortals. As for the rarely seen first among the demon-suppressing hall, their level of cultivation was beyond comprehension. In other realms, a master of the earth immortal level could easily establish their own sect, yet within the Taoist sect, they merely served as hall leaders, underscoring the profound depth of the Taoist sect's heritage. Su Beiyu, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh. Unless a celestial being were to descend, the notion of overturning the Taoist sect was but a fool's dream. Reflecting on the founding patriarch of the sword sect from years past, a person of extraordinary talent who left behind 36 swords, it was evident that possessing a mere 12 of those swords could forge an invincible earth immortal. Yet, Even such a remarkable figure could only rebel against the Taoist sect. It was no wonder that my master had never mentioned revitalizing the sword sect. He must have been utterly disheartened in the affairs of the world. The despair that follows great upheaval is the truest form of despair. With Meng Po's assistance, the previously isolated judge of the underworld regained his confidence, shaking off his earlier gloom. His tone shifted to one of calmness as he slowly addressed Su Beiyu. The cultivator of qi must calm their heart and mind, achieving a state of profound stillness. Let the qi flow into the dantian. With breath arising from the navel, let it continue unceasingly. Place both hands upon the navel, warming the elixir fire, stabilizing the six senses. Forgetting both self and the external world. Young man, the energy within you swirls like a dragon coiled and a tiger crouched, with water and fire in harmonious fusion. This is clearly the path of our Taoist sect's dragon and tiger elixir. Since our sect has held sway over the world, it has branched out endlessly, with various teachings disseminated far and wide. Thus, I shall not concern myself with your lineage. Having learned our methods, you must honor our traditions. If today you aid me in eliminating these shadowy guards, it will fulfill this bond of lineage. In the future, should you wish to join our sect as a guest elder, it would not be unfeasible. Mengpa replied with a calm smile. In a moment, I shall have this old woman block that young girl. Judge, you shall draw out Duanmu Yu's hidden hand. As for this young brother, simply eliminate these dozen or so wasteful shadow guards of the fourth rank. How does that sound? Not too difficult, I trust? Under the gaze of all present, Su Beiyu finally faltered, unable to maintain his composure any longer. With a bitter resignation, he replied, both esteemed elders are paragons of our time. It seems somewhat unreasonable for you to quibble with a junior like me. Chapter 26. Various calculations and considerations. The judge of the underworld replied flatly. Young man, if you find this troublesome, you may invite your master to intervene. Mengpa added, our Taoist sect has always embraced all rivers. Your encounter today may be a fateful connection, perhaps allowing you to enter our sect and enjoy the esteemed status of a great virtuous one in the future. Do not forget the merits of our introduction. Su Beiyu steadied his thoughts and said, Seniors, you jest why master is but a humble villager. How could he dare aspire to the status of a great virtuous one? A great virtuous one signifies both an identity and a realm. In the Taoist sect, absent special circumstances, only those of the earth immortal realm may be granted the title of great virtuous one. And only a great virtuous one may hold the position of peak master. Even within the deeply rooted Taoist sect, the number of great virtuous ones barely reaches 30. Each holds a transcendent status. If one were to compare the sect's headmaster to a worldly emperor, the masters of various halls and the 7 peak masters would be akin to ministers in the court, while the great virtuous ones would be akin to prominent clans, though not always in the limelight. They are deeply entrenched and possess their own factions. The judge of the underworld remarked, Since I am called the judge of the underworld, I naturally possess some discernment. I cannot perceive the depth of the qi of that individual upstairs. I surmise that their realm is at least on par with mine, if not exceeding it. Back when I entered the Taoist sect, I was merely at the first rank. It was only after joining that I made strides to reach the ghost immortal realm. Now, my esteemed master surpasses my former self. How could I not take this into account? Su Beiyu remained silent for a moment before placing his hand upon the Tianlan sword on the table. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he declared, Since both esteemed elders have spoken thus, it would be ungracious of me to continue deferring. It was about time. Mengpa coldly chuckled, her figure vanishing in an instant as she appeared before the young girl beside Duanmu Yu. Her fingers curling like claws as she unleashed 5 dark energies with a downward strike. The girl in the red dress, unfazed, remained seated and struck back with a punch, her fist as lustrous as jade. Colliding violently with Meng Po's attack, a thunderous roar erupted within the inn, followed by a fierce ripple of vital energy expanding outward. Su Beiyu and the shadow guards swiftly dodged, and the entire inn trembled perilously. Just as everyone believed the inn was on the verge of collapse, it remarkably stood firm, as if a vessel navigating the waves, swaying yet unyielding. This was due to the elderly man on the second floor. Seated still as a mountain, akin to a stabilizing needle in the turbulent sea. The 2 combatants, one a young girl and the other an elderly woman, were both diminutive in stature. As their exchanges grew more fervent, their figures transformed into a blur, making them difficult to discern. Meanwhile, The judge of the underworld had risen from his seat and strode towards Duanmuyu. Duanmuyu, holding a wine jug, continued to pour for himself, showing no sign of trepidation even in the presence of such a formidable opponent as the judge. This young nobleman from the imperial capital, though not a true royal, held a prestigious position. His father was one of the renowned three talents of qi, alongside Su Yin and Han Xian. Although Han Xian had been reduced to obscurity by the former Prime Minister Lan, his father still wielded significant power, commanding the White Tiger Hall of the Shadow Guards with dominion over half of their authority, truly a minister of the court. Had it not been for such a family background, Duanmuyu would not have been able to secure the loyalty of a ghost immortal expert as his companion. His journey to the northwest was not only to please a woman of even higher status, but also to establish a connection with Lu Chun. However, he had not anticipated the complications arising from the Chonglong Temple incident, which forced him to remain. The affair at Chonglong Temple seemed to stem from the instructions of Fu Zhongtian, one of the three chief commanders of the Shadow Guards, yet it was, in truth, the will of the emperor himself. Without the emperor's consent, who would dare provoke the Taoist sect, filled with experts? Should any mishaps occur, Fu Zhongtian would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences, and as the commander of the Shadow Guards, Duanmuyu's father would also face repercussions. Thus, Duanmuyu had no choice but to assist Lu Chun in mending the aftermath, yet he could also leverage this opportunity to grant Lu Chun a significant favor, which he deemed a minor loss. Of course, if the situation in the northwest deteriorated beyond repair, Duanmuyu would not hesitate to withdraw, ensuring he did not become mired in this quagmire, or worse, find himself in peril. Both parties had their own calculations. The judge of the underworld, unable to discern the depths of Su Beiyu and his elder's capabilities, sought to probe their true nature through this encounter. If the pair were merely paper tigers, their demise would be of little consequence. Conversely, if they were indeed formidable characters, eliminating the Shadow Guards would only lead to a path of no return alongside the Demon Suppression Hall. And he could claim credit for bringing them to the Taoist sect's vessel, thereby earning merit, an advantageous situation, regardless of the outcome. The judge of the underworld gazed at the composed Duanmuyu and slowly spoke. Indeed, the scion of the Duanmu family possesses remarkable composure. Duanmuyu smiled, turning his gaze to Su Beiyu beside the elder. Have you made your decision? Are you truly willing to assist the Taoist sect and oppose the court? Su Beiyu replied calmly, Duanmu Gongzi, you hail from a noble lineage, accustomed to the idea that 1,000 gold suns should not languish in the hall. Yet, I am but a small figure. To survive in this world, one must engage in some perilous gambles. Duanmuyu merely chuckled in response. Just as Su Beiyu lacked clarity regarding the upper echelons of society, Duanmuyu, having been born into privilege, could hardly grasp the struggles and helplessness of the common folk, nor would he feel any genuine empathy for the lower strata of society. Even if he did, his cold disposition, honed since childhood, would leave him unmoved. Duanmuyu rose from his seat, unfurling the ivory fan in his hand to reveal a beautifully embroidered map of mountains and rivers, softly stating, Old Judge, if you wish to see my hidden hand, I shall gladly reveal it. The judge of the underworld's expression shifted slightly, no longer hesitating to probe, as he stepped forward and reached for Duanmuyu. However, Duanmuyu was no mere ornamental figure, having been nurtured in a prestigious family with considerable cultivation of his own. Were it not for this, he would not have ventured to the ancient battlefield without attendance. After all, as Su Beiyu had stated, the principle that 1,000 gold suns should not languish in the hall is a creed adhered to by noble science. Duanmuyu's figure transformed like smoke, retreating gracefully as he smiled. Old Judge, if you wish to capture me, you must demonstrate your true skills. Before his words had fully left his lips, the judge of the underworld was already in pursuit, summoning strands of white mist-like souls that encircled him, enveloping Duanmuyu from all sides. The Shadow Guards under the command of the Swift, naturally, could not idly stand by as their young master faced the judge. A series of clanging sounds erupted as the glint of blades surged forth, resembling a continuous wheel of knives slicing toward the judge. Such an onslaught would force even a first-rank expert to retreat. However, the judge of the underworld was a ghost immortal, well beyond the first rank. What happened next left Su Beiyu astounded. The judge faced the blade formation with bare hands, waving his sleeve to release a plume of white smoke that danced like willow catkins, deftly bypassing the blades and wrapping around the necks of 3 shadow guards in an instant. This was the manifestation of powers beyond the 9th rank of martial artists, as a price. 2 blades finally drew near, and the judge scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 27. A fierce clash of powers. The judge of the underworld, casting a glance at the impassive Duanmuyu, a ghost immortal adept who had originally hailed from the witch cult before joining the Taoist sect, coldly remarked, "This humble technique of mine, which devours lives, proves ineffective against those of equal rank. Yet against these lower-tiered warriors, it works remarkably well. Years ago, I merely consumed a few monks from the Molan temple, only to attract the attention of the great Ming king. Had I not been astute, I would have perished on the grasslands. Duanmuyu, do you think this old man dares not to do anything to you? Indeed, this old man may not have the audacity to inflict fatal harm upon you, yet I possess the courage to leave you in a state of utter despair." The reason the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall have adopted the names of various deities from Fengdu's underworld is precisely because many among them are akin to demonic fiends. Not to mention the presence of individuals with dark dispositions. Furthermore, outsiders regard the Demon Suppression Well within the hall as the 18 layers of hell. Thus the hall has aptly chosen to name itself after Fengdu's nether realm. The inspector judge, unusually verbose, no longer glanced at Duanmuyu but turned to Su Beiyu, stating, "Young man, I have already dealt with 6 of the hidden guards. Now it is your turn to take action." Duanmuyu, ensnared by several vengeful spirits, likewise looked towards Su Beiyu and said leisurely, "Su Beiyu, I grant you one more opportunity. Abandon the shadows and embrace the light now, and I shall overlook past grievances." Su Beiyu drew his sword, Tianlan, and shook his head, replying, "I am a man of my word." "Good. Now we are speaking sensibly." The inspector judge laughed heartily and reached out towards Duanmuyu's shoulder, at that moment. He appeared exceedingly relaxed, yet his mind was on high alert, anticipating Duanmuyu's counterattack. Duanmuyu did not disappoint. He crushed the ivory folding fan in his hand, and the embroidered landscape depicted on it broke free, materializing into a 3-dimensional illusion that ensnared not only the 5 vengeful spirits, but also Duanmuyu and his entourage of hidden guards within its confines. At that instant, Duanmuyu and his companions seemed to merge into the painting, advancing deeper into its depths, and as they drew nearer, their forms shrank increasingly until Duanmuyu became a mere speck within the picturesque landscape, disappearing entirely. The inspector judge's expression turned grave as he made a peculiar gesture. 5 thin traces gradually emerged within the 3-dimensional landscape, growing larger until they burst forth from the painting, revealing the 5 white vengeful spirits he had previously used to ensnare Duanmu. Su Beiyu, upon witnessing this, suddenly understood that these 5 spirits had not been dispelled, but had instead been incorporated into the painting along with Duanmuyu and his companions. As for why the inspector judge remained unscathed despite being so close, Su Beiyu could only attribute it to his extraordinary cultivation. The inspector judge ominously remarked, "The means of the Sumeru mustard seed. Within the painting lies its own universe. Such grand artistry can only be accomplished by a master of the earth immortal realm. Duanmuyu truly spares no effort for this son." Su Beiyu quietly inquired, "What shall we do next?" The inspector judge replied solemnly, "We can either follow Duanmuyu and the others into this illusion, or we can directly shatter it with external force, thereby revealing the whereabouts of those concealed within." With a cold chuckle, he added, "The artistry of an earth immortal is indeed impressive, but it depends on who wields it. Today, I shall break this illusion, and then you shall finish off these hidden guards." Su Beiyu remained silent, seemingly in agreement. The inspector judge then produced a short blade from his sleeve and inflicted a deep cut on his wrist. Blood flowing profusely yet curiously suspended in the air, transforming into numerous droplets before him. Ultimately, there were nearly 1,000 droplets. He gestured with his hand, and one by one, the droplets coalesced into a unique formation, rapidly compressing, 1,000, 100, 10, until they converged into a single drop, dark as ink, which appeared at the tip of the inspector judge's finger. He flicked his finger, sending the drop straight into the 3-dimensional embroidered landscape, akin to a colossal ink blot falling onto a still wet ink painting. The drop swiftly spread within the landscape, engulfing mountains and rivers, leaving behind a trail of murky hue. The landscape, which had previously posed a challenge for ordinary martial artists, began to flicker and sway precariously. Su Beiyu felt a jolt, and his Tianlan sword was even drawn to the energy, vibrating slightly. This was the means of a ghostly immortal, an effortless display of supernatural power. Meanwhile, Meng Po and the little girl had already exited the inn, caught in a raging storm. The young girl, clad in red, faced Meng Po, a renowned ghostly immortal for over 20 years, without a trace of fear. Her stance unwavering as she struck with each punch, sending shockwaves through the air. Even the boulders swept up by the storm shattered upon impact, clearly demonstrating her mastery of martial arts, reaching a realm where her fists embodied the essence of combat. Impervious to blades and flames, capable of shattering supernatural techniques. With a swift motion, she clapped her hands forward, sending two boulders, larger than herself, soaring towards Meng Po. Simultaneously, she stomped the ground, creating a massive crater, causing countless stones of varying sizes to erupt around her, which she then hurled towards Meng Po in a torrential downpour. Meng Po chuckled derisively, casually tossing out a purple-gold bowl that expanded instantly to the size of a grinding millstone, shielding her from the onslaught of boulders and stones that struck it with a resounding thud. The young girl pursed her lips, determination gleaming in her eyes, disregarding the chaos around her. She vanished in an instant, appearing before Meng Po's bowl, and delivered a powerful punch. This blow struck with the force of a 1,000-pound hammer, causing the bowl to resonate with a deep hum, quaking violently. Forced to retreat several paces, Meng Po exclaimed in astonishment, "You, little girl, actually possess the Shao family's boxing style. Are you perhaps of royal lineage? However, if you are of noble birth, why serve as Duan Muyu's attendant?" The young girl merely smiled, remaining silent as she gathered her energy, assuming a seemingly ordinary starting stance. In the next moment, her entire spine twisted violently, resembling a dragon stirring from slumber, as if a hidden dragon was thrashing beneath her skin. Although Meng Po could not see what lay behind the girl, she sensed a drastic shift in her aura, prompting further astonishment. Slowly, she remarked, "Remarkable boxing intent. I have heard that boxing intent is divided into physical refinement, stellar insight, divine unbreakability, and cosmic connection, capable of breaking through the void. In the past century, only the martial ancestor Emperor Shaolai has reached the realm capable of breaking through the void. Yet you must have attained stellar insight, am I correct? This boxing intent, had I encountered it at your age, I would have perished countless times. Yet, you, a young girl, practice the world's foremost domineering boxing intent, damaging your own bloodline. Is that not akin to self-destruction?" The young girl remained silent, simply delivering another punch. From her chest, abdomen, shoulders, elbows, wrists, to her fist, a series of explosive sounds erupted, with her fist breaking through the air, producing a thunderous roar as it struck the purple-gold bowl. A sound reminiscent of a great bell resonated forth, followed by a sequence of crisp cracks. A minuscule fissure appeared at the point of impact on the bowl, rapidly widening until it spread like wildfire, ultimately shattering the entire bowl into countless pieces. Meng Po's expression changed drastically as she propelled herself away, vanishing into the storm. The young girl, her face pale and brow furrowed, chose not to pursue or speak. Chapter 28. The Northern Ghost Emperor. As Meng Po retreated in defeat, the inspector judge within the inn sensed the shift, aware of the young girl's formidable prowess. He hastened to break the formation, striving to capture Duan Muyu before she could return. The inspector judge, seasoned by years of experience, maintained his composure even in such dire circumstances. The crimson hue within the embroidered landscape deepened, the already precarious painting dimming further, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Finally, after half a stick of incense, the entire painting collapsed, its intricate lines appearing as though an invisible hand was unraveling them, transforming from a vibrant ink painting into something resembling a child's hasty doodle, utterly unfathomable. The once concealed Duan Muyu and his companions re-emerged within the inn. A cold smile graced the inspector judge's face as he seized Duan Muyu by the throat. Sneering, "Interesting. Young scion of the Duanmu family, what abilities do you possess? Do share, so that I may witness the profound heritage of the esteemed Duanmu clan." Duan Muyu, the noble scion of a prominent family, remained calm and unruffled. Squinting slightly as he responded, "Old judge, do not be hasty. What is meant to come will surely arrive." Were these words uttered by another, the inspector judge would likely dismiss them as mere bravado. Yet, coming from Duan Muyu, son of the powerful Duanmu Ruisheng, it was uncertain whether it was mere bravado or a sign of hidden strength. Let us go. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes, the inspector judged. Unwilling to engage further in verbal sparring with Duan Muyu, prepared to escape with him in TOWIN the next moment, he found himself immobilized. A pair of icy hands had silently pressed upon his lower back and waist, firmly sealing his lower dantian and middle dantian, rendering him utterly motionless. The inspector judge's eyelids flickered as he struggled to maintain his composure and asked coolly, "Who is this esteemed individual?" From behind him came a sinister voice. "Inspector, long time no see." As the words were spoken, the lean face of the innkeeper emerged from behind the inspector judge, his yellow-brown eyes glowing with a faint green light in the dimly lit inn. Exuding an unsettling aura, the inspector judge inquired calmly, "May I ask your name?" The innkeeper replied slowly, "Had it not been for my assistance during the battle at Helio Mountain years ago, you would have perished at Qingqian's hands. In the Hall of Demon Suppression, there exists a clandestine list that enumerates 10 notorious fiends from various sects, all of whom are deemed worthy of extermination. At the pinnacle of this list stands the traitorous Grand Master Qingqian. To speak of Qingqian is to inevitably recall the two fierce contests for leadership within the sect. This is a well-known account. By lineage, Qingqian is the junior disciple of the former sect leader, Zichen, and the granduncle of the current leader. He once held the esteemed position of the head of the various peak masters, presiding over the Tian Shuo Peak. Qingqian engaged in 2 fierce battles against Zichen and his disciples for the prestigious title of sect leader, both of which ended in defeat. Following his last loss, his foundation was utterly uprooted by Tianqian, Zichen's trusted aide and the de facto leader of the sect at that time, leading to Qingqian being branded a heretic and ascending to the top of the Hall of Demon Suppression's list of fiends. After Zichen and Tianqian ascended, Qingqian lingered in the mortal realm, his cultivation reaching celestial heights, earning him the reverence of mortals as an immortal being. Following the reformation of the Hall of Demon Suppression, Grand Master Mingqian assumed the role of its leader, orchestrating a siege against Qingqian at Helio Mountain using the Corpse Dragon Mo Yuan formation. This battle saw the entire hall mobilized, yet the formation was shattered by Qingqian single-handedly, nearly annihilating the hall's elite forces. It was only through the combined efforts of 6 Grand Masters that they could barely hold back this master-level fiend. Consequently, Mingqian took responsibility and resigned, retreating into seclusion. The inspector, who had participated in that battle, was taken aback upon hearing this and exclaimed, "You are the Northern Ghost Emperor. Weren't you supposed to have perished at the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou?" The Northern Ghost Emperor ranks 11th among the 36 chief officers of the Hall of Demon Suppression, second only to the Wheel King, a true master of the human immortal realm. Duanmu Yu leisurely pried open the inspector's fingers that were clutching his throat and softly remarked, "After the battle at Helio Mountain, Grandmaster Chainai succeeded my uncle, Grandmaster Mingqian, as the new leader of the Hall of Demon Suppression. The hall's primary focus shifted from Qingqian to Gongsun Zhongmo, the former chief disciple of the sword sect. In the pursuit 9 years ago in Shuzhou, 8 chief officers confronted Gongsun Zhongmo, with only a few surviving. Coincidentally, the Northern Ghost Emperor was among them. But following that incident, he did not return to the hall, instead aligning himself with our dark guards. When the old inspector asked what other cards I held, "This is it." The innkeeper, or rather, the former chief officer of the Hall of Demon Suppression, the Northern Ghost Emperor, chuckled ominously. "Inspector, those who recognize the changing tides are wise. Make a decision." The inspector, however, remained unperturbed, for he had acquired a shamanic treasure during his early years on the grasslands, enabling him to escape danger by creating a substitute. Thus, while secretly channeling the scattered energies within his body, he stalled for time, maintaining a calm facade as he said, "Northern Ghost Emperor, you once saved my life, a debt I can never forget. However, you are gravely injured. Even if you were once a master of the human immortal realm, you have been cast down to the ghostly realm by Gongsun Zhongmo, even sacrificing a treasure in the process. You know well how the outcome would be if you faced the hall's masters now. If I were to ally with the Dark Guards, you could not protect me, and I fear I would not see the sun rise again." The Northern Ghost Emperor replied coldly, "If you do not ally with the Dark Guards, you certainly won't see tomorrow's sun." The inspector feigned contemplation, buying time. Moments later, he had barely gathered enough energy to activate the treasure when he felt a sharp pain in his back. and his energies began to dissipate rapidly. At that moment, the inn fell silent, save for the howling winds outside. The inspector could not see the expression of the Northern Ghost Emperor behind him, but caught sight of Duanmu watching him with an almost mocking smile. As if observing a jester, before his demise, he heard the Northern Ghost Emperor's voice, "Inspector, even if I have fallen to the ghostly realm, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. I am still far more than you. Did you think your petty tricks could fool me? I offered you a chance at life, yet you chose not to take it. Very well. If you refuse to walk the path to heaven, you shall force your way into hell. I shall grant you that." The Northern Ghost Emperor pushed aside the inspector, who was gradually losing vitality. Su Beiyu, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp prickling. Chapter 29. The surname Gongsun, given name Zhomo Duanmu, turned to Su Beiyu, smiling lightly. "I just gave you an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it." Su Beiyu remained silent, tightening his grip on the Tianlan sword. The Northern Ghost Emperor, with his eerie green eyes that deterred direct gazes, cackled, "Young man, you are merely at the third rank of cultivation. You wouldn't last a single round against me. It would be wise to summon your master. Perhaps we can negotiate, and you might yet find a way to survive." Just as Su Beiyu was about to respond, he saw the Northern Ghost Emperor's expression shift dramatically. Grabbing Duanmu by the shoulder, he leapt backward, crashing through the inn's wall and into the tumultuous storm outside. Yet, no matter how the storm raged, it could not encroach upon the 3 feet surrounding them. Duanmu asked grimly. "What happened?" The Northern Ghost Emperor replied, as if facing a formidable enemy. "The person upstairs just flicked his fingers, unleashing sword chi that approaches the human immortal realm." Duanmu's expression softened slightly. He shrugged off non-existent dust from his sleeves and chuckled. Su Beiyu's master is indeed a formidable figure. No wonder this lad is so fearless. Northern Ghost Emperor, what is this person's true cultivation level? The Northern Ghost Emperor's face darkened as he replied gravely. Above the ghostly realm. As for what stage within the human immortal realm, it is hard to say without a true confrontation. Duanmu's expression grew solemn. I am rather curious about which eminent figure dares to wade into these murky waters. Inside the inn, an elder carrying a sword case, accompanied by Ji Yun, descended the stairs to the first-floor hall. At this moment, aside from Su Beiyu and the others, only the innkeeper and a group of flustered dark guards remained. The elder scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the innkeeper, stating flatly, "Innkeeper, the wine is a bit too strong." The innkeeper appeared to be no ordinary individual. Despite the unfolding situation, she remained unflustered. She gracefully stepped out from behind the counter, riding an overturned bench before sitting upon it, softly saying, "Earlier, I misjudged the situation and failed to recognize a true master. Had it not been for Mr. Gongsun's remarkable display of sword chi just now, I would not have dared to believe I could see him again after 9 years." The elder's tone rose slightly as he remarked, "You recognize the Northern Ghost Emperor. Then who might you be, innkeeper?" The innkeeper retrieved a silken pouch from her sleeve, inhaled its contents with a hint of intoxication, and, with eyes narrowed like a languid cat, spoke with a touch of sorrow. "Years ago, the Hall of Demon Suppression dispatched 8 chief officers to Shuzhou to hunt down the sword sect's chief disciple, Gongsun Zhongmo, with only one returning heavily injured." The elder feigned surprise. Did the innkeeper miscalculate? "I clearly only killed 5 of the hall's hounds. 3 should have escaped." Su Beiyu's eyes widened. The elder's words unmistakably acknowledged that he was indeed Gongsun Zhongmo, the direct disciple of the last sword sect patriarch. Shangguan Xianqin. The innkeeper exhaled a sigh, and a faintly sweet scent permeated the inn. Her voice tinged with melancholy. 2 escaped, using Gongsun Zhongmo's unparalleled sword chi to sever their ties with their life lamps, faking their deaths to evade the sect's conflicts. They intended to live peacefully but were soon found by the dark guards and, left with no choice, joined their ranks. Gongsun Zhongmo suppressed his emotions. Remaining silent, the innkeeper, putting away the fragrant pouch, spoke sadly. "To be honest, I was once the Hall of Demon Suppression's chief inspector, alongside the Northern Ghost Emperor, and we were among those who escaped. The events in Shuzhou were truly unavoidable." "Not from our hearts," Gongsun Zhongmo interrupted her. "You seem a bit too sweet." The woman's expression froze suddenly, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo sniffed and replied calmly, Your peach blossom poison has become a bit too sweet. The woman's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. The peach blossom poison, a signature technique of many flower masters among the peonies, is lethal to those above the first rank. Yet, much like many superficial tricks, such devious methods are of little use against true masters. Outside the inn, the Northern Ghost Emperor and Duanmu Yu stood amidst the gradually weakening storm, contemplating their respective strategies. The Northern Ghost Emperor believed that with the intervention of many masters from the Hall of Demon Suppression and the death of another inspector, the Northwest was no longer a place to linger. He must depart swiftly, preferably returning directly to the imperial capital, where the court held sway and the sect dared not act openly. In contrast, Duanmu Yu perceived the Northwest as a murky pool, one that would likely continue to grow murky, making it easier to fish for opportunities. He hoped to catch a big fish in this tumultuous region. If his father's position was his stepping stone into the political arena, then he needed to lay down ample stepping stones for future advancement. Their thoughts clearly diverged. In truth, neither held the other in high regard. The Northern Ghost Emperor viewed Duanmu Yu as a mere wastrel relying on his father's influence, while Duanmu Yu regarded the Northern Ghost Emperor as a dog kept by his father. The wind howled mournfully as the Northern Ghost Emperor suddenly lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the inn, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Duanmu Yu followed suit, glancing up in alarm. 3 figures emerged from the inn. A man, a woman, and an old man. The elders stood at the center, bearing a sword sheath on his back and holding the severed head of a woman whose eyes remained defiantly open. The Northern Ghost Emperor stared at the head, an unsettling green light flickering in his eyes. As a raspy growl emanated from his throat, his hands, clenched into fists at his sides, bulged with veins, reminiscent of a coiled tiger or leopard ready to spring into action. Gongsun Zhongmo tossed the woman's head at the Northern Ghost Emperor's feet, stating flatly, 9 years ago, I did not kill you. 9 years later, I shall rectify that. Duanmu Yu's expression darkened, as if he were about to weep. Slowly, the Northern Ghost Emperor bent down, trembling hands cradling the woman's head. His expression contorted as he rasped, Gongsun Zhongmo, 9 years, neither long nor short. 9 years ago, during the battle at the Sword Pavilion in Shuzhou, I nearly perished beneath your blade. Yet, after you inflicted a sword chi of eternal death within me, you, in your arrogance, assumed my demise was certain and ceased your pursuit. That granted me a fleeting chance at life, allowing me to flee for 100 miles before I collapsed in the depths of Yinping Mountain. It was she who bore my wounded form from Yinping, over the span of 9 years, whether escaping the clutches of the Demon Suppression Hall or later reluctantly serving under the Dark Guard. We relied on each other for survival, never forgetting one another in this vast world, merely supporting one another through adversity. I had thought this bond would endure, yet today, I am confronted with the grim reality of her death. She has departed before me. The emaciated form of the Northern Ghost Emperor stood, clutching the head, his face twisted beyond recognition, and his flickering green eyes suggested he had slipped into madness. Because of you, I have been tormented by the eternal sword chi within me for years, transforming me into this wretched being. Because of you, I have plummeted from the realm of human immortals into that of ghostly immortals, forever barred from the transcendent realm of celestial beings. Today, yet again because of you, I stand alone. Ultimately, the Northern Ghost Emperor bellowed once more, Gongsun Zhongmo. Chapter 30. The Sword That Destroys Heaven and Earth, Sword 13. With the Northern Ghost Emperor's furious roar, the winds and sands within 100 miles trembled violently. A colossal wave of dust radiating outward from his position. In that instant, he was no longer the half-dead innkeeper, but the infamous Northern Ghost Emperor of old. He threw back his head and howled at the heavens, expelling a long white sword from his mouth. This was the eternal sword chi that Gongsun Zhongmo had inflicted upon him 9 years prior. The eternal sword chi could either coalesce or disperse. When gathered, it resembled a long sword, while when scattered, it was akin to fine hair. When unleashed, it coalesced, but upon entering the body, it scattered, hiding within the organs and bones, causing indescribable agony with each flare-up. On ordinary days, half of the Northern Ghost Emperor's cultivation was consumed by suppressing this eternal sword chi, limiting his strength to that of a ghostly immortal. Now, he forsook that restraint, employing all his cultivation at the cost of internal injury to forcibly expel the eternal sword chi from his body. Reclaiming his status as a human immortal, blood flowed ceaselessly from his 7 orifices, and even the pores of his skin seeped crimson. Within mere moments, his garments were drenched, rendering him a blood-soaked figure. His internal organs were shattered. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, his life was all but forfeit. Ji Yun, witnessing this, turned pale, instinctively grasping Su Beiyu's sleeve. Su Beiyu held her hand reassuringly, murmuring, "The innkeeper appears fearsome, yet he hasn't even engaged before nearly killing himself. It likely isn't a strategy of great merit. He probably cannot withstand Master S' sword." Ji Yun felt slightly reassured, and after a moment, she quietly inquired, "This man is the Grand Steward of the Demon Suppression Hall. Yet his actions seem akin to those of a fiend. They claim the remnants of the sword sect are demons, yet Senior Gongsun appears more like an enlightened being. Why is that?" Su Beiyu pondered before responding. "Whether one is a demon is not determined by actions but by outcomes. Masters like my teacher lost, thus they are deemed demons. The Taoists prevailed, hence they are seen as immortals." Ji Yun grasped the essence. Albeit vaguely, Su Beiyu continued, "My teacher has often said that in this world, only the pursuit of fame and fortune reigns supreme, ultimately distinguishing the victors from the vanquished. Take Emperor Shao, for instance. Had he failed in his rebellion, this realm would still be under the dominion of Emperor Dezhong, branding him a traitor. However, he succeeded, thus altering the tide of power, and now he is celebrated as the illustrious Emperor of Deqi. While the once authoritative Emperor Dezhong is reduced to a tyrant, it was a naive discourse." Ji Yun, after much contemplation, began to question the past's truths. If the lower world adhered to the law of the jungle, then the upper world was governed by the strong prevailing over the weak. Each realm has its own rules, yet morality is not guaranteed. Morality often resides solely within the words of saints and victors. Gongsun Zhongmo observed the young couple engaged in hushed conversation, suddenly feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. The simple truths articulated by Su Beiyu resonated deeply with him, a man accustomed to the ruthless struggles of noble families. Yet, in that moment, his thoughts drifted to his elder brother, Gongsun Bofu, who had devoted his life to their family. His brother had sacrificed everything for the Gongsun clan, while he himself had failed to safeguard their legacy. Guilt weighed heavily upon him, particularly towards his brother. Gongsun Zhongmo slowly averted his gaze, his expression serene, indifferent to the horrific scene before him. Years of experience had not only turned his once dark hair to frost, but had also allowed him to pierce through the illusions of worldly attachments. The joys and sorrows of others were far too numerous for him to be swayed. Standing beside Gongsun Zhongmo, Su Beiyu, after reassuring Ji Yun, instinctively glanced at his master, only to abruptly notice a black sword hanging at his waist. An addition he hadn't previously observed. This sword was entirely black, emanating an enigmatic sheen from its hilt to its sheath, and it hung not horizontally but at a near-vertical angle, blending seamlessly with Gongsun Zhongmo's dark robe. Su Beiyu was certain this was not the sword he had seen a decade prior. That blade still lay dormant in the sheath on his master's back. He recalled hearing his master mention that he had taken 2 swords from the sword sect, one being Tianlan, which he now possessed. Thus, this must be the other. Sensing his disciple's gaze, Gongsun Zhongmo, unperturbed by the pressing threat before him, slightly turned his head and spoke softly, "In a moment, I shall unleash a sword." Sword 13. Pay close attention. Su Beiyu was taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon him as he understood his master's words. He promptly closed his eyes, focusing intently in those fleeting moments. The Northern Ghost Emperor disregarded all consequences, pushing his cultivation to its zenith, nearly reaching the pinnacle of human immortality, just a step away from the legendary realm of earthly immortals. Perhaps due to his surging power, the Northern Ghost Emperor no longer felt the fear that had previously gripped him when facing Gongsun Zhongmo. The rage born of dread had begun to dissipate, leaving only the most profound resentment. His emaciated features, twisted and contorted, resembled that of a malevolent specter from the underworld. The Northern Ghost Emperor cackled. "Gongsun Zhongmo, whether I perish today or not, I shall drag you down to hell with me." Gongsun Zhongmo's long fingers elegantly closed around the hilt of his sword as he replied calmly, "According to the sword sect's precepts, I shall allow you to know by which sword you meet your demise. Remember this. The name of this sword is Xianming. The Northern Ghost Emperor ceased his chatter, extending his right hand, which suddenly swelled to tenfold, cracking and popping as it transformed. His palm and fingers sprouted scales, elongating into 3-inch-long, razor-sharp claws, resembling the talons of an ancient beast rather than a human hand. He swung this massive hand, grinning maliciously. Though the methods of the demon sect are unsightly, they are exceptionally effective for killing. Gongsun Zhongmo, I shall soon eviscerate your organs. Duanmu retreated a considerable distance, distancing himself from the increasingly unhinged Northern Ghost Emperor, his gaze icy. Once the foremost disciple of the Sword Sect, now the sect's master and ranked second on the Demon Suppression Hall's list of notorious fiends. Gongsun Zhongmo represented a colossal prize, one far too immense for him to claim alone, posing a risk of being dragged into the depths alongside this great fish. It was a lamentable fate. Gongsun Zhongmo seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned to glance at him. That gaze sent a chill down Duanmu's spine, freezing his blood in that instant. Can a gaze kill? To one proficient in the sword of eyes like Gongsun Zhongmo, a gaze could indeed serve as a sword, capable of slaying. Yet, he chose not to extinguish the life of this junior from the Duanmu family, seemingly disinterested and unwilling to invite unnecessary troubles. Gongsun Zhongmo slowly drew his sword from its sheath, murmuring, family affairs, state affairs, worldly affairs, all pale in comparison to the might of a 3-foot green blade. In the end, it is but a matter of a single sword. The obsidian blade of the Xianming sword appeared to meld into the encroaching darkness. Gongsun Zhongmo nonchalantly thrust the Xianming forward. At this moment, the winds and sands within 100 miles lay still. The dark guards within the inn stood motionless. The headless corpse of the innkeeper's wife remained unmoving. Su Beiyu, with closed eyes, and Ji Yun, with wide-open gaze, were both frozen in place, while Duanmu, pale and sullen, stood rigid, and the little girl in red, rushing towards them, was also halted. The only thing that moved was the sword in Gongsun Zhongmo's hand, along with the Northern Ghost Emperor, who was but a single step away from attaining the realm of Earth Immortals. However, even the Northern Ghost Emperor moved with considerable slowness at this moment. Sensing immense danger, he opened his mouth to roar in fury, caught between despair and rage, cursing, "Damn you, Gongsun Zhongmo! This is no Sword 13. It is clearly Sword 23. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. In truth, the first part of the sword indeed represented Sword 23, which was lethal. Yet, the latter part was undeniably Sword 13, a means of salvation. Under the first half of the sword, the Northern Ghost Emperor was obliterated, his entire being erupting into a colossal land tornado, far more ferocious than the preceding storm, sweeping countless sands and stones into the air, causing the Dragon Gate to tremble perilously. Under the latter half of the sword, this newly emerged land tornado was cleaved in two, dissipating gently into the heavens and the earth before it could wreak havoc. The sword's aura surged towards the heavens, even parting the thick clouds above, revealing the luminous moon behind. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, a spectacle to behold. Alas, aside from a handful of individuals, no one else could witness this scene. Su Beiyu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at this spectacle, and felt his lips grow dry. "Sir, you spoke of sword immortals in this world. It turns out that my master is indeed a sword immortal." Chapter 31. The bloodthirsty sword unleashed after Sword 13. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his sword. Moments later, the little girl in red swooped in, seizing Duanmu's body. Her petite form possessed a strength that was completely disproportionate, effortlessly carrying Duanmu away with the lightness of a swallow, vanishing like a shooting star across the sky. For reasons unknown, Gongsun Zhongmo did not pursue them, seemingly dismissive of the need to act. However, before Su Beiyu could inquire, Gongsun Zhongmo proactively explained, "I cannot afford to make an enemy of Duanmu Ruisheng just yet. The death of a few inconsequential Dark Guards is merely an official matter for the governor of the Dark Guard Mansion. Such matters allow for negotiation. But should Duanmu perish, it would become a personal vendetta for the Duanmu family, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. The weight of the two circumstances is clear, and I need not elaborate further." Su Beiyu understood suddenly. He and his master had already provoked the Demon Suppression Hall, and it was unnecessary to further antagonize the equally formidable Dark Guard Mansion. Even though his master was a formidable expert at the Earth Immortal level, it remained true. Su Beiyu glanced back at the Dragon Gate Inn, which, under Gongsun Zhongmo's protective aura, had miraculously remained largely intact. Gongsun Zhongmo led Su Beiyu and Ji Yun into the inn, where a group of anxious dark guards, along with the corpses of the innkeeper's wife and the inspector, late at this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo had shed the amiable demeanor of a wanderer, his face calm as water, revealing no hint of joy or anger, emanating an undeniable air of authority that required neither words nor gestures to convey. If Duanmu Yu was merely a young nobleman whose cultivation had yet to reach fruition, Gongsun Zhongmo was a master of the highest order. For Su Beiyu, this side of his master felt unfamiliar, or rather, it was the true visage of his master. In this instant, Su Beiyu suddenly realized that his master had never been a minor character. Strictly speaking, he and his master belonged to two entirely different categories of people. Su Beiyu had once been a mere figure toiling in obscurity, while his master had been the head of the Gongsun family, a prominent clan of Wei, and the foremost disciple of the illustrious sword sect. In the context of this lower-tier world of martial arts, his master and the teacher were like outsiders, for they did not belong here. They belonged to the fantastical world his master had described. Upon grasping this truth, Su Beiyu felt no discouragement. Rather, it ignited a greater fighting spirit within him. He longed for another world and yearned to escape this wretched existence at the bottom. Aspiring to step into that different realm, Gongsun Zhongmo, devoid of any murderous intent, gazed upon the corpse of the innkeeper's wife. At that moment, she had unleashed the peach blossom miasma, which Gongsun Zhongmo had effortlessly dispersed. Subsequently striking her down with a flick of his finger, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. Ji Yun, you are of the Taoist sect. Go and incinerate the body of the inspector, scattering the ashes outside the inn, so they may rest together as husband and wife. Whether due to the recent sword strike or the formidable presence Gongsun Zhongmo now exhibited, Ji Yun dared not refuse, timidly replying, yes. Having practiced for many years at Chonglong Temple, Ji Yun possessed considerable cultivation. Despite her gentle disposition, she was not entirely powerless. She dragged the innkeeper's wife's corpse to the back courtyard, then fetched bundles of firewood from the kitchen. And soon, smoke began to rise. Gongsun Zhongmo shifted his gaze to the remaining living souls within the inn. Although the dark guards of earlier years were fearless soldiers, the rampant expansion in recent years had led to a mix of quality among them. Having just witnessed Gongsun Zhongmo's astounding sword strike, they understood that the elder with the sword scabbard was a figure beyond their reach, and in the face of this insurmountable mountain, some dark guards trembled, their faces pale as if awaiting execution, devoid of any will to resist. The leader, Gu Yin, bore a woeful expression, her face filled with despair. The inspector, who had recently boasted of exterminating them all, lay dead, slain by the Northern Ghost Emperor, only to have the Northern Ghost Emperor himself meet a similar fate, utterly destroyed. Even the inspector who had once saved the Northern Ghost Emperor was dead. These once feared high officials of the Demon Suppression Hall appeared as children before Gongsun Zhongmo, lacking any capacity for resistance. This revelation led Su Beiyu to grasp a fundamental truth. True strength does not require superfluous titles for embellishment. Only the weak seek such validation. For a moment, Gu Yin almost entertained the notion of pleading for mercy, but recalling the harsh realities within the Dark Guard mansion, she reluctantly dispelled the thought. Betrayal? Could a person of her lowly status escape the grasp of the Dark Guard? In such a vast world, where could she find refuge? Perhaps this time, she would never have the chance to return to the imperial capital with Lu Chen, destined only to perish in this desolate northwestern wilderness. Gongsun Zhongmo's demeanor towards his disciple was gentle as he inquired, Beiyu, how do you wish to deal with these dark guards, especially this one named Gu Yin? Su Beiyu's mind jolted, instinctively grasping the hilt of the Tianlan sword, yet he remained silent. Gongsun Zhongmo noticed this subtle movement with satisfaction. In the world, when one cannot provide an immediate answer, a swordsman ought to consult the 3-foot green blade in hand. However, Gongsun Zhongmo, ever composed, concealed his satisfaction and maintained a calm facade, stating, if you are uncertain about how to handle them, I can teach you. Gongsun Zhongmo placed his hand over Su Beiyu's right hand, which gripped the sword, guiding him to slowly draw Tianlan from its sheath, speaking softly. There are few wise individuals in the world. Fewer foolish ones, and the majority are mediocre. Many wise individuals are not innately so. They merely evolve from their experiences, transitioning from mediocrity to wisdom. Wise individuals can be divided into those of great wisdom and those of petty cleverness. The latter often employ convoluted methods to solve problems, creating an illusion of profundity while obscuring their true intentions. If you encounter such individuals, how should you deal with them? Su Beiyu gazed at the sword, which bore the essence of clouds swirling in the sky, and asked, how should one deal with them? Gongsun Zhongmo released his grip, replying calmly. With a single sword, Su Beiyu's eyes brightened, as if he had come to a realization. Gongsun Zhongmo took a few steps back, his expression warm as he said, but before that, you must first let the Tianlan in your hand taste blood. A sword that has not tasted blood cannot be deemed a true sword. Su Beiyu turned his gaze to the group of dark guards, his expression gradually hardening. He had slain spectral soldiers and witnessed death, yet he had never taken a human life. These were two entirely different concepts. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice remained calm. In the world of martial arts, who has not died? Go and slay these servants of the Shao family, and let your sword be honed. Su Beiyu licked his cracked lips and raised the Tianlan sword. Gongsun Zhongmo elegantly exited the inn. The sounds of battle erupted within. While in the back courtyard, Zhiyun, her face pale as snow, crouched beside the flames consuming the corpse, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring something as if beseeching the heavens. The clamor of battle continued for nearly half an hour, and as dawn approached, it finally ceased. Su Beiyu emerged, drenched in blood, leaning on the Tianlan, limping slightly. Gongsun Zhongmo glanced back at his disciple. The earlier aura of authority fully retracted, returning to the guise of a wandering solitary traveler. Su Beiyu grinned and asked, the one named Gu Yin is still alive. Should we leave her as a living pawn within the Dark Guard? Gongsun Zhongmo, pleased with his disciple's remarkable progress, shook his head. No need. Nothing at all, Su Beiyu acknowledged with a hum, turning back towards the inn. Moments later, a woman's scream echoed from within, a sound of despair before death. All fell silent. Chapter 32. The scholar of martial and literary arts, the Dragon Gate Inn was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes, as Su Beiyu and his companions continued their journey toward Dunhuang City. Along the journey, Zhiyun fell into a profound silence, her demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. Perhaps it was the unsettling visage of the Grand Steward of the Demon Suppression Hall that sowed seeds of doubt within her regarding the world. Or it might have been Su Beiyu's unsettling transition into the act of killing under Gongsun Zhongmo's tutelage that left her feeling disoriented. Regardless of the reason, she had undergone a significant transformation compared to her former self, a change that could be aptly described as maturity. Su Beiyu, unable to fathom the young woman's inner turmoil, found himself devoid of the time to ponder such matters. He was engrossed not only in mastering the revised dragon and tiger pill formula crafted by Gongsun Zhongmo to harness the untamed heavenly storm sword chi within him, but also in tackling the formidable challenge of the 13th sword. The most arduous among the initial 13 swords. The sheer magnitude of these tasks left Su Beiyu utterly drained, rendering him incapable of attending to anything else. As for Gongsun Zhongmo, the nominal leader of the sword sect, he was preparing to resume his former endeavors while simultaneously mentoring his disciples. Thus, when the trio finally arrived at Dunhuang City, the capital of Shiliang Prefecture, Gongsun Zhongmo informed them of his intention to meet an old friend, bestowing upon Su Beiyu 500 taels of silver and instructing the two to enter the city on their own. Su Beiyu understood this was a routine Gongsun Zhongmo had adhered to for decades. So he refrained from inquiring further. Armed with the forged travel permit provided by his master, he discreetly paid the gate guards 30 coins and successfully led Zhiyun into Dunhuang City. Upon entering the city, Su Beiyu's first order of business was to select an inn, situated in the northwest corner of Dunhuang, where a motley crowd gathered, making it a reasonably suitable refuge. This time, without Gongsun Zhongmo's presence. He reserved 2 rooms, one for himself and the other for Zhiyun. This decision stemmed from a desire to avoid repeating previous awkwardness in his master's absence, as well as the knowledge that Gongsun Zhongmo had never been short on funds for Su Beiyu. Despite the demise of both the Sword Sect and the Gongsun clan, remnants of power lingered, as Gongsun Zhongmo possessed a hidden fortune, much of which lay concealed in unknown locations, with a smaller portion dispersed across various money houses. Even this fraction constituted an astronomical sum in Su Beiyu's eyes. After settling into the inn, Su Beiyu did not pursue further cultivation of his swordsmanship. Instead, he retrieved a thick, bound book from his luggage, inscribed with the characters Chronicles of Shiliang Prefecture. This was a recent rule established by Gongsun Zhongmo. While on the road, the focus should be on advancing his swordsmanship, but upon reaching a destination, he was to pivot towards studying classical texts. This was one of the agreements made between Han Xian and Gongsun Zhongmo, both of whom wished to ensure that their sole disciple did not become a mere sword enthusiast or a brutish weapon in the hands of the powerful. Thus, Su Beiyou's education was divided into 3 parts: strategies and tactics, martial prowess, and accompanying Gongsun Zhongmo to witness the myriad complexities of the world and the treachery of human nature. If Su Beiyou were the sort to be daunted by books, it would be a grave underestimation of Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian's foresight. On the contrary, Su Beiyou was astute and intelligent. Over the past decade, he had built a solid foundation under Han Xian's guidance. And now he aimed to absorb knowledge voraciously. He was not required to partake in the imperial examinations, allowing him to pursue a broad understanding without the pressure for depth. His satchel contained not only the essential Confucian classics, but also Taoist texts such as the Nanhua Jing, Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, legalist works like the Fa Jing and Han Fizi, and militaristic treatises such as Wu Bei Jiyao and Mugongbing Fa, among a plethora of other tomes, including Taiping Huanyu Ji, Hanlong Jing, Hainong Jing, Yijing, Shujing Jijie, and Dijin Tushua. Notably, Shujing Jijie and Dijin Tushua were authored by the esteemed Wenjingong Zhang Jiangling of the previous dynasty, who was highly revered by the founding emperor of the Daqi dynasty, Xiaoyu, for his contributions to the state and the enduring benefits of his wisdom. Upon ascending the throne, Xiaoyu implemented many policies influenced by Zhang Jiangling, who had his posthumous title changed from Wenzhong to Wenzhang. Moreover, Gongsun Zhongmo would periodically add certain books to Su Beiyou's studies based on their relevance, such as the Chronicles of Shiliang Prefecture that Su Beiyou was currently reading. In essence, this book served as a local gazetteer. Rather dry and unexciting, yet it offered a swift understanding of Shiliang Prefecture. As Su Beiyou compared the contents of the Chronicles of Shiliang Prefecture with his own observations, he began to form a preliminary impression of the land beneath his feet. Before the former emperor Xiaoyu claimed dominion over the central plains, he had long been the master of the northwest eye in this vast expanse. Shiliang Prefecture was undoubtedly of paramount importance, with its Hushi Plain and Shiliang Corridor renowned as the Jiangnan beyond the pass, boasting the richest soil in the northwest, making it both a strategic military stronghold and the granary of the region. At that time, aside from the central capital, Shiliang Prefecture held significant weight. After Xiaoyu established his reign in the central plains, a multitude of military leaders hailing from Shiliang Prefecture had risen to prominence. While most settled in the imperial capital alongside the emperor, a small number of these military officials chose to return to their roots, leading to a unique phenomenon of military families flourishing across Shiliang Prefecture after 2 generations. At the height of this phenomenon, it was said that there were as many as 800 military households within Shiliang. The 3 Li brothers whom Su Beiyou encountered at Danxia Stronghold were among those from such prestigious military lineages. As the capital of Shiliang Prefecture, Dunhuang City naturally held immense significance, often referred to as a bastion of 300 military families, where various factions intertwined. Even the administrative offices governing the entire prefecture dared not act with impunity. The rise of the military aristocracy not only impacted the practical authority of local officials, but also severely weakened the influence of the Taoist sect in the area. This reality plunged Su Beiyou into contemplation. His perspective diverged from that of his master, Gongsun Zhongmo. Perhaps it was the clarity of an outsider that led him to believe that relying on the remnants of the previous dynasty, or the sword sect to confront the court and the Taoist sect was akin to chasing phantoms. In the current world, the only force capable of contending with the Taoist sect was the court, and conversely, the only entity capable of challenging the court was the Taoist sect. If revenge was to be sought, one must align with one side to strike against the other, leveraging strength against strength. He did not doubt that his master understood this. Rather, it seemed there were unspoken reasons that prevented him from acting accordingly. From the hour of the rabbit to that of the dog, Su Beiyou finally finished the Chronicles of Shiliang Prefecture, his eyes weary, before rising to call Zhiyun to join him for a meal. His time was indeed precious, and he intended to study Shujing Jijie by lamplight later that night. Gongsun Zhongmo had initially suggested he start with Dijin Tushua, but Su Beiyou believed Shujing Jijie was already stretching his limits. Anything more advanced would not merely be a matter of superficial understanding, but would truly elude him. He also wished to make time for the Nanhua Jing and Shangqing Dadong Jinjing, as his practice of the dragon and tiger pill had granted him insights into the Taoist philosophy. He aspired to soon delve into the Daotian, a text that many Taoists spend their entire lives studying. The myriad paths of the Tao have their roots in this compendium of heavenly laws, and as the sword sect was once part of the Taoist tradition, the Daotian had been transmitted through its lineage. The extent of Su Beiyu's comprehension would ultimately depend on his own intellect. As Su Beiyu and Jiyun dined in a corner of the inn's hall, he mumbled, "I wish to become a person of stature, someone accomplished in both civil and martial affairs." Jiyun, intrigued, inquired, "What does it mean to be accomplished in both?" Su Beiyu beamed widely and replied, "In martial arts, I should be capable like my master as for civil matters. I must be able to compose magnificent essays like the Zhuangqi Tianxiao one." Setting down his chopsticks, he began to recite. When the sound of the band strikes, the north wind rises, the sword's aura surges, and the southern constellations align. Silent, the mountains and valleys crumble. With a shout, the winds and clouds shift. With this to subdue the enemy, who can withstand it? With this to achieve merit, what feat cannot be accomplished? The words linger in the air. How can loyalty be forgotten? A handful of earth remains unturned. Who shall support the orphan of 6 feet? Look at today's realm. Whose world is it indeed? Chapter 33. The 1,000 Buddha caves beyond Yumingwen, though Su Beiyu did not vocalize it. Upon returning from the ancient battlefield, the seed of ambition within him had fully sprouted. He was no longer content with Danxia stronghold. He yearned to venture out and explore the vast world beyond, even beginning to long for the realm his master had described. This young man, born and raised in the Northwest, harbored no romantic notions of wealth as mere fleeting smoke, nor did he possess the belief that happiness was the most crucial aspect of life. His aspirations were straightforward: to become someone of great renown, akin to that woman riding the majestic purple steed, a person of unparalleled distinction. A thought, never voiced aloud, began to take root in his heart. His future wife should not be an ignorant village maiden, but rather someone of refined character, at the very least like Jiyun, or even better, a noble lady akin to the woman on the purple steed. He wished for his future son not to endure 2 decades of toil in the fields as he had. Thus, like a drowning man grasping for anything within reach, he relentlessly pursued cultivation, knowledge, and experience. Striving to enrich himself, he hoped that when he next stood before Duanmuyu, he would not feign composure but would instead embody true tranquility and poise. Su Beiyu understood one crucial truth. The privileges that a scion of a prominent family possessed from birth were often unattainable for an ordinary citizen, and even if they could be grasped, it would require unimaginable sacrifices. More importantly, transitioning from one world to another necessitated not only hard work, but also considerable fortune and opportunity. Now, he had begun to grasp the opportunities, and all that remained was to strive diligently. After dining with Jiyun, Su Beiyu returned to his chamber alone, igniting an oil lamp and delving into the ancient text Shu Jing Zhijia. For Su Beiyu, this endeavor resembled an arduous siege. And after more than half an hour of study, he began to feel somewhat lightheaded, which made him long for his mentor's presence. Had his mentor been nearby, he would surely have elucidated the text's intricacies. It was not until the witching hour that Su Beiyu finally retired to bed, though he had taken to sleeping less frequently, often opting for meditation to cultivate his practice, striving to absorb the remaining sword qi and divine intent, aiming to transcend to the 3rd tier of mastery and become a true adept. The 2nd tier of mastery would suffice for one to serve as a 2nd-class inner guard in the imperial capital. The martial prowess is akin to the ranks of court ministers. Only those of the 1st and 2nd tiers are deemed part of the empire's core, separated by an invisible yet distinct line. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhongmo did not enter the city but continued westward along the route to Dunhuang. At the farthest western reaches of the empire lies the Jade Gate, where spring winds do not pass. And between these 2 points sprawls a series of contiguous caves, comprising over 800 grottos. These caves, adorned with more than 2,500 sculptures of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, and celestial beings, are collectively known as the 1,000 Buddha Caves. The foremost of all Buddhist grottos, Gongsun Zhongmo's destination was indeed the 1,000 Buddha Caves. Undoubtedly a sacred site of Buddhism, the 1,000 Buddha Caves hold fame, second only to the ancestral temple of the 3 ages of Buddha. Yet, Unlike the ancestral temple, it does not forbid outsiders from entering. Tourists and devotees may freely visit and pay their respects, resulting in a significant influx of visitors during the day. Gongsun Zhongmo chose not to reveal himself in daylight, patiently waiting until nightfall when a bright moon hung high before he officially entered the vicinity of the caves. In fact, there exists a supervising monk appointed by the Buddhist community to prevent any petty thieves from pilfering statues and scriptures. At this moment, under the sparse moonlight, the supervising monk was conducting an inspection of the caves alongside his only disciple, a young monk. The supervising monk, middle-aged and possessing an impressive demeanor, would have been an esteemed gentleman had he not taken the monastic vows. After all, like fine wine, men grow more refined with age. He held a torch in one hand and led his disciple with the other, suspended from his waist. The title of supervising monk is merely a facade. Within the Buddhist community, he is referred to as the cave guardian, a position that has been inherited for centuries, often given to those who have committed transgressions. The middle-aged monk was no exception, having been personally exiled to this place by the head of the monastery. Before arriving here, his monastic name had been revoked, reverting to his original secular name, Zhang Wubing. As he approached a grotto, Zhang Wubing suddenly halted, gazing up at the indistinct visage of the great Buddha beneath the night sky, and sighed softly. He then gently instructed his disciple, "Let us conclude our duties for tonight. You may retire." The already drowsy young monk nodded, groggily making his way to their quarters. Zhang Wubing turned away from the great Buddha and calmly called out, "I invite the esteemed guests to reveal themselves." His voice reverberated throughout the 1,000 Buddha caves. Moments later, a pair of measured footsteps approached, and an elder carrying a sword case appeared before the monk. Zhang Wubing casually discarded the torch in his hand, which landed perfectly between the fingers of the great Buddha behind him, and remarked blandly, "It is an honor to receive you, Gongsun Xiansheng." Gongsun Zhongmo looked up at the great Buddha and smiled. "It is rare for the Dragon King to remember me." Zhang Wubing remained impassive, responding, "I am no longer the Dragon King." Gongsun Zhongmo's smile faded, replaced by a sigh of regret. To expel the Dragon King, who ranks among the top 3 in martial prowess, from the Eightfold Assembly is not the act of a wise man. Was it the Emperor Shutian? Or the Azuras? Zhang Wubing shook his head and replied, "Neither. They lack such authority. It was the abbot who personally decreed the revocation of my title as Dragon King." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded, abruptly shifting the subject. "I have met Murong Xianin." Zhang Wubing seemed to have anticipated this and replied coldly, "And what of it? You and Murong Xianin are both listed among the fiends in the Demon Suppression Hall, one second, the other third. Are you suggesting that I should join you as the fourth?" Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "I have also encountered Han Xian." Zhang Wubing's expression hardened, and he furrowed his brow. "So, Han Xian recommended me to you." Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. "Han Xian merely mentioned you. He did not recommend you. Our paths do not align." Zhang Wubing nodded. "Indeed, Han Xian is still contemplating a return to the court, so he would naturally not consider aligning with a traitor like you." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled, the sound echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. Zhang Wubing remained silent for a long moment before slowly inquiring, "As the sect leader of the sword sect, do you still aspire to restore it?" Gongsun Zhongmo's expression grew somber, haunted by dreams of the past, unable to relinquish his obsession. Though his master has departed, the extermination of immortals remains, the 36 swords endure, and I, Gongsun Zhongmo, still persist. As long as I draw breath, my resolve remains unwavering. Zhang Wubing sighed. To go against the tide is to oppose the heavens. Even the revered master Shangguan Xianchen, whose cultivation spanned heaven and earth, ultimately met his demise. What can you achieve? Having traversed the world for nearly half a century, Gongsun Zhongmo said nothing in response. Zhang Wubing hesitated before solemnly stating, "It is not that the monk has relinquished his anger, but rather that the tide of fate dictates. Even with you, Gongsun Zhongmo, what can the sword sect achieve? The Taoist sect's teachings still stand, the Demon Suppression Hall endures, and the 8 great peak masters remain. As for the court, even if Emperor Shao has passed, what of it? The Prime Minister, Lan Yu, still lives, as does the Grand General, Wei Jin, the Northern General, Han Han, and the founding ruler, Wanyan Beiyue. Furthermore, do not forget the tomb of Meishan, which the Emperor personally had constructed. No one can guarantee his true demise." Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. Just as the Dragon King was about to turn away, Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly remarked, "I have taken on a disciple." The Dragon King, Zhang Wubing, paused. "I too have a disciple." Gongsun Zhongmo stepped back, his voice echoing distantly. The Buddhist faith encompasses both the bodhisattva's compassion for all beings and the wrathful vigilance of the Vajra against heretics. The Dragon King is the embodiment of such wrath in our time. Should the opportunity arise, I shall have my disciple come to pay their respects to the Dragon King. As his voice faded, Gongsun Zhongmo's figure vanished entirely. Chapter 34. The fierce dragon passes through Jiangxi to Liangzhou, although Dunhuang City is built upon the yellow sands. Its interior, due to the presence of various military families, rivals the grandeur of the major cities in the heart of the Central Plains. Notable endeavors such as constructing gardens and diverting water into residences are frequently observed. Moreover, unlike the Central Plains, this region is home to many military families whose households maintain private armies, numbering from dozens to over 1,000. The military families of Xiliang refer to these private forces as family retainers, never hesitating to lavish gold and silver upon them, making their combat prowess superior to that of the regular border troops. The military families of Xiliang thus regard local government offices and the Taoist sects with disdain. Treating the entirety of Xiliang as their own private estate, Su Beiyu resided in and located in the western part of Dunhuang City, a common stopping point for wandering heroes and traveling merchants. In contrast, the eastern part of the city is primarily home to the residences of various military families, with a stark division between the two areas, akin to two separate worlds. However, today, the atmosphere in the eastern city was particularly somber due to the impending meeting of two formidable figures. Following the events at the Longmin Inn, Duanmuyu felt that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. With the disruption caused by the remnants of the sword sect, the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall would undoubtedly intervene with great force. Conversely, the Dark Guard's focus had always been on the remnants of the White Lotus sect, which once held sway in the south, directly opposing Xiaoyu across the river. Thus, they would not expend efforts on this matter. The Dark Guard's principle is to retreat when the situation no longer requires their involvement. With the loss of subsequent support, Duanmuyu understood that he would find it challenging to make his mark in the northwest. Although Gongsun Zhongmo appeared to be a tempting target, he was not someone he could easily contend with, leading him to opt for a return to the imperial capital, refraining from further personal involvement. As for the aftermath in the northwest, it would be left entirely to Lu Shirshu to handle, for it was Lu Chun who held the position of deputy commander of the Northwest Dark Guard. Although I, Duanmuyu, have a father who is a high-ranking commander in the Dark Guard, I remain a mere outsider without any official title. The Northwest Dark Guard, assisting you is a favor, not assisting is simply my obligation. Without hesitation, Duanmuyu departed from the northwest, leaving Lu Chun to confront the challenges ahead. The other formidable figure crossing the river was none other than the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall. Among the survivors of the Longmin Inn incident were Duanmuyu, the little girl in red, and Meng Pi. After fleeing, Meng Pi realized that the judge had not returned for some time, leading her to deduce that her colleague had likely perished in accordance with protocol. She reported this to the hall master, unaware that Gongsun Zhongmo was involved, and naturally placed the blame on the Dark Guard. This time, the Demon Suppression Hall dispatched a chief steward and a steward. The steward hails from the prominent Yi family, while the chief steward ranks among the top 10, known as the Wheel King. The Wheel King resides beyond the depths of the underworld, facing directly east towards the world's 5 turbidities. While he ranks last among the 10 Yama Kings, he holds a high position within the Demon Suppression Hall, third only to King Qingguang and King Yin Luo. Even at the height of the Northern Ghost Emperor's power, he remained beneath the Wheel King's rank. Regarding these two formidable figures, the military families of Xiliang adopted a stance of caution, avoiding hostility and instead acting as intermediaries, designating the long-abandoned site of the Xiliang governor's office as the venue for negotiations. Indeed, negotiations. Once concealed within the shadows of darkness, the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard House, following the ascendance of their respective masters, have cast aside many of their past traditions and begun to emerge into the light of day. However, there is nothing new under the sun. After all, they once assisted Emperor Xiao in his quest to unify the realm, and the fade between them remains, albeit fragile. The Wheel King and Yi Zue had already arrived at the Western Liang governor's residence ahead of Lu Chun, walking in tandem along a weed-choked path in the estate's rear garden. Judging by his appearance, the Wheel King was relatively youthful, seemingly of similar age to Yi Zue, though his complexion was strikingly pale, bearing the mark of a certain ill health. Yet, In the realm of cultivators, to judge a person by their appearance is the most foolish of acts. A mere 3-year-old child might possess the wisdom of an ageless sage, while an elderly figure could very well be a pitiable wretch who has faltered in their cultivation. Indeed, agelessness is not uncommon among practitioners. The true age of the Wheel King is shrouded in mystery, but he is certainly not a youthful man of less than 30. The Wheel King paused, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the now dry lake, and lamented, to return to old haunts, yet find the world unchanged. Yizue inquired softly, has the Wheel King visited this place before? The Wheel King turned his head, sighed, a cycle ago. I accompanied the master of the Tao to the northwest, that time. Emperor Shao was not yet Emperor Shao. And the master was not yet the master. I was but an insignificant disciple among 200 in the Tao sect. Some have perished, forever remaining here, while others survived to return to the Tao. 60 years later, after Emperor Zhao's passing, the master now resides atop the Wielding peak, and I have become what is now called the Wheel King. Some believe that the Tao sect and the court are destined for eternal conflict. But such matters are not so easily torn asunder. Figures like the judge of investigations may shout and threaten. Yet for us old-timers, decades ago, we were comrades, sharing snowdrifts, slaying cavalry, descending into the central plains, even facing death together. Now, those old comrades have become court officials and nobles, with descendants aplenty, while we have become masters and ancestors within the Tao sect. To engage in conflict again, against former allies, seems utterly meaningless. Yizue appeared somewhat taken aback, hesitating to speak. The Wheel King smiled and said slowly, thus, I wish to speak with Lu Chun. If we can reach an understanding, it would grant the Tao sect a semblance of peace. When we are old and gone, and those old-timers in the court have also passed, your upheaval will attract no attention. Yizue replied. I am not aligned with the judge of investigations. The Wheel King cast him a glance, remaining silent before turning away. Upon returning to the main hall prepared for discussion, the Wheel King found it thoroughly cleaned by the servants. Mengpe awaited his arrival and, after a moment's hesitation, cautiously inquired, does the upper echelon wish for Yizue to replace the judge of investigations? The Wheel King took his seat at the head of the table, appearing relaxed, and chuckled lightly. Yizue is a descendant of the master of the Tao. As family fortunes grow, trivial matters inevitably arise. By abandoning his identity as a scion of the Yi family to serve as an attendant in the demon suppression hall, he must have ulterior motives. I do not wish to delve deeper into the intricacies, but the master has not involved himself in the affairs of the Yi family for a full cycle, and I fear his aspirations may come to naught. Though Mengpe was already an elderly woman, she was still over 20 years younger than the Wheel King. By the time she entered the demon suppression hall, he had already been one of the 72 attendants. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to treading carefully in his presence. Upon receiving this somewhat ambiguous response, Mengpe refrained from further inquiries and instead asked, what of the remnants of the sword sect mentioned by the Dark Guard house? The Wheel King narrowed his eyes and sighed. Ah, the remnants of the sword sect. I was fortunate to encounter the sword sect's foremost disciple, Gongsun Zhongmo, on the grasslands in years past. That time, he wielded his sword, raining down swordplay like ink, his sleeves billowing, each step accompanied by a kill. He was truly a figure of unrestrained charm. I wonder, after a cycle, if he still possesses the same charisma? Mengpe laughed. After all these years, Gongsun Zhongmo is likely an old man by now. The Wheel King, still retaining the visage of youth, clicked his tongue. The sword path does not foster longevity. Decay is a lament for the remnants of life. The once dashing young man will inevitably become an aged relic, which is truly a source of regret. The charms of youth will ultimately be swept away by rain and wind, yet the imperial capital and Wielding peak remain steadfast. Chapter 35. The quivering azure blade. The Wheel King's gentle demeanor inadvertently diffused the previously tense atmosphere between the demon suppression hall and the Dark Guard house, allowing many of the Western Liang soldiers to breathe a sigh of relief. As did Lu Chun, who was en route to Dunhuang City. The intricate web of forces within the demon suppression hall could be viewed as a microcosm of the Tao sect's internal strife. The Wheel King, a trusted confidant of the master of the Tao, embodied the master's stance. Since the master cherished old bonds and was reluctant to sever ties, it seemed unlikely that a war between the demon suppression hall and the Dark Guard would erupt. The undercurrents swelling in Western Liang showed signs of gradually calming, Yet all of this remained confined to the eastern city, while Su Beiyu in the western city remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In recent days, aside from the necessities of sustenance, Su Beiyu had spent the remainder of his time alone in his room, poring over the text Shujing Jijia. His master had once remarked that Confucianism also possesses a righteous spirit. Reading could potentially lead one to the realm of an earth immortal, as evidenced by the eminent Zhang Shoufu, a formidable figure in the Confucian school. His master had also mentioned that Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are collectively revered. Currently, the Tao sect holds sway over the practitioners of the world, with its high-ranking experts aplenty, making it the most formidable in contemporary times. Although the Buddhist sect remains discreet, one can never be certain that a few enlightened monks are not meditating in seclusion within their ancestral grounds. The Confucian school, while in decline, inevitably produces a figure of great merit, wisdom, and virtue every century. And with over a century having passed since the last great leader, Zhang Jiangling, it is time for someone to shoulder the burdens of Confucianism once more. Whether Su Beiyu can cultivate the righteous spirit of Confucianism is of little concern to him. He is more inclined to traverse the world through literature, for only by truly understanding this world can one thrive within it. Su Beiyu remains patient and methodical in his approach. Finally, on the fourth day of his arrival in Dunhuang, Su Beiyu completed a rough first reading of Shujing Jijia. Although there remained many perplexing passages, he could at least claim a superficial understanding. The day spent reading left him mentally fatigued, rendering him incapable of absorbing any more information. Thus, on the following day, he departed the inn with Ji Yun to explore Dunhuang City. Su Beiyu generously indulged in a variety of delicacies, munching as he walked alongside Ji Yun. Throughout the city, one could frequently spot armored soldiers, their military bearing disciplined. With peace having reigned for only a few decades, it was far from a time when horses could be left to roam freely in the mountains. Thus, the various border troops maintained their combat readiness, and the scions of noble families were not mere indulgent playboys, but rather well-trained individuals capable of engaging in battle with a smile. Su Beiyu could not help but acknowledge that these children of noble families, influenced by their esteemed lineage and well-educated by capable mentors, possessed lofty aspirations and broad perspectives. The number of inept individuals among them was indeed minimal, with the vast majority deserving the title of elite. The upper echelons of the empire were propped up by these elites. In stark contrast, the common folk started their journeys from a significant disadvantage. While the children of the populace toiled to tend to livestock, the offspring of the gentry were already engrossed in their studies alongside great scholars. While the children of the common people gathered firewood, the children of nobility were strumming the qin and studying scriptures. By the time the common children grasped the subtleties of human relationships, the gentry's offspring had already learned to navigate the complexities of social standing and had absorbed the art of duplicity from their forebears. The children of commoners pulled along creaky carts, while the children of the elite rode in gilded carriages drawn by fine steeds. The disparity between these worlds was as vast as the heavens and the earth, making it nearly impossible for those at the bottom to ascend to the upper echelons. Thus, the common folk often had to exert several times the effort and endure great hardship, coupled with a stroke of fortune, to step into that unfamiliar realm above them. For the children of the gentry, however, this process was merely a natural progression, completely unworthy of mention. Unrest. Just as objects emit sounds when they are unjust, so do people. Su Beiyu refused to accept this state of affairs. He resented the current societal order, and thus a profound discontent brewed within him. With such discontent, silence was no longer an option. If he were to voice his grievances, the world would surely hear. Now that he had reached Dunhuang, it would be remiss not to visit the world-renowned Mogao Caves. After wandering aimlessly for half a day within Dunhuang City, the two decided to venture out to witness the legendary Mogao Caves. The distance between Dunhuang and the caves spanned 50 li, and as they finally caught sight of the cave's outline, the sun was already nearing its descent. Jian plopped down on a stone, her small face scrunched up as she rubbed her legs, refusing to take another step. Su Beiyu, however, remained unfazed. Seeing that the distance was not far, he pondered briefly before deciding to carry Ji Yun on his back. At this point, her legs were numb, feeling as though they belonged to someone else. Upon hearing Su Beiyu's suggestion, her fatigue overwhelmed her modesty, and after a moment's hesitation, she obediently climbed onto his back. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her face slightly flushed and utterly adorable. Thus, The young man bore the young woman, while she carried the burden of her pack, as they continued their journey toward the Mogao caves. Fatigue gradually faded, and modesty reclaimed its ground. Jiyun suddenly grasped the meaning of being unable to retreat once one has mounted the tiger. The proximity of her first close encounter with a male made her heart race. Her hands tightened around Su Beiyo's neck, and the scent of the young man, so near, left her somewhat dazed. Deep down, she secretly regretted allowing him to carry her. Today, Jiyun donned her voluminous robe once more. A garment that not only shields her from the biting winds and sands, but also conceals her features, thus sparing her from many unnecessary troubles. Yet, no matter how ample the robe, it can only serve the purpose of concealment. When two individuals stand in such close proximity, the intimate contact leaves Su Beiyu, who is still unaccustomed to such experiences, feeling somewhat at a loss. His entire back stiffens. To mask this awkwardness, he can only lower his head and hasten his pace. The young Taoist maiden seems to have sensed Su Beiyo's discomfort and grows increasingly bashful, her cheeks flushing as if they might drip with water. As the sun sets, it paints the western sky in crimson hues. The clouds ablaze like fire. The young girl's rosy visage and the blood-red sunset intertwine, making it impossible to discern whether the sunset highlights the girl or she illuminates the sunset. In that moment, the scene is breathtakingly beautiful. Unfortunately, Su Beiyu remains oblivious to this spectacle. Jiyun quietly reclines against Su Beiyo's back, gradually acclimatizing to this unfamiliar yet intriguing state. She clings tightly to his neck with both arms, gently resting her chin on his shoulder, allowing him to support her legs with his hands. She closes her eyes, breathing softly. Her breath brushes against Su Beiyo's ear, sending a tickling sensation that spreads to his heart, igniting a flurry of thoughts. The once subdued fantasies resurface, akin to chives that sprout anew after each harvest. In that moment, Su Beiyo's mind turns to mush. The Confucian classics he has learned prove futile, as do the martial teachings of his master. At this juncture, he can rely only on himself. He begins to understand why his master would say that the beauty of a sword can pierce one's heart. In this world exists another sword, one that kills without bloodshed, slaying in the shadows. This sword is called woman, designed to vanquish the foolish men of the world. Chapter 36. The Hidden Sword in the Buddha Cave. The war between men and women has never ceased. The outcome is either the eastern wind prevailing over the western wind, or vice versa, or perhaps both sides suffer defeat. Yet, in this protracted struggle, men often hold the advantage, typically occupying the offensive position while women predominantly find themselves on the defensive. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to loss. Thus, the conflict between Su Beiyu and Jiyun ultimately concludes with Jiyun conceding by leaping off Su Beiyo's back. By the time they reach the 1,000 Buddha caves, twilight is descending. Most of the daytime visitors have departed, leaving behind statues of Buddhas shrouded in darkness, stripped of the ethereal aura of daylight, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie and foreboding. The two of them navigate through the dimness to the hall located at the center, where Jiyun gazes at the darkened structure, a chill creeping up her spine. Unconsciously, she lowers her voice, whispering, "Shall we not go up?" Su Beiyu retrieves a fire stick from his pack, igniting it and using the feeble flame, along with the moonlight, to gaze upon the mountain-adjacent edifice, saying, "Since we have come, it would be a pity not to take a look." Jiyun clutches one of Su Beiyu's sleeves, her voice even softer, "But it's so dark. It looks frightening." Su Beiyu, somewhat exasperated, replies, "Are you afraid of the dark when you are unafraid of the dead?" Jiyun murmurs, "How can it be the same? The dead have already departed. They are merely a stinking shell. Who knows what lurks in such darkness? Perhaps a monster that devours hearts, or an old demon that consumes souls." Su Beiyu realizes that Jiyun's fear is not of the darkness itself, but of the unknown within it, akin to how people revere the supernatural. Coupled with the terrifying impressions left by the two chief attendants of the demon suppression hall at the Longmen Inn, this naive young nun is rendered timid as a mouse. Su Beiyu feigns boldness, declaring, "Fear not. With me here, no malevolent force shall draw near." Jiyun glances at Su Beiyu, then at the ominous, shadowy cave, weighing her options in indecision. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, emerge from behind the grand Buddha statue on the left side of the hall. Su Beiyu observes that they are two monks. The elder monk holds a torch, his face illuminated by its glow, exuding a gentle demeanor, while the younger monk, hand in hand with the elder, gazes at Su Beiyu and Ji Yun with curious, bright eyes. The monk assesses both of them, his gaze momentarily resting on Tianlan, and inquires, "Are you a disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo?" Su Beiyu is taken aback, instinctively gripping the hilt of Tianlan and positioning Ji Yun behind him. The middle-aged monk gestures for calm, stating, "There is no need for alarm. I am Zhang Wubing. Gongsun Zhongmo once visited me." Su Beiyu recollects that his master indeed intended to meet an old friend before entering Dunhuang, and his wariness lessens somewhat. He asks in a deep voice, "Master Zhang, how did you discern my identity?" Zhang Wubing smiles faintly, "Young man, your sword is rather conspicuous. It would be wise to conceal it." Much like this young lady, to avoid unnecessary troubles, Su Beiyu feels a twinge of shame. 10 years prior, when his master bequeathed him Tianlan, he had been cautioned against revealing the blade to outsiders, and thus he had always wrapped it in cloth. However, upon reuniting with his master, he had cast aside that warning. Su Beiyu sincerely expresses his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Zhang Wubing shakes his head. "I am no master. Simply call me Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu readily acquiesces, nodding, "Very well, Zhang Wubing." Zhang Wubing's complexion appears somewhat pale as he gazes at Su Beiyu, slowly saying, "Gongsun Zhongmo mentioned before departing that he would send his disciple to visit me, but I did not expect it to be so soon." Su Beiyu feels a touch awkward. He has not seen his master in days, and thus cannot be here on his master's behest. Attributing this encounter to mere coincidence, Zhang Wubing, shaking his head, muses to himself, "Ah well, since you are here, it must be fate. Follow me." He gestures for the young monk to retire for the night and turns to lead the way. Su Beiyu hesitates briefly, instructing Ji Yun to remain behind while he follows Zhang Wubing alone. The two move in tandem through the labyrinthine caves. Su Beiyu ventures, "Elder, Zhang Wubing, do you know about my master's affairs?" Zhang Wubing does not turn back, responding matter-of-factly, "I know a little. Gongsun Zhongmo is both the head of the Gongsun family and the leader of the Sword Sect, a figure of great renown. However, both the Gongsun family and the Sword Sect have vanished, now merely a hollow title. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo has sought out various disillusioned individuals, hoping to unite them against the Taoist sect and the imperial court. I am one of those disillusioned figures in his eyes." Su Beiyu furrows his brow, hesitating to speak. He has only had a vague understanding of his master's endeavors, which could be encapsulated in the phrase, "The grass snake leaves a trace. The hidden pulse runs deep." As for how many hidden pieces his master has set in motion and what contingencies lie ahead, Su Beiyu remains entirely unaware. Zhang Wubing, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively presses the hilt of the dagger at his waist. The Taoist sect possesses the Demon Suppression Hall, while the imperial court has the Dark Guard Bureau. Buddhism, once a peer of the Taoist sect, has established the Eightfold Assembly. The Eightfold Assembly carries the duty of safeguarding the law, symbolizing the fierce compassion of the Bodhisattva. The Eightfold Assembly comprises the Celestial Assembly, the Dragon Assembly, the Night Demon Assembly, the Gandharva Assembly, the Azure Assembly, the Garuda Assembly, the Kanara Assembly, and the Maharaga Assembly. The Dragon Assembly holds a prestigious position, second only to the Celestial Assembly, and even in terms of martial prowess, it is only inferior to the Celestial Assembly, which is led by the King of the Gods and the Great Brahma, as well as the Azure, renowned for their bloodthirsty ferocity. Zhang Wubing, once the leader of the Dragon Assembly, the King of 5 Dragons, is thus known as the Dragon King. After traversing for approximately half an hour, Zhang Wubing halts before a small, dark Buddha cave, slowly stating, "The 12 swords of the Sword Sect. Aside from the Tianlan and Ximing swords that you and your master possess, 10 other swords are scattered throughout the world. Currently, Gongsun Zhongmo seeks to reunite the 12 swords, and coincidentally, I happen to have one here." Su Beiyu maintains a calm facade, yet a tempest brews within him. He understands the significance of each sword. Merely possessing Tianlan could elevate him from the 5th rank to the 3rd rank, with potential for further ascension. What grand possibilities might arise with another sword? The 12 swords encapsulate 1/3 of the sword intent and spirit of the Sword Sect's founder, who once subdued 24 great immortals with a single sword. Even 1/3 of that power equates to the might of 8 great immortals, undeniably worthy of the title of immortal. This secret of the Sword Sect is something even Zhang Wubing, as the former Dragon King, cannot fully grasp. He merely suspects a connection between Gongsun Zhongmo's quest to reunite the 12 swords and the young man before him. Zhang Wubing turns to face Su Beiyu, extending his right hand as a streak of light flies from the cave into his palm. As the light dissipates, its true form is revealed. A slender sword, crafted from an unknown material, exuding a faint dark red sheen, its sword intent palpable. Zhang Wubing, lacking the sword sect's unique sword control techniques, finds the long sword akin to an untamed wild horse, thrumming and leaping, yearning to escape his grasp. Countless strands of sword intent swirl around Zhang Wubing's right hand, even casting a dark red glow upon his visage, yet leaving no trace behind. Were Gongsun Zhongmo to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration at such an invincible body. Zhang Wubing raises the sword, gently flicking his fingers, causing the sword intent to vanish without a trace. And the long sword falls silent. He speaks softly. This sword is named Chuexia. I acquired it from a man-eating demon in my youth. Chapter 37. The Ill Tiger, Dragon King Zhang Wubing. Su Beiyu refrains from rushing to speak. He is acutely aware that their meeting is but a fleeting encounter. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and a negotiation is inevitably on the horizon, as the saying goes. To demand a sky-high price is to settle for a mere pittance, and this bargaining is also a form of combat. The first to speak loses the initiative. Zhang Wubing spoke softly, as you have seen. This sword can only be wielded by a disciple of the sword sect. It serves little purpose remaining in my possession. Hence I wish to exchange it for something of value. Su Beiyu cautiously inquired. What is it that you seek? What my master cannot provide, I am unlikely to offer. Zhang Wubing chuckled lightly. It is not the same. Gongsun Zhongmo demands far too much while offering too little. It is not that he cannot give, but rather that he is unwilling. After all, he must consider the bigger picture and cannot expend too much energy on just one individual. Su Beiyu curiously asked. What did your master promise you? Zhang Wubing replied with a leisurely tone. An empty promise. Su Beiyu was first taken aback, then broke into a silent laugh. It seemed his master intended to pull a fast one. Explaining his lack of success. Suddenly, Zhang Wubing asked, before we continue, would you like to hear about Gongsun Zhongmo? After a moment's hesitation, Su Beiyu nodded. Very well, I suspect you are unaware that you have a stepmother. Zhang Wubing's opening statement was startling, leaving Su Beiyu momentarily speechless. His master had a wife. While this revelation was not entirely surprising given Gongsun Zhongmo's noble lineage, it was indeed peculiar that the matter had never been mentioned, leading Su Beiyu to believe that his stepmother had long since passed, much like his master, who was akin to a widow gentleman. Zhang Wubing seemed to read Su Beiyu's thoughts and continued. Your stepmother is not deceased. In fact, she is quite well. I met her 10 years ago. Though she is of similar age to your master, she retains a captivating grace, appearing to be in her 30s. Su Beiyu felt an uneasy premonition. Zhang Wubing lamented, your stepmother hails from the Zhang family of the state of Wei, sharing the same roots as your master, a match that seems fated. Yet, as fate would have it, they became a pair of estranged partners, once respectful, then cold, ultimately living out their days without any interaction. Su Beiyu remained noncommittal, clearly questioning how Zhang Wubing could know such intimate details. Zhang Wubing patiently elucidated. The enmity and affection between them is common knowledge among the older generation. It is you young ones who find it astonishing. The tale of Gongsun Zhongmo is but a small fraction of it. There are far more dramatic stories. Take the founding emperor, a heroic figure who swept across the land to restore order, yet was fearful of his wife, reigning as emperor with no concubines, marrying only the empress and siring but one child. The current emperor of Deqi, Su Beiyu gasped. The founding emperor was fearful of his wife? Zhang Wubing smiled faintly. Though I have not had the fortune to meet the Empress Dowager, I have heard my master speak of her, overbearing and autocratic. During the ailing years of Emperor Shao, she even took command of the court, causing the renowned Wei Wang to suffer significant losses at her hands. Su Beiyu nodded, treating Zhang Wubing's words as legendary tales. The common folk delight in the strange anecdotes of the prominent, but they only care to hear what they wish, disregarding the underlying truths. Everyone interprets these stories according to their desires, often arriving at conclusions that are far from reality. Zhang Wubing snapped his fingers against the sword, which emitted a resonant clang. The reason I recount this old tale is that what I seek is intertwined with these individuals. Your stepmother and the late Empress Dowager had a minor grievance. Decades ago, They made a wager for a villa, and your stepmother emerged victorious. Su Beiyu, not lacking in intelligence, cautiously asked, "Is there something within that villa that you desire?" Zhang Wubing smiled. Astute. Su Beiyu pressed further. "And what of my master?" Zhang Wubing shook his head. "If it were your master making the exchange, it would turn a good deed into a bad one, and he would truly be turned away." Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before asking, "What exactly is it?" Zhang Wubing replied calmly, "That I cannot disclose at present. Gongsun Zhongmo knows the entire story. You may inquire with him in the future." With the assurance that his master was aware of the matter, Su Beiyu felt a sense of relief, although he harbored a subtle suspicion that the monk named Zhang Wubing was not as detached from worldly affairs as he appeared. Zhang Wubing tossed the sword to Su Beiyu, stating, "Since this is a transaction, I shall demonstrate my sincerity by providing the reward up front." Su Beiyu caught the sword but hesitated to ask, "Are you not afraid I will take the money and not act?" The seemingly genteel monk laughed heartily. "To lend to another, one must possess the means to reclaim. Otherwise, it becomes a futile endeavor." If Gongsun Zhongmo had uttered these words, the monk would certainly have considered the matter carefully. "As for you, you are far from that." Su Beiyu felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had asked a foolish question. Zhang Wubing's tone remained casual, yet the substance of his words carried a veiled threat. "Gongsun Zhongmo cannot protect you for eternity." Su Beiyu held the sword aloft, clasping his hands in respect. "I have learned much." Zhang Wubing turned away, facing the shadowy Buddhist cave, and waved his hand. Su Beiyu then departed. Upon retracing his steps to the hall, he discovered not only Jiyun awaiting him, but also another individual meticulously examining the colossal Buddha statue that had stood amidst the sands for centuries. Gongsun Zhongmo. Su Beiyu cradled the sword in his hands and softly addressed, "Master." Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, glanced at the sword Su Beiyu held, and murmured, "Zhang Wubing." Su Beiyu nodded. "Zhang Wubing gave me the sword, instructing me to retrieve something from my stepmother." Gongsun Zhongmo emitted an unusual grunt. Whether out of dissatisfaction with his wife, frustration at Zhang Wubing's mention of old matters, or displeasure at Su Beiyu's unilateral decision was unclear. Su Beiyu felt a twinge of anxiety. However, Gongsun Zhongmo quickly regained his composure and explained to his disciple, "The Buddhist sect has its own warrior monks. This is not a novel concept. Zhang Wubing is the leader of the Eightfold Assembly, known as the Dragon King. However, he was not always called the Dragon King. He was once known as the Sick Tiger. Over 20 years ago, he served as the commander of the Imperial Guards and was even considered a successor to the Grand General Wei Jian. Yet, he was a man of the court and ultimately fell from grace alongside Han Xian, cast down by Lan Yu. Disheartened, he shaved his head and took to monastic life, transforming from the Sick Tiger of the court to the Dragon King of the Buddhist realm." Su Beiyu was well aware of who Lan Yu was. From the onset of the founding emperor's uprising, Lan Yu had been a steadfast supporter, and after the establishment of Deqi, he was bestowed the title of Duke Zhao, becoming the foremost minister of the first cabinet, alongside the pillar of the state. Subsequently, he served as the prince's teacher and was further honored with the title of Grand Teacher. After the prince ascended the throne, Lan Yu became exceedingly powerful, being the second civil minister to be posthumously awarded the title of Grand Teacher after Zhang Jiangling. Following the death of Su Lin, the second most prominent figure in the Lingyan Pavilion, no one in the court, be they civil or military, could compare to Lan Yu. Now, Lan Yu was but a step away from receiving a posthumous title of Wanzheng, completing his legacy. Gongsun Zhongmo casually remarked, "Han Xian, styled Wenbi, was once the deputy minister of the cabinet. After losing power, he departed from the eastern capital, ultimately residing in a place called Xiafang's. The eastern capital, a name retained only by the elder generation, sparked a long silence from Su Beiyu, who finally spoke. "So, my master is Han Xian, the deputy minister of the cabinet, just as you are Gongsun Zhongmo, the master of the sword sect." Gongsun Zhongmo paused momentarily before nodding. "Indeed." Su Beiyu sighed. "How many secrets do you and my master still conceal from me?" Gongsun Zhongmo jested. "Why not take a guess?" Chapter 38. The Westliang General's Gate. Su Beiyu instinctively gripped the sword tightly, pondering deeply. His master had once said that all affairs in the world revolve around the pursuit of profit. The bustling world is driven by gain, and the chaotic world by profit. Being a man of the secular realm, his master could not escape this reality. Profit does not merely signify gold and silver, but rather desires and aspirations. Understanding what his master sought would allow him to surmise his master's intentions. Gongsun Zhongmo regarded his disciple with mild surprise. Go on. Su Beiyu released his grip on the sword and emphasized, what my master seeks is nothing less than the preservation of his family and sect. The court has extinguished the Gongsun clan, while the Daoist sect has toppled the sword sect. Ironically, these two are the greatest mountains of the age. Even a sword immortal like my master finds it difficult to surmount them alone, let alone overturn them. Thus, my master must forge alliances with like-minded individuals. As for who they are, that remains his greatest secret. Gongsun Zhongmo sighed, though not entirely accurate, you are not far from the truth. Beiyu, you truly are impressive. Su Beiyu was taken aback, attributing his insight to the teachings of his master and the elder. Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. A rotten wood cannot be carved, and mere dirt cannot form a wall. If you are not inherently capable, no amount of our guidance will be of use. Su Beiyu felt a flush of embarrassment. After a brief silence between them, Su Beiyu suddenly sighed, lamenting, do emperors and generals not possess their own lineage? Once, a woman riding on a steed named Saluzi uttered a profound remark that Su Beiyu failed to comprehend at the time. However, a month later, he grasped the profound meaning behind her words. Gongsun Zhongmo, with an air of indifference, stated, the essence of generals and ministers knows no lineage. A man must strive for self-improvement. The current power held by Duanmu Yu is a result of his father, Duanmu Ruisheng, who fought valiantly alongside Xiao Yunan decades ago. Without the legacy from your father, you must rely on your own efforts. Beiyu, Su Beiyu responded with a heavy acknowledgement, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Tonight, there was neither wind nor rain, and the stars shone brilliantly. The night was deep, yet the former residence of the Shiliang governor was ablaze with light. Liu Chun, the head of the Northwest Dark Guard, had finally arrived in Shiliang Prefecture to meet with the Wheel King, the 10th-ranking chief steward of the Daoist Demon Suppression Hall. The losses faced by the Northwest Dark Guard were unprecedented in the past 20 years. First, the Dark Guard of Jianghu suffered near total annihilation, with more than 10 officials, from the Inspector General downwards, perishing, along with 5 inner guards dispatched from the imperial capital. Following that, the assassination of the solitary Yin and his companions resulted in Liu Chun losing 2 of his most trusted allies within a month. However, these losses were merely a source of pain for Liu Chun. His true sorrow lay in the demise of the 2 chief stewards who had defected from the Demon Suppression Hall. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Duanmu Yu had withdrawn from the turmoil of the Northwest early on, leaving Liu Chun in a dilemma. He had no choice but to confront the aftermath in Shiliang Prefecture. Fortunately, the envoy from the Daoist sect was the moderate Wheel King, with whom negotiations could still be pursued. The main hall of the Shiliang governor's residence was not a place just anyone could enter. Even the provincial governor held no such privilege. Within the hall, only a handful of individuals were present: the Wheel King, Yizue, Liu Chun, and the head of the prominently family, Li Jinj, serving as the intermediary. Li Jinj's role as an intermediary was not due to his ability to influence decisions between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard, but rather because he could converse with both parties. As a former official in the Dark Guard, he was considered a semi-elder of the organization, and he shared a long-standing acquaintance with the Wheel King. Decades ago, when Xiaoyu was still a minor figure, cast out by his father and relying on his wife, he commanded an army of only a few thousand, struggling for survival among various factions. Following the death of his father-in-law, the Khan of the Steppes, Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu was embroiled in the internal strife of his wife's family. It was during this turmoil that he consolidated some of his father-in-law's former subordinates, marking his first step towards seizing power. As Xiaoyu grew in strength, he caught the attention of the Daoist sect, which allied with him, while the Sword sect opposed him, siding with the Old Queen. Ultimately, Xiaoyu and the Daoist sect triumphed over the Old Queen and the Sword sect, allowing him to inherit his father-in-law's throne and become the master of the steppes. Gongsun Zhongmo, the Sword sect's leader at the time, left the steppes in silence, never to return for the following 2 decades. Li Jinj and the Wheel King became acquainted during that era, with Li Jinj then merely a squad leader and the Wheel King an ordinary disciple of the Daoist inner sect. Now, at the venerable age of 80, Li Jinj stood tall, his gaunt visage still bearing traces of his former authority. With a blackwood cane in hand, he embodied the saying age brings wisdom. Upon seeing the Wheel King, he erupted into a hearty laughter that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the aged Shiliang governor's residence, each wrinkle on his face radiating a peculiar brilliance. After decades apart, "You remain unchanged," he exclaimed. The Wheel King rose from his seat, arms outstretched like a man of the steppes, and replied with a smile, "You have transformed remarkably. The young man who could slip beneath a horse's belly has now become an elder leaning on a cane." After exchanging the customary embrace, Li Jin shook his head with a sigh. Time is indeed merciless. At that moment, Lu Qian, seated opposite the Wheel King, also stood and offered a respectful salute, addressing him as Li Gong. Li Jin turned his gaze towards Lu Qian, his smile unwavering. "Lord Lu is a rare guest. During your visit to Shiliang Prefecture, I must extend my hospitality." Liu Qian returned the smile, revealing none of the previous somberness, and assured, "Certainly, certainly." The astute elder, Li Jinj, would never forget the young Yi Zue. The Yi family, with a lineage spanning a millennium, had produced a sword sect leader and 2 heads of Buddhist sections. The current Taoist sect's leader was, in fact, the uncle of the present head of the Yi family, and the Yi family had maintained a long-standing relationship with the royal Shao family, positioning them as one of the foremost noble families of the era, far surpassing the likes of the newly risen Duanmu clan. Thus, even if Yi Zue was merely one among many scions of the Yi family who had fallen from grace, he still merited Li Jin's smile. The old man chose to address him as Yi Steward, a subtle yet effective gesture that elicited goodwill from Yi Zue, who recognized the politeness for what it was. After the pleasantries, Li Jinj, as the intermediary, finally subdued his smile and spoke in a grave tone. Years ago, the Taoist sect's leader and the founding emperor met at the Bailu Lake debate, forging a lifelong friendship. Together with the late Prime Minister Lan, the three established the foundation of the Northwest, leading to the eventual unification of the realm. Thus, whether it be the Taoist sect or the court, we are, in essence, all on the same side. Why must we complicate matters among ourselves? He paused, casting a discerning glance around the room, yet not lingering on any individual before continuing. Recently, the Chonglong Temple in Jianghu was obliterated, and some claim the Dark Guard is to blame. In my view, such accusations are utterly baseless slander, a ploy by those who believe that with the emperor's passing, they may act with impunity, seeking to sow discord between the court and the Taoist sect. The Wheel King interlaced his snow-white fingers across his chest and murmured, "Remnants of the Sword sect." Liu Chun calmly added, "It could also be the remnants of the White Lotus sect." Masters of obfuscation and scapegoating, Li Jinj continued to steer the conversation, his voice resonating like clashing weapons, declaring that the court and the Taoist sect were allies, and that both the remnants of the White Lotus sect and the Sword sect were enemies. Decades ago, we trampled them underfoot, and decades hence, they shall not rise again. Chapter 39. The two saints stand over the realm in today's world. There exists a subtle yet widely circulated saying, the two saints jointly govern the realm. The two saints refer to His Majesty the Emperor and the Taoist sect's leader, one wielding supreme power within the mundane sphere and the other holding the highest position beyond it. Together, they command the entirety of existence. However, since ancient times, another adage has prevailed. Heaven knows no twin suns, nor does a nation tolerate dual sovereigns. The conflicts arising from the power struggles between the court and the Taoist sect are destined to be difficult to reconcile. While Xiaoyu was still alive, he shared a close friendship with the Taoist sect leader, and many of the founding ministers of the court were old comrades who had fought alongside the Taoist elders, maintaining a cordial relationship akin to that between the Wheel King and Li Jinj. However, with Xiaoyu's passing and the gradual decline of the older generation, the successors who rose to power lacked this shared history and were unwilling to maintain such amicable ties, particularly under the current Shao emperor, who, although mindful of his father's old ministers, would inevitably reach a limit in his tolerance. Once the elder statesmen like the Wheel King and Li Jinj had passed, the court and the Taoist sect would sever their final threads of cordiality. Fortunately, a significant portion of the elder generation remains alive and wields considerable power. The Shao emperor is not his father. His prestige pales in comparison to that of the numerous old ministers. More importantly, although the founding emperor has departed, the Taoist leader and Lan Yu still stand, anchoring both the Taoist sect and the court like two stabilizing pillars. Of course, among the elders, there are those who favor war, and among the youth, there are advocates for peace. One cannot generalize entirely. However, it is a prevailing trend that older ministers tend to favor peace while the younger generation leans towards conflict. Within the Shiliang governor's residence today, there are, strictly speaking, three proponents of peace: Yi Zue, Li Jinj, and the Wheel King, with Lu Chun as the sole advocate for war. Yet, due to the pressures of circumstance, even this proponent of war must temporarily align with the peace faction, leading to unanimous agreement among all present with Li Jin's remarks. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, with Li Jin establishing the overarching tone. The culprits were naturally identified as the remnants of the Sword Sect, which served as a summary of prior events and aligned with the desires of the Dark Guard. However, for the Demon Suppression Hall to acknowledge this conclusion, the Dark Guard must demonstrate greater sincerity, as the Wheel King had articulated. Providing the Daoist sect with a satisfactory resolution was the crux of these negotiations. The earlier exchanges, filled with probing and light-hearted banter, were merely a prelude to the decisive moment. Leaning back in his chair, the Wheel King appeared youthful only in appearance. His inner self was as decayed as Li Jin's, perhaps even betraying signs of fatigue. As he slowly stated, "The inspecting judge has perished." Liu Qin's demeanor shifted from the feigned amiability he had exhibited earlier, revealing the imposing presence befitting a high-ranking official, as he calmly replied, "He died at the hands of the Sword Sect remnants." Both men shared a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning the intrigues that had transpired at the Dragon Gate Inn. The Wheel King chuckled, remarking that it was hardly surprising for the examiner to have met his demise at the hands of the remnants of the Sword Sect. After all, those who managed to survive multiple hunts were all experts of at least the human immortal realm, while he was merely a ghost immortal. However, Mingpa had specifically mentioned a young man named Su Beiyu to me. It was said that he had a master who, although not present, was so profound that even Mingpa could not discern his depths through her sensitivity to aura. Liu Chen nodded, recalling that on the night of the incident at Chonglong Temple, an elderly man and a young man had also appeared. The Wheel King lightly tapped his index finger against the armrest, supporting his chin with his right hand as he pondered. They must have taken Jiyun. And given the timing, the elder remnants of the Sword Sect should be beginning to cultivate successors. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief, a gentle smile gracing his face that dispelled the lingering shadows. After all, the Dark Guard Bureau was the loser in this power struggle. What could not be achieved on the battlefield could hardly be reclaimed at the negotiating table. Tio stabilized the aftermath was already meeting expectations. And the Wheel King's mention of Ji Yun could very well be a silent warning. Thus retreating while the going was good seemed the wisest course. Liu Chen's voice was slightly subdued, conveying both sincerity and a hint of sorrow, meticulously balanced so that his pain did not veer into schadenfreude. The Chonglong Temple, located within the capital city, had its entire lineage extinguished by the remnants of the Sword Sect. And the Dark Guard Bureau bore the responsibility for its defense, thus could not evade culpability. He prepared a modest token of condolence, not daring to ask for the Daoist sect's magnanimity, only seeking to console the spirits of the deceased. The Wheel King subtly adjusted his posture, finally adopting a semblance of formality. His silence implied acquiescence. Liu Chen could not help but sigh. The success of the negotiations also signified the comprehensive failure of the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau, leaving only a thin veil of dignity. This further indicated that his political career was nearing its end, with no immediate prospect of returning to the imperial capital, and even the position of deputy governor was precariously hanging by a thread. Lu Chen picked up the rosewood box he had brought with him, and even through the box, he could feel the dense sword aura emanating from within, a chilling sensation that penetrated to the bone. He spoke softly. This sword was acquired from a master of the Sword Sect, measuring 3 feet and 4 inches in length, with a hilt of 3 inches. Its form is elegant, the blade a pale white, while the guard and tip are dark as ink, exceedingly sharp, a true masterpiece among contemporary swords. The Wheel King straightened, a solemn expression crossing his face as he whispered, "It is the mysterious sword." Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. The Wheel King gazed at the sword box in Lu Chen's hand, for the first time revealing a look of satisfaction, smiling as he said, "The Dark Guard Bureau indeed shows great sincerity." Lu Chen set down the sword box and retrieved a hefty dossier, hesitating momentarily before speaking slowly. This contains information on the remnants of the Sword Sect collected by the Northwest Dark Guard Bureau over the past 20 years. I shall hand it over to the Demon Suppression Hall today, hoping they can utilize it effectively to eradicate the remnants of the Sword Sect and avenge today's grievances. The Wheel King took the weighty dossier with a grave countenance. Remaining silent, to him, this dossier was more precious than the mysterious sword. Over the years, Gongsun Zhongmo had been networking tirelessly, and although the Demon Suppression Hall had not been oblivious, they were hindered by their own limited manpower. While they could pursue, gathering intelligence paled in comparison to the Dark Guard Bureau, which boasted a supposed strength of 200,000. Liu Qin's gesture was, in essence, a favor that the Wheel King found difficult to refuse. Yi Zue, who had remained silent, quietly remarked, "Lord Lu's ambition is indeed grand." Liu Qin smiled in response, rising to present the sword box to the Wheel King, his tone shifting to a subdued calm. "Wheel King? This matter has escalated significantly, alarming both the Daoist sect and the court. Should the situation continue to evolve unchecked, both you and I will become mere pawns in this game, unable to act on our own accord. Therefore, I hope that we can consider this matter concluded today, leaving no loose ends, for the future is long, is it not?" The Wheel King handed the sword box and dossier to Yi Zue. Pondering in silence, Liu Chun, clad in his flying fish robe, awaited the Wheel King's response. Li Jinj nodded slightly toward the Wheel King, hoping he would acquiesce. After a long pause, a smile finally returned to the Wheel King's face, though it bore a fleeting hint of menace as he nodded. "I have one request. The Dark Guard Bureau must cooperate with the Demon Suppression Hall in pursuing 2 remnants of the Sword Sect." Liu Chun replied softly, "Agreed." Chapter 40. The present day of the court in the Jianghu Xiliang province, nearing the western frontier, is characterized by a landscape of deserts and gorges beyond the Yumen Pass, where numerous small nations coexist. While the Dark Guard Bureau and the Demon Suppression Hall have some foundation here, it is far inferior to that of the Central Plains. Therefore, in order to capture these 2 so-called remnants of the Sword Sect, they must intercept us before we enter the western regions, Gongsun Zhongmo stated. From Dunhuang City to Yumen Pass, this is their final opportunity. In truth, the Guardian of the Thousand Buddha Caves is fulfilling the duty of guarding the gateway to the western regions. But Zhang Wubing is evidently not a diligent custodian. He harbors his own ambitions, especially since the Buddhist sect has stripped him of his position as Dragon King. He will not linger within the Buddhist domain for long. At this moment, Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu were strolling along the streets of East Dunhuang, while Ji Yun had already returned to the inn. Unlike the dark and dreary West City, East City was brightly lit even in the dead of night. Passing through a street lined with brothels, many dazzlingly dressed young women and their madams were enticing customers. Gongsun Zhongmo, having donned a new outfit for the first time, exuded an air of authority that deterred the women from approaching him. However, the evidently inexperienced Su Beiyu found himself in a rather awkward predicament, being tugged and jostled by a group of women, his attire becoming disheveled, and inevitably brushing against certain soft spots, causing a slight flush to rise to his cheeks. After finally extricating himself from the throng of flirtatious ladies, Su Beiyu waved away the cloying scent of cosmetics and resumed the previous conversation. "Are we truly heading to the western regions? Or does my master have connections there?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. "That place is the domain of the White Lotus sect. My master has no connections there." Su Beiyu looked puzzled. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled and said, "Who said we are going to the western regions? It is true that beyond Xiliang province lies the western frontier, but to the east of Xiliang province lies the vast grasslands. As long as we traverse the entire expanse of the grasslands, we can reach the northeast, which is the stronghold of the Liao King. He is the last remaining vassal king of a different surname. Although he has faced oppression from the likes of Emperor Shao, Lan Yu, and Wei Jin, his situation is indeed somewhat bleak. The lean camel is still larger than the horse, and he still holds considerable weight in the northeastern provinces. Years ago, I had some rapport with him. He is trustworthy. Crossing the grassland, Su Beiyu could not help but admire his master's ambition. The grassland is vast. He had heard his teacher mention that departing from the grassland royal court and riding east could take a month, and one would still find only endless grassland. If the two were to travel on foot, it might take years to traverse it. Of course, if his master were to employ his sword-flying technique, that would be a different matter. The mere thought of walking across thousands of miles of grassland made Su Beiyu feel a bit daunted. This was a perfectly normal reaction. While Su Beiyu aspired to strive for greatness, he had not yet reached the level of an ascetic monk. Gongsun Zhongmo perceived his disciple's thoughts and continued. "For the time being, we will not head to the northeast. Instead, we will go to Jiulu City." Su Beiyu inquired, "Jiulu City? I have heard of it. It seems to be the fief of a certain royal family." Gongsun Zhongmo smiled and revealed, Jianghu City was originally the location of the protectorate of the Great Chu dynasty, situated in the Central Plains at the confluence of the later-built territories and the grasslands. After the decline of the Great Chu, it changed hands several times, gradually becoming desolate, ultimately transforming into a place neglected by all three factions, thus attracting a multitude of refugees, bandits, and even disgraced nobles, as well as some rogue cultivators. It can be described as a chaotic mix of all sorts. Su Beiyu frowned. How did it become a fief then? Gongsun Zhongmo explained. The Shao family is actually divided into two branches. One branch is from the House Han royal family, originating from the marriage of Emperor Zhao's sister to the ruler of the House Han kingdom. The other branch is the current royal family of the Great Qi, both hailing from the same root. After the establishment of the Great Qi, the royal family conferred titles upon their relatives, with Emperor Zhao's branch receiving extensive fiefs and being referred to as the legitimate line, meaning the direct royal family. The House Han branch occupies a position that is neither high nor low, superior to common nobility yet inferior to the legitimate line and the in-laws, referred to as the collateral line, meaning the side branch of the royal family. Jianghu City was conferred to the collateral-born prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, by Emperor Xiao. Su Beiyu had recently read a book detailing the genealogies of the prominent families in the current era, thus he had some impression of Xiao Mo, who was the legitimate son of the previous prince of Lingwu. Xiao Shu, himself the 23rd of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion. Gongsun Zhongmo continued quietly. Xiao Mo is aligned with Emperor Xiao, not with Lan Yu. After pondering for a moment, Su Beiyu grasped the implication of his master's words. Evidently, his master understood the principle of leveraging strength against strength. However, he did not wish to align himself with any side, but instead aimed to allow the Taoist sect and the court to weaken each other while he remained an observer. In truth, the burgeoning antagonism between the Taoist sect and the court had long been suppressed by the older generation, and what Gongsun Zhongmo sought to do was to continuously undermine the moderates led by the elders, using external forces to bolster the younger hardline faction, ultimately aiming for a complete rupture between the court and the Taoist sect. Since Xiao Mo was not aligned with Lan Yu, he naturally belonged to the hardline faction. In other words, he was someone who could be utilized. Moreover, from the words of Gongsun Zhongmo, a more significant revelation emerges. Emperor Xiao is indeed the foremost advocate for war. This ruler, who has ascended the throne for 2 decades, can no longer tolerate the existence of the notion of two saints in the realm, nor can he endure the constant hindrances imposed by the venerable Lan Yu. Su Beiyu, having discerned the intricate connections of cause and effect, spoke in a low voice. The destruction of Chonglong Temple was the doing of the Dark Guard, which is directly under the emperor. Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval, stating, thus, the truth behind the Chonglong Temple incident is that Emperor Xiao circumvented Lan Yu to gauge the response of the Taoist sect. Should the sect show signs of compromise or retreat, Emperor Xiao would then reveal further strategies. Su Beiyu remained somewhat perplexed. In the face of external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. With Lan Yu, who stands above all others, why did Emperor Xiao not first address him before taking action against the Taoist sect? Gongsun Zhongmo, producing a flask of wine from seemingly nowhere, took a whiff and calmly replied. It is quite simple, for behind Lan Yu lies the Taoist sect. The downfall of Han Xian and Zhang Wubing was not merely due to Lan Yu's cunning. It was significantly influenced by the intervention of the Taoist sect. During Emperor Zhao's rise to power, he, the Taoist sect's leader, and Lan Yu were referred to as the 3 pillars of the Northwest, bound by deep ties of kinship. If Lan Yu were to encounter peril, the Taoist leader would not remain indifferent. Thus, Emperor Xiao must first address the Taoist sect. If my conjecture is correct, there are already factions within the Taoist sect aligning with Emperor Xiao, waiting for the opportune moment to turn against Lan Yu. This powerful prime minister will not enjoy many more peaceful days. Gongsun Zhongmo uncorked the clay seal of the wine flask and took a sip. Su Beiyu marveled. After 20 years of patience and concealment, this emperor is far from simple. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled. Indeed, he is not simple. Xiao has but one son, raised at his side with personal care, and with Lin Yinping providing both instruction and moral example. If he were a fool, that would indeed be a curious matter. As they spoke, the two arrived before a grand estate. The crimson gates were firmly shut, guarded by imposing stone lions. Su Beiyu noticed the lions bore 13 distinct tufts of mane, indicating that this residence was not merely that of an ordinary noble, but rather a true princely abode. Gongsun Zhongmo whispered, The court and the martial world may seem unrelated, yet in truth, the court influences the martial world, and vice versa. Those far removed from the martial realm can still reach the lofty court. This is the retreat of Xiao Mo in Shiliang Prefecture. I shall meet him shortly. So wait here. Chapter 41. A night visit to the Wang mansion to meet the young heir. The estate appeared quite desolate, devoid of guards and pedestrians, as if long abandoned. However, since Gongsun Zhongmo claimed it was Xiao Mo's retreat, there must be more to it than meets the EYEDIT. Seems that this prince of Lingwu is being exceedingly cautious, unwilling to adopt the demeanor of a conquering dragon within the territory of the Shiliang Gate. Had it been the Lingwu prince's mansion, the scene would likely have been vastly different. After Gongsun Zhongmo gracefully entered the estate, Su Beiyu retreated into the shadows beside the mansion, beginning to hold his breath and focus. Silently absorbing the residual sword energy within his limbs, as the hour of the rat approached, Gongsun Zhongmo still had not emerged from the estate. Su Beiyu began to waver, and after several moments of hesitation, he moved to a secluded corner, his figure suddenly darting forth without a sound, leaping over the high courtyard wall into the mansion. In any noble residence, despite the variations in size and layout, those of princely rank certainly adhere to their own protocols. The corridors twist and turn, and without understanding their intricacies, one would easily lose their way upon entry. This echoed a widely circulated joke from years past, where a reckless man attempted to assassinate the emperor within the palace, but spent half the night wandering, unable to locate the emperor's quarters, ultimately losing his way entirely. Su Beiyu found himself in a similar predicament. Fortunately, the estate had relatively few servants and maidens, with most areas shrouded in darkness, save for the brightly lit main hall, which he aimed for. Su Beiyu's silhouette blended into the night like a nimble raccoon, moving silently. Though he was now at the third-grade realm, not quite a master, in the distant Shiliang Prefecture, this level of cultivation was still commendable. Shiliang was filled with elite soldiers, but true masters were few and far between. Su Beiyu dared not approach the enigmatic main hall directly. Instead, he first ventured into a nondescript side courtyard. Within, a presence could be felt, and the room was illuminated. Su Beiyu did not dare to draw too close. But as it was the late summer, the heat lingered, and a window was open, revealing the scene within, causing Su Beiyu's pupils to constrict sharply, unconsciously stifling his breath. A grim-faced man clad in the third-grade Feiyu ceremonial attire sat within, his brow shadowed by an unmistakable gloom, alongside a young man adorned in a vermilion python robe. The python robe, made of fine satin, varies in the number of pythons embroidered based on status. Distinguished by color, red, green, yellow, white, and black are the 5 primary colors, while purple, pink, blue, lake, and fragrant are the 5 secondary colors. Members of the royal family or first-grade dukes were the primary colors, while officials of second grade or below may don the secondary colors. In the Great Qi, black is the most esteemed, followed by white, then red. The young man in the vermilion robe, adorned with 9 dragons representing the waters of the 3 rivers, is equivalent to a duke. This is the residence of Xiao Mo, who is now nearing his 70s, thus the young man's identity becomes evident. He is indeed the heir of the Lingwu Duke. Su Beiyu strained to recall the contents of the family evaluation, a document compiled by several eminent scholars, specifically critiquing the great clans of the world. It recorded not only the current heads of these clans, but also noted the younger generation eligible for succession. Naturally, the heir of the Lingwu Duke should be listed among them. It is also worth mentioning that although the Gongsun family has perished, they still hold a place in the family evaluation, with Gongsun Zhongmo as the head, yet there is an empty space for the heir, a truly lamentable state. After much contemplation, Su Beiyu finally remembered his name. Xiao Shirlu. He is the younger son of Xiao Mo. There was originally an elder brother named Xiao Shirlian, who passed away several years prior, leading Xiao Mo to designate Xiao Shirlu as the heir. Due to the succession of 2 heirs, the family evaluation had noted this distinction. Su Beiyu found himself puzzled over the naming conventions of the Xiao family. Since Xiao Mo and Emperor Xiao are contemporaries, based on the names of Xiao Mo's 2 sons, it seems this generation of the Xiao family coincidentally falls into the Shitzi category. However, in reality, the current crown prince's name consists of only 2 characters, consistent with the lineage of Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu, Emperor Taizu, and the present Emperor Xiao Xian. Su Beiyu shook his head. The naming conventions of the Xiao family were too chaotic. rendering it nearly impossible to discern the generational hierarchy solely from names, necessitating reliance on the family evaluation. Xiao Shilu personally poured a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip, and remarked, "Lord Lu seems burdened with worries?" Lu Chen, unable to conceal his fatigue, sighed. "It is indeed due to the matter of Chonglong Temple." Xiao Shilu chuckled, "But Lord Lu has already reached an accord with the Demon Suppression Hall, has he not?" Lu Chen retorted with a cold smile, "The Taoists of the Demon Suppression Hall, overestimating their might, have forced me into a corner, compelling me to forge a peace agreement. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Lu Chen, will have wasted 23 years in the Dark Guard." Xiao Shilu shook his head. To be fair, the Wheel King is still relatively reasonable. Had it been the likes of the Eastern Ghost Emperor and others, the Dark Guard in the Northwest would surely be thrown into chaos. Liu Chen stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. "If it were truly the Eastern Ghost Emperor and his ilk who came to provoke us, it would no longer be I, Lu, who greets them, but perhaps one of the 3 commanders of the White Tiger Hall would personally take the stage. At that point, the Dark Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall would be irreparably torn apart." Just as Xiao Shilu was about to respond, he suddenly gazed outside, narrowing his eyes with a cold laugh. "I was careless and failed to notice a little mouse lurking in the courtyard." Su Beiyu, who had been eavesdropping, recognized the peril of his situation. As he hesitated on whether to reveal himself or make an escape, Xiao Shilu was already a step ahead, launching a fist that shattered the wall before him, propelling himself through the breach directly towards Su Beiyu's hiding spot. Meanwhile, Lu Chen merely observed, showing no intention to intervene. Xiao Shilu was a formidable opponent, having reached the first-grade realm. In an instant, a torrent surged forth. Akin to a mighty river cascading down, its force reminiscent of thunder, striking with the same intensity as the young girl encountered at the Long Men Inn. Su Beiyu had accompanied Gongsun Zhongmo on his journey, diligently honing his skills, and had progressed from the 4th to the 13th sword technique. With the support of the Tianlan sword energy, his mastery of the sword could be deemed proficient. With a resounding clang, the Tianlan sword unsheathed behind him, executing a swift spiral in midair, aimed at Xiao Shilu's arm. For disciples of the sword sect, the simplest method to prove one's mastery of the sword is to wield it with skill. Even the most rudimentary of techniques manifests as genuine swordsmanship. Xiao Shilu scoffed, clearly dismissive of this so-called sword technique. With a swift motion, he swept his arm horizontally, colliding his forearm with the sword's edge. Instead of the anticipated gruesome outcome, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. As though 2 weapons had met, Su Beiyu leaped into action, grasping the rebounding Tianlan sword. Yet the fierce that accompanied it surged into his body, causing his complexion to pale suddenly. The Xiao family, when perfected, could shatter the void. Su Beiyu, believing he had adequately prepared, still underestimated Xiao Shilu's prowess. Clenching the Tianlan tightly, Su Beiyu withheld any semblance of restraint, unleashing a swift sword technique, instantly manifesting 5 sword shadows before him. In the realm of the 36 swords, the 9th sword is the most enigmatic, a dance of illusion and reality, where the line between truth and deception blurs to perfection, capable of conjuring countless sword shadows. Yet, Su Beiyu, with his limited prowess, could only manifest 5 sword shadows, which already represented the pinnacle of his abilities. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Shilu did not hastily retaliate, but rather, with keen interest, remarked, "The 36 swords. So, you are a remnant of the sword sect, possessing quite the audacity to attempt a nocturnal incursion into the royal residence. Pray, reveal your name, for this young master does not slay nameless specters." Su Beiyu remained silent, and with a flick of his wrist, 5 sword shadows shot forth, 2 of which were real, while 3 were mere illusions. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Shilu's lips as he charged forward, unleashing his fists to instantly dispel 2 of the sword shadows. However, these 2 formidable-looking shadows were but facades. The 2 genuine sword shadows struck at his lower and middle dantians, respectively. At last, Xiao Shilu's expression shifted, and he abruptly halted. The sword shadows left no mark upon him, merely tearing through his crimson python robe, yet the stone pavement beneath him cracked underfoot. Su Beiyu, unwilling to linger, executed the 7th sword, moving with the grace of an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the night. Chapter 42. The Prince of Lingwu, Xiaomo. Su Beiyu dared not remain within the estate any longer. even if it harbored no hidden experts. Or if such experts had already been dispatched to confront his master, he was no match for Xiao Shilu alone. Earlier, he had faced a first-rank opponent with his third-rank skills, relying on two advantages: the benefit of the terrain, as Xiao Shilu was unarmed, and the intricate subtleties of the 36 swords, which enabled him to escape under Xiao Shilu's negligence. Should another encounter arise, Su Beiyu lacked confidence in surviving even 3 exchanges beneath this young master's fists. Xiao Shilu had already attained the first rank at such a tender age. As for the illustrious prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo, a general of battlefield origins who had risen to prominence through military exploits, he likely possessed a celestial realm cultivation. Regrettably, Su Beiyu had approached the residence guided by the lights, yet now departed in haste, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. As he gazed around, the grand estates of the powerful loomed like slumbering beasts in the shadows. After several leaps, instead of escaping the estate, he found himself ensnared ever deeper. Sweat began to bead on Su Beiyu's palms. Should he fail to escape before dawn, the loss of nocturnal concealment would spell calamity. Just as he vaulted over another wall, he unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals who left him momentarily speechless. His master, Gongsun Zhongmo, stood alongside an elderly man with a head of white hair. The elder was tall, garbed in a black python robe adorned with 9 embroidered dragons representing the rivers of the 5 Jianghu, a jade belt cinched at his waist, and a crown topped with 6 large eastern pearls shimmering in the moonlight. According to the regulations of the Deqi dynasty, the number of eastern pearls atop a crown was fixed, with the emperor allowed 9, the crown prince 8, and the princes 7, decreasing thereafter. The identity of this elder was unmistakable. The elder cast a glance at the unwittingly intruding Su Beiyu, his demeanor calm, and remarked with a smile, "Gongsun, your disciple is quite impressive." Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled lightly in response. "Your Highness, you flatter me." It appeared that Gongsun Zhongmo and the elder were well acquainted. His manner was relaxed as he beckoned Su Beiyu forward, and upon his arrival, he gently explained, "This is the Prince of Lingwu, who once held the title of governor of Shiliang Prefecture. In the 5th year of Qingping, when Lan Yu was deposed from his position, he transitioned to the role of protector of the western regions. This prince, unwilling to endure the harsh conditions at Yumen Pass, gracefully withdrew. According to the seasonal cycle, he resides alternately in Jilu City, Dunhuang City, Jianghu, and the imperial capital. Currently, he is in Dunhuang, but should he delay his departure by a few days, he would be moving to Jilu City. After sharing his acquaintance with the elder, Xiao Mo turned to Su Beiyu with a warm smile and continued, "In my youth, I served beneath the Khan of the grasslands, adapting to the seasonal rhythms of the plains, migrating with the cold and heat. Autumn and winter are shunned for their chill, while spring and summer are avoided for their heat. Thus, upon returning from the grasslands, I adopted a similar pattern, residing in Jianghu from early January, moving to Dunhuang in mid-April after spring ends, and journeying to Jilu City in early July, departing the northwest for the imperial capital when the weather turns cold." Su Beiyu was not surprised to learn of Xiao Mo's service under the Khan, for that leader was not only the sovereign of the grasslands, but also a vassal recognized by the Central Plains court. More significantly, his sister was married to the founding emperor, who had risen to power with the support of her family. Theo stated plainly, the Khan was, in fact, the maternal uncle of the current emperor. A quintessential figure of the imperial in-laws, Su Beiyu performed a respectful bow as a junior and said, "I have met the prince." Perhaps owing to Gongsun Zhongmo's presence, Xiao Mo did not adopt the airs of a princely figure. Instead, he resembled a common elder, chuckling, "I am of the same generation as Gongsun. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Uncle Xiao." Su Beiyu smiled but did not dare to take the title to heart. Nor did he presume to address him as Uncle Xiao. Xiao Mo seemed indifferent, merely dismissing it with a smile. Gongsun Zhongmo suddenly interjected, "Speaking of the Khan of the grasslands, we must mention the founding emperor of Deqi. Xiao Yu. In his time, he was the sovereign of the world. Now, however, Emperor Xiao is merely the emperor of Deqi. Beiyu, do you understand the distinction?" Su Beiyu shook his head in confusion. Xiao Mo elaborated, "When the late emperor was alive, neither the grasslands nor the later Jin dared to entertain any rebellious thoughts. However, following his passing, not only the grasslands and later Jin, but even the Wei Kingdom and the northeast Liao Kingdom have begun to stir restlessly, displaying insubordination towards the court. Thus, the current emperor can only be regarded as a nominal sovereign of the world." Su Beiyu pondered. Does the prince imply that the Khan of the Grasslands harbors ulterior motives? Xiao Mo laughed heartily. Ah, a promising youth indeed, Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed, remarked. In times devoid of heroes, even a mere child can become renowned. Were it not for Empress Lin of yore, how would he enjoy such glory today? When the conversation turned to certain unattainable women, particularly those with intriguing stories, even the quietest of men could become loquacious. Despite Xiao Mo's esteemed reputation as the Prince of Lingwu, he too succumbed to nostalgia, his face reflecting a wistful remembrance as he sighed. Empress Lin, I can barely call her sister-in-law. Her Majesty is unparalleled among women of the century. When she was alive, who among the court dared to defy her even slightly? Even the late emperor would occasionally find himself in a sticky situation. At that time, there was talk of the two saints presiding over the court, referring not to the emperor and the patriarch, but to the emperor and empress themselves. The late couple lived together, shared the throne, and were inseparable, their bond profound. The 6 palaces were perpetually empty, and they had no children from other unions. Within 3 months of the late emperor's passing, the empress followed suit, their love transcending life and death. Whether it was a reflection on his own wife's memory or not, Gongsun Zhongmo, for the first time, displayed a rare sentiment of wistfulness. Xiao Mo's smile bore a hint of disdain. Empress Lin was the daughter of the previous Khan, Lin Yuan, and the elder sister of the current Khan, Lin Han. Gongsun, you are correct. Without the empress's substantial support, Lin Han would never have ascended to the throne of the Khan at Su Beiyu's side. Such is the depth of their bond. What more could one desire? Xiao Mo chuckled. Young man, one must not become overly fixated on romantic entanglements. After all, the vast empire lies before you. If one cannot shoulder the responsibility, what a lamentable fate that would be. Su Beiyu shook his head. I am but a humble commoner. How could I dare to contemplate such matters? Finally, Xiao Mo revealed a semblance of princely authority, stating in a deep tone, I do not appreciate such talk. I am a man of experience, aware of the fervor of youth. I have encountered countless individuals and pride myself on my discernment. I refuse to believe you are one who willingly embraces mediocrity. Su Beiyu shot a glance at his master, noting no signs of discontent on his face, and thus unveiled a fragment of his hidden thoughts. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I do not dare, that I fear that a single misstep may lead to a lifetime of regret. Xiao Mo swiftly reverted to his previous jovial demeanor. Whether one strays or not is not for you to decide. With your master overseeing you, you need not fear straying from the path. Moreover, it is inevitable that everyone makes mistakes in life. If everyone adhered strictly to the rules, how dull this world would be. Chapter 43. Who is the mantis and who is the cicada? In the early hours, Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu departed the prince's residence. Along the way, Su Beiyu recounted his experiences from the previous night in detail, particularly concerning the dark-clad officials and the young master Xiao Shilu. Gongsun Zhongmo was not taken aback. At the level of Xiao Mo, a minister of the court, it was customary to keep most affairs under tight control. Although he appeared familiar with Gongsun Zhongmo, he was, in truth, cautious. Even deep bonds of affection could not forge true trust. The same could be said for Xiao Mo and the northeast Liao King. The master and disciple did not linger in the eastern city, but returned to the southern inn to gather Zhiyun, then set forth into the morning light, directly exiting the gates of Dunhuang City. Approximately 20 li away from the city, Su Beiyu could no longer contain his curiosity. Master, why are we in such haste to leave Dunhuang? Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly. The Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard are about to make their move. Su Beiyu felt a jolt of surprise, but refrained from probing further into how his master had acquired this information. To him, it was clear that since his master maintained relations with figures like Xiao Mo, he was far from the superficial connections he appeared to have. Perhaps even the Demon Suppression Hall and the Dark Guard housed his master's old acquaintances. From Gongsun Zhongmo's countenance, one could discern little of his inner thoughts. In truth, he himself felt little sentiment, for the remnants of the sword sect had been active for several decades now, and the Demon Suppression Hall's bounty had persisted for over 10 years. He had long existed in a perpetual state of pursuit and counter-pursuit, having long since shed any semblance of anxiety or fear. Conversely, those skilled practitioners from the Demon Suppression Hall who hunted him were perpetually ensnared by these two emotions. As the individual they were pursuing was none other than the current sword sect leader, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise, and the terror of life and death rendered few capable of facing such a reality with equanimity. This collaboration between the Shadow Guard and the Demon Suppression Hall to hunt him down was neither the first nor would it be the last. An hour after Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo had departed the city, a carriage followed suit, escorted by 200 guards from the Shiliang military, their presence formidable and their hooves thundering. Within the carriage sat 3 individuals: Lu Chun, the Wheel King, and a figure clad in blood-red armor. Lu Chun lifted the carriage curtain to observe the outside world and scoffed. Gongsun Zhongmo does not disguise his movements. He is clearly waiting for us to walk into his trap. Leaning against the carriage wall, the Wheel King replied nonchalantly, in the game of predator and prey, who is the mantis and who is the cicada? Gongsun Zhongmo is undoubtedly a master, yet he exhibits a flaw typical of the sword sect: an excessive reliance on his sword and an overinflated sense of self-importance. Believing that with his sword in hand, he can conquer the world. In the past, the founding emperor wove a vast net over the realm with the Shadow Guard, while the headmaster utilized the Demon Suppression Hall as a spider within this web, effectively capturing insects without fail. Regrettably, in recent years, the Taoists and the court have drifted apart, leaving the spider adept at exterminating insects yet unable to ensnare them. The net may capture insects, but it cannot eliminate them, leading to their inevitable escape. Today, with our combined efforts, failure is not an option, Liu Chen remarked with slight derision. If it were merely you and I who could slay Gongsun Zhongmo, he would have perished long ago, and would not still be roaming about in vibrant health. The Wheel King's countenance grew increasingly pale as he coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Who claims we must single-handedly eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo? We are not so capable. Even if we were, the glory of such an achievement would not fall to us. We are but a part of this grand net. The spider lies elsewhere, and for us, success does not necessarily mean killing, nor does failure equate to not killing. As long as the objective is achieved, that suffices." Liu Chun pondered for a moment and then sighed. The Wheel King truly embodies the left arm of the King of Hell. This insight is beyond my grasp. The Wheel King laughed heartily. What insight? It is merely the result of living long enough to gain some understanding of what to do and what not to do. Lu Chun sighed once more. Ultimately, we have become mere pieces on a chessboard. Our fate's no longer our own. The Wheel King, with his pale fingers crossed before him, spoke slowly. The world resembles a chessboard. The Taoists and the court are the players. The Central Plains and Jiangnan are the great dragons, while the Northwest occupies a corner that should not be embroiled in the dragon-slaying conflict. Yet, for some reason, the idol piece of Chonglong Temple has transformed into a pivotal element of this struggle, where pulling one thread affects the entire tapestry. Thus, we find ourselves in today's predicament. In truth, we have long been pieces in this game, only now becoming aware of it. Liu Chun bowed his head in silent agreement with the Wheel King's assertion. The Wheel King continued, "This is a chess game between the court and the Taoists. Our faction wishes for a stalemate, while your faction insists on a clear victor. However, either outcome necessitates a fundamental premise. The game must adhere to the rules. Should it deviate from the rules, someone is bound to upend the chessboard, transforming the game into a violent confrontation, resulting in mutual destruction." Liu Chun raised his head, speaking gravely, "and thus allow others to benefit as outsiders." The Wheel King nodded in concurrence. Gongsun Zhongmo has seen through this, which is why he aims to be a disruptor, to throw the chessboard into disarray, compelling the court and the Taoists to overturn it. Only then can he hope to revive the sword sect. Lu Chen murmured, "What a Gongsun Zhongmo, truly worthy of being the leader of the sword sect." The Wheel King casually remarked, "Years ago, the leader of the Sword Peak abandoned the shadows for the light, betraying the sword sect and ruthlessly slaughtering the sword Qi Lingkong Hall. Only the heavenly dust ancestor and Emperor Shao were privy to this beforehand. Even Su Guanyin was caught unawares. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo discerned it and fled Bo Island in time, escaping the clutches of death. From that moment, I recognized his exceptional nature. Had he not been born of the sword sect, but of the Taoists, he would surely be one of the players today." Lu Chun felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. If the world were indeed a chessboard, he was now but a discarded piece. Escape. In this vast world, where could one find refuge from the Shadow Guard's web? The Shadow Guards dealt with traitors with a ruthlessness exceeding that for enemies. The mere thought of the 3 ominous commanders of the White Tiger Hall sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. The Wheel King sat cross-legged, resting his hands on his knees, and spoke softly, Gongsun Zhongmo has broken the rules, thus he must die. The Taoists and the court share this sentiment. They would go so far as to temporarily seal the chessboard to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo. He regarded Liu Qian with a penetrating gaze, as if perceiving his innermost thoughts, and stated calmly, "This is also your final opportunity to redeem yourself." Liu Qian straightened, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the carriage thickened with a palpable murderous intent. Not emanating from Liu Qian, but from the blood-armored figure beside him, Liu Qian struggled to conceal the weight of despair, murmuring weakly, "Years ago, the martial ancestor emperor left behind 12 blood guard sentinels, which, after modifications by the Wei King, have grown even more formidable. Given the escalating tensions in the northwest, Commander Fu specifically entrusted one to my care." The Wheel King nodded gently. Showing no surprise, Liu Qian reached out to remove the sealing talisman from the forehead of the bloodguard sentinel. In the next moment, the sentinel erupted from the carriage, charging forward like a streak of blinding crimson across the skies. Chapter 44. Thunder of the Azure Storm shakes 500 miles just as the bloodguard sentinel departed. The Wheel King, who had been seated beside Liu Qian, vanished without a trace point 10 miles away. Gongsun Zhongmo abruptly halted, gripping his weapon, Xianming. Moments later, a crimson bolt of thunder crashed onto the scene, akin to a divine weapon descending from the heavens. Crashing into Gongsun Zhongmo with its own body as the weapon, Gongsun Zhongmo remained calm and collected, his Xianming unsheathed, effortlessly deflecting the crimson lightning with a single stroke. It was only then that Su Beiyu discerned the true nature of this crimson entity, a towering figure. 8 feet tall, clad in impenetrable blood-red armor, exuding a suffocating aura of blood, reminiscent of the spectral warriors of ancient battlefields. Though vastly different in power, one a mere pawn, the other a battlefield champion, fundamentally. They bore little distinction, both devoid of any semblance of consciousness, caught in a peculiar state of half-life. Ji Yun, visibly anxious, whispered to Su Beiyu, "I once heard my master mention that the Shadow Guard possesses 12 blood guard sentinels, each invulnerable to blades and fire, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators." True to her words, although Gongsun Zhongmo's strike had repelled the blood guard sentinel, it suffered no tangible harm, its blood aura still soaring skyward. Causing onlookers to recoil in fear, Su Beiyu widened his eyes, scrutinizing the blood guard sentinel, and inquired, "Master, what exactly is this blood guard sentinel?" Gongsun Zhongmo tilted his Xianming slightly, nonchalantly replying, "This entity is known as the blood-guard sentinel." A fitting name, indeed. We once referred to it simply as the blood-armored man, originally crafted by Xiao Lai as a trinket for his son. Xiao Jin.it served little purpose, barely adequate as a guardian. Later, Xiao Jian and Ming Qian improved it, incorporating 36 Taoist talismans, transforming it from a mere decorative piece into something functional. Eventually, it seems the Imperial Office and the Tianji Pavilion under Lan Yu also became involved, expending immense resources, ultimately producing just 12 of these blood-armored men. Su Beiyu gasped in admiration. With the treasury of the court, they could only manage 12 blood guard sentinels. It appears this creation is exceedingly precious. Worth its weight in gold, Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile. It's worth far more than a mere fortune. Even if worldly merchants were to offer 100,000 gold pieces, they could not procure such a blood-armored man, nor would they dare to. It involves various intricate and mysterious entanglements of fate. Should an ordinary person attempt to wield this sentinel, steeped in the blood of thousands, they would likely perish within 7 days. Su Beiyu remained stunned into silence. Gongsun Zhongmo raised his Xianming, suddenly declaring, "If you do not reveal yourselves soon, I shall truly dismantle this blood guard sentinel." Ensuring you lose everything, the young Taoist appeared behind the blood guard sentinel, his right hand pale as snow, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly, then bowed and saluted. "The Wheel King of the Demon Suppression Hall pays his respects to Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly, "The 10th-ranked Wheel King. Have you come to inquire about swords, or are you here under orders to hunt me down?" The Wheel King spoke softly, "I have not come to engage with Mr. Gongsun, but rather to request the return of a person." Gongsun Zhongmo, maintaining his composure, asked, "Whom do you seek?" The Wheel King extended a pale index finger, pointing at Ji Yun beside Su Beiyu. "She was once my Taoist disciple and the sole survivor of Chonglong Temple. It is only right that she returns with me to the Duxing Peak to meet the headmaster and recount the events surrounding Chonglong Temple." Ji-yun, feeling the gaze of the Wheel King, recalled the fearsome inspection judge and the northern ghost emperor, her face paling as she instinctively hid behind Su Beiyu. And if I refuse to hand her over? Gongsun Zhongmo thrust his Xinming sword in sheath into the ground, folding his arms over the hilt. The Wheel King appeared unsurprised by Gongsun Zhongmo's response, forcing a wry smile. Mr. Gongsun, why must you make things difficult for a mere pawn such as myself? A mere pawn? Gongsun Zhongmo let out a light chuckle, asking, and who, may I inquire, is the true heavyweight? The Wheel King replied solemnly, it is, of course, the esteemed Lord of the Hall, the various peak masters, and the esteemed Taoist. Gongsun Zhongmo responded calmly, then let the esteemed ones come to request the lives of others from me. The Wheel King fixed his gaze on Ji-yun, slowly continuing, since Mr. Gongsun is unwilling to show leniency. I have no choice but to. Before he could finish his sentence, the immobile guardian of the abyss surged forward with a thunderous roar, delivering a punch aimed directly at Gongsun Zhongmo's face. With barely a hair's breadth of difference, Gongsun Zhongmo deftly positioned his sword horizontally before him, the scabbard vibrating violently 9 times as it absorbed the force of the blow, yet his stance remained unyielding. As steadfast as a mountain. Su Beiyu, observing the scene, discerned a hint of insight. The punch from the guardian of the abyss bore a resemblance to the fierce essence of the Shao family's martial arts, powerful and unstoppable. In contrast, his master employed the second sword, embodying the principle of yielding to overcome force, akin to water that adapts to its surroundings. Just then, Su Beiyu was suddenly struck by a chill at his neck. At the instant the guardian of the abyss unleashed its punch, the Wheel King vanished from sight, not targeting Gongsun Zhongmo, but appearing beside Su Beiyu in an instant, his cold fingers pressing against his neck. Su Beiyu found himself utterly unable to resist, his entire vital energy frozen in that moment. The Wheel King coughed softly, one hand covering his mouth while the other rested on Su Beiyu. Whispering, Mr. Gongsun, how about exchanging a life for a life? Gongsun Zhongmo feigned ignorance, taking a step forward, with Xinming still sheathed. He countered with the hilt of his sword striking the chest of the guardian of the abyss, sending the colossal figure retreating step by step. The act of drawing the sword need not be executed. Even while it remained in its sheath, the sword's aura could still surge forth. The guardian of the abyss stumbled backward for over 100 yards before finally stabilizing itself. The might of Gongsun Zhongmo's sword chi had reached a terrifying level, capable of unleashing its energy without the blade being drawn. Once a disciple of the sword sect, now the sect master, he truly lived up to the name of the sword sect. The guardian of the abyss, having expended countless resources, was certainly not so easily vanquished. In the next moment, it roared back to life, charging forward like an ancient beast, leaving a deep trench nearly 100 yards long in its wake, causing the ground around it to collapse in varying degrees. The cacophony of sound merged into a deafening roar. Fierce and chaotic, Gongsun Zhongmo held the scabbard with one hand, positioning the sword before him, as Xinming emitted a clear ringing sound from within its sheath, as if eager for a match against an equal opponent. The guardian of the abyss collided with the horizontal scabbard, akin to a massive wave crashing against a sturdy dam. Gongsun Zhongmo remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, while the guardian was forced back several dozen yards by the recoil, its feet carving deep marks into the earth. Expressionless, Gongsun Zhongmo spun his sword, gripping the hilt with a calm yet fervent demeanor. Xinming trembled slightly within its sheath. The 14th sword, the azure thunder, resonated with the heavens. The sword's intent echoed like a drum, the earth and sky becoming the great drum, and the sword in his hand serving as the drumstick. The sound of the drum was akin to thunder. In his early days, Shangguan Xianqian had used this very sword to battle the foremost Sword Immortal of the southern territories, Dongxing, producing a tremor felt for 500 miles and defeating Dongxing, thus making his name known throughout the realm. The formless thunder penetrated the armor of the guardian of the abyss, reverberating within for 500 miles. The guardian staggered backward, its armor beginning to crack, dark blood seeping from the crevices. Gongsun Zhongmo stepped forward once more. 100 yards with a single stride. Xinming finally rang out as it was drawn. In an instant, the sword chi enveloped the surroundings. Moments later, as the sword chi dissipated, so did the guardian of the abyss. Reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 45. The sword cuts life and death. The Wheel King gazed upon this scene, his expression darkening. The thunderous sound from the preceding strike still echoed in his ears. Unrelenting. Though the Wheel King did not wield a sword, he was acutely aware of the sheer dominance of that strike. Practitioners of the sword generally traverse four essential stages: technique, qi, intent, and Tao, which are interconnected yet distinct. The epitome of a sword strike should seamlessly integrate all four elements. The young man before him had barely touched the threshold of qi. If the 13th sword epitomized the pinnacle of qi, then the 14th sword represented the union of technique and qi. The Wheel King believed that if he were to face that sword, he could only retreat time and again, awaiting the exhaustion of its energy before attempting to counterattack. The Wheel King turned his gaze toward Gongsun Zhongmo, speaking in a low tone. "What is your intent, Mr. Gongsun?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied flatly, "In my lifetime, I have never succumbed to coercion." The Wheel King frowned, asking, "Are you not afraid that your painstakingly nurtured disciple might lose his life?" As he spoke, a blue-white chill emanated from where his finger rested, swiftly encasing most of Su Beiyou's body in crystalline ice, clear and translucent. Jiyun, witnessing this, was so frightened that she could not utter a word. Desperately covering her mouth, fearing a sound might escape, the grand elders of the Demon Suppression Hall had shown her the dark side of the Taoist sect, far more terrifying than the Shadow Guard. Gongsun Zhongmo looked at the Wheel King, his eyes devoid of the usual murkiness of age, instead shining with clarity, as pure as that of an infant. The Wheel King's expression shifted, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his eyes. A sudden surge of killing intent arose. Gongsun Zhongmo's clear gaze revealed a shadow of a sword slowly materializing, like a submerged sword rising from the depths of a laked Ayan the next instant. The Wheel King's vision darkened, his eyes transformed into two deep blood wells. He was blinded. Without any hesitation, the Wheel King summoned a surge of cold energy, instantly encasing Su Beiyu in a lifelike ice sculpture. Ready to shatter with the slightest touch, however, Gongsun Zhongmo did not grant him that opportunity. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed another sword strike. This time, the Wheel King's entire right hand was severed in one fell swoop. Cornered, the Wheel King could no longer afford to concern himself with Su Beiyu. Unleashing all his power, 6 sacred wheels appeared around him, swirling endlessly. Why did the Wheel King take on the name of the wheel? Because he held dominion over the cycles of life and death. The 6 sacred wheels merged into one, coalescing into a massive wheel that slowly rotated in the void. With a sweep of his arms, the wheel began to spin rapidly, expanding with each revolution. After 36 revolutions, the wheel grew to the size of a mountain, blocking out the sun, with countless vengeful spirits laboring within, their mournful cries echoing as they propelled the wheel of life and death. As the wheel turned in the positive direction, signifying rebirth after death, the oppressive stench of death seeped out, a force so lethal that even martial artists of the mortal realm would perish upon contact, while even those of the ghost immortal and human immortal realms would find their souls tainted and bodies sullied. The Wheel King truly deserved his title as the 10th of the Demon Suppression Hall. The grayish death aura permeated the world around them. Aside from Su Beiyu and Jiyun, even the ground was shrouded in a layer of ashen darkness. Gongsun Zhongmo stood at the forefront, unwavering, absorbing the Wheel King's deathly assault, his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest, rustling incessantly. The Wheel King concealed himself behind the wheel and the death aura, his expression shifting between light and shadow, his remaining hand gripping a black stone, seemingly weighing his options, refraining from fleeing immediately. Logically, the sword sect was not a Buddhist sect, excelling not in defensive tactics but rather in offense, and it was expected that Gongsun Zhongmo, despite being at the Earth Immortal level, should not stand unharmed amidst the deathly aura. Yet, Gongsun Zhongmo remained unexpectedly unscathed. He raised Xianming, positioning it before his eyes, lightly caressing the blade with 2 fingers. Instantly, sword qi swirled for 100 yards around him. Centered on Gongsun Zhongmo, countless strands of sword qi flowed, not only dispersing the deathly aura surrounding him but also forming an inescapable cage of sword qi. The Wheel King's expression changed slightly. However, Gongsun Zhongmo's formidable prowess was anticipated. Upon witnessing this, the Wheel King ceased to hesitate, softly declaring, "In the 10 halls of Yama, the 10th hall, the Wheel King resides beyond the dark stones of the underworld, judging lost souls, determining the fates of men and women, discerning wealth and poverty, sending them forth into reincarnation, wielding the authority over life and death. The reason I, the Wheel King, rank just below the First Hall's King Qingguang and the renowned Yama King, is only natural. Even if I am not your match, Mr. Gongsun, I should still be able to hinder you somewhat, no? The black stone in the Wheel King's hand soared into the air like a shooting star, carving a dark trajectory as it pierced through the swirling sword chi, crashing violently against Gongsun Zhongmo's chest. Gongsun Zhongmo's white hair whipped violently, his figure swaying backward. The multitude of sword chi experienced a brief moment of stillness. Seizing the opportunity, the Wheel King transformed into a black rainbow, ready to flee this perilous place. However, just as he began to shift into a black rainbow, a mocking smile graced Gongsun Zhongmo's lips. From behind the Wheel King, a long-awaited sword struck down with tremendous force. Unprepared, the Wheel King was pierced through the heart by Chuexia in an instant, his vital energy collapsing entirely. Gongsun Zhongmo raised Xianming, delivering a decisive slash. The sword chi cascaded like a galaxy, connecting heaven and earth, tearing apart the clouds above. It was the formidable 13th sword. The wheel of life and death crumbled beneath this strike. The Wheel King was cleaved in twain, blood pouring forth like rain, staining the once icebound Su Beiyu a vivid crimson. Amidst the resounding hooves, Lu Chun arrived just in time, witnessing this scene in stunned silence before being engulfed by sheer terror. His agreement to ally with the Wheel King in pursuit of Gongsun Zhongmo was not born of recklessness. He believed that with the 10th of the Demon Suppression Hall allied with a Guardian of the Abyss, comparable to most beings of the human immortal realm, they would at least be able to protect themselves against Gongsun Zhongmo. Yet, Lu Chun never imagined that within the span of a single incense stick, not only would the Guardian of the Abyss be destroyed, but the Wheel King would also perish beneath Gongsun Zhongmo's sword. In the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo, even the most skilled individuals appeared as fragile as paper, swiftly reduced to mere ashes by a few deft strokes of his sword. Sheathing both the Xianming and Chuexia blades, Gongsun Zhongmo turned his gaze towards Lu Qian and inquired, "You are Lu Qian? Are you not? If my memory serves me right, you are affiliated with Fu Zhongtian. Today, I shall spare your life. Convey a message to Fu Zhongtian for me. I have long remembered the betrayal when he orchestrated the assassination attempt against me." Gongsun Zhongmo, with the aid of 8 esteemed assassins from the Dark Guard point one day, I shall settle this score with him. Lu Chun nodded repeatedly before cautiously taking his leave. In that moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the remnants of the sword sect or his own position. All he desired was to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Gongsun Zhongmo's gaze was icy as he flicked his sleeve, causing 200 guards to be thrown into disarray, their lives extinguished alongside their steeds. One of Lu Chin's arms fell lifelessly to the ground. His complexion drained of color, Lu Chun dared not utter a word or glance back, hastily departing alone. How could he not be terrified? This man wielded his sleeve as a sword, annihilating over 200 elite warriors. What could he possibly do? After stumbling for 5 miles, the governor of the Northwest's Dark Guard finally whispered hoarsely, "The Wheel King has betrayed me." Chapter 46-47. What a beautiful autumn it is. The sunlight cascaded upon Su Beiyu, now encased in ice, mingled with blood, creating a translucent spectacle. Beneath this sanguine glow, Su Beiyu's expression remained remarkably calm, exuding a peculiar yet cruel beauty. Similarly drenched in blood, Ji Yun's tears streamed down in a continuous line, her hands covering her mouth in a desperate attempt to stifle her cries, fearing that if she wept, Su Beiyu would truly be lost to her forever. Gongsun Zhongmo approached the solid ice, pausing in silence before declaring, "He shall not perish. My disciple's life rests in my hands, and none shall take it from me." As he spoke, Gongsun Zhongmo raised his right hand, forming a sword finger with his index and middle fingers, and slowly continued, "Having practiced the sword for 80 years, I can kill, but I can also save." With a gentle sweep, he sliced through the layer of ice with fierce sword intent, ensuring that the interior remained unharmed. It must be noted that Su Beiyu had become one with the ice. Any miscalculation could shatter both man and ice into countless fragments. Gongsun Zhongmo's confidence in his abilities was evident as he executed a series of precise movements, sending ice shards flying, a testament to his exquisite swordsmanship, which, although seemingly grand and sweeping, revealed meticulous caution within an intricate dance of precision. After spending nearly half an hour, Gongsun Zhongmo had completely removed the ice from Su Beiyu. He then imparted a breath of sword energy to guide the flow of internal energy within Su Beiyu. After another hour of delicate work, he tapped Su Beiyu's body hundreds of times with his sword finger. Even for one as skilled as Gongsun Zhongmo, his complexion paled slightly until Su Beiyu's color began to return to normal and the pallor faded. Finally, he exhaled deeply and gently placed his disciple into Ji Yun's embrace, softly saying, "He will awaken in about half an hour. You keep watch." With the weight in her heart finally lifted, Ji Yun sat on the ground, holding Su Beiyu and wiping away her tears, breaking into a smile that its all right. Gongsun Zhongmo sheathed his two swords, appearing nothing like the notorious figure ranked second on the wanted list of the Demon Suppression Hall, nor resembling the master of the sword sect, but rather like a diligent farmer, beginning to clear the corpses strewn about, leaving the area for Su Beiyu and Ji Yun. As Ji Yun gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Beiyu, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously reaching out to touch his slightly cold face. However, as her fingertips brushed against his skin, she withdrew her hand as if startled, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly looked down. As though Su Beiyu might awaken at any moment, the initial step is often the most difficult. After failing once, the courage to try again diminishes. Ji Yun dared not extend her hand again. Instead, beginning to observe Su Beiyu closely for the first time, she noticed the thick calluses on his fingers and the inconspicuous scars on his wrists and forearms. She instinctively glanced at her own hands, delicate and untouched by labor. Until now, her life had been sheltered within the confines of the Chonglong Temple, particularly fortunate to have been protected by the old master, leaving her unaware of the hardships faced by those at the bottom of society or the perils of the martial world. For her, being scolded by her master or losing a pet bird were monumental events, causing her to grieve for days. The destruction of the Chonglong Temple felt akin to the sky collapsing. Yet overall, she considered herself fortunate. While all others perished, she remained alive, her past days filled with the warmth of spring. After more than half an hour, Su Beiyu groggily awoke, discovering himself nestled in a soft, warm embrace. He felt as though he had merely taken a brief nap, yet a chill lingered, accompanied by an ineffable sense of relief, as if his internal energy had strengthened significantly. Although he still had some distance to cover before reaching the second-tier realm, he was no longer comparable to an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Instinctively, he shifted slightly. Ji Yun, now blushing from ear to neck, felt her skin radiate warmth, almost glistening as if it could drip with dew. As Su Beiyu gradually became fully conscious, he sensed something amiss, abruptly sitting up to find Ji Yun with her head bowed. An overwhelming embarrassment enveloped them, as the two young souls found themselves ensnared in an uncomfortable silence, unsure of how to proceed. Regardless of the awkwardness, this moment would indelibly mark their memories, for if 20 is the spring of life, then the emotions blossoming in this instant are akin to the most vibrant flowers blooming in that spring, pure and unblemished. Gongsun Zhongmo, who was in the distance reducing the last of the corpses to dust, smiled faintly, standing upright and softly reflecting. The youth knows not the taste of sorrow. Ascend once more, ascend once more. Indeed, the youthful Su Beiyu was oblivious to the burdens of sorrow. He muttered something, and Ji Yun's face finally lost some of its redness, and in an unprecedented gesture, she lightly tapped Su Beiyu. Her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement, though her eyes sparkled with laughter. Observing this scene, Gongsun Zhongmo, now with gray hair, felt a pang of melancholy. Within that melancholy lay a sense of solitude, nostalgia, and reminiscence. That year, as the conflict between the Taoist sect and the sword sect loomed, at such a critical juncture, Elder Xiao Shen abandoned the sword sect, secretly aligning himself with his nephew, Xiao Yu, and became the leader of the sword peak within the Taoist sect. It was the same year that Xiao Shen unleashed a massacre on the Lianhua Peak, ruthlessly slaughtering the defenseless disciples of the Sword Qi Lingkong Hall. Almost the entire Sword Qi Lingkong Hall was annihilated, with only Gongsun Zhongmo and a woman miraculously escaping. Subsequently, calamity struck. The news of their master, Shangguan Xianxin, being executed by heavenly punishment reached them, and the sword sect teetered on the brink of collapse overnight. The sword sect faced a crushing defeat against the White Lotus sect and the Taoist faction, resulting in the imminent downfall of the sword sect, which was relentlessly pursued by the Taoist sect. The two could only flee together. While the world believed they ultimately parted ways, perhaps even dying without reconciliation, few knew of the times they had supported each other through life-and-death situations. Back then, Gongsun Zhongmo was not the invincible figure he was today. His cultivation was still shallow, and under the pursuit of the demon suppression hall, he lived in constant fear, often in dire straits, barely clinging to life. It was during those most challenging times, bound by their prior engagement, that the two formally wed. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no grand halls, no friends or family, no bridal procession, nor even a wedding gown. Only the two of them. 2 swords, 2 joyous candles, and 2 pots of coarse wine, pledging their vows to the heavens. That summer was the peak of Gongsun Zhongmo's life, a season marked by both scorching sun and tumultuous storms. As for why they became estranged, the reason was quite simple. 20 years later, the woman grew weary of the relentless journey, and he could not offer her the stability she sought. When the opportunity for a secure life finally arose, it was only natural that their paths diverged. Supporting each other through adversity ultimately could not withstand the test of drifting apart in the vast world. Gongsun Zhongmo recalled the scene of their parting, where not a single word was exchanged. They simply turned away from each other in resolute silence. Now, reflecting back, while circumstances played a role, was it not also a matter of youthful arrogance? Time has passed, leaving behind a sense of desolation in old age. Does he harbor regrets? A breeze stirred, carrying with it a hint of early autumn's chill. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed once more at the young couple. Sighing, in old age, one learns the taste of sorrow. Wishing to speak yet remaining silent. What a beautiful autumn it is. Chapter 48. The Immortal's 18 floors. A knight galloped from the outer city into the inner city, taking a direct route without detours, crossing through much of the inner city until he reached the entrance of the Dark Guard's headquarters, in contrast to the grandeur of the Demon Suppression Hall. The Dark Guard's office, situated in the imperial capital, appeared somewhat unremarkable, even a touch shabby. However, this was to be expected, as it lay beneath the emperor's domain. Not to mention the imposing royal palace, there were various government offices, the cabinet, and the grand governor's residence towering above, leaving the Dark Guard, regardless of its formidable authority, unable to overtly wield power. Yet, due to its direct allegiance to the emperor, the Dark Guard held a prestigious position. Unlike other affiliated military offices scattered throughout the inner city, instead, it was located near the imperial city's main gate, the Chengtian Gate, adjacent to the Grand Governor's residence and across the street from the 6 major ministries. Truly positioned at the heart of the empire.as for the cabinet, it was situated within the royal city, specifically the Wanyuan Pavilion, separate from the various government offices. Before the entrance of the Dark Guard mansion, the armored and blade-wielding sentinels cast cold, scrutinizing glances at the weary knight before them. Only when he produced a black jade token from his embrace did their penetrating gazes gradually retreat. This token served as a testament to the knight's identity. He was one of their own. After a brief half-hour, the knight found himself within a confidential chamber deep inside the Dark Guard mansion. The room was small and dim, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a cabinet. A middle-aged man clad in the ceremonial robes of a lion martial officer sat cross-legged upon the bed, his features obscured by the shadows that filled the room, rendering him indistinct. The knight knelt before the bed, presenting a sealed letter with immaculate wax. The middle-aged man, identifiable as the right prefect of the Dark Guard, Fu Zhongtian, wore the insignia of a second-rank martial officer, leaving little doubt regarding his status. As one of the 3 officials of the White Tiger Hall, Fu Zhongtian governed regions such as Shuzhou, the Northwest, and the Western Grasslands, with the Northwest Dark Guard under his command. Prior to his ascension to the position of Right Prefect, he had commanded the Inner Guard, renowned for his unparalleled cultivation and merciless disposition. Over the years, countless so-called powerful officials had fallen victim to his relentless pursuits, and it could be said that he climbed to his current station atop a mountain of the blood of the elite. Fu Zhongtian accepted the letter but did not hasten to open it. Instead, he tapped his index finger lightly on the table and inquired, "What is your name?" The knight, prostrated on the ground, respectfully replied, "Reporting to the esteemed prefect, I am called Gu Yin, with Gu from the family name Du Gu, and Yin as in the wild goose." Though his surprise, the voice that emerged was crisp and unmistakably feminine. Fu Zhongtian nodded and rose to speak. "Thank you, prefect." The woman stood, revealing a visage strikingly similar to that of the deceased Gu Yin, though the latter bore a more worldly air while Gu Yin exuded an aura of cold beauty. Gu Yin and Gu Yin were orphans taken in by Lu Chun during his early years, resembling each other so closely in childhood that even Lu Chun sometimes found it hard to distinguish between them. However, as they matured, only their outward appearance remained similar. Gu Yin was lively, while Gu Yin was serene. Their demeanor alone easily set apart the sisters, and with Gu Yin now deceased, they were no longer sisters in spirit. Fu Zhongtian glanced at Gu Yin and softly inquired, "How is Lu Chen faring?" Gu Yin replied in a hushed tone, "We have just received word from the northwest that Lord Lu has lost an arm and has returned to the central capital. Awaiting your decision, esteemed prefect." Finally, Fu Zhongtian unfurled the letter in his hands, which contained 2 pages filled with densely packed fine script. His expression remained impassive as he meticulously read through the contents, revealing no signs of joy or anger, nor did he express any opinion on what was written. The Dark Guard Mansion was the ancestral home of gathering and probing into confidential intelligence. As one of its 3 principal officials, he naturally had other channels to verify the truth of Lu Chen's circumstances. Fu Zhongtian placed the letter upon the oil lamp on the table. Watching as it gradually turned to ash before he spoke slowly, Gongsun Zhongmo has slain the 10th Wheel King of the Demon Suppression Hall with a single stroke of his sword. Truly a formidable master of the sword sect, his might is undeniable. The opportunity to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo, who once failed to become a significant threat, is now both overdue and challenging. Jiu Yin dared not respond. For that was Gongsun Zhongmo, the current leader of the sword sect, second only to the already transcendent Qing Chun, and even overshadowing the notorious demon, Murong Xinyin. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Guard Mansion, Gu Yin had access to some insider knowledge that few outsiders could fathom. The realm above the human ascendant is that of the Earth Immortal, an incredibly profound state, broader than the sum of the several preceding realms. The so-called immortals are those Earth Immortals who disdain the mortal world, tirelessly honing their skills, refining their essence into gold, and forming their spirit. They ascend beyond the mundane, transcending life and death, and returning to the 3 mountains, thus earning the title of immortals. The 3 mountains refer to the legendary islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. The Taoist master Elzu once remarked that if one desires to reach Yingzhou, they must first traverse the grand 18 floors. Consequently, the Earth Immortal realm is often referred to as the 18 floors of Earth Immortals, and figures like the Wheel King are merely at the initial stages of this realm, perhaps just stepping onto the 2nd floor. Gongsun Zhongmo, as speculated by a wise master, likely possesses a realm beyond the 12th floor, yet the specifics of his level remain shrouded in uncertainty. After all, for so many years, no one has been able to compel Gongsun Zhongmo to exert his full strength. As for the realm of immortals above the Earth Immortal, in the past century, aside from the previous Taoist sect's master who has ascended, the current master is also reputed to be invincible, leaving the world to speculate that they may be at the 18 floors of Earth Immortals without daring to assert that they have entered the realm of immortals, highlighting the rarity of such beings. An old saying goes, "The cicadas sense the autumn winds before they stir, the celestial beings respond to the human ascendants, the Earth Immortals wander the seas by dawn and the marshes by dusk, while the immortals achieve eternal life." This illustrates that only by stepping into the Earth Immortal realm can one truly be free in the mortal world. However, even Earth Immortals are not entirely unencumbered. They remain subject to the towering Tao, unable to escape the cycle of life and death. Only those who attain the realm of immortals can be considered truly liberated and eternal. Fu Zhongtian mused softly. Gongsun Zhongmo is accompanied by a young man. If I calculate correctly, this old fellow is already 80 years of age, and the sword path does not cultivate longevity like the teachings of Buddhism. It seems he is nearing the end of his lifespan and is preparing to train a successor. Jiu Yin quietly concurred, "It seems so." Suddenly, Fu Zhongtian rose from the bed, his face emerging from the shadows. His features were refined, with 3 strands of long beard, an archetypal visage of a cultured gentleman, resembling more a scholar than a warrior. Jiu Yin instinctively took a step back in surprise. Fu Zhongtian grasped Gu Yan's chin, scrutinizing her closely before breaking into a smile. "What a beauty!" Gu Yan's body stiffened, unsure of how to respond. Fu Zhongtian's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "Lu Chun has committed such a grave error. He ought to face death." Diu Yan's countenance turned ashen in an instant. To her, Lu Chun was akin to a father. How could she bear to watch him fall into despair? Just as she was about to speak, Fu Zhongtian leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "However, Lu Qian has sent you here, which is a splendid gift that pleases me greatly. I can grant him a reprieve." Jiu Yan was taken aback, her strength draining away little by little. Fu Zhongtian straightened, supporting her as he towered over her. He recalled that Gongsun Zhongmo once said in his youth, "A sword is like a beloved wife. A beauty is akin to a fine sword. One must never part with their sword, yet a fine sword can be cherished and displayed, enjoyed in leisure. To gift a fine sword is like a gentleman offering a cherished concubine, a tale to be told with admiration." What he held in his hands was indeed a captivating fine sword, was it not? Chapter 49. The splendid rivers and mountains, the path to heaven. Su Beiyu now found himself in a predicament akin to being surrounded by a throng of enchanting beauties, yet sorrowfully realizing he was still an immature child, helpless and maddeningly frustrated. Tianlan, Chuexia, and Ximing appeared as three exquisite maidens, each with distinct backgrounds. Tianlan, the childhood sweetheart, had surpassed the stage of mere hand-holding and kisses. Only a final step remained. Chuexia, a recently acquainted noblewoman, exuded an air of dignity laced with flirtation, as if to say, "Come, if you can win me over, you shall instantly become a master of the highest rank." Yet, he could barely manage to win over Tianlan, let alone Chuexia, leaving him to merely gaze at the alluring beauty, swallowing hard. As for Xianming, she was a stunning beauty who had encountered countless men. Completely indifferent to Su Beiyu, maintaining an aloof demeanor that suggested she regarded men as mere clouds. The group had now departed from the borders of Dunhuang, heading eastward. Upon crossing the Wuqiao Ridge, they would enter the Shilong Prairie, and beyond that lay their destination, Jilu City. The trio traversed the rugged mountain path of Wuqiao Ridge, with Gongsun Zhongmo leading the way, Zhiyun in the middle, and Su Beiyu bringing up the rear. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the distant verdant horizon, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarked, "In those days of grand gatherings, the debates at Biluo Lake, the mysteries of Jinglu Lake, the trade fairs of Jilu City, the Taoist discussions of Xuandu, the Buddhist Ulambana festival, and the sword duels at Bio Island, were truly a cacophony of voices. Now, looking back, only the Taoist discussions and the Ulambana festival remain." Su Beiyu inquired curiously, "Master, what was the trade fair of Jilu City?" Gongsun Zhongmo, without any pretense, replied candidly, "The trade fair is simply a marketplace for commerce. For instance, if you are a Taoist and happen to possess a Buddhist artifact you cannot use, and I, a Buddhist, have a Taoist artifact that I cannot utilize either, we may wish to exchange but lack the means." Thus, the Jilu City Trade Fair was born, essentially a venue for trading goods. Su Beiyu's interest peaked. "That sounds like a wonderful place." Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "It is a pity you missed that period. When the General Murong Yin suffered defeat and retreated to Jilu City, he drove out the local practitioners. And since then, the trade fair has ceased to exist." Su Beiyu showed little disappointment, merely shaking his head and murmuring, "What a pity." Gongsun Zhongmo added, "In recent years, the Taoist sect has dominated, leading to an increase in solitary souls like us. This time, Xiaomo seeks to reopen the Jilu City Trade Fair, welcoming heroes from across the land, and has specifically invited me to attend. His ambitions are not small. It appears that my esteemed master may indeed have the support of Emperor Xiao behind him. After all, while the Prince of Lingwu is not entirely insignificant, he pales in comparison to the Taoist sect, which could easily crush him without a second thought. In the end, it would merely involve the court extending an apology, resulting in a loss of face but not of substance. In my master's prime, he managed to execute several high-ranking officials, which truly pained the Taoists, but even that was merely a matter of discomfort. Far from a crippling blow. Su Beiyu listened in utter astonishment. He had previously believed the Prince of Lingwu to be a figure of great importance, yet in his master's eyes, he was merely a pawn for Emperor Xiao. Furthermore, the Taoist sect had suffered the loss of several high-ranking officials, yet this hardly constituted a fatal injury. Just how profound must their foundation be? Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that the Taoist sect's supremacy meant that all the talents of the world were drawn into its fold. Taoist masters proliferated like weeds, endlessly harvested with no hope of exhaustion. They lost a few high-ranking officials, but what of the Battle of Hiliaoshan? where 36 high-ranking officials were nearly wiped out after Chen Yi ascended. He quickly reorganized the Demon Suppression Hall, saving the trouble of eliminating rivals. The hall remained intact. Su Beiyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. Although Gongsun Zhongmo had his back turned to him, he could read his disciple's thoughts with clarity and remarked with a gentle smile. "Are you wondering, my disciple, how we might revive the sword sect given the Taoist sect's overwhelming power?" Su Beiyu, undeterred by the revelation of his thoughts, nodded earnestly. "I dare to ask." Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "Before the turn of the century, there was a notion of a millennium plan within the Taoist sect. This so-called plan began with the sword sect's defection from the Taoist sect a millennium ago and continued until its near extinction. Spanning roughly 1,000 years, in other words, the Taoist sect of 1,000 years ago and the present one are not vastly different. Both deemed themselves unrivaled in heaven and earth. However, during this 1,000 years, the Taoist sect lost its hegemonic status, allowing Confucianism and Buddhism to flourish, giving rise to the notion of the three teachings coexisting. The Millennium Plan, at its core, is about the revival of the Taoist sect." Su Beiyu, a perceptive individual, contemplated briefly before responding. "Master means to say that the Taoist sect once thrived but fell into decline, and thus the present Taoist sect is not truly invincible." Gongsun Zhongmo nodded in approval. "Precisely. 1,000 years ago, my sword sect's founder wielded a sword that subdued even the Taoist sect's leader and 24 great immortals, leading the Sword Peak in defection to establish the sword sect over the Eastern Sea. The current situation bears striking resemblance to that epoch. If one were to rise and take a stand, it may yet topple the Taoist sect once more. My master, Shangguan Xianxian, once held the potential to become a second founder. But alas, he perished beneath heavenly retribution. Su Beiyu, are you capable of inheriting the legacy of our ancestors? If so, I wonder if I shall witness it in my lifetime." Su Beiyu gasped. "Me?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied calmly. "The 18 levels of Earth Immortals, the 9 heavens of Celestials, our founder nearly reached the threshold of celestial immortality. My master, before his death, crossed the threshold of the 18 levels. The path I now point out to you may lead to the heavens, or it may be a dead end. Whether you walk it and how far you go is entirely up to you." Su Beiyu's gaze hardened. "I will certainly tread this path. Yet I have never grasped why you and the esteemed master hold such favor towards me. I cannot believe that good fortune comes without cost. Even if it does, it may not present itself to me." Gongsun Zhongmo refrained from answering directly, instead stating, "The world is rife with inexplicable occurrences. Your disbelief stems merely from your lack of experience. Once, Xiaoyu was regarded as a castaway, a fallen scion. How could such a person, in the eyes of outsiders, be chosen by a haughty princess from the grasslands? How could he garner the attention of the venerable Taoist sect? Why, among countless talents, did this youth ultimately seize the realm? Many have pondered why Xiaoyu, often deemed ungrateful, was nonetheless embraced by the masses. Such matters elude the comprehension of many, who resign themselves to the notion of fate's caprice, uttering phrases like "in times devoid of heroes, a mere youth rises to fame," or "had others triumphed over Xiaoyu. What would the world be like today?" But regardless, the victors write history. Xiaoyu triumphed, claiming the realm as his own. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow, awaiting further elucidation from his master. Gongsun Zhongmo continued, "You assert that there is no such thing as a free ride in this world. Allow me to pose a question. Does a noble scion born into wealth and luxury not represent a form of good fortune that requires no expense? Is a Taoist disciple favored by the sect's leader, who swiftly ascends to greatness, not akin to a fortunate occurrence? Those who achieve greatness must have some measure of opportunity. Otherwise, how could they rise above the multitude? Had Xiaoyu hesitated as you do, the fleeting opportunity may have slipped away, leaving him to fade into obscurity." Su Beiyu exhaled slowly, conceding, "I understand my error." Gongsun Zhongmo advised softly, "Water that is too clear harbors no fish. Caution is commendable, but excessive wariness breeds suspicion. Such suspicion can push those in the middle to the opposite side, which is a grave misstep. You must remember this." Su Beiyu nodded respectfully. Gongsun Zhongmo sighed gently. "In the end, it all comes down to fate. The Taoist sect often speaks of destiny, luck, and virtue, alongside the pursuit of knowledge. In my youth, I was skeptical of such beliefs, yet now I am a firm believer. Consider the current court elites, like Lan Yu and Wei Jin. They indeed possess remarkable qualities. Yet, figures like Duanmu Ruisheng have little to commend them. A commoner could occupy that position for years, displaying a similar calm demeanor and political acumen. What merit does that truly reflect? Those who sit in such positions possess merely a touch of fortune. Strip away their official robes, and what remains? A heart full of vice or a land of beauty? Chapter 50. The 10 in the world's destiny ranking Han Xian once advised Su Beiyu that one's humble beginnings do not matter. But one must learn to adapt to the changing world. It is of little consequence if one has not seen the grand stage. However, when the grand stage unfolds before you, remaining fixated on trivial concerns, such as haggling over the price of a meal, becomes unacceptable. This was a lesson Han Xian learned through his own experiences. Upon his arrival at Xiafangzhai, he bore the airs of a high-ranking official while living among the impoverished, quickly exhausting his funds and enduring a dismal existence. Conversely, approaching ascension with the mindset of a commoner guarantees a low climb. Even if one fortuitously reaches heights, the fall will be catastrophic. Gongsun Zhongmo's intention to guide Su Beiyu across the realm was to cultivate a broader perspective. To experience the world's intricacies, expand horizons, and elevate one's spirit, thereby displaying the grandeur expected by the two venerable elders. As Gongsun Zhongmo articulated, destiny, luck, virtue, and the pursuit of knowledge are intertwined. Destiny is decreed by the heavens and cannot be altered, while virtue is a legacy of ancestors that has already taken form. Su Beiyu lacks for neither virtue nor diligence in study. Now, with Gongsun Zhongmo and Han Xian's combined support of fortune, whether he can achieve greatness hinges upon whether fate favors them. Wuqiao Ridge, also known as the Watershed Ridge, has a name derived from the language of the grasslands. Since the reign of the great Jiang, the name Wuqiao Ridge has gradually supplanted its original title. Wuqiao Ridge gazes east towards Longdong and the Shan Prefecture, and west towards the Heshi Plain of Ziliangzhou. Historically, it has served as the gateway and throat of the Shiliang Corridor, connecting to the Xiulong grasslands, and is the first line of defense against the cavalry of the grasslands, seeking to invade the central plains in the days of the great Jiang's founding emperor. Although his expedition to the grasslands returned without success, he reclaimed the Heshi Plain and incorporated it into the great Jiang's territory. Two fortresses were constructed at the eastern and western foot of Wuqiao Ridge, namely Anyuan City to the north and Amen City to the south, with numerous beacon towers lining the path between them. Near Anyuan City, the number of armored soldiers steadily increased. Gongsun Zhongmo stood atop a hillside, gazing at the ancient city built against the mountains. The city walls, now worn and battered by the relentless winds and sands, prompted him to softly muse. The ancient city, beset by the north wind, has witnessed the passage of time. In the gusts, one can almost hear the clanging of weapons and the thundering of hooves. Su Beiyu remained silent, aware that the northwest, especially the grasslands, held complex emotions for his master. This was where Emperor Shao rose to power, as well as the beginning of the sword sect's demise. Gongsun Zhongmo pointed towards Anyuan City and quietly recounted, after the great defeat at Puyin, I fled from here, stumbling through the grasslands, narrowly escaping the clutches of the Taoist sect. Su Beiyu seldom probed into his master's past. For one, there was the reverence of the master-disciple relationship, and for another, the tales often bore the weight of national ruin and personal tragedy. While his master now walked the world with an air of nonchalance, exuding a presence that made it seem as if the world recognized him, Su Beiyu believed that the past was not so easily forgotten or released. The more serene his tone, the heavier the burden upon his heart. Gongsun Zhongmo began to descend, stating, "Let us go down." Su Beiyu and Jiyun followed closely behind. Wuqiao Ridge is a vital military stronghold, yet due to the recent allegiance of the grasslands, it is no longer as strictly guarded as before. Aside from the two cities of Anyuan and Amen, along with numerous beacon towers, other areas remain open to travelers. Gongsun Zhongmo, with a hint of assessment in his tone, addressed his disciple, Xiao Mo has invited me to Jilu City, undoubtedly with some ulterior motive. It is likely that both the Taoist sect and the court are already aware of this news and are eagerly setting a trap for me to spring. Su Beiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this news leaked by the Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Mo? Does he seek to use me as a pawn?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head and chuckled, saying, "It cannot be considered a case of killing with a borrowed knife. Rather, it resembles the situation where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fisherman to profit. He seeks to incite a fierce conflict between me and the Taoist sect. thereby enabling the indifferent court to gain from the fray. I believe this is not the desire harbored by Xiaomo, yet regardless of whether one resides in the court or the rivers and lakes, one is bound by circumstances and must adhere to the rules. In this world, there has never been a carefree soul beyond the bounds of regulation. Su Beiyu inquired, "Master, are you going or not?" Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a smile, "Of course I shall go. Why would I not?" They have prepared a grand stage for the protagonist, and such a significant play cannot be missed. Although Su Beiyu had long anticipated this, hearing his master's words still left him momentarily dazed. The sword sect operates on principles, wielding the azure blade in hand, where a single sword establishes the path. No matter how elaborate your schemes, they are mere trifles. The matters of the world boil down to the essence of a sword. This, indeed, is the swordsmanship of the sword sect. As they descended the mountain, they encountered a figure clad in the armor of a frontier general who had been waiting patiently at the mountain's foot. Upon sighting Gongsun Zhongmo, the individual knelt on one knee and presented a scroll with both hands. Gongsun Zhongmo took the scroll and waved his hand dismissively. The messenger stood up and swiftly vanished from Su Beiyu's view. Su Beiyu felt a surge of apprehension. This person likely possessed a first-grade cultivation. Could it be that he was a disciple of the sword sect? After all, his master still bore the title of the sword sect's leader. He could not possibly be the only disciple. Gongsun Zhongmo spoke calmly. "I have toiled for most of my life and have some foundations. When I depart this world, they will recognize you as their leader. As for whether you can hold them in your grasp, that will depend on your own abilities." Su Beiyu nodded in silence. As dusk approached near Anyuan City, Gongsun Zhongmo unfurled the scroll in his hand and, after a cursory glance, remarked, "After 40 years, Lan Yu has once again unearthed the Heavenly Secrets list from the bottom of the box, prompting his subordinate, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, to release a so-called list of the 10 greatest figures in the world. Unsurprisingly, the head of the Taoist sect occupies the top position, deemed the unrivaled champion. The second place goes to the long-standing monk of the Buddhist sect, while Murong Shinin ranks third. The fourth is Mr. Zhang Baishui, who has long resided within the palace. Lan Yu, the old rascal, has cleverly excluded himself from the list, claiming to be the evaluator. Had he participated, he would at least have secured a position among the top 3. Su Beiyu had heard of the illustrious Heavenly Secrets list, reputed for its mystical qualities. Once one reaches the realm of celestial resonance, they would surely find their name upon it. Unless one is an exceptional master or possesses this treasure, it is nearly impossible to evade the list's resonance. Thus, among cultivators, there is a jest that true masters are those who do not feature on the Heavenly Secrets list. The head of the Taoist sect should possess the profound ability to sever the list's resonance. However, there is no need for him to conceal himself, as the Taoist sect stands tall in the contemporary world, and its leader is undoubtedly unmatched. Ji Yun, typically reticent during the exchanges between master and disciple, found her curiosity piqued this time and mustered the courage to ask, "Senior Gongsun, what is your rank?" Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head with a smile, "Merely 8th, unworthy of my former master." Su Beiyu silently repeated to himself, 8th. Among the millions of cultivators, 8th may not seem high, yet it places one among the very few who stand atop the world. Just as Xiaomo was poised to reopen the trade in Jianghu City, Lan Yu stirred the pot from the capital with the unveiling of the Heavenly Secrets list, revealing his ulterior motives. Gongsun Zhongmo then turned to Su Beiyu and said, "You need not concern yourself with the strength or weakness of those old fellows. Beneath the 10 greatest figures, there exists a list dedicated to appraising the younger generation, known as the Frosty Path List, containing several young individuals who may become formidable foes for you in the future. One is a direct disciple of the Taoist sect's leader, named Qi Xianyun, who at a tender age has already mastered the 3 clear arts to the 5th level, achieving the human immortal realm. He should not be underestimated. Another is a young girl from a side branch of the Shao family, practicing the Shao family's martial arts, also at the human immortal realm. The remaining 2 are a swordsman from the grasslands and a rogue hailing from the bustling streets. None of them are to be taken lightly." Su Beiyu nodded solemnly. Among the 4, he had already encountered the girl from the Shao family, who had saved Duanmuyu at the last moment. The other 3 remained a mystery. Chapter 51. Cultivation as commerce. Su Beiyu and his companions did not enter the heavily guarded Anyuan City, but instead circumvented this stronghold of Shiliang and made their way directly to Shilong grassland. The border between Xiliang Province and Xiolong Grassland is marked by the Wujia River, a tributary of the Qinghe, where the air is thick with moisture, and even from a distance, one can feel the faint dampness. The three of them traveled northeast along the Wujia River, stopping to rest by the water, and after a day's journey, finally reached a ferry where a sheepskin raft awaited to transport passengers across. The ferryman was an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, and his hands lacked flesh, with blue veins protruding beneath his weathered, dark skin. He was accompanied by a child, similarly dressed in shabby clothing, suggesting they were a grandfather and grandson pair. Upon seeing the three, the elder cheerfully offered his services. "Do you wish to cross the river? If you're willing to wait until the raft is full, it's 2 coins per person. If you want to cross immediately, it's 10 coins for a private ferry." Su Beiyu counted out 10 large coins from his pouch and handed them to the elder, saying he wouldn't wait and wished to cross at once. The elder accepted the coins, a smile spreading across his aged face, and turned to untie the raft. The three boarded the sheepskin raft, with the child sitting at the bow with his back to the river, Zhiyun positioned in the middle, and Su Beiyu and Gongsun Zhongmo on either side, while the elder stood at the stern, propelling the raft. Having left Dunhuang, Zhiyun removed her great cloak, revealing her true appearance, and now sat facing the child, who blushed at the sight of this ethereal sister. Finding it amusing, Zhiyun teased, "What is your name?" The child glanced at her and quickly lowered his head, stuttering, "I'm called Shuisheng, because I was born on the boat." Zhiyun reached out to pat the child's head. Shuisheng's face reddened even more, and gathering his courage, he said, "Sister, you're really beautiful." Zhiyun was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Su Beiyu beside her, and softly replied, "You're the first to say I'm beautiful." Shuisheng's face nearly turned as red as a monkey's bottom, his words tumbling over one another. How could? Sister is so beautiful. Surely many people like. Zhiyun smiled gently, but halfway through, a hint of melancholy washed over her. The long road stretches endlessly. When it reaches its end, where shall it lead? Seeing Zhiyun fall silent, Shuisheng assumed he had misspoken and dared not say more. The sheepskin raft soon reached the opposite bank, and as the three disembarked, Zhiyun once again patted Shuisheng's head, causing the innocent child, still unaware of the meaning of the word love, to blush once more. Zhiyun casually glanced at the man beside her and noticed Su Beiyu seemed lost in thought, completely oblivious to everything around him, a faint shadow of disappointment flickering across her face. Gongsun Zhongmo observed this scene, shook his head, but chose not to speak, likely feeling that his disciple was beyond redemption in this regard and saw no point in exerting further effort. Let it be, he thought. Indeed, Su Beiyu was lost in contemplation, currently immersing himself in the formidable Sword 13. Though be fair, without Gongsun Zhongmo's guidance, he might have toiled for years without grasping its essence. The path of cultivation has always been one where a great mentor is hard to find. No matter how exceptional one's innate talent or profound the cultivation methods, they require a person to answer their questions. Even the Confucian sage, revered as heaven, did not give birth to Zhongni, the eternal night lasts long, had to seek wisdom from the Taoist ancestor in his youth. In the mundane realms, the distinction from 9th grade to 1st grade martial artists represents a significant threshold. Reaching 1st grade is akin to stepping into a grand hall. Without a master to guide the way, most martial artists in the mundane world would find themselves stymied at the 2nd grade level. Only those who ascend to the 1st grade can be considered to have entered the threshold of true mastery, shedding the postnatal impurities close to the innate bottleneck, thus moving towards the 5 celestial realms beyond. In the eyes of the esteemed great beings of the Taoist tradition, the realm of ghost immortals is merely a stage for practitioners, while human immortals are but cultivators. It is the earth immortal realm that signifies a true entrance into the gates of immortality. The 18 levels of earth immortals are akin to ascending the heavenly staircase. Upon reaching the summit, one completes the path of longevity, yet the journey to ascend to the heavens remains unfinished. To reach the heavens, one must further climb the 9 celestial tiers to witness the boundless mysteries above, achieving the unparalleled mastery of the immortal who commands creation. The so-called supreme Taoist ancestor, the Buddha of boundless light and longevity, and the extraterrestrial demons all embody this truth. To draw an imperfect analogy, the path of cultivation resembles a business transaction with the heavens. Ghost immortals are akin to itinerant peddlers. Human immortals are fixed stallholders, while Earth Immortals possess proper storefronts, the size of which varies with their cultivation level. Yet, ultimately, all three must act in accordance with the will of the heavenly Tao. Only upon reaching the immortal realm can one be likened to a wealthy merchant, barely gaining the capital to negotiate. As for the celestial realm, that represents a merchant whose wealth rivals nations, leaving behind a lineage and disciples as vast as an army of horses and ships traversing north and south. Even while seated behind closed doors, fortunes would flow in like a torrent, nearly placing one on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. Su Beiyu meticulously pondered the wealth he had accumulated thus far. This so-called wealth was not merely silver or material possessions, but rather the tangible knowledge and skills he had secured, capable of being harnessed for his own use. The Lunghu Dan Dao, modified by his master, was only just beginning to reveal its mysteries, still some distance from a true understanding. As for the 36 swords, he had already memorized the first 12, halting at the 13th. With the Tianlan sword drawing upon 2/3 of the sword's essence, the threshold of his realm had begun to loosen, suggesting that the second-grade realm was within reach. Within the confines of his satchel, Su Beiyu had perused a multitude of esteemed texts, having skimmed through Ziliang Ziji, Nanhua Jing, Wubei Jiyao, Shujing Jijia, and Dijin Tushua. He is currently engrossed in Taiping Huanyu Ji, Shangqing Dadong Zhenjing, and Hanlong Jing. Furthermore, he has traversed through Longnan and a portion of Xiliang, witnessing an abundance of local customs and traditions. The pursuit of knowledge is both a delightful and arduous endeavor. However, Su Beiyu felt little of the hardship, perceiving instead that he was immensely fortunate. In comparison to those who yearn for ascension yet cannot find a path, Su Beiyu considered himself extraordinarily blessed. While reading thousands of books is commendable, it pales in comparison to traversing myriad miles. If one could share in both the reading and the journey, it would indeed be the epitome of fortune. This is precisely the mindset Su Beiyu holds. Were he to embark on a solitary journey of 1,000 miles, he might falter, yet with the company of his master and the ever-complaining Zhiyun, the task becomes infinitely more manageable. Most of their travel time is devoted to Su Beiyu's education, as his master imparts wisdom on the manipulation of inner sword energy and the equilibrium of the dragon and tiger paths. To be frank, such an opportunity is monumental. In any sect, unless one is a biological offspring, it is rare for a master to engage in such meticulous teaching, particularly someone of the caliber of Gongsun Zhongmo, who typically instructs disciples through lectures, leaving the understanding entirely to the disciple's own faculties. The depth of Gongsun Zhongmo's engagement, with answers to every inquiry, marks a significant fortune for Su Beiyu. Additionally, the methods of cultivation, whether concerning the dragon and tiger alchemy or the 36 swords, are unparalleled secrets within the Taoist realm, sought by many but attained by few. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has generously bestowed all this knowledge upon Su Beiyu, constituting another grand opportunity. During moments of respite, Su Beiyu indulges in the various texts in his possession. Whenever he reads Dijin Tushua, Zhiyun often joins him to admire the exquisite illustrations, stirring memories of the tale of a scholar reading by the light of a red sleeve at night. Though it is not night, nor are there the customary accoutrements, and the petite Taoist maiden beside him seems not yet fully developed, this experience significantly fulfills Su Beiyu's past romanticized fantasies of scholars and beautiful maidens. Even long after, when Su Beiyu has ascended to greatness, he remains unable to forget this scene. Beneath him lies an expansive grassland, with grass towering to half his height and hidden gazelles, while behind him, the shadowy foothills cradle ancient cities weathered by time and armored soldiers. A young swordsman aspiring to greatness carries a satchel filled with books, accompanied by his master, whose white hair flows, and the petite Taoist maiden, who, though pouting and claiming fatigue, possesses a charm that is utterly captivating. Chapter 52. The passage of a lifetime Jiulu city, founded during the Great Chu era, has endured through the Great Chu, subsequent establishment, and the Great Zheng, amassing over 600 years of history. It stands proudly on the northwestern grasslands, earning the moniker City of the Overlord, resembling a crouching tiger, its grandeur rivaling that of the central capital. During the Great Chu period, it was a pivotal border stronghold, teeming with soldiers and weaponry. However, when the subsequent establishment's cavalry advanced southward, it became the first major stronghold to fall, suffering significant destruction and subsequently falling into disrepair. It was not until the era of the Great Jing that Xiao Zheng, descending from a branch of the subsequent establishment's Shao clan, restored Jianghu City and initiated the Jianghu Mutual Market, thereby elevating its reputation. In the twilight years of the Great Jiang, Jianghu City once again faced the ravages of war, as 5 princes of the subsequent establishment rose in rebellion. The young emperor of the subsequent establishment was slain, and General Morong Yin was compelled to retreat to Jianghu City, fortifying his position while expelling local cultivators, leading to the dissolution of the once thriving Jianghu Mutual Market. Subsequently, Morong Yin forged an alliance with Xiaoyu, who was then the northwest king of the Great Jiang, and together they quelled the rebellion of the 5 princes, supporting the ascension of Wanyan Beiwei to the throne of the subsequent establishment. This continued until the establishment of the Great Qi, at which point Jianghu City was returned to the Great Qi court and granted to the first Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Shu, as a fief. Following Xiao Shu's death, the title passed to the current Duke of Lingwu, Xiao Moi. To elucidate, the original lord of Jianghu City, Xiao Zheng, was indeed the father of Xiao Shu and the grandfather of Xiao Mo, making the Xiao Emperor's decision merely a restoration of rightful ownership. Presently, Jianghu City can still be described as prosperous. The interplay between the central plains, the grasslands, and the subsequent establishment encompasses not only the well-trodden T-horse road but also numerous clandestine trade caravans. While these appear to be organized by border merchants, in reality, they are backed by influential nobles and officials. As long as the ruckus does not escalate too far, both the Xiao Emperor and the leaders of the subsequent establishment, as well as the Khans of the grasslands, tend to turn a blind eye. The Duke of Lingwu's estate is one of many noble houses involved in the tea and horse trade. Benefiting from Jianghu City's strategic location at the crossroads of 3 regions, thus enjoying a natural advantage in trade, Duke Xiaomo, with deep-rooted connections in the northwest, has made the Duke of Lingwu's estate and Jianghu City a towering pillar on the border. Any caravan arriving in this city must pay homage at the mountain's summit and offer tributes to the Duke's estate. Since the announcement of Duke Mo's intent to reopen the Jianghu Mutual Market, the already bustling Jianghu City has become even more lively, attracting not only major caravans but also numerous cultivators from distant lands, transforming the once clear waters of Jianghu City into a murky abyss where both newcomers and local powers risk being swallowed whole. Rumors abound that both the Taoist and Buddhist sects will send true dignitaries, with many asserting that at least one great immortal will personally visit Jianghu City, in the realm of Taoism. Even among the many eminent figures, a great immortal is a noteworthy presence. While not all at the Earth Immortal realm are great immortals, all great immortals are certainly at the Earth Immortal level. In Taoism, the title of Great Immortal can only be conferred upon one of Earth Immortal standing, and only a great immortal can assume the position of Master of the 8 Veins Peak. This is akin to the court's custom of only allowing those with the title of Jinshi to enter the Hanlin Academy, and only those from the Hanlin Academy to enter the cabinet. The court's ability to contend with Taoism, and even excel in matters concerning cultivators, stems from its dominion over the realm and the multitude of talented individuals it encompasses. Furthermore, while it may rely on martial prowess to maintain its rule, governance ultimately rests in the hands of scholars. Although the Confucian sect has fragmented, barely qualifying as a distinct order, this very disintegration has led to a near symbiosis with the court. The officials of the court are not merely ineffectual scholars. The chief minister, Lan Yu, stands as a paragon of capability, lauded by Gongsun Zhongmo as a top-tier talent should he ever ascend the ranks. However, the Confucian sect does not dominate the court. The military, led by the Grand Commander's office, serves as the backbone of the dynasty. The once feeble Zhang Wubing hailed from this very institution. The 5 armies of the Great Qi each represent formidable strongholds. Among them, the Northwest Border Army, overseeing Ziliangzhou, Shanzhou, Zhezu, Hunan, and the central capital, is particularly distinguished. Owing to the Xiao Emperor's rise from the northwest, this army, while not stationed beneath the emperor's feet, enjoys a unique camaraderie with the veteran generals hailing from the region. The Xiao Emperor had once forged swords for his ministers, each inscribed with the words Northwest, underscoring the region's significance. Moreover, the Northwest is known for its fierce populace and abundant military resources, thus ranking first among the border armies. In the Northwest, the power of local magistrates and civil officials pales in comparison to that of the Jiangnan region, where a saying goes, first-class generals, second-class officials, third-class Taoists, and fourth-class commoners. The Xiliang military aristocracy dares to act with arrogance, ultimately relying on the formidable tree that is the Northwest Border Army, Duke Mo's influence in the northwest is not merely a product of his title as Duke of Lingwu, but stems from his extensive tenure in the Northwest Army. Even Chief Minister Lan Yu, in a casual conversation with the Emperor, once remarked, "The Northwest is a grand mountain." Consequently, the position of Left General of the Northwest Army, also known as the Forward Army, is of utmost significance. In recent years, this position has been held by the venerable General Zhuge, who is now aged and in declining health. Within the Northwest Army, currents of ambition swirl as several right generals vie for advancement. However, this position is critically important. The Emperor, the Chief Minister, and the Grand Commander have yet to express their opinions, and General Zhuge's stance remains pivotal, as he has commanded the Northwest Army for over 20 years. Should he endorse a candidate, that individual would already possess a significant advantage. The Northwest General's office is situated in the central capital, adjacent to the Duke's estate. An unassuming carriage rattled through the eastern gate of the central capital, making its way through the city as if cleaving through wind and waves, disregarding the soldiers and armor that filled the streets, until it finally came to a halt before the Northwest General's office. An elderly man clad in deep blue attire disembarked. Though his face bore the marks of age, with hair as white as snow, he seemed to embody the wisdom of a centenarian, impeccably groomed. Embodying integrity and diligence. 5 fully armored generals stood at attention before the General's office, their sheathed swords at their sides, watching intently as the elderly man descended from the carriage, swallowing hard. Judging by their armor and insignia, these 5 were evidently high-ranking officials of the second grade in the Northwest. Such second-grade officials are exceedingly rare, and those gathered before the Northwest General's office are none other than the 5 right generals: the protector of the western regions, the general of Zhezu, the general of the central capital, the general of Shanzhou, and the protector of Jianghu, all holding the title of right general of the second grade. What other figures in the entire dynasty could command the attention of 5 right generals? The Grand Commander Wei Jin is one, yet he is currently recuperating in the city of Jin in Shuzhou, making his sudden appearance in the northwest improbable. The Taoist sect's leading figure is certainly not among them, as he has remained secluded atop Xin Mountain for nearly a decade, never showing himself to the world. As for the others, either they have not yet reached this age, or they have already passed away. Counting them one by one, only one remains: the current Chief Minister, Lan Yu. The old man made his way directly to the Northwestern Governor's office. The 5 right governors parted to either side. Kneeling on one knee in reverence, this humble official pays respects to the Chief Minister. The Northwestern Governor's office, somewhat shrouded in darkness due to the neighboring royal palace's obstruction, found the Chief Minister halting at the main entrance. Standing amidst shadows while surveying his surroundings, decades prior, he had frequently resided here, in the company of the late Emperor, former Grand Governor Su Lin, current Grand Governor Wei Jin, Prince Xiao Jin of Wei, the present Left Governor of the Northwestern Army, Zhuge Gong, as well as Min Xing, Lin Han, Han Xian, Duanmu Ruixing, Su Yin, and countless other venerable officials of the Northwest. Su Lin was the first to depart this world, followed closely by the late Emperor, and subsequently, Min Xing and others gradually passed away. With more and more of the Northwestern elders now gone, it seems Zhuge Gong, too, may not endure much longer. A generation has aged. Lan Yu resumed his steps, his gait slightly unsteady, murmuring softly, "I have aged." Chapter 53. The desolate autumn winds changed the world. The various border armies of the dynasty, each led by different generals, exude their own distinct demeanor. Take, for instance, the Central Army stationed in the imperial capital. This is the original cohort that once followed Emperor Xiao in his quest for dominance, representing the first generation of the Northwestern Army. Renowned as the Emperor's personal troops, long accustomed to the Emperor's presence and situated in the foremost place of honor, the Central Army naturally embodies a grandeur that elevates its perspective and stature. In contrast, the Northwestern Army, though also a continuation of this first generation, inevitably bears the stigma of being a secondary force compared to the Emperor's personal troops. Despite ranking first among the border armies, the Northwestern Army remains overshadowed by the Emperor's personal army, causing a deep-seated resentment throughout its ranks. Over the years, the governance of the military has grown increasingly severe, standing in stark contrast to the Emperor's personal troops. A great scholar once remarked that the Central Army, known as the Emperor's personal troops, embodies the path of righteousness, while the Northwestern Army, referred to colloquially as the vanguard, represents the path of domination. The ongoing military rivalry within the dynasty is, in essence, a continuation of the centuries-old debate surrounding the rightful path of kingly versus tyrannical rule. Zhuge Gong is not a harsh individual, however, conforming to local customs. He has been compelled to act with severity since assuming command of the Northwestern Army. The very atmosphere of the Northwestern Governor's office exudes an air of cold steel and resolute authority, which even in the sweltering summer chills one to the bone. As Lan Yu traversed its halls, the 5 right governors followed closely in his wake. He arrived at the entrance of a chamber deep within the residence, raised a hand to signal those behind him to halt, and then stepped inside alone. The room was dimly lit, and upon circumventing a screen, he beheld an elderly man, frail and nearing the end of his days. Reclining on the bed, upon hearing footsteps, the old man laboriously opened his eyes, a hint of nearly imperceptible joy flickering across his sunken, pallid features. In a hoarse voice, he greeted, "Mr. Lan." Lan Yu had initially served as a military strategist for Emperor Shao, earning the respect of the generals who referred to him as Mr. Even today, some of the elder generation still retain this form of address. It has indeed been quite some time since I last saw Mr. Lan, the bedridden elder remarked, speaking with effort and pausing to catch his breath before continuing. The last time I saw Mr. Lan was in the 3rd year of the Qingping era. 20 years have passed. Yet you remain unchanged. Lan Yu approached the bedside, softly responding, "I may be unchanged, but you have grown frail." The elderly man lying there was none other than Zhuge Gong, the left governor of the Northwestern Army, who, even during Emperor Zhao's campaigns, was among the most seasoned of that small circle. When Emperor Shao had only a few thousand troops and Lin Han was still a mere aide to his brother-in-law, Zhuge Gong had already risen to the rank of a 1,000-man commander. Had it not been for the limitations of his circumstances, he would have achieved significant merit long ago and been granted a noble title akin to that of Su Lin. Zhuge Gong coughed several times, weakly stating, "Aging is inevitable. Among the brothers who once fought for the empire, only a few remain." Grand Governor Su Lin was the first to depart, followed by the tumultuous events of the 19th year of the Qingping era, which claimed Minxing and Han Xiong as well. Since the ascension of the new emperor, the likes of Shao Gongyu, Zhang Haijiu, Wei Huang, and Sun Ligong, those old fellows who surrendered, have also passed one by one. Most regrettable is Su Yin. He succumbed to illness before reaching 60. To speak plainly, there are hardly any like me who have lived this long. Compared to those early departed brothers, I have managed to get by. Lan Yu sighed softly. I have long advised you to reside in Jiangnan or Shuzhou for a while. Those are nurturing places far superior to this harsh northern frontier, where you could care for your health. Yet, you obstinately refused to listen. Zhuge Gong turned his head toward the south, slowly smiling. In my youth, I always dreamed of journeying south with His Majesty to conquer the realm, but now, in my old age, I find myself reluctant to venture south, unwilling to die away from home. Lan Yu took hold of Zhuge Gong's hand, now marked with age spots, and remained silent, lost in thought. Zhuge Gong struggled to clear his throat, but his words still came out muddled. Back then, I envisioned that if one day we achieved victory, I would not go to the Central Plains, nor to Jiangnan, but return to the grasslands. 20 years ago, I visited the imperial capital, the last time we met, and saw that the once young heir had become the current emperor. It suddenly struck me that it was time to return home. My ancestral land on the grasslands has long since been displaced, so I might as well remain in the northwest. Zhuge Gong raised his gaze to the canopy above, squinting. I will stay in the northwest. Not go elsewhere. In this lifetime, I have traveled from north to south, having visited Shuzhou and the imperial capital. That is sufficient for the southern journey. I should have accompanied His Majesty back in the 1st year of Qingping. Anything beyond this is merely a bonus. Lan Yu sighed once more, shaking his head with a smile. Among the loyal ministers who supported the dragon, you are the most unpretentious. Zhuge Gong turned to regard his old acquaintance, now a high-ranking official, and spoke softly. In my life, there are few things worth worrying about. My descendants will have their own fortunes, so I shall not dwell on them. The only thing that weighs on my mind is the Northwestern Army. Today, I share these heartfelt words with Mr. Lan, hoping you will safeguard this final frontier and not let the Northwestern Army fall into unworthy hands. Lan Yu inquired, "Whom do you favor?" Zhuge Gong, a veteran who had experienced the tumult of yesteryears, exhaled deeply. In this recently thawed weather, he seemed somewhat chilled and spoke in a low voice. Now in this era of peace, not only common folk and court officials, but even many armored generals have yet to witness a true grand battle, fierce and deadly. The situation is better in Jiangnan and the southern borders, but here in the northwest, it is different. This region borders the grasslands, and should the grassland army decide to march south, this will be the front line. Lin Han has a certain temperament, which Mr. Lan is well aware of. When the late emperor was alive, matters were manageable, but since both the emperor and the empress dowager have passed, no one can bring him to heel. With a wolfish ambition, within 10 years, there is bound to be conflict along the northwestern border. Therefore, the new northwestern governor must possess military acumen, authority, and must not be an incompetent fool. Looking across the court and beyond, there is only at this point. Zhuge Gong hesitated before slowly continuing. Only the former sick tiger, Zhang Wubing. Lan Yu merely nodded, remaining silent. Zhuge Gong gradually closed his eyes, unable to conceal his fatigue, saying, "In the past, Zhang Wubing opposed you alongside Han Xian and was driven from the court by your own hand. I understand your predicament, Mr. Lan. If we were to invite him back, it would be tantamount to losing face. However, so many years have passed. Zhang Wubing should have learned from his mistakes. For the sake of the court and the realm, I implore you, Mr. Lan." Lan Yu suddenly interjected softly, "In a few days, write a memorial to submit. I will have the cabinet prepare the draft." Zhuge Gong instantly regained his spirit, opening his eyes wide, trembling as he clasped his hands in salute towards Lan Yu. Raising his voice slightly, "Your benevolence is commendable." "Sir." Lan Yu shook his head and turned to exit the room. In early autumn, the winds began to rise, bringing a chilling sensation. Lan Yu clasped his hands behind his back, concealed within his sleeves. The desolate autumn winds herald a new world. Chapter 54. The nameless swordsman slays the bandits, a monumental upheaval that would sway the entire northwestern situation gradually unfolded between the exchanges of the two elderly men. The transition of power among the most significant local warlords in the Northwest heralds a seismic shift in both the political and military spheres. Should Zhang Wubing indeed return to the court and firmly establish himself as the left governor of the Northwestern Army, it would likely render the efforts expended by Su Beiyu and his apprentice largely fruitless. Little did Su Beiyu anticipate that just a few months ago, he was merely a lowly figure in the Northwest. And now, he had inadvertently made the acquaintance of a man poised to become the new master of the Northwest. Yet, in this world, there exist two types of individuals: those who define themselves by their actions and those who define themselves by their associations. Su Beiyu does not wish to be the latter. He does not desire to be introduced as Su Beiyu, disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo. Instead, he prefers to be recognized as Gongsun Zhongmo, master of Su Beiyu. In the first 30 years, one observes the father respecting the son. In the latter 30, one observes the son respecting the father. While studying the Huayan Sutra, Su Beiyu once came across a Buddhist verse: "To become a dragon or elephant among Buddhas, one must first be a horse or ox among mortals," which resonated deeply with him. As Lan Yu arrived in the imperial capital, several noteworthy events transpired not far from there on Shilong Prairie. Recently, due to a surge in the number of visitors to Jianghu City, the Shilong grassland has witnessed an influx of swift-moving bandits. These marauders, wary of attacking large merchant caravans backed by influential patrons, have instead targeted smaller, less protected trading groups, leaving even solitary martial artists vulnerable. As a result, the grasslands have become a grim scene, strewn with corpses. However, in recent days, these brigands have met their comeuppance. Several groups of nearly 100 bandits were ruthlessly slaughtered by an unnamed swordsman wielding a single blade. Their severed heads were displayed on wooden stakes, much to the delight of weary merchants who had suffered at the hands of these marauders. Speculations abound regarding the identity of this avenger. Some claim he is a disciple of the Taoist sect, others assert he is a lay disciple of the Buddhist order, while some fervently proclaim him to be a scion from the state of Wei. Yet, discerning minds remain skeptical of these rumors. If he were indeed a disciple of a prominent sect, would he not reveal his identity to gain renown in Jianghu City, thereby cultivating a reputation as a chivalrous hero through the whispers of acquaintances over time? On a chilly autumn night, the biting cold of the grassland penetrated deeply in a sheltered area of a small hillside. A flickering campfire illuminated a group of a dozen brooding, robust men, feasting on 2 roasted yellow sheep. Nearby, several horses were tethered, devoid of carts or cargo. It was apparent that these individuals were not legitimate merchants, but rather bandits who thrived on plunder. a figure bearing a sword appeared atop the hill. Coldly surveying the men below, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were observing a gathering of lifeless corpses. Early autumn is an opportune season for bloodshed. The wild grasses on the plain have grown tall enough to conceal bodies, rendering them nearly invisible. Moreover, these remains would soon be devoured by prowling wolves, sparing the trouble of digging graves. The leader of the bandits gripped the hilt of his sword and looked up at the swordsman on the hill. Sneering, "Are you the infamous nameless swordsman who has recently been eliminating bandits? Young man, every profession has its own rules. You have broken them, and someone has offered 500 taels of gold for your head. Today, you have fallen into the hands of my brothers, and consider yourself unfortunate. The reason I am telling you this is to spare you from ignorance when you meet the King of Hell, so that in your next life, you may be a clearer-minded individual." The masked swordsman said nothing, slowly drawing the sword from his back. Under the moonlight, the blade shimmered like rippling water. The 12 formidable rogues, who were no ordinary bandits, rose to their feet, their massive blades gleaming with a chilling, bloodthirsty light. They were known collectively as the 12 Wolf Bandits, not merely engaging in theft but specializing in extorting wealth for the purpose of eliminating misfortunes for others. This time, they had accepted a bounty of 500 taels of gold from an employer and were lying in wait for this unruly nameless swordsman to deliver himself to them. The leader, known as Wolf Head, fixed his cold gaze upon the nameless swordsman, his eyes devoid of care or excessive concern. Although this young man had slain a number of bandits, he was still considered insignificant in comparison to the 12 wolf bandits. Wolf Head did not believe the young swordsman could escape from their grasp. The nameless swordsman was, in fact, Su Beiyu, a practitioner of swordsmanship. The unfortunate bandits he had previously dispatched were merely targets arranged by his master, Gongsun Zhongmo. Though these bandits were elusive, they posed no challenge before Gongsun Zhongmo, who could easily track them down. Once their whereabouts were discovered, it was Su Beiyu who practiced his swordsmanship upon them. While these bandits lacked formal martial training and were mostly at the 5th or 6th rank, their skills were honed through countless battles, instilled with the recklessness typical of desperate rogues. Their numbers, galloping together, could rival a small cavalry charge, making them ideal opponents for Su Beiyu. A novice who had not yet tasted much blood. It must be noted that before entering the 5th realm, experiencing life and death combat is the best means of honing one's cultivation. In the encounters with the bandits, Gongsun Zhongmo had not accompanied Su Beiyu, but had simply provided him with locations to pursue on his own. Armed with a single sword, Su Beiyu faced these foes, sustaining numerous deep wounds but ultimately beheading 87 bandits. The latent sword energy within their severed limbs was absorbed during the slaughter, leading him to glimpse the dawn of the 2nd realm. The 12 wolf bandits represented his final and most crucial battle. Su Beiyu tightened his grip on his sword, Tianlan, and advanced boldly. Wolf Head and the other 11 bandits were taken aback, their surprise quickly morphing into scornful laughter. This audacious youth dared to challenge 12? The 12 wolf bandits were no mere decorative pillows. Each member was above the 3rd realm, with Wolf Head himself having stepped into the 2nd realm. Without true skill, one could not engage in such perilous work. Wolf Head exchanged glances with his comrades, and Wolf Claw and Wolf Tail sprang into action, dashing forward as they approached within mere steps of the swordsman. They raised their weapons, resembling the curved fangs of a wolf, and struck down with ferocity in a swift and brutal exchange. Su Beiyu slightly shifted his body and deflected Wolf Claw's massive blade with a seemingly effortless thrust, sending the bandit staggering back several paces. Following this, he leveraged the hilt of his sword to strike down Wolf Tail's descending blade, then delivered a kick to Wolf Tail's chest, sending him flying. The movement was clean and decisive. Wolf Head's expression turned grave as he raised his hand. Including the somewhat disheveled Wolf Claw and Wolf Tail, all the bandits lifted their massive blades in unison. Fanning out around Wolf Head, Su Beiyu took a deep breath. He had just stepped into the 2nd realm and was now facing one opponent of the 2nd realm and 11 of the 3rd. This seemed the act of a reckless madman, but as the saying goes, one must be willing to risk everything to attain enlightenment. If one desires to be revered like the Buddha in the Western paradise, one must possess the fervor to sacrifice all. Su Beiyu pressed forward with his sword. Wolf Head squinted at the masked swordsman, smirking as he prepared to personally engage. He swung his blade down in a seemingly straightforward strike. Yet in that instant, a torrent of blade energy erupted, sharp and unmatched. This was Wolf Head's unique technique, the illusory blade technique, which had caused many unknowing opponents to meet their demise. Su Beiyu remained unfazed, extending his sword with calm composure, allowing the illusory nature of the attack to wash over him as he stood resolute like a mountain. This was the fifth style of the sword. Unmoving, reaching its pinnacle, a single strike could manifest as a towering sword mountain, akin to majestic peaks, as their weapons clashed. A resounding sound echoed, and a gust of wind surged outward, causing the surrounding grasses to bend in retreat. Creating a breathtaking spectacle, Su Beiyu brandished his long sword, deflecting the massive blade and stepping forward, nearly face to face with Wolf Head. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce sword energy aimed at shattering the bandit leader's heart. Yet, Wolf Head was no easy opponent. He retaliated with a punch, clearly intending to trade injury for injury, life for life. Su Beiyu, unwilling to engage in such a manner, redirected his palm to strike Wolf Head's fist, leaving a wound on the back of his hand. Seizing the moment, Wolf Head withdrew, and the 11 bandits no longer allowed Su Beiyu the opportunity for one-on-one combat, bringing their massive blades down upon him. Su Beiyu expertly parried a strike, slipping through the gap like a startled swan, gracefully evading the encirclement of the 11 bandits. Wolf Head's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Form ranks." Initially, upon seeing the swordsman alone, he had a sense of playing with his food, but after their exchange, all that remained was a seething fury. As the leader of the 12 wolf bandits, he had never been so humiliated. The 12 bandits raised their massive blades in unison, charging towards Su Beiyu. With Tianlan in hand, Su Beiyu unleashed sword energy. Though not as far-reaching as Gongsun Zhongmo's, it still extended 3 feet. Against the 12 massive blades, he could push back one with a single strike, relying on his superior cultivation and the advantages bestowed by the Longhu Dan, allowing him to surpass opponents of the same realm. His swordplay flourished, not aimed at killing, but at honing his skills. The 12 bandits moved in unison, attempting to block Su Beiyu's escape routes, yet he remained calm and unbothered, navigating through their coordinated assault with ease. Like a master painter executing a masterpiece without a hint of constraint, embodying pure freedom, Wolf Head's expression grew increasingly grim. Where on earth had this anomaly emerged from? His realm merely hovered between the second and third. Yet the depth of his energy surpassed even that of Wolf Head, who had already entered the second realm, and even approached the first. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was extraordinarily profound, clearly an exquisite technique of the immortals. Had it not been for Wolf Head's extensive combat experience, he might have perished in the first exchange with this swordsman. Suppressing his astonishment and fury, Wolf Head felt no fear. Even if this youth were to reach the second realm, facing one of the second and 11 of the third would still lead to exhaustion. He was confident in the combined assault of his 12 brothers. They had once dragged 2 second-realm masters to their deaths on the grassland, establishing their fearsome reputation and securing their place in this realm. With a heavy exhalation, Wolf Head expelled the frustration from his chest, snarling, "Do not give him a moment's respite. Wear him down and see if his energy truly knows no bounds. Whoever can sever this wretch's head, I shall offer my newly acquired bride as a reward," allowing him to indulge to his heart's content. The assault by the wolf bandits grew increasingly frantic, their blades intertwining to form an expansive net that ensnared Su Beiyu. With a stoic expression, Su navigated the chaos with Sword 7, subsequently wielding Sword 6 to command his blade, Tianlan, which he released in an instant. Guided by his vital energy, it executed a whirling strike, colliding with 12 colossal blades in a cacophony of clashing steel. The wolf bandits, lacking the prowess of the Xie family martial arts mastered by the nobleman Xie Shirlu, found their strength insufficient as Su's severed blade sent jolts through their trembling hands, exchanging bewildered glances. Witnessing this spectacle, the wolf leader's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Flying sword!" Su Beiyu remained impassive, seemingly untouched by the chaos around him. As his sword once again lunged, aiming directly at the wolf leader's heart, the leader snorted coldly, his aura surging forth like a fountain. In an instant, his strength amplified, and a brilliant light erupted from the tip of his massive blade. This renowned leader of the wolf bandits, known for his fierce valor, raised his arms, using the back of his blade to deflect Su's incoming sword, executing a flawless defensive maneuver that seamlessly transitioned into an offensive strike, an embodiment of lethal combat expertise. Just as he was about to pierce the swordsman's chest, the wolf leader suddenly sensed danger, instinctively retreating with a swift slash that carved 2 deep trenches in the earth, narrowly blocking the lethal flying sword. Now in a position of advantage, the wolf leader, unwilling to trade blows, felt a surge of frustration and unleashed another strike, his movements fluid and dazzling, with blade light shimmering like fireflies. The flying sword circled, continuously clashing with the massive blades, while the wolf leader, consumed by rage, became increasingly volatile. In contrast, Su Beiyu maintained an air of calm, exuding an aura of effortless grace as he harmonized with Sword 6. Manipulating the flying sword with precision and intent, demonstrating the nascent qualities of a true master. Gongsun Zhongmo once wielded Sword 13 to cleave through the dust of the heavens, unveiling the radiant moon obscured by clouds. After a series of 3 strikes against the wolf leader's massive blade, Su Beiyu finally ceased using his vital energy to control Tianlan, catching it in his hand. In that moment, sword energy surged through him, cascading forth like a river, as he unleashed an embryonic version of Sword 13, striking with the force of a first-tier master. The wolf leader was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere second-tier youth could wield such a formidable strike. With all his might, he raised his massive blade to block, only for it to splinter under the force. The wolf leader, summoning every ounce of strength, propelled himself backward among his 11 remaining comrades. Roaring in a feral rage, "Kill him!" the 11 wolf bandits, initially hesitant due to the fear of friendly fire amidst their skirmish, surged forward with blades drawn, striking simultaneously as they closed in on Su Beiyu. Now within mere 10 paces, Su Beiyu executed Sword 2, fluidly drawing a circle to disrupt 5 of their strikes, colliding with the remaining 5. Yet, the final blade found its mark, slicing into Su's shoulder. The wolf claw, elated by his success, prepared to exert force to sever the swordsman's arm, only to meet Su's indifferent gaze, before feeling an arm pierce through his chest. The wolf claw fell back. Lifeless. Su Beiyu shook the blood from his left hand, switching to a 2-handed grip on his sword, charging directly at the already injured wolf leader. The wolf's eyes and waist obstructed his path, but Su cleaved through both man and blade, sending a torrent of blood soaring into the air. The wolf leader, with no retreat left, bore a frenzied expression, charging recklessly towards Su Beiyu, intent on mutual destruction. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 wolf bandits also attacked. Su Beiyu, unfazed, thrust his sword cleanly through the wolf leader's skull, expressionless as he sidestepped, parrying 2 strikes with his blade, producing a resonant clash of metal, before lightly leaping onto the blades. Delivering a horizontal strike that sent 2 severed heads soaring into the sky in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, 6 of the 12 wolf bandits lay dead, including their second-tier leader. Following the leader's demise, the remaining 6 bandits, paralyzed with terror, fled without hesitation. A cruel smile crept onto Su Beiyu's lips as he began his pursuit. After a short while, all 12 wolf bandits had met their end. Su Beiyu, drenched in blood, bore a half-man-high wooden stake on his shoulder, with Tianlan in his left hand and a string of severed heads in his right, resembling a grotesque display of blood-soaked offerings. The earliest casualties had dried blood and contorted faces, while those who perished slightly later still dripped with blood, their features eerily lifelike. Throughout the ordeal, Su Beiyu had not exchanged a single word with the notorious bandits. Upon reaching the hilltop, he drove the wooden stake into the ground, suspending the heads above it before turning to leave. Chapter 56. The Essence of Talent and the Path to Enlightenment. As he descended the hill, the bonfire lit by the 12 wolf bandits still flickered, and beside it lay a partially intact yellow sheep. Still warmed, Su Beiyu discarded his blood-stained outer robe into the flames and sliced off a piece of tender meat from the sheep's neck. Savoring it slowly, he had slain 3 second-tier bandits and 1 first-tier, a task set by Gongsun Zhongmo. Until it was accomplished, he could not return to him. Su Beiyu had once heard of the trials of the Taoist sect, including monthly assessments, annual examinations, and the triennial grand tests. The sword sect shared a common origin with the Taoist teachings, and he surmised that this was his inaugural monthly assessment. While the consequences of failing such an evaluation were unknown, they were surely not trivial, and he dared not treat it lightly. The 12 wolf bandits represented a pivotal battle, Following this confrontation, Su Beiyu had successfully gathered the dormant sword energy within him into his dantian. And with time, he would surely step beyond the threshold of second-tier mastery, becoming a genuine second-tier adept. The second-tier inner guards who once besieged Chonglong Temple were no more than second-tier themselves. After departing from this place, Su Beiyu continued his journey toward Jianghu City. The grasslands were infested with bandits, akin to locusts, but as he neared Jianghu City, their numbers would dwindle. According to a geographical record left by his master, Su was still 200 miles from Jianghu City, and it would take several more days to enter its territory, with his current position being the most perilous region rife with bandit activity. Throughout his journey, Su Beiyu diligently practiced the still immature Sword 13. While he found himself unable to grasp the essence of Sword 14 occasionally, he would assume the role of an unnamed swordsman, wielding his sword against bandits, hanging their severed heads as trophies. His path was soaked in blood on this day. The autumn sun blazed mercilessly. Had it not been for the protection of the Longhu Dan, merely walking beneath the sun would have been a tremendous ordeal. Su Beiyu viewed it as a form of ascetic practice, remaining unfazed as he walked while circulating his Longhu energy, exhaling 24 breaths and inhaling 36, nurturing his vital energy. His master had once stated that the talents of individuals could be broadly categorized into 5 tiers. The first tier represented the countenance of a celestial being, inherently distinct from the ordinary, possessing innate wisdom, with both heart and foundation of exceptional caliber. Such individuals could effortlessly recall and master knowledge. Destined to aspire toward immortality. The current Taoist sect leader, Tianxin on Kaiyang Peak, the deceased White Lotus sect leader, the former sword sect patriarch Shangguan Xiansuan, King Wei Xiaojin, and the founding monarch Wanyan Beiwei all belonged to this echelon. The second tier embodied the grace of a heavenly being, with roots inferior to those of the celestial, yet blessed with exceptional comprehension, capable of resonating with the heavens and aspiring to become an earth immortal. With wise guidance and righteous teachings, they too could achieve immortality. Zichen, the previous leader of the Taoist sect, was a prime example of this caliber, having attained the Tao and ascended. Others such as Gongsun Zhongmo, Emperor Xiaoyu, Chancellor Lan Yu, and the notorious Qingchen Daoren, ranked first on the Demon Suppression Temple's list, also fell into this category. The third tier represented the true immortals, with foundations and comprehension merely above average. Lacking any extraordinary traits, they would proceed step by step. Barring any remarkable opportunities, they would remain at the human immortal realm, yet with exceptional fortunes, they might cross the threshold between humanity and immortality, entering the realm of carefree earth immortals. However, without tremendous luck, they would never hope to attain the path of everlasting life, destined instead for dissolution or rebirth. Those Su Beiyu had previously encountered, such as the Judge and Meng Pe, belonged to this tier. The fourth tier was that of the mediocre, drifting aimlessly, unaware of their true nature, their hearts shrouded in dust. The first tier realm was the pinnacle for them, with a modicum of chance. They might stumble into the ghost immortal realm, becoming practitioners, yet they could not be deemed true cultivators. Even if a monumental opportunity presented itself, they would struggle to seize it. The final tier comprised what the Taoist immortals regarded as the dregs, those with blocked meridians, unable to succeed in martial arts, and who had not even begun their path of cultivation before being shut out. Throughout their lives, they would find it nearly impossible to seek the way. Even if they happened to learn cultivation and practice diligently, they would never surpass the second-tier threshold. Su Beiyu had once inquired of his master about his own talent tier, to which Gongsun Zhongmo had not provided a direct answer, merely stating he possessed the comprehension of a heavenly being, the foundation of a true immortal, yet the heart of a celestial being. A conundrum of classification. Su Beiyu looked skyward, muttering to himself, a carefree life, or eternal immortality? As his words fell, a voice suddenly interjected, cultivation without longevity is ultimately an empty pursuit. Su Beiyu spun around, encountering an elderly Taoist clad in a light blue robe standing behind him. Though his robe did not belong to the Demon Suppression Temple style, he appeared to be an itinerant Taoist not recorded in any registry. Yet, Su Beiyu did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this individual had appeared beside him without a sound, far from an ordinary Taoist, especially in such a perilous region as the grasslands, where complacency was unwarranted. The aged Taoist, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled lightly and said, "Young man, you study both the Taoist arts and the sword. Are you a disciple of the Taoist sect or of the Sword Clan? Su Beiyu, whose true nature was laid bare by the old man's discerning gaze, felt a tempest rising within him, yet maintained his silence, revealing nothing on his countenance. The old Taoist, with his snow-white beard and hair, wore a slightly faded blue robe, yet it remained untouched by dust. At this moment, his garments billowed gracefully, exuding an ineffable aura of celestial elegance. Noticing Su Beiyu's reluctance to speak, he did not press further, but instead remarked, "I once practiced within the Taoist sect, but later departed to wander the world. This time, I am journeying to Wusuyuan to seek a few young friends. Passing through this place, I happened to observe you channeling your energy using the Dragon Tiger Dan method, which, while akin to the Taoist tradition, possesses a certain subtlety reminiscent of the Sword Clan's techniques. Thus, I felt compelled to inquire, if I have been too forward, young man, please consider me as merely an old man trying to impart wisdom. And do not take it to heart," Su Beiyu slowly responded. "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The old Taoist shook his head with a smile, saying, "I have roamed this world for a full 60 years and have long forgotten my original name. If you must inquire, you may call me Qing Taoist." Su Beiyu respectfully bowed and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Qing Senior." Qing Taoist smiled and said, "Our meeting is fate, young man, if you do not fear that I might mislead you. Would you allow me to share some insights on cultivation?" Su Beiyu earnestly replied, "I humbly request your guidance, Qing Senior." Qing Taoist began, "Young man, you have established your foundation in the Taoist Dragon Tiger Dan while cultivating the external sword techniques of the Sword Clan, achieving a harmonious balance between the internal and external, resonating with the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. This is a remarkable endeavor. Now, as you temper your sword intent through acts of slaying, it is known that the Western realm is associated with metal, which governs destruction. This may serve as a foundation for your future practice of the 4-9 white gold sword chi. This method is methodical and progressive, suggesting you have a distinguished teacher guiding you." Qing Taoist spoke with intimate knowledge of the Sword Clan's ultimate techniques, and though Su Beiyu had never heard of the 4-9 white gold sword chi from his master, he found the earlier part of the old man's statement to be astutely insightful. Thus, he could only nod in acknowledgement and say, "Your insights are profound, senior." The old Taoist's smile waned slightly, and he continued, "The 4-9 white gold sword chi is the fundamental cultivation of the Sword Clan, fierce and unyielding, capable of shattering any barrier. Should you combine this with the Dragon Tiger Dan, it would be akin to adding fuel to a fire, enhancing its dominance. However, remember, an extreme in either direction is prone to breakage. Though you may triumph before reaching the earth immortal realm, the path to eternal life beyond that is fraught with difficulty." Su Beiyu shook his head, saying, "What you speak of regarding eternal life and the path of enlightenment is, for me, an aspiration far beyond reach." Qing Taoist seemed unperturbed and laughed heartily. "Whether I speak or not is my concern. Whether you heed my words is yours. Our fates have intertwined, and now we part ways. Allow me to offer some parting advice. To escape the peril of being overly rigid, I see two paths. The first is the great path, to refine the sword to its utmost peak, where the extremes of yang give rise to yin, leading to a natural harmony of opposites. This was the way of the ancient Sword Clan founder. Yet it is a path fraught with challenges, attainable only by those of great fortune, fortitude, and talent. The second path is simpler. Find a woman skilled in cultivating the feminine arts and engage in mutual refinement. While it may not address the root of the issue, it can serve as a temporary remedy." Su Beiyu was left speechless, astonished by the old man's words. The Taoist chuckled and turned to leave, soon vanishing from Su Beiyu's sight. Women? Spouses? Tao companions? Su Beiyu shook his head, exhaling deeply as he continued his journey northeastward. Chapter 57. Autumn winds and autumn rains are deadly after parting ways with Su Beiyu. Qing Taoist traveled northward, bypassing the city of Jianghu, and traversed the entire Xiolong grassland in just a few hours, entering the vast heart of the grassland known as Wusuyuan. This is the realm of the earth immortal, where one may witness the sea in the morning and the mountains at dusk. The distance is but a stone's throw, if Su Beiyu were to traverse on foot, even if he journeyed day and night. Covering 100 miles each day, it would take him over a month to cross the Xiolong grassland. The center of Wusuyuan is the royal tent of the Grassland King, where King Lin Han and the guest Morong Xianyin are currently residing. Thousands of miles away in the city of Jianghu, the architecture is meticulously arranged, with strict hierarchies and intricate rules that cannot be breached. The most central location is the former lord's residence, now the Lingwu Duke's mansion. This duke's residence is far grander than that of Dunhuang City, occupying a vast area due to the distance from the emperor, and is even more magnificent than some princely estates in the imperial capital. The Lingwu Duke's mansion is second only to the imperial palace, the central imperial residence, and the estate of the Wei King among the royal Kin. The southeast corner of the Lingwu Duke's mansion stands a 30-zhang tall watchtower, from which one can gaze across the external landscape, standing out in the city like a crane among chickens. At this moment, within the watchtower, two individuals knelt facing each other. One was a woman clad in exquisite palace attire, exuding an air of cold nobility, her posture regal, revealing an alluring elegance while remaining composed. She seemed to be a wealthy lady emerging from a noble household. The other was dressed in a black python robe adorned with 6 eastern pearls, his waist cinched with a jade belt. Time had taken away the man's youth, but had also bestowed upon him an aura of dignified authority. He was the present Lingwu Duke, Xiao Mo. The woman radiated an air of haughty superiority, and even before the formidable Lingwu Duke, her demeanor remained unyielding as she coldly declared, "Xiao Mo, this mutual market in Jianghu City has the consent of the true master and His Majesty the Emperor, and it has been entrusted to you for supervision. Even the palace master merely observes from the sidelines, so the burden rests heavily upon you. Should you fail in this task, do not expect to retain your title as Duke." Unfazed by the woman's direct address, Xiao Mo smiled and replied, "His Majesty does not shy away from my frailty and has entrusted me with this heavy responsibility. I shall do my utmost to repay His Majesty, even if it costs me my life. You need not worry about this, fair maiden." The woman let out a cold chuckle. "If that is the case, let me be blunt. Gongsun Zhongmo must die for how my demon sealing palace will accomplish this. You need not concern yourself. However, should any mistakes occur on your part, do not blame the palace master for being merciless. Even if you are the Lingwu Duke of the court, you will still be regarded as a remnant of the Sword clan, to be executed without mercy." Xiao Mo, confronted with such blatant threats, remained unperturbed, responding with a calm derision. "The title of Palace Master of the Demon Sealing Palace is quite grand, indeed. The world may equate you with the true master. But are you truly so blind? Is it the recent glory that has clouded your judgment, or do you genuinely believe yourselves to be formidable figures? To demand my life, neither the palace master nor the true master would dare make such a claim. After all, I still bear the surname Xiao, and the only one who can decide my fate is His Majesty the Emperor, who also bears the surname Xiao." The woman's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she coldly repeated the word good 3 times. "Good, indeed, Lingwu Duke. You truly possess ironclad resolve. I hope you can remain as steadfast in the future." Xiao Mo gazed calmly at the woman and smiled. "If you wish to kill Gongsun Zhongmo, then go ahead. Although I have some acquaintance with him, we are not particularly close, and I shall remain an observer. Whether you succeed depends on your methods. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Rather than wasting your breath on me, it would be wiser to consider how to actually kill Gongsun Zhongmo. He is not a mere fish in a pond for you to catch at will. He is a dragon in the river, and a careless move could send both you and your boat to the depths." The woman coldly retorted, "The Sword clan has been annihilated. What great waves can a mere stray dog like Gongsun Zhongmo stir?" Xiao Mo suddenly burst into laughter, unabashed and unrestrained. "While it is true that the Sword clan has fallen, it was not by your demon sealing palace's hand. Shangguan Xianxin fell victim to heavenly retribution. The Sword Chi Hall was destroyed by the Sword Peak's master, Xiao Xun. The great sword servant perished at the hands of the master of Tianji Peak, and the Sword Tomb Islands were seized by the master of Yuheng Peak. Which of these events bears any relation to your demon sealing palace? Over the years, what accomplishments have you to show beyond hunting down the remnants of the Sword clan?" Xiao Mo chuckled. "There is indeed one instance worth mentioning. During the battle at Huliao Mountain, the great master Qingqin nearly annihilated half of your demon sealing palace single-handedly. A cautionary tale, indeed." The woman abruptly raised her head, fixing her gaze upon the Lingwu Duke, and slowly said, "Are you provoking the demon sealing palace? Who do you think you are, Qingqin, or Gongsun Zhongmo? There are indeed individuals who can disregard the demon sealing palace, but you are certainly not among them, Xiao Mo." Xiao Mo replied calmly, "In truth, we are both mere pawns, much like pieces on a chessboard. Some pieces hold greater significance. A fearless chariot is worth more than a timid pawn. Yet, if it comes to protecting the king, even a chariot may be sacrificed. The woman's expression changed abruptly. What did he mean by that? Xiaomo spoke in a tone devoid of flourish. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Jianghu City resembles a chessboard. Although on Gongsun Zhongmo's side there remains but a solitary general, he is a general unbound by the rules of the game, free from the constraints of the 9 palaces. To take his life is no trivial matter, and your side in the demon suppression hall is not left with many pieces either. The chessboard has always adhered to the principle of a general unseen by another general. Ultimately, it is the general who maintains the balance. The Wheel King pursues his own path with obstinacy, heedless of the lessons of the past. Do not become that pawn unable to retreat. The woman remained silent for a long while, not uttering a word. Xiaomo turned his gaze towards the outside, where the sky had become shrouded in thick clouds, heralding the onset of an impending mountain rain. He sighed softly. What a splendid autumn rain it is. Suddenly, the woman inquired, where is Gongsun Zhongmo? Xiaomo gestured downward, speaking in hushed tones. He resides within this very city. As the autumn wind blew, it carried with it the chilling raindrops, which had long been brewing, finally cascading from the heavens. The fine strands of rain tapped rhythmically upon the eaves, the azure tiles, the streets, and the stone walls, splashing countless delicate droplets and enveloping the entirety of Jianghu City in a veil of white mist. The originally dust-covered bluestone streets revealed their true deep azure hue after being moistened by the rain. An elderly man, bearing a sword case, traversed the damp thoroughfare beneath a yellowed oiled paper umbrella. His pace measured and unhurried. The autumn rain was far less fierce than the summer's, merely producing a soft rustling sound as it struck the surface of the umbrella, akin to the autumn wind stirring dry leaves. Abruptly he halted, extending his hand to catch a few raindrops, feeling their chill against his palm. With an impassive expression, he muttered to himself, "Autumn winds and autumn rains are indeed lethal." Chapter 58. When Celestials Clash. Mortals take flight from the day Gongsun Zhongmo set foot in Jianghu City until today. This autumn rain has persisted for 3 full days, and judging by its current momentum, it shows no signs of abating. During these 3 days, Su Beiyu has traversed over 200 li, slaying 32 bandits, including 2 leaders of the 3rd-tier realm. His journey has been leisurely, and aside from dealing with the bandits, most of Su Beiyu's energy has been devoted to Sword 13. In truth, slaying these ordinary bandits has become of little benefit to his own swordsmanship. Su Beiyu merely hopes that those who hired the 12 wolf bandits will soon engage another wave of assassins. As such free targets are precisely what he desires. As night fell, the autumn rain grew denser, rendering the already frigid grasslands even more inhospitable. Su Beiyu, bearing Tianlan, trudged through the pitch-black expanse, thoroughly drenched by the cold autumn rain. Fortunately, the energy within him provided some support, sparing him from severe discomfort. Had an ordinary person wandered through such weather all night, they would likely perish from the cold. After walking for the better part of the night, Su Beiyu finally spotted flickering campfires in the distance. Upon approaching, he discovered a few merchants had hastily erected a rain shelter and were gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Although they regarded the lone Su Beiyu with a hint of caution, they did not consider him much of a threat. Su Beiyu patted his thoroughly soaked sleeves, sending small droplets flying, and produced a handful of scattered silver, saying, "Gentlemen, I am but a passerby seeking refuge from the rain to dry my clothes. Might I trouble you for a moment?" The leading merchant glanced at the silver in Su Beiyu's hand, pondered briefly, then nodded. Su Beiyu smiled, tossing the silver into the merchant's palm, and stepped into the shelter. Settling in a corner, with the silver as a token of goodwill, the merchants were more than willing to share some warmth. One lean man extending a flask, "Here, young brother, you must be soaked through. Take a sip to warm yourself." According to the wisdom of seasoned travelers, consuming unknown liquor in such unfamiliar company is a perilous endeavor. However, Su Beiyu did not decline, taking a swig from the flask before returning it with a grateful smile. His display of trust evidently won the favor of the other merchants. The leading merchant introduced himself. "I am Zhang Suang, a trader from the Shan prefecture. We are but a small group of itinerant merchants. Young brother, do shed your wet clothes. I have an outer robe you can wear for now." Being men, Su Beiyu felt no need for hesitation, removing his soaked garments and donning Zhang Suheng's outer robe. After draping his wet clothes over the fire, the merchants resumed their earlier conversation. The lean man took a swig of liquor and exclaimed, "This nameless swordsman is truly a remarkable figure. Previously, he dispatched over 100 bandits. I heard that several notorious bandit leaders have spread word that they have offered a handsome bounty for the head of this swordsman. As he spoke of the 12 wolf bandits." The lean man's voice rose, taking on the tone of a storyteller in a tavern. "And who are the 12 wolf bandits?" "They roamed the Xiolong grasslands, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in their wake. Numerous masters have perished at their hands. Just a few years ago, a pair of heroic lovers from the Central Plains, both true second-tier experts, clashed with the 12 wolf bandits and met their doom. Particularly the woman, who was stripped bare and tortured to the brink of death by a dozen burly men before having her heart removed. The scene was utterly harrowing." Zhang Suing nodded. "I have heard whispers of this tale." "So, did that nameless swordsman fall to the 12 wolf bandits?" The lean man slammed his thigh, exclaiming, "That is indeed false. It was not the 12 wolf bandits who killed him. Rather, he eradicated the 12 wolf bandits completely. Their heads displayed strung together upon a wooden post, each with eyes wide open in death." The other merchants exchanged incredulous glances, clearly struggling to believe that the feared 12 wolf bandits had met their end in such a manner. One could not help but ask, is that true? Could that nameless swordsman truly be so formidable? The lean man grew increasingly animated, eyes wide with excitement. How could it be false? Just 2 days ago, witnesses confirmed it. 12 heads and the signature weapons of the 12 wolf bandits, along with 12 horses, all present and accounted for. Who else could it be but the 12 wolf bandits? Zhang Suheng's expression shifted slightly. If that is the case, this nameless swordsman is indeed a remarkable figure, perhaps even a first-tier expert. To rid the Xiolong grasslands of a menace is an act of virtue. Su Beiyu interjected. "It seems you have recently departed from Jianghu City, where the bustling trade is at its peak, and everyone is flocking there. Why did you choose to leave so early?" Zhang Suing and the lean man exchanged glances. Sharing a wry smile, to speak frankly, the winds of change are stirring in Jianghu City. Talented individuals from all corners are converging there, and it is not a place for small fry like us to meddle. No matter how lucrative the silver, one must have their life to spend it. Yes. If you also wish to venture into Jianghu City, heed my advice and turn back. Su Beiyu, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Suing hesitated before continuing. "Surely you have heard the rumors that a great Taoist master is to attend this trade fair in Jianghu City." Su Beiyu nodded. Zhang Suing continued, "The rumor is indeed true. A great master has arrived in Jianghu City, and it's someone no one could have anticipated. The head of the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall. In my years of wandering, I have encountered many tales of the Demon Suppression Hall, comparable to our court's secret service. Just imagine how powerful the head of the Demon Suppression Hall must be." After a pause, he lowered his voice. "But if it were only that, it would not be so concerning. After all, celestial beings do not trouble us small folk. However, what is peculiar is that another figure has also arrived, which perfectly encapsulates the saying. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. If these two should find themselves at odds, we small fry must flee to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Observing the expressions of the others, it was evident they were already aware of the situation, leaving only Su Beiyu to inquire. "What sort of demon dares to challenge a great master of the Taoist sect?" Zhang Suing replied quietly, "It is not so much a challenge to the head of the Demon Suppression Hall, but rather to a Taoist expert known as Dongfang Guadi. This Dongfang Guadi is a celestial being, capable of soaring through the skies and commanding the elements. As for the demon, I have heard he is called Gongsun Zhongmo, seemingly a sort of sect leader. The battle between him and Dongfang Guadi has been nothing short of cataclysmic. With a mere wave of his hand, the rain transformed into swords, a veritable downpour of blades. The spectacle was one I shall never forget. It nearly turned the Taoist's Dongfang Guadi into a sieve." The lean man chimed in. "Indeed." The myriad swords fell like rain. Su Beiyu's expression remained calm as he softly inquired, "And what transpired afterward?" Zhang Suing, unable to conceal the awe on his face, replied, "What followed was truly a celestial dialogue. A voice resonated from the heavens, clear enough for all in the city to hear. If I am not mistaken, the speaker was none other than the head of the Demon Suppression Hall. They agreed to settle their contest in 3 days' time, which is precisely why we ordinary folk must distance ourselves from this place of turmoil." He instinctively glanced at the young man, just in time to see him bow his head. Zhang Suing withdrew his gaze, letting out a sigh. They are all celestial beings. The clash of immortals is not something one can witness at will. The lean man queried, by the way, who is Gongsun Zhongmo? That he can contend with the head of the demon suppression hall? Zhang Suing hesitated. If he is a demon, he is likely from the rear mountains. I have heard there are many demons in that region. Su Beiyu raised his head, his expression inscrutable, and softly remarked, "It is the sect master of the sword sect." Zhang Suing was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "But the sword sect has perished." "Has it not?" Su Beiyu sighed deeply. "Indeed, the sword sect is no more. All that remains are its remnants." Chapter 59. A sword made of umbrella. The lean man, having recently embraced the path of faith, scoffed at these words. Since they are but remnants, why speak of a sect master? How ridiculous. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt an unsettling sensation as if he were being scrutinized. Glancing sideways, he met the piercing gaze of the young man, whose eyes resembled daggers. Under that intense gaze, the lean man found himself stifling the latter half of his statement, observing the young man's stiff countenance. Zhang Suing sensed the atmosphere had grown tense and quickly changed the subject. Being a man, especially as one reaches middle age, is truly no easy feat with elderly parents above and a wife and children below. The burden of an entire family rests upon our shoulders. Were it not for this, who would willingly risk their lives for such a profession? To be candid, I have not returned home in over half a year. I wonder if my son still recognizes me. Su Beiyu replied calmly, "It is indeed a heavy burden. Women seek stability, and while a man can provide it for a woman, he often cannot secure it for himself. A lifetime of toil and hardship. My master is just such a man." Zhang Suing inquired, "And how is your master faring these days?" Su Beiyu replied softly, "My master has gone to Jianghu City. I am on my way to find him." Zhang Suing took a swig from the wine flask and spoke with a somber tone. "Once this business is concluded, I shall return home." He raised a hand to indicate a height, his previously stern visage softening. "My son should be this tall by now," Su Beiyu said. "As for me, I was born and raised without knowledge of my parents. I have but two kin, one who nurtured me, and the other who taught me my skills. Now, my master resides in Jianghu City, and as a disciple, I have no reason not to seek him." Zhang Suing slowly recounted, "In my youth, I once encountered a wandering sage who imparted many truths to me. He stated that there are two paramount principles in this world. One is rules, and the other is reason. There are no rules that lack reason, nor is there reason that disregards rules." Su Beiyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the truth." The two men fell into a contemplative silence. As dawn broke, the rain began to subside. Su Beiyu donned his attire, secured the Tianlan's sword to his back, bid farewell to the merchants, and continued his journey towards Jianghu City. Yi Zue, a name rather peculiar, was indeed of the esteemed Yi family. His cultivation level placed him in a middle ground among the various attendants of the demon suppression hall, rendering him unable to partake in significant matters, yet not exactly a marginal figure. Since his entry into the demon suppression hall 5 years ago, his status as a son of the Yi family had garnered him some favor, allowing him to navigate the intricacies of the hall with relative ease. Yi Zue was not one to take pride in his lineage. He maintained good relations within the hall and preferred to lower his status to befriend disciples from other sects, making him one of the few attendants with a commendable reputation. During the harrowing battle in Jianghu City, he was present but chose to observe from a distance within a tavern, refraining from revealing his identity. After all, engaging in combat against a formidable master like Gongsun Zhongmo was beyond the capabilities of even a first-grade cultivator, let alone one of the ghost immortal realm. He could only watch from afar. Witnessing Gongsun Zhongmo's transformation of rain into swords opened Yi Zue's eyes. Although the Dao sect had its share of experts in the earth immortal realm, these great masters seldom intervened in conflicts. Imagining the prowess of earth immortal masters through text was a stark contrast to experiencing it firsthand. After observing the clash between Gongsun Zhongmo and the Eastern Ghost Emperor, the gravely injured Eastern Ghost Emperor entrusted him with a task before retreating to recuperate: to eliminate Gongsun Zhongmo's disciple outside Jianghu City and to seek the whereabouts of Ji Yun, the last surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple. Thus, Yi Zue departed Jianghu City, laying in wait for his opportunity. Not long after Yi Zue left, another individual also exited Jianghu City. On the vast grassland, two figures walked several miles apart until they reached an isolated spot. Finally, Yizue turned around and said, "Since you have followed me for so long, why not reveal yourself?" As his words fell, a young woman appeared not far behind him, holding an elegantly crafted oiled paper umbrella. Clad in light blue attire, her feet adorned with white embroidered shoes that had two charming pom-poms sewn onto the tips. Her hair, a cascade of black silk, was casually tied with a silk scarf, and her delicate features radiated an air of grace, her smile revealing two small dimples. Yizue assessed her from head to toe and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Sword Sect?" The young woman chuckled lightly, feigning surprise. "Shouldn't it be said that I am one of the remnants of the Sword Sect?" The phrase Sword Sect member coming from an attendant of the Demon Suppression Hall truly catches me off guard. Yizue shook his head. Whether a member of the Sword Sect or its remnants, it ultimately amounts to the same. After all, a millennium ago, the Dao Sect and the Sword Sect were one and the same. Moreover, I had the fortune to peruse the confidential records of the Demon Suppression Hall, which stated that the sect master, Gongsun Zhongmo, once reconstructed the Sword Chi Linkong Hall, boasting 12 sword masters and 36 swordsmen. I wonder what position you hold among them. A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she chuckled. Yilanyi, having assumed the name Yizue upon entering the Demon Suppression Hall, you are indeed faring better than when you were in the Yi family. You are privy to such confidential information. Truly, as the saying goes, an orange from Huainan is an orange, while one from Huabei is a trifoliate orange. Since you have discerned my background, I shall not conceal my identity any longer. I am Song Guangguan, a sword master of the Sword Chi Linkong Hall. Unfazed by the revelation of her true name, Yizue smiled. May I ask what brings you to accompany me, Miss Song? The young woman smirked slightly. On the sect master's orders, I am here to retrieve the mystical sword. Yizue gestured to the sword on his back. I had thought you were here to provide protection for your young master. Song Guangguan replied nonchalantly, the young master has his own destiny to fulfill. Since he has chosen to venture into the world, regardless of his background, he must rely on his own abilities for survival. To take on the burden of the sect master, one must be prepared to face life and death. Should one lack the skill and perish in the wilderness, they cannot blame others. Yizue clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well said." The autumn rain fell incessantly, rendering the grassland a quagmire. Yet Song Guangguan walked upon it without a trace of mud adhering to her. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she sent the oiled paper umbrella spinning, resembling a blooming blue lotus, leaving a visible trail against the curtain of rain. She moved in tandem with the umbrella, advancing forward. The sound of rain intensified, shattering the previous tranquility, replaced only by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Yizue drew the mystical sword, its unsheathing resonating above the sound of wind and rain. The sword radiated a fierce energy. In the next moment, the white curtain of rain was cleaved in two, a slender thread of sword energy descending directly towards the umbrella. Just then, Song Guangguan grasped the umbrella handle and with a snap, closed the umbrella. When opened, it served as an umbrella. When closed, it transformed into a sword. As the paper umbrella and sword energy collided, ripples radiated outward. Numerous raindrops shattered into mist, enveloping the space between them in a dense white fog. Without pausing, Song Guangguan pointed the umbrella forward, maintaining an unyielding momentum akin to a sword. Advancing through the mist to collide with the mystical sword, the two powerful streams of sword energy erupted in a violent clash. Chapter 60. A sword hidden in the umbrella among the 12 sword masters of the Sword Chi Linkong Hall. Though Song Guangguan ranked last, her cultivation had already reached the Ghost Immortal realm. Despite Yizue wielding the mystical sword and possessing various secret techniques, he dared not let his guard down. He used the sword's body to counter the dispersing waves of sword energy while propelling himself forward, seemingly gliding over the surface of the water without disturbing the muddy ground. The mystical sword lightly tapped towards Song Guangguan's brow. With a sharp sound, the umbrella opened once more, acting like a large shield, deflecting his strike. Then, Song Guangguan spun the umbrella fiercely, sending countless droplets flying like rain swords shooting forth. The paper umbrella had 12 tassels, thus manifesting 12 rain swords. The rain curtain surrounding Yizue erupted in a series of explosions. The young master of the Yi family remained undaunted and composed, navigating the thin line between life and death as he countered. shattering 9 of the rain swords with 9 swift strikes. However, 3 rain swords still found their mark, blossoming 3 brilliant flowers of blood upon his arm and shoulder. Song Guangguan chuckled lightly, closing the oiled paper umbrella once again. This time, the surrounding rain curtain tilted, ensnared by the umbrella, forming an enormous rain sword aimed at Yizui.it descended like a torrential downpour, scattering the rain in all directions. With no option for escape, Yizue could only brace the mystical sword against himself, pushed back nearly 100 paces, his feet sinking into the ground and carving deep ruts, in a state of disarray, his robes now soiled and lacking the elegance he once held. Yizue glanced at the fresh crimson wound on his chest, then wiped the rainwater from his face with his sleeve, stating calmly, "I concede." He had not anticipated that this young woman would possess such extraordinary skills. It was already remarkable for someone her age to reach the ghost immortal realm, yet she was not far from the human immortal realm, greatly exceeding Yizue's expectations. Thus, his defeat was only to be expected. What perplexes Yizue even more is why Gongsun Zhongmo would choose that young man, who has yet to reach the first-grade realm, as his successor, rather than this astonishingly formidable woman. Song Guangguan once again unfurled her umbrella, resting it at a slight angle against her shoulder, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently remarked, "To wager is to accept defeat. Since you concede, young Master Yi, shouldn't you hand over the sword in your possession to this young lady?" Yizue chuckled lightly, remaining silent. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand, and a mysterious talisman shot forth from his sleeve. Song Guangguan's expression shifted abruptly. Her form flickered like a delicate butterfly, her toes lightly touching the ground, leaving a trail reminiscent of a lotus flower as she executed 9 swift steps, each step marking her path like a blossoming lotus. With each step, a life of lotus blooms, such was the essence of her movement. The mystical talisman clung to her as if it were a malignant growth. This was indeed Yizue's life-preserving technique. The Taoist talismans are categorized into various ranks, including the heavenly 3 pure talismans and the earthly 8 trigrams talismans. Among others, the talisman Yizue employed was the suppression talisman from the heavenly jade pure talismans, which, even for someone of Song Guangguan's caliber, would seal most of her energy upon contact, rendering her no different from an ordinary woman. The art of suppression is one of the foremost techniques in the Taoist tradition. In the past, during the imperial intrigue of the preceding dynasty, the empress had secretly summoned Taoist practitioners to employ the art of suppression against a favored concubine, leading to events that eventually alarmed the reigning emperor. Following this incident, the Zhang court harbored a deep disdain for the Taoist sect, which, among other reasons, culminated in their eventual support of Xiao Yu's uprising to seize control of the Zhang realm. In her evasive maneuvers, Song Guangguan closed her paper umbrella and struck 7 swift points with it, momentarily stalling the talisman that shadowed her. Then, she propelled herself forward, directly confronting Yizue. Regardless of the talisman's might, without a wielder, it was but a lifeless object. Why Yizue's hand trembled inexplicably, the sound resonating clearly even amidst the cacophony of rain. The umbrella and sword clashed once more, producing a resonant clang. Cracks appeared on the surface of the paper umbrella. With a slight smile, Song Guangguan gripped the handle, and with a resounding tug, she drew a slender sword concealed within the umbrella. Though the fine blade did not pierce Yizue's throat, it plunged into his chest, blood gushing forth. Yizue clutched his chest, staggering backward as his energy dissipated. In that instant, the jade pure talisman lost its potency and fell to the ground. Taoists possess 3 vital energy centers, the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Only upon reaching the earth immortal realm can one unlock the upper dantian, while the middle dantian can be accessed post the first-grade realm. Thus, the middle dantian, located at the chest, holds paramount importance. This is precisely why, upon having his chest pierced, the energy of the judging officer collapsed instantaneously. Song Guangguan spoke slowly, "My master has ties with the Yi family, and in light of the past camaraderie among the 5 families, I shall spare your life today." "Yes," I said. "After handing over the unnamed sword to this young lady, you may take your path while I pursue mine." With a beaming smile, Song Guangguan added, "Young Master Yi, what say you to Yilanyi?" Yizue let out a cold snort. Unfazed, Song Guangguan maintained her smile, saying, "Yilanyi, if you refuse to part with it, I shall have to take it myself. Yizue exhaled deeply and calmly tossed the unnamed sword toward her, stating, "Take it." The young woman reached out to catch the sword, her delicate palm immediately stained with crimson threads of blood. A testament to the fierce sword energy of the 12 swords of the sword sect, Yizue remarked. This sword has been refined with my lifeblood using the Taoist sword control technique. The sword is yours, but how you erase the traces I have left upon it, ensuring the sword energy does not harm your esteemed master, is your concern. Song Guangguan released her grip, allowing the unnamed sword to fall to the ground. Quivering incessantly then, with a swift motion, she grasped the talisman that had landed in the mud, and in an instant, it flew into her hand. Song Guangguan affixed the talisman to the sword's blade, and the once trembling weapon became eerily still. She smiled, saying, "Consider this talisman as your rental fee for the unnamed sword. As for the other matters, the sect leader will handle them. There is no need for young Master Yi to concern himself." Yizue withdrew a small jade vial from his robes and swallowed a scarlet pill, quickly staunching the flow of blood from his chest wound and restoring some color to his pale face. Observing this, Song Guangguan remarked, "Truly, you are a scion of the Yi family, possessing such wealth to carry a life-saving fire lotus pill, unlike us children from impoverished families, for whom merely catching a whiff would be a luxury." Yizue remained indifferent, closing his eyes to focus on stabilizing the medicinal energy, attempting to regulate his chaotic internal energy. Song Guangguan curled her lip, refraining from further comment, and decisively turned to leave with the unnamed sword in hand. Her sect leader had assigned her 2 tasks. One was to reclaim the unnamed sword from Yizue, which she had accomplished, and the other was to deliver it to Su Beiyu. However, since Yizue had already refined the sword, erasing his traces would require considerable effort. Her expertise lay solely in swordsmanship, leaving her at a loss regarding other matters. Although she stated that the sect leader would resolve it, Gongsun Zhongmo was currently in a standoff in Jianghu City against the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, and had little time for trivialities. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their master's burdens is not a good subordinate. Complaining about such matters to her master was merely a formality. After walking a considerable distance, Song Guangguan gazed at the unnamed sword adorned with the talisman, scratched her head in irritation, and vehemently tossed the sword to the ground. Muttering in frustration, "Master, master, what a nuisance." Chapter 61. The first encounter between young master and maidservant, walking alone on the path to Jianghu City, Su Beiyu encountered several waves of merchants departing from the city. He felt an odd sense of daring, akin to knowingly venturing into the lair of a tiger. What was the purpose of going to Jianghu City? As he traversed the muddy grasslands, he pondered not only the reasons but also the youthful idealism that stirred within him. In his childhood, he had heard his master describe a world unlike any other, and he recalled Zhang Suing speaking of Gongsun Zhongmo's battle against the Eastern Ghost Emperor and the challenge issued by the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu felt a surge of emotions, sensing a call to adventure. The fantastical notions of flying through the skies, moving mountains, and summoning storms. Was this not the world he longed for? If such an opportunity to enter this realm presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Jianghu City was but his first step into this extraordinary world. Su Beiyu believed he understood his master quite well. Typically serious and reserved, he occasionally displayed a sense of nostalgia for the past. Yet, in critical moments, he would exhibit a nonchalant detachment, a man weathered by the vicissitudes of life, with many tales to tell, yet never grating on one's nerves. However, as he journeyed, he encountered myriad rumors surrounding Gongsun Zhongmo, each more fantastical than the last. Some claimed he was a peerless fiend, honing his sword skills through bloodshed, leaving no survivors, having once single-handedly slaughtered an entire city, with the sheer aura of his killing intent enough to fell the average person. Others insisted he was an unparalleled sword enthusiast, sparing mortals but slaying divine beings, and the Taoists despised him for having killed 3 grandmasters of their sect. There were even whispers that he was a puppet secretly supported by the court. His true identity, that of a top-ranking guest official left by the late emperor for the new sovereign, his current actions sanctioned by imperial decree. The most outlandish yet audacious claim suggested that Gongsun Zhongmo and the Taoist sect leader had been close friends in their youth, only to become adversaries over the affections of the third-ranked beauty among the 4 beauties, Zhang Xueyao, ultimately leading to their irrevocable split. The Taoist leader, despite marrying the renowned beauty Morong Xian, remained haunted by the betrayal and, upon ascending to leadership, commanded the Demon Suppression Hall to hunt Gongsun Zhongmo relentlessly, it must be said. The vivid imagination behind these rumors was enough to astonish any listener, leaving the involved parties in a state of bemusement, and eliciting a sigh of awe from Su Beiyu. Strolling leisurely, Su Beiyu reflected on these tales, his mood inexplicably lifting in this regard. His master had truly attained the status of a legendary figure. Since he was a figure of legend, how could he easily encounter trouble? Just as he momentarily lost focus, a sudden chill coursed through him as a pair of icy hands covered his eyes from behind. A soft, playful voice then drifted into his ear, "Guess who I am?" Su Beiyu's body stiffened instantly. After a brief silence, he replied calmly, "Forgive my dullness, but I cannot guess. Here's a hint. Sword energy in the air. Could it be from the Sword Energy Hall? Are you a member of the Sword Sect? Do you now know who I am? Still not sure. Young master, you are now the heir of the Sword Sect. That still doesn't help. I'm unaware of how many people are in the Sword Sect. I only know the sect leader, Gongsun Zhongmo. Are you Gongsun Zhongmo? Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Although you are the heir, you must not directly mention the sect leader's name, nor jest about it, lest you be punished to kneel before a sword. Is it really that severe?" Indeed, when the lady was still in the Sword Sect, she managed the department of severe punishments. The punishments were truly dreadful: kneeling before a sword, hanging from a sword, pierced by a sword. It was a fate too grim to contemplate. Would you like to hear more? If so, I shall tell you at length. I didn't realize my master was so harsh. It seems that many people believe you to be the illegitimate child of the sovereign. This is the first time we have witnessed the sovereign displaying such patience, akin to that shown toward his own offspring. Alas, when I meet the master, I shall surely relay these words to him. My dear young master, I was wrong. This statement must never reach the sovereign's ears. For if he were to discover it, I would be doomed. It was none other than Song Guangguan, the swordsman of the Sword Qi Lingkong Hall, who released Su Beiyu's hands from their bindings and emerged from behind. Grasping Su Beiyu's hand and shaking it incessantly, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Su Beiyu, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "You need not speak of it, but you must reveal your identity to me." Song Guangguan finally subdued her playful demeanor, stepping back after releasing Su Beiyu, and with a graceful gesture, respectfully declared, "I am Song Guangguan, the swordsman of the Sword Qi Lingkong Hall, honored to meet the young master." Su Beiyu frowned slightly. He found the title of young master somewhat difficult to accept. To him, the Sword Qi Lingkong Hall was akin to a double-edged sword, capable of harming both others and oneself. To rashly embrace this identity of young master would be akin to a child wielding a blade, likely to cause harm to himself rather than others, even with the master standing behind him. It would invite discontent and disdain from many. Su Beiyu slowly shook his head, stating, "I am no young master. I am merely the disciple of the master, for who shall inherit the sword sect in the future. Until the master has spoken, it remains undecided." Song Guangguan smiled and replied earnestly, "Young master, it is pointless to deceive oneself. The sovereign has invested immense effort in your cultivation. Who else could inherit the esteemed position of the sword sect if not you? Moreover, you have a formidable figure like Han Wenbi supporting you, a person of considerable influence, far surpassing us laborers." Su Beiyu frowned again, insisting, "Do not call me young master. I am Su Beiyu. Merely 20 years of age." Song Guangguan retained a hint of youthful innocence, pouting as she remarked, "Your name is something the sovereign may call you, but I cannot, for it is the rule. Should I violate this rule and the sovereign finds out, I shall be punished." Su Beiyu remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Song Guangguan suddenly linked her arm with Su Beiyu's and suggested, "How about I just call you young master then? What do you think?" Su Beiyu had recently ascended to the second rank and could not evade the grasp of the adept Song Guangguan, resigning himself to the situation with a sigh. "Very well, young master it is." Song Guangguan, still linked to Su Beiyu's arm, inquired, "Are you headed to Jilu City?" Su Beiyu nodded in affirmation. "I wish to take a look." Song Guangguan spoke softly, "You are arriving at just the right time. The current Jilu City is a tangle of various forces, complex and intertwined. I have just come from there and am somewhat familiar with the situation. At present, there are several factions worth noting. Foremost is the Taoist sect led by the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. possessing the greatest strength. Next is the local power, the Lingwu Duke's residence, representing the court. And then there is our sword sect, with the three factions standing in a tripartite balance. Additionally, there are the Prairie Royal Court, the Malawan Temple, and even pawns from the Northwest Border Army, all mingling in the fray, seeking to profit from the chaos, Su Beiyu remarked. Indeed, it is a scene of confusion, a veritable mixing of fish and dragons. Song Guangguan leaned her head against Su Beiyu's shoulder, softly saying, "Not long ago, I heard of an unnamed swordsman from Shilong Prairie who slayed 12 wolf bandits. It stands to reason that this unnamed swordsman is you? My young master, who is currently honing his skills through bloodshed. If I can deduce this, then the Demon Suppression Hall's people are not fools. They have set traps around Jianghu City, waiting for you to arrive. I have already dealt with one of them on my way here, so let me escort you to Jianghu City. What do you say?" Su Beiyu softly acquiesced. "Very well, young master," Su Beiyu began. "You may simply call me Guangguan Guangguan. Please loosen your hold. I am not about to run away, young master. You are now the young master of the sword sect, a person of great value. I must protect you closely. Let us not be so familiar. After all, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. It would be improper otherwise. I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood, yet I have not studied the classics of the sages, nor have I learned the principles of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. As for what you say about propriety between men and women, I am entirely ignorant. Young ladies should be more reserved. The sovereign has decreed that I shall be your maidservant, attending to your every need, including clothing and meals, and I am to become your concubine in the future. How can I still be reserved?" After some playful banter, the two of them set off on horseback, having dispatched a few unwary bandits along the way. Riding together, Su Beiyu finally managed to evade Song Guangguan's persistent grasp. They traveled tirelessly, day and night, and after approximately 3 days, amidst her sweetly repeated address of young master, they finally beheld the imposing silhouette of Jianghu City. Due to Jianghu City's trading activities, it attracted visitors from all directions. And at that moment, the city had no restrictions on entry. All 4 gates stood wide open, welcoming pedestrians. However, just 3 miles outside the city, a cavalry force of over 30,000 lay in wait. At the slightest command from Lingwu Duke Xiaomo, they could march into the city. The two halted their horses before the city, and Su Beiyu gazed up at the towering walls of Jianghu City, which still bore the scars of past battles, weathered and worn over the years. If the central capital were likened to a robust general in the prime of life, then Jianghu City resembled a veteran soldier entering his twilight, stripped of former glory and left with but scars to show. After a long pause, Su Beiyu remained silent. Song Guangguan chuckled. "Currently, there is little to see in Jianghu City. If you were to travel back several decades, you would find a place bustling with vendors selling goods, lives, and even people. An assortment of oddities. With money, one could procure anything," Su Beiyu calmly remarked. "Money is a wonderful thing." Song Guangguan blinked and replied, "My young master, to speak of wealth so openly is not the hallmark of a sage. True sages regard money as mere refuse." Su Beiyu self-deprecatingly laughed. "Who am I to claim the title of sage? Simply managing to live with one's head held high in this world is already a significant achievement." Song Guangguan lowered her head, deep in thought. Su Beiyu continued, "To live with integrity and dignity is even more challenging." A moment of silence enveloped them. "Why, young master? Yes? Shall we enter the city? Let us go into the city." The vast grasslands constitute a world governed by the law of the jungle, while Jianghu City stands as a sanctuary detached from such violence. Here, one finds not bloodshed, but layer upon layer of intricate rules. However, these complex regulations are seldom written down, mostly conveyed through oral tradition. Within its confines lie some of the most convoluted tales in the world. Perhaps a storyteller in a roadside tavern once welcomed guests from all corners of the realm, or perhaps that drunken patron was once a heroic figure clad in green, wielding a sword. Even the seemingly carefree girl with twin ponytails should not be underestimated. Who knows if she might be a sage enjoying the rejuvenation of youth? As the saying goes, great secrets lie within the court. Intermediate ones within the market, and minor ones in the wilderness in this city. Aside from those of intermediate status, there are many desperate outlaws, bandits, assassins, and even those who have struck it rich and come to retire. Coupled with spies from the Shadow Guard, itinerant Taoist missionaries, elite soldiers from the Northwest Border Army, traders and caravans from various regions, and people from the plains and later migrations, Jianghu City has transformed from a murky pool into a quagmire from which escape is far more challenging than entry. The more chaotic a place, the more it adheres to its rules, yet these rules are often obscure. Many who set foot in Jianghu City for the first time find themselves unable to grasp the regulations before they lose the opportunity to learn them entirely. Jianghu City has never hesitated to take lives, yet every death must adhere to the established norms. Should anyone dare to kill outside these rules, whether it be the ruler of Jianghu City, Xiaomo, or anyone else, there will always be someone to enlighten that rule breaker on the customs of Jianghu City. Those who dare to disregard the rules of Jianghu City and emerge unscathed are few and far between, such as the master of the Demon Suppression Hall or Gongsun Zhongmo. The former commands respect due to his status, while the latter possesses a level of martial prowess that allows him to transcend many rules and principles. This is why members of the sword sect often say that all worldly matters boil down to the matter of the sword. The two did not enter Jianghu City through the nearby West Gate, but rather took a detour to enter through the South Gate. Su Beiyu was aware that, according to the records of Taiping Huanyu, the former lord of the city, now the Lingwu Duke's residence, faced north rather than south, uniquely defying convention. Entering through the South Gate would place them behind the Lingwu Duke's residence, conveniently bypassing the most chaotic area of the city. Before entering, Song Guangguan shared various rules of the city with Su Beiyu, though she only touched upon them lightly. After all, in her eyes, Su Beiyu was the young master of the sword sect, with the sovereign supporting him. He was akin to a dragon crossing the river and need not overly concern himself with these so-called rules. However, he should remain cautious of the local factions and families, as they were the ones who set the regulations. Once inside the city, Song Guangguan pointed to several towering watchtowers and explained, "Each watchtower represents a family. This is one of the regulations of Jianghu City. Only those who surpass a certain threshold can construct a watchtower. With 5 towers standing, it signifies there are 5 families. The tallest watchtower among them belongs to the illustrious Xiao family of Lingwu County, while the other towers are affiliated with the Wei, Min, Shi families, and the mysterious Xian Shui Pavilion. Excluding Xian Shui Pavilion, which is a sect of cultivation, the remaining families are deeply rooted aristocratic clans, intricately connected to several prominent families of the current dynasty. Among them, the Min family descends from the 6th-rank minister of the Lingyan Pavilion, Duke Min Xing of the state of Xi'an. Min Xing harbored resentment after failing to secure power against Wei Jin and was later executed by the late Emperor Xiaoyu for his involvement in a conspiracy alongside Han Xiong. However, due to the emperor's gratitude for his past contributions, Min Xing's family was spared and relocated to Jianghu City, under the care of the then Prince of Lingwu, Xiao Shu. Subsequently, Min Xing's son altered the family name from Min to Min, thus establishing the Min family as it is known today. Su Beiyu was astonished and inquired, "So, the Wei family is indeed that of the Grand Commander Wei Jin?" Song Guangguan explained, "As the Grand Commander of the current dynasty, Wei Jin presides over the Grand Commandery, enjoying unparalleled prestige. His direct lineage remains in the imperial capital. However, following the Treaty of Daliang City, Wei Jin, under the Emperor Zhao's orders, was tasked with overseeing Jianghu City, where he fathered an illegitimate son. With Wei Jin's support, this son later founded the Wei family in Jianghu City, establishing the current family business, which can barely be considered a branch of the Wei family from the imperial capital." Su Beiyu frowned, realizing that he had encountered 2 illustrious names along his journey, Lan Yu and Wei Jin. Both held significant power, one in civil affairs and the other in military, although Wei Jin appeared somewhat more reserved compared to the ostentatious presence of Lan Yu, who seemed to overshadow all with his remarkable reputation. Su Beiyu then asked, "And what of the Shi family?" Song Guangguan chuckled. "They too are among the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion, with Shi Lu ranking 22nd, originally a subordinate of the northern town king Lin Han. After Lin Han was granted a fief in the Grassland court, Shi Lu served as a deputy commander in the Grand Commandery. However, after the incident during the first year of the Qingping era, he was dismissed from his position and returned to Xiliang Prefecture, secretly aligning himself with his former lord, the northern town king. With assistance from the court, he established the current Shi family in Jianghu City in the 12th year of Qingping. Though their foundation is shallow, they are not to be underestimated." Before Su Beiyu could inquire further, Song Guangguan continued, "As for Xian Shui Pavilion, its origins remain enigmatic. Neither our Sword Chi Lingkong Hall nor the Demon Suppression Hall can trace its roots. However, I once overheard the sect leader mention it, suggesting that Xian Shui Pavilion has some obscure connection with the later established Murong Xianyin, and perhaps even the shadow of the later founded Xian sect. Su Beiyu felt as though a thread was beginning to weave through his thoughts. The Northern Town King and the Shi family, Murong Xianyin and Xian Shui Pavilion, Emperor Xiao and the Prince of Lingwu, coupled with the Taoist sword sect, it appears that a significant portion of the major forces in the world congregate in Jilu City. As they walked along the cobblestone streets, several sturdy middle-aged men, seemingly locals, gradually approached them. Song Guangguan stepped forward and tossed a few pieces of loose silver. After receiving the silver, the middle-aged men weighed it in their hands, scrutinized the two, and then turned to leave. Noticing Su Beiyu's astonishment, Song Guangguan chuckled lightly. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. It's not worth entangling ourselves with these local ruffians over a few coins. Su Beiyu nodded and suddenly inquired, by the way, Guangguan, what is your realm? Song Guangguan replied softly, above the ghost immortal, below the human immortal. I'm not a master, but I can handle some minor rascals. Chapter 63. The renowned scholar Song Diwang. Upon entering the city, Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan dismounted, each leading their horses along the path. After walking a while, they spotted a tavern with available seating. Su Beiyu hesitated, handing the reins to a doorman, and proceeded into the tavern to sit down. The sharp-eyed waiter, noticing the young couple, while not dressed in the finest attire, exuded an air of distinction. Approached them without delay, smiling ingratiatingly. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you dining or seeking lodging? Song Guangguan asked. Do you have wine? Indeed, indeed. How could a tavern be without wine? We have all varieties. Wujiapai, Zhuaiqing, Huadiao, Fangio, Shadaozi, whatever you desire, just name it. After contemplating, Song Guangguan replied, let us have a jar of Huadiao, along with some of your signature dishes. Very well. The waiter called out with the distinct voice of his profession, then hurried to the back. Before long, the dishes and wine arrived. Su Beiyu picked up his chopsticks and stated, I don't drink. Song Guangguan widened her eyes in disbelief. How can a man not drink? Su Beiyu merely smiled and remained silent. Realizing her remark could be interpreted as mocking, Song Guangguan stuck out her tongue, removed the seal from the wine jar, poured herself a bowl, and took a small sip, swiftly draining it like a dragon drinking water. Su Beiyu focused on his meal. After finishing her drink, a charming flush appeared on Song Guangguan's face, akin to a ripe apple, as she contentedly squinted her eyes and languidly remarked, the taste of this wine is reminiscent of a woman. One only understands its allure after experiencing it. Though this tavern's huadiao cannot compare to the authentic ones from Jiangnan, it is still decent, perhaps 5 to 6 parts good. Young master, one tea you have a sip to taste? Su Beiyu remained unmoved. No, then I shall drink it all myself. Song Guangguan shook her head, seemingly lamenting Su Beiyu's loss, and fearing he might have regrets. She took the entire wine jar, inhaled deeply, and drank straight from it, the liquid cascading like a dragon emerging from water. After downing the jar of wine, Song Guangguan did not use her cultivation to dissipate the effects, and her complexion transformed from a 5-part ripe apple to nearly fully ripe. Her eyes first became hazy and then began to glaze over, and after a burp, she collapsed onto the table. Su Beiyu was initially taken aback, then became flustered, ultimately feeling a mix of amusement and despair. As the inebriated Song Guangguan continued to mumble drunkenly, the tavern was filled with noise. Su Beiyu could not hear her clearly but vaguely discerned her speaking of her hometown, mentioning its temples, caves, spicy soup, and peonies, all beautiful sights. Eventually, she spoke of her parents, who had passed away when she was very young. Su Beiyu sighed softly, realizing they were both lost souls in this world. He finished the dishes on the table, preparing to awaken Song Guangyuan. At tea that moment, a middle-aged man with 3 wisps of long beard appeared outside the tavern, dressed in a blue long gown and wearing a square scarf, resembling a scholar. Suddenly, the previously intoxicated Song Guangguan lifted her head, her eyes devoid of any drunkenness, fixating on the man approaching the tavern. Although the street was bustling with people, she saw only the middle-aged man walking towards them. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, walked slowly, one hand behind his back, the other gently stroking his long beard. Had it not been for his shabby attire, he would resemble an esteemed scholar wielding a whisk. Su Beiyu followed Song Guangguan's gaze and suddenly recalled what his master had once said about the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, one of whom hailed from a scholarly background, well-versed in the teachings of the three religions, and had engaged in debates with several eminent Buddhist monks, gaining renown in the scholarly circles of Jiangnan. However, due to scandalous rumors involving a widowed daughter-in-law, his reputation had been tarnished, leading him to retreat into the Taoist sect, adopting a new identity and becoming one of the 36 chief stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall. This middle-aged man bore some resemblance to that once-renowned scholar. He stepped slowly into the tavern, gazing at Su Beiyu, and softly remarked, "What a sizable fish." Song Guangguan stood up, positioning herself protectively behind Su Beiyu, and declared firmly, "Song Diwang. He is Song Diwang, the 14th-ranked chief steward of the Demon Suppression Hall." The middle-aged man, revealing a jade ruler from his sleeve, calmly stated, "Will you surrender quietly, or shall we engage in a struggle? Though I believe the former would be preferable, sparing you some physical suffering and saving me some effort." Song Guangguan retorted coldly, "Song Diwang, are you not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away?" With a gentle smile, Song Diwang casually waved his jade ruler. Su Beiyu did not even sense a fluctuation of energy, yet Song Guangguan appeared to be on high alert. The next moment, half of the tavern collapsed, split in two, as countless bricks, tiles, and wooden debris fell, burying several unfortunate souls beneath the ruins, seemingly sealing their fates. The residents of Jianghu City had grown accustomed to such celestial battles, and upon witnessing this scene, patrons in the tavern fled in panic, while the tavern owner and staff dashed to the back courtyard, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Song Guangguan produced a slender sword, the same one she had used in her earlier duel with Yizue. Due to her failure to fully refine it, she still bore it on her back. After all, this was Jianghu City, and even Song Diwang feared unforeseen changes. He stepped forward, raising his jade ruler towards Song Guangguan, unleashing an invisible force. Song Guangguan positioned her slender sword across her chest, which was immediately forced into a terrifying arc. Her face turned pale. She grunted softly before severing the invisible force, then swiftly rushed towards Song Diwang. Her sword aura surged dramatically, extending over 10 zhang, as thick as a man's arm, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a casual sweep of his sleeve, Song Diwang effortlessly seized the strike, the slender sword vibrating incessantly yet unable to escape his grasp. While he brought his ruler crashing down toward her head. This jade is indeed an extraordinary artifact, crafted from the celestial blue and white jade of East Kunlun, complemented by the essence of gung metal. It is said to be a replica of the legendary celestial treasure. Engraved upon its surface are the 8 great talismans of the character, forming a powerful array. When held, it feels as light as a feather. Yet when wielded against an adversary, it bears the weight of 1,000 jun should one be struck by this. Aside from the renowned Buddhist monks known for their golden bodies, others would likely meet a gruesome fate. Their brains splattered, and so it is with Song Guangguan, who, upon seeing the changed countenance and stepping onto the path of the righteous, managed to evade its perilous strike with her exquisitely embroidered shoes, leaving 2 lotus imprints upon the ground. Her slender sword bent in response, transitioning into the engaging directly with the Song Emperor's might. The sword radiated an overwhelming aura, fiercely slicing at the Emperor's palm. The Song Emperor, with a cold smirk, dismissed her threat. For he had already attained the realm of human immortals, his martial prowess at its zenith. How could he fear a mere girl yet to reach that realm? Ultimately, the slender sword could not withstand the strain of their clash. Bending into a terrifying arc before shattering into pieces, a flush of crimson surged across Song Guangguan's face, swiftly replaced by pallor as she staggered back, forming a sword seal with her remaining strength. The remnants of her sword, imbued with a semblance of life, shot towards the Song Emperor. He waved his sleeves violently, clearing away the fragments with ease. At that moment, Song Guangguan floated back to Su Beiyu's side. Grasping his shoulder, intent on retreating, the Song Emperor coldly inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" In an instant, the jade transformed into a beam of white light, racing forth. In a desperate moment, Song Guangguan forcefully pushed Su Beiyu out of the inn, only to be struck in the back by her complexion drained of color, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and her vital energy dissipated entirely. With her final ounce of strength, she uttered a single word, "Leave." Chapter 64. Sword chi in the air. Su Beiyu crashed through the wall and emerged onto the street outside the tavern. Shortly thereafter, the Song Emperor dragged the powerless Song Guangguan out, stating calmly, "Can you truly escape?" The terrifying aura of a human immortal bore down upon Su Beiyu, who, possessing only a second-tier cultivation level, found it nearly impossible to stand firm. Swaying precariously, he gazed at Song Guangguan, whose throat was gripped by the Song Emperor, and grasped the Tianlan sword behind him, softly declaring, "I had no intention of fleeing either." The Song Emperor mocked, "Is the esteemed sword sect's young master truly willing to risk everything for this mere girl? How touching! I wonder how Gongsun Zhongmo will feel upon hearing this. He will surely be greatly disappointed." A robust figure approached from the end of the street. The Song Emperor remained unperturbed by the man's arrival. The Taoist sect and the Sword sect had gathered in Jianghu City, with the Taoist side represented by various stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall, while the Sword sect was accompanied by the numerous sword masters of the Sword Chi Hall. The appearance of this man at such a time was both natural and expected. He halted 3 zhang away from the Song Emperor, towering in stature, clad in black attire and boots, with a massive sword nearly half his height slung across his back. His expression one of unabashed indifference, he looked towards Su Beiyu and disdainfully remarked, "She was destined to be a dead soldier. Dead soldiers must die. You risk your own life for such a one. Truly a task unbefitting." He then shifted his gaze to Song Guangguan, coldly huffing, "Useless trash." Su Beiyu closed his eyes, remaining silent. Though he had not known Song Guangguan for long, merely a few days, to claim deep affection would be disingenuous. Yet, she had just risked her life to save him, and he could not summon the ruthlessness to abandon her in her moment of peril. The Song Emperor chuckled darkly, preparing to snap Song Guangguan's throat. At that very moment, the towering man grasped the hilt of his giant sword. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Guangguan was one of the 12 sword masters. Allowing her to be slain before his eyes would be unacceptable to both the other sword masters and the sect leader. The Song Emperor halted his motion, glancing at the formidable sword master, before tossing Song Guangguan at Su Beiyu's feet and once more drawing the jade. The tall figure slowly unsheathed his massive sword, its aura as robust as a tree trunk, soaring towards the heavens. Though both he and Song Guangguan were sword masters of the Sword Chi Hall, she ranked at the bottom of the 12. While he stood among the top 3, having transcended the realm of ghost immortals to become a true cultivator, an authentic human immortal. What followed would be a clash between the Taoist sect and the Sword sect's human immortals. Nevertheless, Su Beiyu paid no heed to this impending struggle. He sat upon the ground, retrieved the mysterious sword that had fallen, and gently cradled Song Guangguan in his arms. However, as he moved, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering vividly upon his chest, the shocking crimson hue stark against his attire. Song Guangguan's complexion had turned ashen, akin to parchment, blood beginning to seep from her orifices, her exhalations growing more frequent while her inhalations dwindled, each breath heavier than the last. The orthodox cultivation system of the Taoist sect comprises 3 great dantians, the lower dantian as the Sea of Qi, the middle dantian as the Abode of Qi, and the upper dantian as the Purple Mansion. The positions of the back heart and chest correspond to the abode of Qi's vital gate. After being struck in the back by the Song Emperor, her Qi in the abode had become disordered, disrupting her meridians. Had she been of the human immortal realm, her physical constitution would have supported her, allowing her to endure the pain. Yet, her rise to the ghost immortal realm at such a young age was due to her practice of a hastened method neglecting physical cultivation. Without a robust physique, the chaotic Qi became a harbinger of death. This was the greatest divergence between her and Su Beiyu. He advanced steadily in body, cultivation, and swordsmanship, and although there were concerns expressed by the Qing Taoist, such a situation would never have arisen before this moment. Su Beiyu gazed at the frail woman in his embrace, utterly helpless, as he silently wiped the increasing blood from her face. The stark contrast of white and red was particularly jarring. At this moment, Su Beiyu deeply comprehended that the world of cultivators, beneath its seemingly carefree facade, harbors a cruelty more profound than the mundane realm. It is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Lying in Su Beiyu's arms, Song Guangguan managed to open her eyes with great difficulty, uttering, "Life and death are predestined. I lack your exceptional talent, thus I can only be an unworthy dead soldier." Though I never wished for death, such is destiny I in that moment. She finally ceased referring to herself in the third person, instead using, just as Su Beiyu had said, to stand tall and proud amidst the heavens and earth is no small feat. Su Beiyu forced a smile, muttering some nonsense. We, disciples of the sword sect, never believe in fate. Song Guangguan gasped for breath, pain piercing her heart, rendering her nearly speechless. Su Beiyu gently reassured, it will be fine. Master will surely have a way, I will seek him out. Song Guangguan shook her head, speaking in fragmented breaths, the sect leader must prepare for the battle against the master of the demon suppression hall. He will not concern himself with these trifles. Moreover, Sai said, my life is worthless, yet resilient. I may not die. Just that it hurts a bit. Su Beiyu retorted angrily, a matter of life and death is but a trifling concern. What then constitutes a significant matter? Must the heavens themselves collapse for it to be deemed serious? Song Guangguan's exquisite face contorted in agony, her eyes reddening. Young master, I too do not wish to die. Su Beiyu, cradling her, slowly rose, speaking with calm conviction, you will not. Song Guangguan leaned weakly against Su Beiyu's chest, her eyelids fluttering shut, her voice fading, her breaths growing shallower. Su Beiyu observed the woman in his arms. During the fierce battle, the ribbon binding her hair had fallen, her flowing tresses cascading down, obscuring the sides of her face, rendering her even more delicate and pitiable. He carried her away from the battlefield. Whispering softly in her ear, you mentioned that the peonies in Luoyang are exquisite. As long as we do not perish in this Jianghu city, I will take you to Yuzhou to see the ancestral temple of Buddhism in Luoyang, to visit the stone caves and to admire the peonies of Luoyang. All right. Song Guangguan offered no response. Su Beiyu forced a wry smile. Suddenly, an elder materialized not far from him, stating calmly, your responses in the Dragon Gate Tavern, from dealing with the 12 wolf bandits to every situation, have been composed, yet you falter for a mere girl. This is truly unworthy. Su Beiyu turned to the elder, slowly kneeling upon the ground, solemnly imploring, I beg master to save her life. Gongsun Zhongmo flicked his fingers, a surge of vital energy infusing into Song Guangguan's body, as he gently instructed, take her to the Xian Shui Pavilion in the southern part of the city. Return in 7 days. If she still lives, she shall belong to you from then on. If she has perished, find a suitable resting place for her, so as to honor the bond between master and servant. Su Beiyu quietly acknowledged with a sound, lifting Song Guangguan and heading south. Upon Gongsun Zhongmo's appearance, the Song Emperor exhibited no hesitation, retreating immediately. With the precedent of the Wheel King, the other stewards of the Demon Suppression Hall were compelled to exercise caution in the presence of Gongsun Zhongmo. The towering sword master approached Gongsun Zhongmo, kneeling on one knee. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Gongsun Zhongmo waved dismissively. The red-scaled sword master rose and withdrew. Gongsun Zhongmo stood with hands clasped behind his back on the empty street, softly inquiring Yujia, how many among the 12 sword masters would be willing to serve Su Beiyu? A voice materialized from nowhere, raspy and aged, responding, among those below the red-scaled rank, only 4 are willing to pledge loyalty to the young master. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled, 4? That seems rather few. From the shadows, Yujia replied calmly, I and Xianyi will follow only the sect leader's command. Gongsun Zhongmo responded placidly, if one day I am no longer here, take him to meet Han Xian. Once he reaches the Earth Immortal realm, hand over the Sword Chi Hall to him. Chapter 65. To die is to die. Without regret at long last, Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. Yujia, have Xianyi go to Xian Shui Pavilion and send a word. With such a commotion here, Xian Shui Pavilion must have caught wind of it. After a gentle acknowledgement, Yujia, concealed in the shadows, retreated. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhongmo also departed from the scene, leaving behind a tavern that had been reduced to ruins. Still whispering the tales of the recent events, Su Beiyu carried Song Guangguan to the southern city, where a striking complex of black-tiled buildings sprawled across a vast area, with winding paths leading to secluded corners, revealing hidden wonders. At its heart stood a towering watchtower, signifying its identity as Xian Shui Pavilion, one of the 4 sects of Jianghu City. Xian Shui Pavilion had been forewarned of the happenings. A woman clad in a flowing black robe awaited at the entrance, accompanied by a group of maidservants. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she gracefully folded her sleeves in salutation, saying, Cold Xiushui of Xian Shui Pavilion pays her respects to young Master Su. Although the title of young master had lost its former prestige, no longer reserved solely for noble science, Su Beiyu had never before been addressed thus in his first 20 years of life. It was only after meeting Song Guangguan that he had been bestowed this appellation. Su Beiyu, cradling Song Guangguan, inclined his body slightly in return. Cold Xiushui gazed at Song Guangguan in Su Beiyu's arms and softly remarked, "This must be the Miss Song that Master Gongsun spoke of. I kindly request that young Master Su entrust her to our pavilion. However, due to the all-female nature of our establishment, it would be inconvenient for a man to enter, thus we ask that you return in 7 days." Su Beiyu gently placed Song Guangguan into the hands of 2 maidservants beside Cold Xiushui, murmuring, "Then I shall trouble Lady Cold." Cold Xiushui responded with a faint smile, "It is but my duty." Not worth mentioning that Su Beiyu took a step back, clasping his hands in farewell, "I bid you farewell." Cold Xiushui maintained her serene smile, replying, "No need to see you off." The 2 dark doors slowly closed. As Su Beiyu turned to leave, a figure shrouded in a black robe stood solemnly not far away. Upon noticing Su Beiyu, he intoned, "Jinshi Lingkong's Master Jian Xian greets the young master. The sect master awaits you at the Jinyuyuan in the southern city." Su Beiyu paused, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips. "Young master, in the blink of an eye, I have become a notable figure?" He shook his head, laughing at himself. "What makes me a noteworthy figure? Were it not for my master's reputation, how many of these sword masters would even care to spare me a glance? Even now, as they call me young master, how many truly hold me in esteem? Relying on others is precarious. In this life, one can only depend on oneself." Su Beiyu acknowledged the second-ranking master among the 12 sword masters with a nod before departing. Jian Xiani stood in stunned silence, and once Su Beiyu had vanished from sight, he shook his head and chuckled softly, "To be favored by the sect master. Indeed, there is something remarkable about him." Jinyuyuan. The name alone suggests it is no ordinary abode. It is a grand establishment, sprawling like the residences of the affluent, yet distinct from the common brothels. Within Jinyuyuan, an otherworldly ambience prevailed, with deep courtyards that exuded tranquility and elegance. Devoid of any hint of vulgarity, it was not merely populated by courtesans. Musicians, tailors, craftsmen, and countless servants also frequented this place. Many esteemed figures of Jiulu city would arrange for a favored companion and rent an entire courtyard. Not solely for carnal pleasures, as those with status often had beautiful wives and concubines, but more so for seclusion and cultivation. A retreat from the tumult of the world, it was unexpected yet understandable that Gongsun Zhongmo, hailing from an illustrious lineage, would find refuge here. Jinyuyuan held significant renown in Jiulu city, and Su Beiyu quickly located it after inquiring among several passers-by. Guided by a servant clad in a green headscarf, Su Beiyu traversed corridors and meandering paths until he arrived at the courtyard where Gongsun Zhongmo resided. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of flourishing flora, verdant greenery, and an atmosphere of serene elegance. Entirely devoid of the usual debauchery, resembling more the retreat of a distinguished scholar, Su Beiyu did not find Gongsun Zhongmo there, but he did encounter Ji Yun, whom he had not seen for some time. Ji Yun remained as shy and demure as ever, in stark contrast to Song Guangguan. Upon seeing Su Beiyu, she fidgeted with her garment, casting her gaze downward at her shoe tips, hesitating to speak. Su Beiyu jested. "What is this? After a few days apart, you no longer recognize me." Ji Yun's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Of course not." Su Beiyu smiled gently. "Then shall you show me around?" Ji Yun lifted her head, beaming with a radiant smile as she led the way. As night fell, Su Beiyu finally met with his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, in a pavilion, where the two engaged in a profound exchange. Though termed a secret discussion, it was more an inquiry and response between master and disciple. In the pavilion, Gongsun Zhongmo, facing Su Beiyu, spoke softly, "When you step into the realm of the earth immortal, regardless of whether I am still here, you shall be the sect master of the sword sect." Su Beiyu was not taken aback. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. The night breeze stirred. A hint of chill permeated the air, moonlight cascaded down, fragmented by clusters of foliage and flowers, casting peculiar shadows upon the ground. Gongsun Zhongmo gazed at the luminous moon above, stating, "My lifelong aspiration has been to re-establish the sword sect. Now, having surpassed 80 years, I see no hope for immortality in this life, and it is fair to say I have one foot in the grave. Thus, I seek a successor to carry on my legacy, Su Beiyu inquired softly. Master, have you not already rebuilt the sword sect? Gongsun Zhongmo withdrew his gaze, first glancing at his disciple, then taking a sip from the snake gall wine upon the stone table. What I desire for the sword sect is not merely a Jinshi Lingkong hall, but a complete sword sect comprising the sword pavilion, the punishment department, the sword storage tower, the sword teaching cave, Bio Island, Zongjin Island, along with 34 other islands, 300 sword tombs, 500 sword pools, and nearly 1,000 sword furnaces. In short, I seek a complete sword sect, yet this sword sect no longer exists. Su Beiyu fell silent. Gongsun Zhongmo's voice was ethereal, akin to the snake gall wine in his hand. Here, there were only the two of us, master and disciple, no outsiders present. Thus, I shall speak plainly. When the Dao sect divided, its standing fell drastically. The Dao sect spent nearly 1,000 years reviving itself, so the reconstruction of the sword sect is not the task of a single generation. As your master's wife rightly said, each generation must address its own matters. Others should be left to subsequent generations. Su Beiyu nodded in agreement. What master's wife says is indeed true. Gongsun Zhongmo drained the snake gall wine from the jug, sighing, what I, in my generation, have accomplished is merely the establishment of Jinshi Lingkong Hall. The only legacy I can bequeath to you is this Jinshi Lingkong Hall. And whether you can grasp it depends on your own abilities. Tio, speak frankly. I hope you can secure Jinshi Lingkong Hall while I am still alive. That way, I can depart with peace of mind. Even if I am no longer here, Jinshi Lingkong Hall will not fall into chaos or disarray. Su Beiyu, not responding directly to the question, asked, does Master not have confidence in the upcoming battle against the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall? Gongsun Zhongmo shook his head. It is not a matter of confidence. Indeed, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall possesses formidable cultivation, yet he has not reached a point where I am utterly helpless. It is merely that at my advanced age, I tend to ponder more about matters beyond my life. At this juncture, Gongsun Zhongmo hesitated slightly before continuing. Certain matters require someone to step forward. Someone to take action. If one decides to act, one must confront life and death. When faced with death, if one wishes to evade it, the task cannot be accomplished. To achieve one's goals, one must be prepared to die if necessary. Ultimately, someone must perish. If not you, then I doubt we may die. But if the endeavors we wish to accomplish succeed, our deaths are not in vain. This is to die with purpose, Su Beiyu softly interjected, to die without regret. The elder smiled, his expression radiating a profound sense of contentment. Chapter 66. The Sword Immortal's overwhelming aura. The realm of cultivation is indeed vast. Tio, carve out a name within it swiftly. One must possess not only profound cultivation but also the endorsement of a sect, notable achievements, or extraordinary traits. How did the young Shangguan Xianqian rise to fame? It was simple. With a single sword, he slaughtered 5 formidable Earth Immortal Masters, including the then Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall of the Dao sect, creating a sensation throughout the cultivation world, earning him the title of unparalleled Sword Immortal. Of course, there is a shortcut to fame, directly ascending to the top 10 of the heavenly mechanism list through cultivation, thereby ensuring one becomes a household name. However, it must be noted that those who reach the top 10 are invariably seasoned veterans, or revered masters like the Dao sect's Grandmaster, who need no such list to gain recognition. Should 2 individuals among the top 10 engage in a duel, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir within the cultivation world. The 8th-ranked Gongsun Zhongmo and the 7th-ranked Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, Chanyi, are set to duel in Jianghu City. This news struck like a boulder upon the previously tranquil surface of a lake, stirring countless ripples. Merchants began to flee Jianghu City, yet more and more cultivators arrived upon hearing the news. After all, both of these nearly immortal experts had built their reputations over many years, their true abilities beyond question. Gongsun Zhongmo had traversed the world, and the number of Dao sect experts who had perished under his sword could be counted on 2 hands. A genuine sword immortal, without a doubt. The master of the Demon Suppression Hall, the esteemed Chanyi, has presided over the hall for nearly half a century. Rarely does anyone provoke him to take personal action. But this time, his target is none other than Gongsun Zhongmo, who ranks just below Qingqian on the hall's notorious list of fiends. Such an extraordinary confrontation is a rare opportunity. If one were to be in a distant land unable to attend, It could be excused, but to miss it when so near would lead to a lifetime of regret. Atop the northern city gate, a towering watchtower rises into the clouds, a structure that does not belong to any faction. It was here that Emperor Xiaoyu forged a verbal alliance with General Morong Yin, planning a northern expedition and establishing the Five Kings. Much like the unwritten rules in the myriad of places within Jilu City, this watchtower is considered a forbidden zone, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. At present, two figures stand in the empty watchtower. Point one is the palace-clad woman who had visited Xiao Mo, yet now, devoid of her usual haughty demeanor. She bears the visible fatigue and weakness from her grievous injuries. She addresses the middle-aged man gazing out the window at the scenery. I have failed in my task, halting at the 20th sword of Gongsun Zhongmo. Unable to discern truth from illusion. The middle-aged man possesses a tall and slender frame, clad in a dark black robe, his feet in matching cloud shoes. His hair, neatly tied back with an ebony dragon hairpin, cascades down his back, and his hands, seemingly untouched by the passage of time, are as delicate as those of a youthful maiden. He turns to reveal a strikingly handsome face, exuding an air of authority befitting one who has long held power. Yet his lips curl into a habitual smile, softening his presence and rendering him less imposing and more amiable. With a gentle smile, he reassures her, there is no need for self-reproach. After the 20th sword, they are all blades meant for slaughter. Had you truly compelled Gongsun Zhongmo to utilize them, I would not have the pleasure of seeing you today. The woman bows her head, lacking any argument. Yet a hint of defiance lingers, reminiscent of a petulant daughter. In the presence of this middle-aged man, she appears almost as a young girl, both in status and age. She is the Eastern Ghost Emperor, second only to the Central Ghost Emperor within the lineage of the Fengdu Emperor, while the man before her is the sovereign of the entire Demon Suppression Hall. This master of the hall, known as Qianyi, belongs to the same generation as the current leader, the late Emperor Xiao, the Prime Minister Lan Yu, and Gongsun Zhongmo. The once youthful generation has now transformed into the true bearers of power, their long-standing grievances and disputes evolving into a convoluted ledger that none can fully comprehend. Qianyi has served in the Demon Suppression Hall since his youth, akin to today's Yizue. And after decades of diligent management, he became the new hall master following the resignation of his uncle, the esteemed Master Mingchen, thus completing the transition of power within the hall. Since assuming his role, various legends have emerged about him, crafting a multifaceted image. Some portray him as a ruthless butcher, one who consumes flesh when hungry and drinks blood when thirsty, mercilessly exterminating entire families, echoing the tales of Gongsun Zhongmo's own bloody exploits. Others claim he harbors grand ambitions, likening himself to the dark-clad leader, which suggests his desire to usurp the position of the current master. Over the years, he has seemingly played a grand game of strategy, with most whispers casting him in a notorious light, while few commendatory tales circulate. During a time of relentless strife among various lords vying for dominion, countless common folk suffered displacement. It was during this tumult that Qianyi discovered the Eastern Ghost Emperor and brought her into the Taoist fold. For her, Qianyi is a complex figure embodying the roles of mentor, father, and master. Gongsun Zhongmo and Xiao Mo appear as mere relics of a bygone era in her eyes, their skills insufficient to inspire fear. While the younger generation, like Su Beiyu, hardly merit her attention. Only the master of the hall commands her respect, allowing the once proud Eastern Ghost Emperor to set aside her arrogance and serve with the humility of a handmaiden. Qianyi, unfazed by the Eastern Ghost Emperor's defiance, muses, "You children have not endured the trials of yesteryear. Gongsun Zhongmo, in both temperament and talent, is indeed a man of exceptional caliber. It is merely a lack of fortune that has thwarted his ambitions. Were he a practitioner of the Tao, his achievements today might well surpass our own." The Eastern Ghost Emperor, feeling her pride pricked, huffs softly in retort. Qianyi merely smiles in response. From the northern gate of Jilu City to the residence of the Lingwu Duke, a broad, straight avenue stretches forth. On this thoroughfare, a master and disciple walk side by side. To the end of the road lies the northern city gate. Su Beiyu, following closely behind his master, squints towards the towering watchtower. Murmuring, "Master, when I was a child, I asked you what a sword immortal was. You told me that with a breath, one could manifest a flying sword, that with a sweep of the hand, swords would rain down, and that riding a sword could take one to the heavens. Wielding it would allow one to tread the world unchallenged. I thought then that sword immortals were truly magnificent. Gongsun Zhongmo, leading the way, does not look back but inquires with a smile, "What of it?" Su Beiyu chuckles lightly, "Perhaps today, Master could show your disciple some of that magnificence?" Gongsun Zhongmo responds with a carefree laugh, "Very well." What follows is reminiscent of their first encounter a decade prior. The elder, with a sword case on his back and hair billowing like white silk, halts 300 paces from the northern city gate. He then slams the sword case down before him, creating a fissure in the ground, while an invisible ripple of vital energy spreads outward, akin to a tempest sweeping through, rattling the tiles on nearby rooftops. In the next moment, Gongsun Zhongmo stands in the street, his fingers forming a sword gesture, pointing skyward. Initially, one sword shadow appears in the heavens, followed by 2, then 4, 8, and 16, each increasing in number. Soon, countless sword shadows cascade down. Obscuring the skies above, a smile graces Gongsun Zhongmo's face as he gently pushes his arm forward, taking slow strides. The myriad of sword shadows follows suit, all directed towards the watchtower at the northern gate. With a solemn voice, Gongsun Zhongmo declares, "Master Chunyi of the Taoist sect, today, I, Gongsun Zhongmo, challenge you to a duel." Inside the watchtower, Chunyi chuckles softly, acknowledging Gongsun Zhongmo's arrival. "You may watch from here, but do not intervene." The Eastern Ghost Emperor bites her lip, then nods in acquiescence. In an instant, Qian Ye's form vanishes, reappearing atop the watchtower's eaves, his voice resonating throughout Jianghu City. "Qian Ye is present. I invite Master Gongsun to draw his sword." On this day, in the bustling city of Jianghu, all inhabitants beheld a scene they would never forget. Countless sword shadows descended from the sky, thick and dense, blanketing the firmament. What a grand spectacle! A rain of swords. Chapter 67. The thunder pool presses down. Heavenly thunder falls. Xiao Mo stood atop his own watchtower, gazing at the vast sword rain obscuring the sun, squinting with a smile. This time, the thunder is indeed loud, and the rain plentiful. It seems a real battle is upon us. Shirlu, who do you think has the greater chance of victory? Standing a short distance behind Xiao Mo was the heir of Lingwu Duke, Xiao Shirlu, who, upon hearing the question, replied softly, "It should still be the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. After all, he is known as the foremost figure beneath the Taoist leader. Point 1 cannot suppress the 36 major stewards without a modicum of skill. And moreover, he ranks higher than Gongsun Zhongmo on the Tianji list." However, Xiao Mo shook his head. "If we speak of power, Xinyi indeed ranks as the foremost beneath the Taoist leader, but if we speak of cultivation, that is not necessarily the case. The older generation of the Qin lineage is indeed dwindling, yet a few remain, either in seclusion seeking longevity or in a half-dead state on the verge of dissolution. Those venerable masters beyond 100 years are the true foundation of the Tao, seldom making appearances and certainly not appearing on the Tianji list. This is a tacit understanding between the Tianji Pavilion and the Tao sect. Thus, while the Tianji list is worth a glance, it should not be taken wholly to heart." Xiao Shirlu nodded lightly, his expression unchanging, though internally, he felt a tumult akin to others. Every cultivator is drawn to the spectacle of two immortals clashing. Furthermore, considering the enmity between the Tao sect and the Sword sect, the struggle for supremacy decades ago was, in essence, driven by both factions behind the scenes. Although the Sword sect fell, Gongsun Zhongmo single-handedly bore its weight, stirring turmoil for nearly 60 years, leaving the Tao sect with no recourse. As the current sword duel unfolds, who will emerge victorious? Chen Yi stood at the eaves of the watchtower, quietly reflecting, what a marvelous move. Sword 9, as his words resonated, the myriad sword shadows suddenly froze in the air, neither advancing nor falling, appearing as a backdrop against the sky. Gongsun Zhongmo remained unfazed, extending his hand in a beckoning gesture. Instantly, the clouds above began to roil and churn, as if a true dragon coursed within. In the next moment, an invisible giant hand reached down from the heavens, grasping the sky, and a cloud pillar, as thick as a mountain, cascaded downwards, connecting heaven and earth. The tens of thousands within Jianghu City witnessed this scene, struck speechless, the vast city falling into an eerie silence. Could this be a sword? A cloud sword of unimaginable proportions? Gongsun Zhongmo spoke slowly. In the past, the Taoist leader forged a sword from the snow atop Baishan, striking down the capital. Today, I shall wield the clouds above as my sword. and with a single stroke, cleave Jianghu. The towering cloud sword stood majestically, exuding a formidable presence. Before this single sword, the master of the demon suppression hall appeared as insignificant as an ant. The soldiers stationed on the northern gate and walls had the vantage point. Feeling the suffocating pressure of the impending strike, all of them gazing upward, paralyzed with fear, terrified that this sword might descend and obliterate them along with the city gate and walls beneath their feet. What occurred next confirmed their worst fears. Gongsun Zhongmo, with empty hands, mimicked the motion of grasping a sword, then made a downward slash. The cloud sword above followed suit, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Its might akin to a mountain collapsing. Su Beiyu gazed upon the scene, murmuring, "Indeed, a sword immortal, exuding such overwhelming might." In the face of this sword, the master of the demon suppression hall maintained a serene countenance, extending his right index finger and allowing the sword to descend. Yet, when it was but 3 feet away, it could advance no further. With a single gesture, he designated the sword's path. In truth, the Taoist sect's patriarch had once wielded a sword forged from the snow-clad mountains. But at that time, he had not yet attained the pinnacle of his cultivation. That sword was shattered by the formidable General Su Lin with a mere punch, if one were to be honest. Such a display might intimidate the common folk, but against true masters of the same realm, it bore an air of superficiality. Gongsun Zhongmo softly intoned a dispersal incantation. In an instant, the colossal cloud sword disintegrated, transforming into nearly 1,000 normal-sized flying swords that hovered in the air, forming a circular sword formation, with the tips of over 1,000 swords still aimed directly at Chen Yi. In the blink of an eye, the sword energies intertwined, and countless flying swords, following intricate trajectories, surged forth to assault Chen Yi. What was even more astonishing was that, despite the onslaught of over 1,000 swords, none harmed the tower beneath Chen Yi's feet, a testament to Gongsun Zhongmo's mastery over the flying swords and sword energies, which had reached a truly terrifying level. At last, Chen Yi ceased his passive defense and, without any visible movement, dispersed over 200 flying swords, tearing a massive gap in the previously flawless sword formation. In a flash, his figure slipped through the breach, standing aloft in the heavens, suspended in the void. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled, raised his arm, and made a gesture of grasping. The sword energy erupted forth, soaring like a dragon through the sky, coiling inward with intent, aimed squarely at Chen Yi's face. 20 swords, ascending dragon one sword. The master of the demon suppression hall spread his 5 fingers wide, lightning flickering in his palm, and lightly struck the surging sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy exploded before him, scattering in all directions, wreaking havoc upon the city's structures. Those fortunate enough merely had their walls pierced, leaving behind gaping holes, while the unfortunate found themselves cleaved in twain, the sound of collapse echoing through the air. The method employed by Chen Yi was the palm thunder from the 5 thunder heart method of the Taoist sect. Historically, the Taoist sect has revered thunder methods, with the 5 thunder heart method being one of the most renowned paths leading to ascension. In terms of the earth immortal realm, it stood shoulder to shoulder with the 3 purities technique of the patriarch. Chen Yi spoke in a low voice, his tone clear yet not loud. Yet every word resonated in the ears of all present in the city, rendering any effort to cover their ears futile. Gongsun Zhongmo, why do you not draw your sword? For those of the sword sect, the presence or absence of a sword in hand makes a significant difference. Gongsun Zhongmo let out a hearty laugh, soaring upward, his robe billowing as he produced a pitch-black long sword in his right hand. Chen Yi smiled faintly, his gaze indifferent. At last, you grasped the sword with your own hands. Gongsun Zhongmo, what grandiosity you possess. Chen Yi spread his arms wide, his black-robed Taoist attire rustling dramatically, following Gongsun Zhongmo's use of the vast clouds as a sword. The once clear blue sky darkened, replaced by gathering storm clouds. Gongsun Zhongmo cast a glance at the sky before calmly withdrawing his gaze, rising to a height equal to Chen Yi, standing with sword in hand. With a rank higher than Gongsun Zhongmo on the heavenly mechanism ranking, Chen Yi calmly stated, to come without reciprocation is impolite. The eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise, 28 constellations in total, shall together construct a thunder pool. I invite you to observe closely. As Chen Yi spoke, the sky darkened, and amidst the black clouds, 28 points of light emerged in sequence, resembling stars in the night sky. The thunder pool formation is a well-known technique of the Taoist sect. The previous patriarchs, such as Zichuan and Weichun, as well as the Emperor Xiaoyu, were proficient in this method. Zichuan had even once suppressed the not yet fully formed cultivator Shangguan Xianqian with it. Chunyi had occupied the position of master of the Demon Suppression Hall for decades, and in recent years had come to be known as the Black-Robed Patriarch, a testament to his esteemed status within the sect, second only to the patriarch himself. His personal involvement in challenging Gongsun Zhongmo underscored a profound insult. For Gongsun Zhongmo's master, Shangguan Xianqian, had been suppressed by the patriarch using the Thunderpool method for several months. Could Gongsun Zhongmo hope to dismantle my Thunderpool today? Within the dark clouds, the radiance of the 28 stars grew more intense, revealing their true form. Not stars, but rather 28 thunder pearls, each the size of a human head, radiating a brilliant blue-violet light. In the next moment, thunder rolled through the black clouds. Gongsun Zhongmo, wielding the Xianyin sword, remained composed, awaiting the descent of the heavenly thundered. It is said that the once unparalleled Sword Immortal, Shangguan Xianqian, perished under the divine punishment of heaven due to his heavy sins. Yet Gongsun Zhongmo knew the truth was far more complex at that time. His master had already withstood 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. Though nearly exhausted, he still possessed the strength to fight. It was then that Xiaoyu, having just slain the leader of the White Lotus sect with his heavenly sword, arrived at the scene and struck at his master. His master countered with 35 swords, ultimately blocking Xiaoyu's heavenly sword but at the cost of his life due to exhaustion. No reincarnation, no mere survival. Death is death, and the path is straight, not crooked. This is the way of my sword sect. A bolt of heavenly thunder, as thick as a water vat, crashed down. Almost simultaneously, Gongsun Zhongmo thrust forth his sword, a force so grand and magnificent that it rivaled the heavenly thunder itself. With this sword, I honor my master. Chapter 68. Who can stand as equals beneath one sword the heavenly thunder bore down? Even those of the earth immortal realm must bow their heads. The heavenly thunder descended directly upon Gongsun Zhongmo, perfectly countering the thrust of his sword. The mighty sword energy surged forth, resembling a hanging galaxy flowing against the current. Reminiscent of Shangguan Xianqian's earlier display of sword energy that sliced through the skies, the sword energy shattered the bolt of heavenly thunder. The cultivators in the city stared in disbelief. Was the sword sect's sword path truly this tyrannical? The very symbol of heavenly tribulation, the heavenly thunder, had been effortlessly obliterated by Gongsun Zhongmo's single sword strike. Chunyi, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, remarking that the previous thunder was merely a preliminary test. Since it was the thunder pool formation, it was essential to witness the spectacle of all 28 thunders in action. The radiance of the 28 thunder pearls intensified, and akin to the previous heavenly thunder, 28 bolts of lightning erupted from the cloud sea, intertwining to form a vast net that enveloped Gongsun Zhongmo. The heavens and earth trembled, thunder crackled, and the air vibrated with energy. None dared to breach the thunder pool by even a single step. This formation, crafted through the profound Taoist arts, surpassed even the ancient thunder pools of yore. Gongsun Zhongmo extended his hand, calmly stating, "Please, draw your sword." The sword box upon the ground burst open with a thunderous roar, releasing azure sword energy that soared skyward. Following this, an unparalleled celestial sword slowly ascended from within the box, positioning itself between Gongsun Zhongmo and Qian Wide. As this sword emerged, the previously obscured sky was instantly suffused with a vibrant emerald hue, overshadowing even the brilliant thunder pool formation. Gongsun Zhongmo, his white hair cascading, grasped the sword's hilt and declared calmly, "This sword is designed to slay the carefree earth immortals." This sword was not only the personal weapon of the sword sect's leader, but also that of the founding ancestor of the sect. Named Zhu Xian, it had claimed the souls of nearly 100 earth immortals over the past millennium. Holding Zhu Xian, Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, proclaiming, "They say one must not step over the thunder pool. Today, I shall boldly step across it and see what the master of the Demon Suppression Hall can do to me." Indeed, Gongsun Zhongmo advanced rather than retreating, confronting the thunderous net head-on. With a casual stroke of Zhu Xian, he carved a brilliant arc through the air. The thunder fell silent. The black clouds dimmed. One sword traversed the thunder pool. One sword shattered the thunder pool, a display of sheer might. Su Beiyu observed this scene, his mind swirling. This was the true embodiment of the carefree earth immortal, the genuine Sword Immortal, and that Zhuxian sword. 10 years prior, Su Beiyu had witnessed this sword's emergence. From this very sword began the bond of master and disciple between him and Gongsun Zhongmo, a cicada of summer and a celestial sword. It was indeed a reunion after a long separation. On the vantage tower of the Lingwu Duke's residence, Xiao Mo shook his head with a sigh. Chenyi has lost, and Gongsun Zhongmo has triumphed. Xiao Shirlu, with disbelief etched across his face, stammered, "The master of the demon suppression hall actually lost. And what of that sword? Why have I never heard of it before? There are no rumors in the cultivation world. This makes no sense." Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes and whispered, "This sword is called Zhuxian. It was once one of the 3 great artifacts used by the Taoist sect to suppress fate. Over 1,000 years ago, during the Sword-Dao conflict, the Taoist sect split in 2. This sword was taken by the founder of the Sword sect and became the sect's treasured heirloom. Wielded by successive leaders, the previous leader, Shangguan Xianxin, passed it to Gongsun Zhongmo at the time of his death. The Taoist sect has long been unable to reclaim this treasure from Gongsun Zhongmo, leaving them with no face to speak of it. Naturally, the Taoist sect is reluctant to discuss it, and who among the cultivators dares to provoke the sect's ire? Moreover, this sword has not appeared for a long time. So it is understandable that your generation has not heard of it." Xiao Shirlu hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "Father, since Gongsun Zhongmo has won, what of the upcoming Jilu mutual market?" Xiao Mo replied calmly, "The reason I invited Gongsun Zhongmo was to stir the pot. This so-called mutual market is, in reality, a means for the court and His Majesty to consolidate various scattered cultivators. The last thing the Taoist sect wishes to witness is this scene. Were it not for Gongsun Zhongmo, a formidable remnant of the Sword sect, taking the lead, the Taoist sect would have been too preoccupied to intervene, and the so-called Jilu mutual market would never have come to pass. However, the current situation has exceeded my expectations, as Gongsun Zhongmo's battle with Qianyi has drawn such a multitude of cultivators. It is indeed a pleasant surprise." A smile graced the face of Xiao Shirlu as he congratulated his father, expressing that if this matter could be successfully accomplished, it would undoubtedly bring great joy to His Majesty, possibly allowing his father to seize this opportunity for further advancement. Xiao Mo also smiled, acknowledging that while a princely cap adorned with 6 eastern pearls was admirable, it paled in comparison to a crown embellished with 7. The title of prince was a privilege reserved only for the direct lineage. In the nascent days of the new dynasty, as various princes were bestowed their titles and governed their fiefs. The princely status of that time was not to be confused with the nominal princes of the dynasty's twilight. These were genuine feudal lords. The great Qi dynasty had conferred princely titles upon 5 individuals, including 2 from different surnames, the Liao King from the northeast and the Northern Pacification King, the Khan of the Steppes. The remaining 3 princes hailed from the Shao family's direct lineage, with the most renowned being the half-brother of the late emperor, the Wei King Shao Jin. Conversely, the collateral branches of the Shao family could only aspire to the title of county king. Perpetually overshadowed by the 3 princely figures of the direct lineage, it was only natural for Xiao Mo, as the head of the collateral Shao family, to desire further elevation. He softly remarked, "Shirlu, on the side of the direct lineage, there is 1 uncle king, 2 grand princesses, and 2 younger princes, while our collateral branch has only my father as a county king and the grand princess. Our position is indeed precarious. Although there are distinctions of kinship, one cannot write Shao with a single brushstroke. Why should we, bearing the title of collateral, suffer oppression from the direct lineage? Why should the Wei King monopolize an entire realm while my father and I are relegated to a single, desolate city on the outskirts? The disparity is immense. Since we cannot rely on ancestral ties, we must depend on ourselves. Otherwise, who in this court would ever regard us?" Xiao Shirlu bowed his head and replied, "Father's admonitions are etched in my heart." With a sigh, Xiao Mo turned away from the distant, carefree battle, his silhouette forlorn as he left the watchtower. The outcome of this battle surprised the vast majority. Gongsun Zhongmo, wielding the sword of extermination, decisively broke the thunder pool formation of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. Although the Lord, Chenyi, was unharmed, he found himself in a most disheveled state. And for someone of their stature, there was no longer any face to remain in Jilu City. Following this battle, the Taoist Demon Suppression Hall withdrew entirely from Jilu City. Yet, This conflict had elevated Gongsun Zhongmo, who, riding on the momentum of this extraordinary victory, was rightfully hailed as the foremost master of swordsmanship, his name rising to fame alongside the likes of the Taoist sect's leaders. Through the mouths of countless spectators from Jianghu City, the name Gongsun Zhongmo transcended the elite, reaching even those struggling at the bottom of the cultivation world, who now learned of the existence of a principle of the sword sect named Gongsun Zhongmo. Regrettably, this sword sect appeared as swiftly as it vanished. Shortly after the retreat of the Demon Suppression Hall, the once prominent sword Qi Lingkong Hall once again fell into obscurity, leaving no trace behind. With Gongsun Zhongmo himself drifting away, as a disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo, Su Beiyu was privy to certain secrets unknown to outsiders, such as the fact that Gongsun Zhongmo had engaged in private discussions with two individuals following the battle, the very instigators of the Jianghu city's trade. One was Xiao Mo, the prince of Lingwu, and the other was Chen Yi, the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. Xiao Mo had invited Gongsun Zhongmo to Jianghu City to break the deadlock. And now that Gongsun Zhongmo had perfectly repelled the Demon Suppression Hall, it was time for Xiao Mo to render his payment, a reward so substantial that it left Su Beiyu astounded. It was a private seal, entirely jade green, measuring over 3 inches in height, with a square base about 2 inches long and wide, inscribed with the words Ling Bao. More precisely, this was a token, which would allow the bearer to present a reasonable request to the reigning emperor. What kind of favor could the emperor bestow? It was as immense as the heavens. As for the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, the two concluded a transaction. Chapter 69. One seal for one person 30 miles outside Jianghu City. At the guest-sending pavilion. The pavilion was simple yet sturdy, built to withstand the winds and rains of the steppes. Two elderly men stood within, conversing, a stark contrast to their recent life-and-death struggle, now seeming like old friends sharing laughter. Perhaps such an attitude was necessary for longevity in this world. The young couple awaited not far outside the pavilion, their hearts heavy with inexplicable melancholy. Su Beiyu grew impatient with this uncertain wait, unable to resist glancing into the pavilion. Although both were the most formidable masters under heaven, the two elderly men presented vastly different images. Gongsun Zhongmo, clad in black and with white hair, wore a stern expression, exuding an aura of authority that instilled trepidation, reminiscent of the public's perception of the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. In contrast, Chen Yi embodied all the youthful imaginings of the lower ranks of the cultivation world, tall, ethereal, with a tranquil demeanor and a radiant presence. Though he too was of an age beyond doubt, he appeared far more agreeable than the aged visage of Gongsun Zhongmo, and his youth did not diminish his gravitas. Though Gongsun Zhongmo had triumphed over Chen Yi, he could not bring him to his end. Thus their standings remained relatively equal. Su Beiyu, aware of the nature of their discussion, could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Turning his gaze to Ji Yun, the young Taoist maiden, she seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting her head to meet his eyes, forcing a smile that betrayed her uncertainty, as if caught between words unspoken. Su Beiyu smiled faintly, feeling a swell of frustration. His decision to bring Ji Yun along had been one of necessity, yet as their journey unfolded, feelings had gradually blossomed. He longed to stand and declare to his master and the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, "I do not wish for this young lady to return to the Taoist sect. I want her to remain by my side." Yet, he lacked the courage and conviction to do so, before his master. He could not defy the will of the one who had imparted his teachings. In the presence of the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, he felt too insignificant to challenge such a towering figure. The very aura emanating from that great being, even when turned away, was nearly suffocating, let alone to confront him directly. Perhaps decades hence, Su Beiyu could achieve such feats, but for now, he could not. It was a lamentable reality. Inside the pavilion, their conversation neared its conclusion. Chen Yi glanced towards the young Taoist maiden standing outside, seemingly at a loss, and spoke plainly, "I owe gratitude to Gongsun Zhongzhu for his care during this time. Consider it a debt of gratitude. In the future, as long as it is within my capability, I shall not shy away." Gongsun Zhongmo maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly felt satisfaction at this response. A favor from the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, while not comparable to that of the emperor of the Great Qi, was nevertheless significant. The true fear of the lord lay not in his cultivation but in the power he wielded. He was rumored to be the foremost among the 36 great stewards, his prowess rivaling that of the esteemed master of the imperial court, Jianghu by sway, yet still subject to the Lord's command. Seeing Gongsun Zhongmo nod in agreement, Chen Yi produced a dark seal from his sleeve, intricately carved with a qilin, its dimensions closely matching the jade seal Xiaomo had previously entrusted to Gongsun Zhongmo, and it bore the inscription Qingge Juzi on its base. Gongsun Zhongmo accepted the seal with a faint smile, remarking, "Since aging, I find my heart has softened. Let us, two old fellows, take a stroll and allow the young ones to bid farewell." Chen Yi merely responded with a noncommittal hum, offering no rebuttal. The two elder men exited the pavilion in succession, Gongsun Zhongmo gesturing towards Su Beiyu. With a complex expression, Su Beiyu looked at Ji Yun, hesitating, unsure of how to speak. Was it truly time to part? Ji Yun cast a timid glance at the two elderly figures gradually receding, summoning her courage to grasp the sleeve of Su Beiyu. He looked down to find her eyes glistening with impending tears, a sign of emotional tumult. Perhaps in Gongsun Zhongmo's view, this pair of inexperienced young souls, having spent but a few months together, could not harbor profound feelings for him. After decades of mutual support through life and death, had they not ultimately gone their separate ways? The two young people would likely feel sorrow for a time. But it would soon pass. However, Ji Yun saw things differently. After the death of the old abbot who had taken her in, she had become utterly alone, and with the fall of her sect, she had lost her final refuge. Just as a drowning person instinctively clings to anything within reach, Su Beiyu had become the lifebuoy for Ji Yun, and she felt that only by relying on him could she avoid sinking into despair. In a hushed tone, Ji Yun confessed, "I do not wish to leave. I do not want to return to the Taoist sect." Su Beiyu forced a smile, feigning, "What is wrong with the Taoist sect?" "The celestial realm of Xuandu, known as Yujing, how many cultivators desire to go there yet cannot?" Upon hearing his words, Ji Yun felt tears welling, lowering her head to avoid his gaze, retreating into silence. Su Beiyu remained quiet for a moment, sighed deeply, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently saying, "Though we appear prosperous now, we may soon find ourselves pursued, truly fleeing for our lives. What if one day? I cannot safeguard you. Thus, I wish for you to return to the Taoist sect. No matter its shortcomings, it offers at least a semblance of security." The young Taoist maiden kept her head bowed. Tears spilling unbidden, her soft sobs echoing, Su Beiyu reached out to wipe her tears, but she covered her face with her hands, trembling slightly, clearly feeling as though she were being cast aside as a burden. Regardless of how delicately Su Beiyu phrased his words, Ji Yun discerned the underlying meaning. This was Gongsun Zhongmo's intention. Rather than bear the risk of losing this young maiden to misfortune, it was preferable to exchange her for a favor from the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, ensuring a mutually beneficial resolution. Su Beiyu remained silent for a long time, aware that Ji Yun had cried herself into exhaustion. She choked out, "I have seen that person. He once came to visit Master." That person naturally referred to the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu did not respond, not out of a lack of words, but rather from an impulse to speak that he ultimately restrained. Ji Yun wiped her tears with her sleeve, lifted her head, and spoke deliberately. "I am leaving." Su Beiyu retrieved a book from his satchel and handed it to her, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Did you not enjoy the illustrations in this Emperor's Mirror? Consider it a parting gift to alleviate your journey." Ji Yun instinctively accepted the book, momentarily lost in thought. Su Beiyu took her hand and walked toward the two elderly men. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall gazed at Ji Yun as she approached, his expression calm. When they were still a few dozen steps away, Su Beiyu halted, released her hand, and softly urged, "Go on." Ji Yun clutched the Emperor's mirror tightly, slowly walking toward the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall while frequently glancing back, seemingly hoping Su Beiyu would call out to her. Yet, Su Beiyu remained silent throughout. Merely waving his hand in an unforeseen moment, Su Beiyu locked eyes with the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. How would he confront this figure upon their next encounter? After the two had disappeared from sight, Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder and smiled lightly. "What concern does a man of honor have over a wife? You may have lost a little wife, but I shall bestow upon you a small token." As he spoke, a seal was tossed into Su Beiyu's hands. The seal, made entirely of jade, bore the inscription Ling Bao on its underside. Chapter 70. One Man, One Sword. The sword sect ultimately, Ji Yun departed. accompanying the lord of the demon suppression hall back to the Daoist sect. However, Gongsun Zhongmo had hinted to Su Beiyu that, as the sole survivor of Chonglong Temple and with the old temple master's connection to the incense, Zhiyun would not face any reprimand. Instead, she would enjoy a stroke of fortune, being accepted as a disciple under the head of the Daoist sect, a remarkable turn of events indeed. Meanwhile, Song Guangguan, who had been sheltered in Xian Shui Pavilion, showed significant improvement in her injuries and, upon full recovery, was to be escorted away from Jiulu City by Master Xian Yi.as for Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu. They departed Jiulu City ahead of schedule, journeying eastward across Xiolong grassland towards Liaozhou in the northeast. This was not Su Beiyu's final visit to Jiulu City, but it marked Gongsun Zhongmo's last connection to the place in his lifetime. In the current court, there were two foreign princes, one in the east and one in the west, each shining in their own right. The western prince was Lin Han, the late empress's brother and lord of the grasslands. Although he was nominally a foreign prince of the Great Qi, in essence, he was a vassal state, with laws and decrees forming an independent system. Geographically, his domain spanned west of the Ulan River to the Rihai, east to Xiolong grassland, and north to Jianghu, encompassing the vast grasslands and deserts of the Great Snow Mountain. Commanding over 52 khans and hundreds of thousands of cavalry, the Lin family of the grasslands and the subsequently established Wanyan family were once viewed as two swords hanging over the heads of the scholars of the Central Plains. Until Xiaoyu married a daughter of the Lin family, quelled the Red Lady, and, under the guise of a foreign son-in-law, took control of the grasslands. He joined forces with Murong Yin to launch a northern campaign against the Wanyan royal family, ultimately aiding the current ruler of the Wanyan family, Wanyan Beiwe, to ascend to power. Thus, the Lin and Wanyan families became thoroughly subservient, leading to several decades of peace, as for the eastern foreign prince. He was none other than the Liao Prince Mu Jia, who held sway in Liaozhou in the northern capital. The first Liao Prince, Mu Renqi, was once a prominent military general of the former Zheng dynasty and had participated in the pursuit of the deer when Zhang lost its power, even besieging the central capital and nearly jeopardizing the western foundation of Emperor Shao. After suffering defeat, he surrendered and was granted the title of Liao Prince, ruling in the northeast. Coincidentally, the ancient battlefield that Su Beiyu had once led Duanmuyu and others to was the site of a fierce conflict between this Liao Prince and the western prince Su Lin's cavalry. Su Beiyu never anticipated such an early connection with the Liao Prince. Of course, the current Liao Prince was no longer Mu Renqi but his grandson Mu Tongji. The master and disciple traveled along a trade route trodden by merchants across the grasslands. Gongsun Zhongmo continued to guide his disciples' cultivation while interspersing stories of Liaozhou's customs. Upon entering Liaozhou, they stepped into the northeastern territory. As the only foreign prince under the court system, the Liao Prince was indeed a complex figure. Although he had faced severe oppression from the court in recent years, having lost Jinzhou and Yuzhou, leaving only Liaozhou, the remnants of the Mu family were still formidable, their influence comparable to that of various local military leaders. The current Liao Prince, Mu Tongji, possessed commendable strategic acumen and a meticulous mind, yet lacked the decisiveness and boldness of his predecessors. He had absorbed much of the somber demeanor of the elder statesman over the years, and his temperament had grown melancholic due to the pressures imposed by the two old-timers, Lan Yu and Wei Jin. However, this could not entirely be blamed on him. Having grown up in the confines of the Liao Prince's palace, he had little opportunity for genuine experience. As the saying goes, words alone cannot compare to deeds. Without weathering the storms faced by his forebears, it was only natural that he would not embody their heroic spirit. Certainly, had it not been for these circumstances, the Liao Prince would not have sought a connection with Gongsun Zhongmo. Mu Tongji harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the current elder statesman and sought to forge a bridge through his master to the foreign prince on the grasslands, believing that an alliance between the two foreign princes would lend him a stronger voice. After all, the trend of diminishing princely power was inevitable, and if he continued to sit idle, it would not be long before the Liao Prince's palace became an empty shell. After traveling for a while, the grassland scenery began to fade, revealing sparse woodlands. At this point, Su Beiyu had fully consolidated his second-grade realm, and the Tianlan sword responded to his every command. Gongsun Zhongmo felt great satisfaction. While his disciple might not rival those with celestial bearing, he was indeed a rare talent in the world. The temperament of a celestial being need not worry about the bottleneck of realms, as he possessed the insight of a heavenly being and had already grasped the wisdom of his predecessors. Although his foundational roots were somewhat lacking, the 12 swords would serve to compensate. Once he stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, the importance of roots and insight would diminish. Whether he could traverse the formidable 18 levels depended solely on the elusive chance and the quality of his character. His disciple might well ascend to the pinnacle of the 18 levels of the Taoist sect, merely a half-step away from the true immortality of the great longevity realm. Reflecting on these matters, Gongsun Zhongmo's thoughts drifted, and he gently remarked, "Beiyu, today I shall share with you the secrets of the Earth Immortal realm. There are countless masters in this world, yet those who achieve true immortality are no longer of this world, but rather celestial beings. As the saying goes, the worldly people manage worldly affairs. To influence the tides of the world through cultivation, one must ascend to the top of the 18 levels of the Earth Immortal realm, also known as the Minor Longevity realm. What is the Minor Longevity realm? It is a state indistinguishable from that of true immortal beings, differing only by a half-step through the heavenly gate. Over the course of a century, those who have attained the Minor Longevity realm are few and far between. Excluding those who have already ascended, such as Zichen, Tianchen, only your master ancestor, Shangguan Shangchen, the former leader of the White Lotus sect, the late Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Qi, the great immortal Qingchen who rebelled against the Taoist sect, and the current head of the Taoist sect, amount to a mere 5 individuals possessing this realm. However, the minor longevity is not the true great longevity. Among these 5 minor longevity masters, 3 have perished. Your master S. mentor died in the tribulations of heaven and in the exhaustion of repeated battles. The leader of the White Lotus sect fell beneath the sword of Emperor Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu himself, due to the karmic retribution, was ultimately compelled to retreat into the Maishan tomb. His fate unknown. From my perspective, it is highly likely that Xiao Yu has died. Even if he has not, he exists in a half-alive, half-dead state, never to see the light of day again. Su Beiyu pondered thoughtfully. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly and continued. As for the other 2, Qingchen is a generation above me, a true elder figure. He had prospects for ascension long before the last cycle, and his cultivation has become even more unfathomable since then. The reason he has yet to ascend is due to the earlier betrayal of the sect. He feels unworthy to face the Taoist ancestors in the heavens. The current head of the Taoist sect walks the path of accumulating virtue. His cultivation is sufficient, yet he still lacks a bit of refinement in his virtuous deeds. He likely awaits an opportunity while being unable to let go of the grand legacy of the Taoist sect. Needing to arrange matters before he can ascend without worry, Su Beiyu inquired softly, "Master, can you also ascend?" Gongsun Zhongmo laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Ascend and attain enlightenment? In this lifetime, I do not harbor such hopes. If I can preserve the heritage passed down from my ancestors, I shall be content." Su Beiyu sighed, feigning wisdom beyond his years. "Master, this mindset of yours is not conducive. I still hope you will ascend soon so that you may exert your influence. The title of immortal successor is a grand one. Who would not fear that?" Gongsun Zhongmo patted his disciple's shoulder and laughed heartily. "While I am present in this world, others will fear you. If I were to leave now, you would not be able to safeguard this legacy." After a moment, he continued, "I understand your intentions. You wish for me to ascend and enjoy the carefree life above. Setting aside whether I have the fate to ascend, let us not forget the old adage. If everyone yearns for immortality, the teachings passed down by our ancestors would be lost. Some matters must indeed be tackled by someone." The elder gazed toward the sky, speaking softly. "In the past, I was unable to uphold the family legacy of the Gongsun clan. For the sword sect, I do not wish to repeat the mistakes of the past." This time, Su Beiyu truly sighed. In years past, the master of the sword sect, Shangguan Xianchen, was renowned for being a figure who embodied half of the sect. With his singular prowess, he elevated the sword sect to a status just beneath the 3 teachings, even daring to rival the Taoist schools. However, upon Shangguan Xianchen's demise, the sword sect crumbled like a house of cards. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has aged considerably, and the weight of the sword sect is destined to fall upon Su Beiyu's shoulders. With merely a man and his sword, can he bear such a burden? Chapter 71. The swordsman. With the departure of the Demon Suppression Palace and the Sword Qi Ascendancy Hall, the city of Jianghu finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Riding the momentum of the clash between 2 extraordinary masters, a great number of cultivators gathered, and the long-anticipated trade fair of Jianghu officially commenced. The master of Jianghu, Xiaomo, secretly consolidated a considerable number of cultivators for the emperor. Though the exact extent remains uncertain, however, judging by the beaming countenance of the royal in Lingwu County these past few days, it seems the harvest has been quite fruitful, with the court reveling in success. The Taoist sect naturally faced adversity. Those who are disheartened often seek to restore balance. Now that the Taoists possess Jianghu, the affairs of Chonglong Temple cannot simply be left unresolved. The murky waters of the Demon Suppression Palace and the Dark Guard Bureau will continue to churn. But these matters have little bearing on Su Beiyu. The current objective of Su Beiyu and his master is the Liao Wangfu, where they intend to meet the Prince of Liao. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Su Beiyu is expected to accompany his master to meet the renowned Wanyan Beiwei after their journey to Hojian. The past few months have been a whirlwind for Su Beiyu, as he has encountered a succession of significant figures, allowing this once inconspicuous individual to witness the splendor of the upper echelons of society. After approximately a month of travel, the master and disciple finally set foot in the northeastern region, where the weather had begun to turn decidedly colder. The biting chill of northeastern autumn felt almost piercing. The word cold succinctly captured Su Beiyu's first impression of the area. While the northwest is cold as well, it possesses a dryness, whereas the northeastern cold carries a dampness that seeps in silently, penetrating deeply. Two distinctly different experiences. Before reaching Liao Prefecture, Gongsun Zhongmo once again instructed Su Beiyu to proceed alone. And this time, Su Beiyu encountered a markedly different adversary. If Duanmu Yu represented the elite scion of a noble family, this opponent was akin to Su Beiyu, hailing from the depths of the common populace. Honing his blade through bloodshed and conflict, with a savage ferocity, he struck without hesitation upon encountering Su Beiyu, nearly inflicting grave harm with a single blow. Their initial clash occurred within a dense thicket, where this adversary lay concealed beneath layers of foliage, eluding even Su Beiyu's keen senses. As Su Beiyu drew near, the figure suddenly sprang forth, aiming a lethal strike towards Su Beiyu's head. Had the blow landed, it would have assuredly resulted in decapitation. In a moment of desperate instinct, Su Beiyu lowered his stance, his sword, Tianlan, drawn by the surge of energy, barely intercepting the strike. Nonetheless, the fierce energy of the blade left a gash upon his neck. What followed was a fierce confrontation. Su Beiyu's swordsmanship, imparted by Gongsun Zhongmo, was rooted in the orthodox principles of the Xinmin, embodying logic and rectitude. In contrast, this adversary's knife techniques were forged in the crucible of brutal combat, ruthless and unpredictable. Excelling in exchanging life for life and injury for injury, a novice disciple, newly emerged into the world, would undoubtedly suffer greatly against such tactics. Yet Su Beiyu, with his own humble beginnings and experiences battling marauders on the grasslands, navigated the encounter with surprising ease. This adversary, resolute in his approach, sensing the stalemate, seized a fleeting opportunity to retreat into the thicket. Vanishing from sight, Su Beiyu refrained from pursuit, instead withdrawing from the battlefield after witnessing the lone wolf-like figure disappear into the depths of the forest. A peculiar premonition stirred within him. He was certain this enigmatic swordsman would not rest until he sought further conflict with Su Beiyu. From their recent exchange, it became apparent that this individual had likely just entered the first-grade realm, standing a full realm above Su Beiyu. However, the disparity in their respective martial arts was too vast for Su Beiyu to be decisively bested, thus making the encounter an invaluable trial for his swordsmanship. Su Beiyu was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. 3 days later, their paths crossed once more, this time on a main road near Liao Prefecture, under the cloak of night. The thoroughfare was devoid of travelers. And this time the swordsman did not conceal himself, appearing directly before Su Beiyu and thrusting his blade towards Su Beiyu's heart. This time, however, Su Beiyu was prepared, unhesitatingly unleashing a nascent iteration of his 13th sword. The swordsman, taken aback by Su Beiyu's unexpected prowess, could only hastily brace himself, crossing his blade in defense, but was nonetheless sent sprawling by the overwhelming force of the sword's energy, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Su Beiyu called out, "Who are you?" The swordsman offered no response, instead vaulting from the depression he had created and vanishing into the night. After his departure, Su Beiyu refrained from pursuing, though his expression grew somber. For Su Beiyu, currently only at the 2nd grade, the nascent 13th sword represented his most formidable skill. a culmination of his training prior to entering the first grade. While he could only muster a 3-zhang-long burst of sword energy, had it been wielded by Shangguan Xianqian in his prime, it would have been a trivial matter to topple a city with a single strike. The original intention behind the creation of this sword by the founder of the sword sect was undeniably grand, aiming to wield a blade capable of confronting 1,000,000 troops. The third assassination came with a delay. Just as Su Beiyu was on the verge of entering Liao Prefecture, the swordsman, who had refrained from action for days, finally revealed himself amidst the throngs at the city gate, launching a deadly strike towards Su Beiyu's abdomen with malicious intent. Naturally, Su Beiyu once again disappointed the swordsman, parrying the blow with his 5th sword, leading to yet another life-or-death duel between blade and sword. The swordsman's techniques were forged in the crucible of death, exhibiting both a willingness to fight fiercely and a desire to preserve his own life. Yet he was undaunted by the specter of death. His blade embodied unbridled ferocity, now fully shedding any pretense of self-preservation, each strike delivered with lethal intent. An old adage rings true. Barefoot men do not fear those in shoes. Su Beiyu, once akin to a barefoot man, had now donned the splendid boots of the sword sect, and thus he was unwilling to engage in a life-for-life exchange with this ruffian. Ultimately, the swordsman inflicted a grievous wound upon Su Beiyu's left arm, before once again fleeing. This time, however, Su Beiyu's patience wore thin. Irritated by the swordsman's audacity in attempting to take his life with blunt instruments, Su Beiyu refused to let him escape unscathed. Instead, pursuing him with sword drawn in this chase, the two raced away from the commotion, plunging into a nearby thicket. Yet upon entering the forest, the swordsman transformed, shifting from a mere assailant to a cunning ambusher. Rather than fleeing, he launched a series of surprise attacks against Su Beiyu. Even with Su Beiyu's heightened awareness, the swordsman managed to leave 3 wounds upon him. However, he too suffered, as in a final ambush. Su Beiyu pierced his abdomen with a sword strike, causing the swordsman to stagger. Following this brief exchange, the swordsman, now wholly intent on escape, ceased his assaults. Su Beiyu pursued him for over 10 li, but ultimately returned empty-handed. Through this series of confrontations, Su Beiyu's pent-up anger had dissipated, while the swordsman could no longer contain his resentment. Having failed thrice in his attempts, though undeterred, he harbored a simmering fury, especially as he reflected on how this young swordsman, despite being a full realm below him, had managed to overpower him through profound techniques. It was evident that Su Beiyu's abilities were honed through the guidance of a master. While he himself, born of humble origins, lacked such fortune, relying solely on his ruthless determination to fight. This swordsman must undoubtedly hail from a prominent sect. Chapter 72. Long City of Liao West Murongxian, the capital of Liao Prefecture. Chaoyang lies to the south of the Northern Sea, bordered by Yanzhou to the west and Yuzhou to the north, adjacent to the vast grasslands, in times long past, the ancestors of the Murong family, Murong Longqing and Murong Fenghuang, established the former Yin dynasty here, which once served as its capital. Thus, this place is also known as Long City. After a strenuous journey, Su Beiyu arrived at Long City. Yet he did not hasten to enter. Instead, he stood before the city gate, gazing up at the imposing fortress, lost in contemplation. The former grand dynasty of Yin has long since faded into oblivion. Yet the Murong family endures. He had heard from his master that since the passing of the 2 pillars of the Murong family, Murong Yuan and Murong Yin, the current head of the family is a woman, simply named Xian. Though Murong Xian is but a woman, she is a remarkably legendary figure. In her youth, she forged a close bond with the future heir of the Yi family, a childhood friendship that hinted at a destined union. Had fate not intervened, she would have married into the Yi family and become their matriarch. However, the Yi family revered the Tao, and the young Yi scion joined the Taoist sect, while Murong Xian was sent by her devout family to the Buddhist realm to cultivate. Thus, they parted ways. Years later, Murong Xian emerged as an emissary of the Buddhist sect, and well-meaning souls compared her to the unmarried Empress Lin, who was then known as Zhang Shuiyao, a disciple of Gongsun Zhongmo, and the saintess Qin Muxian, who belonged to the Xuanjiao of Hojian, collectively dubbed the 4 Great Beauties, with Murong Xian reigning supreme among them, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. It is often said that a beautiful woman's life is fraught with trials, and indeed, this holds true. Zhang Shuiyao married Gongsun Zhongmo, and the couple labored for years to revive the sword sect. only to part ways, becoming a pair of estranged spouses. Qin Muxian once endured a tumultuous romance with Emperor Xiaoyu, yet ultimately, Xiaoyu wed only Empress Lin, leaving Qin Muxian forever unmarried. As for the seemingly favored Empress Lin, who bore the weight of the world upon her shoulders, with a husband who took her as his sole consort and a son who ascended to the throne, her fate, however, was far from fortunate. Both she and Xiaoyu departed from this world at an early age, which hardly qualifies as a blessing. Only Morong Xian can be said to have achieved completeness in this regard. Women are often envious, much like scholars who belittle one another. Among the four renowned beauties of the past, they were roughly divided into three factions. Morong Xian and Empress Lin shared a close friendship, while Zhang Xueyao and Qin Mumayan formed another group. The former two held animosity towards the latter for reasons related to men and other matters. For instance, Empress Lin and Qin Mumayan became mortal enemies due to Xiao Huang's influence. In any case, the disputes among women are a bewildering account that can never be settled. In those days, when Morong Xian visited her close friend Empress Lin in the capital, Xiaoyu was deeply involved with the Taoist sect, and together they plotted for the world. The foremost disciple of the Taoist sect also traveled to meet with Xiaoyu, and this disciple was none other than the young master of the Yi family, who had entered the Taoist sect back then. This opportunity rekindled old feelings and led to a series of events, culminating in their union as Taoist partners a few years later. After Xiaoyu completed his first southern campaign and second northern expedition, he marched eastward, sweeping across the land. Subsequently, Xiaoyu ascended to the throne, while that Taoist disciple became the newly appointed head of the sect. The two women thus rose in status. One became the empress, while the other became the headmaster's wife of the Taoist sect. Now that the couple of Xiao Huang has passed away, Morong Xian and the Taoist headmaster continue to thrive. The headmaster resides on the majestic Du Tian Peak, while the headmaster's wife spends half the year at the Morong family estate, managing familial affairs. In earlier years, when Empress Lin was still alive, Morong Xian would visit her old friend in the imperial capital. However, after the untimely demise of Xiaoyu and his wife, and with Xiao Di abandoning his father's alliance with the Taoist sect to suppress it, Morong Xian never set foot in the capital again. Su Beiyu suddenly harbored an absurd thought. This Longqing in Liaozhou could be considered the ancestral home of the Morong clan. Would there be a chance to meet that once renowned beauty of the world? It seemed possible, yet not within the reach of one as young as Su Beiyu. Carrying a sword case, Gongsun Zhongmo strolled through Longqing for a full hour, not heading to the Liaowang mansion, but pausing before a residence in the west of the city. The dark gate was tightly shut, and the entire estate, along with the prominently displayed characters of Morong, exuded an air of antiquity. At the entrance stood two black-armored guards holding their swords, their prowess nearing the first rank. Theo have first-rank experts guarding the door, aside from the current imperial family of the Shao clan and a few other notable families. Only the Morong clan, with its millennia-long heritage, could boast such depth. As Gongsun Zhongmo approached the gate, the expressions of the two first-rank guards shifted, their fingers gripping the hilts of their swords. However, faced with the unintentional yet palpable might of Gongsun Zhongmo, they found themselves momentarily speechless. Drawing swords before a figure of such caliber as Gongsun Zhongmo would indeed be laughable. Nonetheless, having been trained as lethal guardians of the Morong clan since childhood, their duty compelled them to stand firm, despite knowing that drawing their swords would lead only to death. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from within. One must not be disrespectful to esteemed guests. Please open the main gate and invite the guest inside. Upon hearing this voice, the two guards immediately knelt, responding in unison, understood. In the next moment, the dark gate creaked open, and Gongsun Zhongmo, unfazed, stepped into the ancestral home of the Morong clan. He was not unfamiliar with this place. In fact, during the intermarriages among the five great families of the Wei state, Gongsun Zhongmo's mother hailed from the Morong clan. He had visited here with her during his youth and could barely claim a distant kinship with Morong Xian. Upon entering the main hall, he found that the servants had all been dismissed, leaving only a woman in white standing alone. She appeared to be in her 30s, her beauty deserving of the phrase a national treasure. As though her mere presence drained the colors from her surroundings, her demeanor was as serene as an elusive orchid in a secluded valley, exuding an air of independence from the world. More astonishing was her youthful visage, adorned with 3,000 strands of white hair, which, unlike Gongsun Zhongmo's dark and dull locks, shone brightly and purely, meticulously arranged and held in place by 9 hairpins. Her expression, devoid of frivolity, added an air of authority. This woman was none other than the current mistress of the Murong ancestral estate, Murong Xian. She regarded her cousin, who had been adversarial to her husband for many years, with indifference, neither animosity nor closeness, as if they were mere acquaintances. After all, if even fathers and husbands could turn against one another, what bond could exist between distant cousins? Gongsun Zhongmo was the first to speak. Murong, I come to see you not for any other reason, but to the woman interjected calmly, to discuss your final affairs. Gongsun Zhongmo was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. She continued, you should be 83 this year. Correct? He nodded. Time is relentless. Murong Xian replied in a neutral tone, at your age, many things should be seen with clarity. Over the years, I have navigated these matters. He has decided to spare you both a path to survival. Now that you have escaped the depths of suffering, why cling to the past? Zhang Shuiyao has let go. Why can't you? You persist obstinately, traversing the world and forming alliances with Murong Xian Yin and others, forcing me into the position of intermediary, compelling him to take action personally. Gongsun Zhongmo remained silent. The he Murong Xian referred to was naturally the Taoist headmaster seated in the majestic Yujing. The younger generation only recognizes the headmaster's esteemed position, while only the elders are aware of his formidable nature. After a prolonged silence, Gongsun Zhongmo finally spoke. Though there are thousands, I shall proceed. A hint of irritation flickered in Murong Xian's eyes, as if displeased with Gongsun Zhongmo's lack of awareness. She spoke in a low voice, Gongsun Zhongmo. Addressed by his full name, Gongsun Zhongmo maintained his calm demeanor, replying, a man of honor must know when to act and when to refrain. Such matters are for women to sidestep, but not for men. Murong Xian, I have kept track of your actions over the years. Yet this favor may not be repaid. Murong Xian's voice grew colder, I seek no repayment. I only wish for you to remain compliant and cease stirring up trouble. Is it not better for the world to be at peace? Gongsun Zhongmo sighed lightly, your peace is not the peace of us, the defeated. Murong Xian snapped, enough. Gongsun Zhongmo, what of the Sword Sect's destruction? The Gongsun clan did not send you to the Sword Sect to be its downfall. What of the Gongsun clan's demise? That was Xiao Jin's doing, not related to my Taoist sect in the slightest. Gongsun Zhongmo replied nonchalantly. Each generation must deal with its own affairs. Let us settle these grievances once and for all. Murong Xian turned her back, her white hair cascading down her shoulders and back. Since you are so unyielding, let us not meet again if it can be avoided. Take care of yourself. Gongsun Zhongmo smiled lightly and departed the ancestral home of the Murong clan. Murong Xian turned to gaze at the retreating figure, sighing softly. Among their peers from the 5 great families, would Gongsun Zhongmo truly be the first to leave? Chapter 73. 2 Talks of Murong and the Slaying of Immortal. Su Beiyu entered Chaoyang Mansion, feeling the distinct cultural nuances that set it apart from the Northwest. Though both regions belong to the Northwest is rugged while the Northeast is straightforward. As a native of the Northwest, Su Beiyu experienced a blend of familiarity and strangeness in the Northeast. As he strolled along the main thoroughfare of the city, observing the myriad aspects of life, he chanced upon a vendor selling candied red fruits. He initially intended to buy a skewer, but suddenly remembered that dear friend, Ji Yun, who cherished such trifles. He wondered how the little Taoist nun, returning to the Taoist sect, was faring. Had she been bullied by her fellow disciples? Was she hiding away, crying? A sense of unease washed over Su Beiyu, and he shook his head, ultimately choosing not to buy anything and continuing on his way. Those who abandoned me are but yesterday's shadows. Those who disturb my heart are today's endless worries. After walking for a while, Su Beiyu felt a sudden alertness, swiftly grasping his sword and turning around, only to find a charming young woman standing not far behind him. She had exchanged her green attire for a pale blue tunic, paired with a matching skirt. Her embroidered shoes were concealed beneath the hem, revealing only the tips adorned with cute pom-poms. Her long hair was secured with a silver hairpin, with only her bangs cascading down her forehead, and her bright eyes radiated joy, presenting an image of a virtuous young lady. Su Beiyu was taken aback, then smiled, "You're healed." The visitor was none other than Song Guangguan, who clasped her hands over her abdomen and nodded gently. Su Beiyu softly remarked, "It's good that you're well again. Life and death are the ultimate concerns. No matter the magnitude of matters, none surpasses the significance of life. Song Guangguan smiled sweetly. You speak with such wisdom, my lord. Extending his hand, Su Beiyu found Song Guangguan hesitating slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she placed her hand into his palm. Su Beiyu grasped her hand and led her onward. With her cheeks tinted with color, she no longer resembled the formidable sword master of the Sword Energy Hall, but rather an innocent young lady experiencing the first stirrings of love. Su Beiyu, however, did not dwell on that aspect and inquired, I thought you might not survive after that injury. The methods of the Xian Shui Pavilion are indeed remarkable. I've heard that only women are admitted to that sect, while men must remain outside. Oh, you know the intricacies of it. Song Guangguan softly replied, Esteemed young master, it is worth mentioning that there are indeed men within the Xian Shui Pavilion, and notably, the only man is the esteemed Murong Xianin, the founder of this very establishment. Thus, the sect master has previously remarked that this so-called Xian Shui Pavilion of the Jianghu city sect is merely a collection of concubines and maidservants under the care of Murong Xianin. Due to the close rapport between the sect master and Murong Xianin, our Jinshi Lingkong Hall has also enjoyed some semblance of kinship with the Xian Shui Pavilion over the years. My presence here, rescued by the Xian Shui Pavilion, is attributed to these ties and the sect master's influence, as well as the advantage of my feminine identity, which allows me to disregard the rule prohibiting men from entering. Su Beiyu pondered for a moment before inquiring, I have always been curious about the relationship between Murong Xianin and the illustrious Murong clan. Song Guangguan reflected briefly before responding, You must be aware that the current royal family, the Shao clan, is divided into legitimate and collateral branches, correct? To Su Beiyu's surprise, she continued, Are you suggesting that the Murong family is similarly divided? Song Guangguan nodded, explaining, The former head of the Murong clan had both a legitimate and a concubine son. After the legitimate son, Murong Yuan, succeeded as the family head, he could not tolerate his half-brother, Murong Yin. Thus, Murong Yin departed from the family home and journeyed far to establish his own legacy, eventually rising to the rank of Grand General in the later Yin dynasty. Joining forces with Xiao Yu to combat the five kings of later Yin, he left behind a branch of the Murong family there. The Taoist sect's headmistress, Murong Xian, is Murong Yuan's daughter, while Murong Xianin is the son of Murong Yin, so they can be considered cousins, albeit distant. Finally, Su Beiyu comprehended the intricate relationship between the two Murong families. It was no wonder that one Murong woman became the headmistress of the Taoist sect, while another, sharing the same surname, became the infamous leader of the Demon Suppression Hall. Su Beiyu listened as Song Guangguan recounted various legends surrounding Chaoyang Prefecture and its famed Dragon City, narrating how, during the establishment of the later Yin dynasty, Murong Longqing and Murong Fenghuang exhibited unparalleled grace, and how the Murong clan maintained their vigilant gaze over the world from this very place. She further described the city as being revered as the Buddhist capital, for the Buddha had once left behind 7 relics, which were preserved in pagodas constructed by the Buddhist sect, with 2 of these pagodas situated in Chaoyang Prefecture, thus earning it the title of Buddhist capital. As noon approached, Song Guangguan suddenly caught a whiff of something delightful, her eyes sparkling. Su Beiyu turned to see a tavern and smiled, asking, Are you hungry? Song Guangguan, shyly pinching the hem of her garment and lowering her head, admitted, I would like to have some wine. With a chuckle, Su Beiyu took her hand and led her into the tavern, finding a prime spot on the second floor by the window, away from the bustling crowd. He ordered several vegetarian dishes for himself and 2 jugs of wine for Song Guangguan. One was renowned Huadiao wine, famous for its associations with the legends of Daughters Red and Top Scholars Red, while the other was a local specialty from northeast China, known as Shatters, celebrated for its strong flavor, reminiscent of fire. The sight left the nearby waiter astounded, pondering how today was indeed an eye-opener. As a sword-carrying man, resembling a wandering hero, chose to eat vegetarian fare, while a delicate young woman requested a potent liquor that even common men would hesitate to indulge in, the wine arrived first. Followed by the dishes, Song Guangguan poured herself a cup of Shatters, taking a gentle sip, her eyes narrowing slightly like a crescent moon. She smiled, saying, Young master, this liquor is famously known as the king of Liaodong wines. One sip ignites a fiery sensation within. Won't you partake? Su Beiyu merely shook his head without uttering a word. The waiter, preparing to leave, internally lamented, wondering what kind of man refused to drink before long. The vegetarian dishes were served. Su Beiyu took a few bites, gazing out at the bustling street below, and softly mused. Reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. The essence of worldly affairs cannot be gleaned from texts. Only through experience. Accompanying my master on this journey has granted me much insight and contemplation, particularly regarding the complexities of the Jian sect. Song Guangguan refrained from interjecting, simply sipping her wine. Taverns have always been a hub for the exchange of news. Where the age-old adage of silence while dining is seldom heeded, patrons engaged in lively discussions, particularly regarding the most captivating topic of the moment, the peak battle between the Demon Suppression Hall's leader, Chen Yi, and the Jian sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmo, in Jianghu City. The black-clad headmaster needed no introduction. He had been a renowned figure for many years, while Gongsun Zhongmo had remained in the shadows until now, making his sudden appearance a cause for astonishment among the Sword Immortals of the realm. What sparked fervent discussions was the fact that the Jian sect's leader, wielding the extermination sword, had triumphed over the Demon Suppression Hall's leader, delivering a significant blow to the prestige of the Taoist sect. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Demon Suppression Hall's leader had capitulated, leading his followers out of Jianghu City. As the conversation grew heated, someone remarked, "When it comes to the extermination sword, its reputation is immense. Just consider its name. Extermination of Immortals, specifically designed to slay celestial beings. With a mere command from the Jian sect's leader, the sword can claim a life from 1,000 miles away. With such a weapon in hand, no Taoist deity stands a chance against it." Who is the leader of the Demon Suppression Hall? He may not be the strongest in the world, but he surely ranks among the top 3, yet he fell victim to this sword. Immediately, a dissenting voice arose, questioning, if the sword is so formidable, why did the Jian sect still fall? If such powers truly exist, why did this Jian sect leader only emerge recently? The original speaker scoffed, dismissively stating, if it is indeed a celestial sword, it must be wielded by an immortal. Without the cultivation of an immortal, one cannot even dream of wielding it. The Jian sect leader lacked the cultivation of an immortal previously, rendering him incapable of using the extermination sword. Thus, he could not reveal himself. Now that he possesses the cultivation, he naturally can step forth. Many patrons in the tavern nodded in agreement, while others added, "I once heard a monk from the North Tower speak of destiny. Individuals with weak fates cannot bear the weight of national treasures. It seems the same applies to these celestial relics." Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan exchanged a knowing smile at the clamor surrounding them. The extermination sword, the quintessence of the Jian sect forged over a millennium, now resided within this blade. Chapter 74. The Taoist sect's grand heritage stands tall. The news of the black-clad headmaster's defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo rippled from the north to the south, sending shockwaves throughout the realm and stirring the very foundations of the Taoist sect. The leader of the Demon Suppression Hall had actually lost, setting aside the reclusive elders of the Chen lineage. Even the prominent figures known to the public were astonished. The leader of the Demon Suppression Hall was ranked 7th on the heavenly machine list, only a fraction below the headmaster of the Taoist sect. How could such a figure simply be defeated? At this moment, many elder members couldn't help but recall the legendary figure of Shangguan Xianqian, who had once dominated the world without rival. Could it be that Gongsun Zhongmo was the second coming of Shangguan Xianqian? For the Demon Suppression Hall, the extermination sword was akin to a nightmare. The previous leader had fallen to its might, resulting in a decline from a celestial being to an ordinary mortal. Passing away at the tender age of 90. Now, the current leader of the Demon Suppression Hall had once again succumbed to the extermination sword. Was this what they termed fate? The Taoist sect's ancestral grounds, located at the southern end of the western Kunlun Mountains, comprised 9 peaks, each overseen by a peak master and the headmaster. The foremost peak, known as Duxiang Peak, was revered as the world's highest peak, often referred to as Xuandu Yujing, and served as the residence of the headmaster. Surrounded by a sea of clouds, the 9 peaks emerged majestically, with one peak towering far above the others, resembling a crane among chickens. This peak, Duxiang Peak, appeared as a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, encircled by a sea of clouds, truly representing the closest place to the divine realm on earth. Atop Duxiang Peak lay a remarkably even surface, as if a supreme power had cleaved the apex of the mountain. Here, a vast heavenly pool occupied the entire summit, nearly the size of a city, with a grand platform constructed from white jade floating at its center. stretching endlessly. Unlike the shadowy demon suppression hall, the square above was adorned with magnificent palaces, standing indifferently at the highest point in the world, resembling a celestial palace overlooking the myriad beings below. This location served as the core of the venerable Taoist sect, with the Zixiao Palace, the Ancestral Hall, and the Three Purities Hall situated at the very heart. The Zixiao Palace was the residence of the headmaster, while the Ancestral Hall housed the veneration of the sect's founders. Only those who had made significant contributions to the Taoist sect could enter the Ancestral Hall, and all who did were figures of great renown. The Three Purities Hall served as the assembly place for the headmaster to convene with the peak masters, the palace lords, and the esteemed ones of the sect at this moment, on the long staircase before the Zixiao Palace. Two figures were seen ascending slowly. One was clad in a black robe with large sleeves, donning a mixed-element cap made of a piece of purple-black jade, with a sword belt at the button of his robe, symbolizing the severance of troubles, desires, and greed. He wore dark celestial shoes, embodying the attire of a true Taoist master. Following him was a young Taoist maiden dressed in a blue robe, her head adorned with a lotus leaf cap, lacking any other embellishments, appearing to be a mere outer disciple of the sect. However, if she were merely an ordinary disciple, how could she stand before the headmaster's Zixiao Palace? The Zixiao Palace atop Duxiang Peak and the Qingshu Palace at the foot of the mountain, where visitors unable to ascend would find respite, were among the only two structures personally constructed by the Taoist founder. It is said that before establishing the sect, the founder built the Zixiao Palace atop Duxiang Peak as a venue for future teachings, and later constructed the Qingshu Palace at the mountain's base to accommodate those who sought enlightenment but could not ascend. Over time, the founder taught at the Zixiao Palace, attracting many to ascend and listen to his teachings, while those unable to ascend chose to dwell around the Qingshu Palace, establishing their residence there. As the Taoist sect flourished, the number of lay disciples surged, prompting their families to migrate and settle in the vicinity, ultimately forming the present-day Linshan Prefecture. 2 individuals ascended the 99 steps, arriving before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. The left and right stood two young acolytes, each holding a whisk, who, upon seeing the figure in the black robe, respectfully bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the master of the Demon Suppression Hall." The esteemed headmaster previously conveyed a message. Should you arrive, there is no need for an announcement. You may proceed directly to meet him. Chen Yi nodded slightly, stepping over the threshold, accompanied by Ji Yun as they entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Inside, the palace retained the layout from the days when the Taoist patriarch delivered teachings. Devoid of chairs and instead furnished with meditation cushions, the highest seat, was the place where the Taoist patriarch once sat, flanked by a total of 18 seats representing the founding masters of the Taoist sect. Excluding those who had forsaken the sect or had perished early, only 9 remained, among them Zhuangzi, Jianghu, and Huangzi. However, the Purple Cloud Palace now felt desolate, absent of the Taoist patriarch and the masters, leaving only the enduring cushions, unchanged for over a millennium. Ji Yun dared not look around, keeping her head lowered as she followed closely behind Chen Yi. The position once held by the Taoist patriarch was now empty, save for a small incense burner emitting a thin wisp of smoke. Ji Yun cautiously lifted her head, her gaze aligning with the height of the dais, where she beheld a pair of black and white cloud-patterned shoes and the purple hem of a Taoist robe. Yet, from Chen Ye's perspective, the space was both empty and occupied, existing in a state between visibility and invisibility. The higher one's cultivation, the less discernible they became, while those of lesser attainment could perceive more. What a remarkable technique of external manifestation! At that moment, the true form of the headmaster was likely secluded within the inner chamber of the Purple Cloud Palace, rarely emerging unless necessary, in which case he would appear in this external manifestation. Chen Yi, addressing the vacant space, bowed slightly and spoke softly. "I apologize for disturbing your tranquil meditation, esteemed brother. I have come regarding the matters between Chonglong Temple and the Sword Sect. I seek your judgment." A calm and steady voice emerged from the void. "As for the Sword Sect, you need not involve yourself. This matter shall be handled by me personally." A flash of shock crossed Chen Ye's eyes. Was the headmaster preparing to emerge? Quickly regaining his composure, he responded solemnly, "Understood." The voice paused momentarily before inquiring, "Is this the child?" Chen Yi nodded gently. "Indeed. She is the sole surviving disciple of Chonglong Temple. Ji Yun, how does the esteemed brother intend to handle her?" the voice pondered briefly before stating flatly, "Zhiyun, raise your head." Filled with trepidation, Zhiyun lifted her gaze, only to see a middle-aged Taoist standing upon the dais. With phoenix-like brows and a complexion like jade. Clad in a plain purple robe, lacking any adornments such as a sword belt or jade pendants, even his hair was simply secured with a wooden hairpin. This middle-aged Taoist was none other than Xiao Yi, the headmaster presiding over the Taoist sect. His attire was markedly at odds with the sect's regulations. Ordinarily, even a headmaster would not appear so casually. However, this external manifestation was a reflection of his thoughts, free from such constraints. Xiao Yi scrutinized Ji Yun for a moment before speaking, although you have been under the tutelage of Uncle Long Chen. Your status as a disciple is due to his proxy. Now that Uncle Long has passed, if you wish, you may follow me in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was visibly moved. The disciples of the headmaster's lineage were traditionally few, with not a single mediocre individual among them. The current foremost figure of the younger generation, Qi Xianyun, hailed from this lineage. The headmaster now appeared inclined to accept this young girl as a disciple. Could it be that she possessed some hidden potential that had yet to be revealed? Though Ji Yun was inexperienced in the world, she was not foolish. After a brief moment of astonishment, she knelt before the middle-aged Taoist. Qiao Yi gestured, and a young acolyte approached Ji Yun, speaking softly, "Esteemed sister, please follow me." Ji Yun followed the acolyte out of the purple cloud palace, where the acolyte then handed her over to a woman with a cold demeanor. Ji Yun gazed at this woman, who wore a hibiscus crown and a white Taoist robe. Though merely in her mid-20s, she was already regarded as an elder among the honored. It is worth noting that the title of real person could only be conferred upon those of transcendent realms. The woman remained silent, gesturing for Ji Yun to follow her. Subsequently, the woman led Ji Yun to change into a light blue garment symbolizing a direct disciple, complete with headgear, robe, footwear, and accessories. Finally, she arranged for Ji Yun to stay in a solitary courtyard on the Duding Peak. After completing these tasks, the woman turned to leave. Ji Yun finally summoned her courage to ask, "Esteemed sister, may I inquire your name?" The woman turned her head to glance at her and replied coolly, "Qi Xian Yun. Chapter 75. A bodhisattva sits in the northern tower within the purple cloud palace. Only the headmaster and the master of the demon suppression hall remained. Qiao Yi lingered in a state between visibility and invisibility, while Ji Yun and the young acolyte could perceive him. However, the high-level Chen Yi could not, sensing only a vague presence of Qiao Yi with his back turned, his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, Qiao Ye's voice resonated again. "Junior brother, you seem troubled." Chen Yi was taken aback, quickly gathering his thought. He realized that since entering the Purple Cloud Palace, he had experienced moments of distraction on 2 occasions, and he had not expected Qiao Yi to sense this. He felt compelled to explain, "Since my defeat at the hands of Gongsun Zhongmo, my state of mind has indeed not been as harmonious as before." Qiao Yi replied calmly, "The sword sect has long been a thorn in the side of our Taoist sect. It has been 1,000 years. The hall fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy. The Taoist sect and the sword sect shared the same origins, their rivalry dating back a millennium, an old grievance that had long since become deeply entrenched. With no possibility of reconciliation, only a resolution of life or death." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi spoke, "It is a significant matter for you to descend the mountain, but the world today is no longer the same as it was 30 years ago." Qiao Ye's tone grew cold. "Ever since Xiao Xian ascended the throne, he has cast a covetous eye upon our Taoist sect, intent on repeating the events of the past with the great Zheng. To expel us, he fails to consider that without our Taoist sect, how could his Xiao family have attained the world? When he was born, Xiao Yu maintained a friendship with our sect and specifically named him Xin in accordance with the Taoist patriarch's teachings. Today, he seems to have forgotten the origin of this name. The reason I have not pursued this matter is that I have never believed Xiao Yu to be dead. After all, he was once the foremost figure in the world. How could he simply perish?" Chen Yi was astonished. "Does the esteemed brother imply that Emperor Xiao is still alive?" Qiao Yi slowly replied, "Back at Laoshan, Xiao Yu entrusted me with his posthumous affairs, requesting that I construct the Maishan tomb for him. I, recalling our shared history, naturally agreed. Following the Southern Jiang War, with the situation settled, I reported this matter to Uncle Tian Chun. Since the first year of Taiping, our Taoist sect dispatched over 400 disciples to Maishan, collaborating with the 100,000 laborers and 30,000 soldiers mobilized by Xiao Jian to build the tombs. a process that spanned a decade. Two tombs were completed, with one being the grand tomb of Xiao Yu's parents, which was finished first. The other, the Ming tomb, was completed in the 10th year of Taiping, after which Xiao Yu personally oversaw its arrangement. I heard that the Buddhist sect, Confucian sect, Shaman sect, Xian sect, and the Tiangong Pavilion also participated. And it wasn't until the 15th year of Taiping that the project was finally concluded. This grand tomb, constructed over 15 years, drew upon the resources of half the cultivation world, its mysteries known only to a few. With Xiao Yu and his wife interred within the Ming tomb, Chen Yi murmured, "It is said that the founding emperor harbors tens of thousands of hidden soldiers within his tomb, waiting for the moment when the great chief alters to reappear in the world." I had previously dismissed this as mere folklore, but it seems there is truth to the saying. Xiao Yi replied calmly, "The wind arises from the edges of the green rushes. Many seemingly absurd rumors point directly to the truth." Silence enveloped the hall once more, as the two great masters stood within the chamber, each absorbed in quiet contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Chen Yi finally spoke. "As for the court, the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion have successively passed away. Though the unrest of the first year of Taiping was quelled by the Empress Dowager, the Blue Minister has also suffered considerable losses. Following the Empress Dowager's passing, Emperor Xiao has steadily consolidated power, and the Blue Minister's position in the court has become precarious. I fear he cannot hold out much longer." Xiao Yi responded flatly, "I have my own plans for this matter. As long as Xiao Yu does not re-emerge in the world, who in this vast realm can pose a threat to me? Even if Xiao Yu were to return, as long as I do not venture to the imperial capital, he cannot do anything to me." Chen Yi was about to voice further thoughts when Xiao Yi finally manifested his form, raising a hand to signal him to stop. With a calm expression, he said, "You may go now. Seek an account from the 3 commanders of the Dark Guard and bring the matter of Chonglong Temple to a close. As for other affairs, I will make my own arrangements." Chen Yi solemnly bowed. "Yes, I take my leave, esteemed brother." Upon reaching Liaozhou, they were not far from the northern capital. In this dynasty, both princes and dukes were granted fiefs, and according to their ranks and the specifications of their fiefs, they were assigned varying degrees of military power, whether to guard a city, such as the Lingwu Duke Xiaomo, or to oversee a province, like the Yinwang Xiaoli, Qiwang Xiaobai, or to govern an entire territory, like the northern king Lin Han, who commanded the vast grasslands, or the Wei Wang Xiaojin, who personally annihilated the Zhang and Gongsun clans, and finally, the Liao Wang Mu Tang, who presided over the 3 northeastern provinces. With the world beginning to stabilize, the decision to have the royal family members serve as vassals to the state was indeed a sagacious move. With no dissent from either the court or the populace, even in the present, none would dare utter the words of dismantling these fiefdoms. Only the Liao Prince Mu Tang has continuously drawn criticism, as the other princes are all relatives, and they or their forefathers have contributed to the imperial cause. In contrast, the lineage of the Liao prince was initially granted the title of prince under duress by the former emperor, in a bid to secure their defection. Thus, in the current climate, His Majesty and Prime Minister Lan have persistently suppressed the Liao prince, and rather than finding advocates within the court, they are met with glee at his misfortunes. Further highlighting the Liao prince's isolation, as the court tightens its grip, the Liao prince's residence retreats step by step. In the vast expanse of the northeast, aside from Liaozhou, only Beidou remains, each housing a Liao prince's estate. However, the true Liao prince's residence is not in Liaozhou, but within the city of Beidou. Su Beiyu and Gongsun Mao must journey to meet the Liao prince. And this time, he seems intent on demonstrating his sincerity in honoring the wise. Hence, he has specially traveled from Beidou to Liaozhou's Chaoyang prefecture. As Su Beiyu and Song Guanguan exited the tavern, they proceeded towards the North Tower to reconvene with their master, as previously arranged. Within the city of Chaoyang, 3 ancient towers stand in a triangular formation, colloquially referred to as the East Tower, South Tower, and North Tower. The North Tower of Chaoyang was established during the Northern Wei dynasty, built by Empress Ming of the Northern Wei in honor of her grandfather, to pray for his longevity and to propagate the Buddhist teachings. Upon the old site of the Danyan Longqing Palace, after enduring numerous wars and damages, it has been rebuilt several times, ultimately forming a structure with a rammed earth foundation from the later Yin Palace, a base from the Si Yin Buddha Pagoda, a brick tower as the core, and the Liao Tower as the exterior. Its intricate design has earned the North Tower the title of the foremost tower in the northeast. Within the underground chamber of the North Tower, the true relic of the Buddha is enshrined, complemented by the relics housed in the South Tower, making Chaoyang Prefecture a revered Buddhist city, attracting many eminent monks, and rendering it one of the few places where Taoist influence has not spread. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, the resplendent North Tower can be seen, with a luminous aura emanating from within. Su Beiyu and Song Guanguan made their way directly towards the North Tower, halting roughly 100 feet from its base. Song Guanguan pointed towards the North Tower and whispered, "I once read in the sect scriptures that a high monk who has attained the Arhat fruit resides within this tower, capable of withstanding the sect leader's sword with his physical form, a rarity indeed. This monk is one among them. Having achieved a state of perfection in his indestructible golden body, he once faced 6 celestial experts from the Xuanjiao without striking back, yet remained unscathed." Su Beiyu inquired, "Arhat fruit?" Song Guanguan clarified, "The concept of the 5 immortals is a Taoist term, while the Buddhist tradition does not delineate realms in such a manner. The Arhat fruit is equivalent to the Taoist Earth Immortal realm." Su Beiyu exhaled softly, acknowledging yet another formidable Earth Immortal. Song Guanguan gently remarked, "In the Taoist tradition, there is the saying of the 8 peak masters. And likewise, the Buddhist tradition recognizes the 6 great masters, all 14 of whom exist above the 9th floor of the Earth Immortal realm. The likes of the wheel-turning king, who occupy the 1st and 2nd floors of the Earth Immortal realm, are but insignificant in the presence of these individuals." As Su Beiyu continued forward, he spoke in a calm tone. "Even the lowest tier of the Earth Immortal realm remains an Earth Immortal. It is far beyond my capacity, as one who has yet to even step into the realm of the Ghost Immortal, to make presumptuous judgments." The area surrounding the North Tower was peculiarly desolate, devoid of temples or any other structures, save for this solitary pagoda, where it is said that the eminent monk guards the Buddha's relic. Over the years, there has never been a report of anyone daring to covet the Buddha's relic. Su Beiyu instinctively glanced at the tower's summit, where the golden light was so thick it seemed almost tangible, creating a magnificent spectacle. Within the golden light of the pagoda, a figure sat in meditation, hands clasped, softly chanting, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Chapter 76. What of the indestructible golden body? The elderly monk draped in a golden red robe sat cross-legged, resembling a golden Buddha. He then slowly rose and descended the tower. Each step seemed heavy with the weight of 1,000 pounds, as if he were not a mere mortal, but a statue forged from adamantine rock. The entire North Tower radiated with Buddha's light as the monk moved forth, as if a divine being had descended to the earthly realm, walking towards the western paradise. Song Guanguan, visibly astonished, murmured, "The Arhat has emerged from the tower." The monk's skin shimmered with a faint golden hue, each step causing the ground to tremble, ripples of vital energy expanding outward. The Tianlan sword on Su Beiyu's back resonated with a quiver. As the monk advanced, the aura of Buddha's light gradually enveloped him, instantly transforming the area before the North Tower into a realm of golden glass. Song Guanguan forcibly collected her thoughts, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Beiyu, and softly stated, "This man is Master Yuanyu of the Buddha sect, the head of the Arhat Hall, likely possessing the cultivation of the 10th floor of the Earth Immortal realm. He does not cultivate the Dharma form, but rather the golden body, and the sect leader has remarked that he is as heavy as a mountain and as immovable as a mountain, seldom manifesting in the mortal realm. Today, I wonder what prompts his emergence from the tower." When the monk was still over 10 paces away from Su Beiyu and Song Guanguan, he abruptly halted, and from his position, a golden glass world rapidly expanded, intending to envelop Su Beiyu and his companion. At that moment, a sword descended from the heavens, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, trailing a blinding radiance as it plunged into the ground 3 feet before Su Beiyu. This sword, akin to the divine needle of the seas, stilled the once surging golden glass Buddha's light, which could advance no further. The monk observed this scene, subtly shook his head, and with hands clasped in reverence, spoke gently to Su Beiyu. "Benefactor, this humble monk perceives a connection between you and the Buddha. Would you be willing to study the Dharma with me?" Su Beiyu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "Master, you jest? I already have a master." The monk inquired, "The sword sect?" Su Beiyu nodded. Indeed. The long sword embedded in the ground began to tremble violently. The monk's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze away from Su Beiyu, only to see a figure materializing from thin air behind them. This individual, with a head of white hair, donned a black robe and bore a sword sheath on his back. Though the sword was concealed within the sheath, to the monk's eyes, it emanated a sword aura that soared to the heavens. He approached Su Beiyu, grasping the trembling shimming sword. Without any discernible motion, the overwhelming Buddha's light dissipated in an instant. The monk sighed. The sword sect's leader, Gongsun Zhongmao. Gongsun Zhongmao sheathed the shimming sword with a faint smile. Master Yuanyu. This seems a bit excessive, does it not? The monk revealed a grave expression, taking 3 steps back to maintain distance from Gongsun Zhongmao, then glanced at Su Beiyu beside him, slowly articulating. So it is the esteemed disciple of Gongsun. I have indeed been impolite. Gongsun Zhongmao maintained his smile, yet his voice turned slightly frigid, as if to imply that it was not merely a lapse in courtesy, but rather a deliberate attempt to deceive me into believing the sword sect is without talent. He suddenly lunged forward, and with his foot's landing as the epicenter, a wave of sword energy rippled outward. The golden-robed monk remained unperturbed by Gongsun Zhongmao's sword energy, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together. Standing still in the next moment, the monk's robe billowed backward, yet his form remained steadfast. The sword energy, potent enough to cleave through an ordinary ghost immortal, left no trace upon the monk's body. Su Beiyu inhaled softly. Realizing this must be the indestructible golden body, the sheer hardness of his physical form likely surpassed many magical artifacts. If the sword sect represents the sharpest spear of the present age, then the Buddha sect is the most unyielding shield. This conflict of spear and shield ultimately hinges on the cultivation levels of both parties, making it impossible for the weak to triumph over the strong. The monk again clasped his hands in reverence, bowing his head. This humble monk has no intention of contending with Gongsun benefactor. Gongsun Zhongmao laughed heartily, releasing a torrent of sword energy. I wish to experience how the Buddha's golden body remains undefeated. Just one sword will suffice. The sword energy surged upward, reaching the heavens before cascading down like the Milky Way. The monk silently recited a Buddhist chant, and his aura of golden light swelled. Standing as a Buddha amidst heaven and earth, atop the North Tower, 2 individuals observed the spectacle. Among them, the younger figure, tall and clad in a black brocade robe, bore a tiger-headed belt and stepped into iron boots adorned with embedded jade. His appearance was typical of a northerner, with a solemn expression, yet a shadow of gloom lingered between his brows. While most northerners are robust and strong, this young man's height is above average among them. Yet beside him stood a slightly older individual, towering nearly a yard tall, as imposing as an iron tower, quite eye-catching. The young man rested a hand on the window ledge, softly inquiring, Xiaobo? Who do you think would win, Gongsun Zhongmao or Master Yuanyu? The towering figure named Xiaobo pondered briefly before responding. Your Highness, if neither employs the extermination of immortals nor the Buddha's relic, and only their realms are pitted against each other, the odds would roughly be in favor of Gongsun Zhongmao 6-4 against Master Yuanyu. Your Highness, within the strictly regulated realm of the Great Qi, only princes, dukes, princesses, and those of equivalent status to dukes may be addressed as such. I am Liao Zhou. The only one worthy of such a title is the Liao Prince Mu Tang, of differing surname from the imperial family. Though Mu Tang has faced numerous defeats in the court, he has made remarkable strides in cultivation, even demonstrating a heavenly disposition, having already entered the earth immortal realm at merely 30, with a formidable golden body akin to that of an ordinary Buddhist monk. As for Xiaobo, who stands beside Mu Tang, he is no ordinary figure, but rather the left commander of the Northeast Frontier Army. Though the Northeast Army has suffered setbacks due to the Liao Prince's influence, resulting in diminished power compared to the past, it remains one of the most elite forces of the Great Qi, ranking relatively lower among the major frontier armies. Regarding the response from Xiaobo, Mu Tangji, with a slight smile and a tone of uncertainty, remarked, This king's cultivation is inferior to yours, and even more so to those 2 formidable masters beneath the tower who have ascended beyond the 10th level. As for the outcome of this contest, I am but a mere mortal at the first tier of the earth immortal realm and cannot discern it. Nevertheless, I am well aware of human nature. Gongsun Zhongmao's timely intervention is not born out of any personal vendetta with the Buddhist sect, nor is it a reaction to the trivial matter from earlier. Ultimately, it is a performance for my benefit. Previously, our relationship was merely superficial, filled with pleasantries. Now, as we seek deeper connections, one must naturally present genuine prowess. Since he dares to act, he must possess absolute confidence. It is true that Mu Tongji has faced repeated defeats in the court. Yet his failures do not stem from a lack of cunning or skill, nor from being an incapable scion, but rather from contending against formidable opponents, the current emperor, Prime Minister Lan Yu, and Grand General Wei Jin. The strength of these adversaries is beyond reproach, and thus any defeat is not a matter of shame. Xiaobo solemnly responded, "Your Highness speaks wisely. It is indeed my oversight." Mu Tongji, with a playful tone, continued, "The Demon Suppression Hall faces three crucial threats. The foremost is Qing Qian, a deity who has previously engaged in contests of strength with the leaders of the Taoist sect. The second threat is Murong Xian Yin, who commands the Xin sect, known for his elusive methods and astonishing feats, and has recently forged a close alliance with the King of the North. The third threat is Gongsun Zhongmo, who traverses the world, making numerous acquaintances, and has devoted himself to the revival of the Sword sect, recently defeating the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Who among these three would not desire to bring them under their banner? Should they be willing to sincerely submit, even the Taoist leaders might overlook past grievances. Alas, our northeastern temple is too small. These three bodhisattvas are too grand to be accommodated, and we can only offer our prayers, hoping for their divine intervention at critical moments." Xiaobo chuckled. His Majesty is indeed tempted. Mu Tongji sighed, falling into silence. Suddenly, Xiaobo's expression shifted dramatically. The torrent of sword energy cascading from the heavens had finally struck the ground. The golden form of Master Yuan Yu stood steadfast against the onslaught of this sword energy, but the earth beneath him crumbled inch by inch, and he was thrust deep into the ground. Hundreds of fathoms below, after a moment of silence, Mu Tongji turned and descended the tower. Life and death remained uncertain, yet the victor had been decided. Chapter 77. The sound of bells and the feast in the dark corridor. Mu Tongji descended from the north tower alongside Xiaobo. Smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting, "Master Gongsun, it has been a while. How have you been of late?" Gongsun Zhongmo, direct as ever, replied, "I had thought to ride the coattails of the victory at Julu City, sparing myself further effort. However, the thoughts of the Prince of Liao seem rather insistent, desiring to witness my methods firsthand. Very well, I shall seize this opportunity to experience the invincible golden body of the Buddhist sect." As golden light ascended, the form of Master Yuan Yu slowly emerged from the great pit, hands joined in reverence. "Master Gongsun, your prowess is commendable." This humble monk bows in respect. The shadow of gloom that had briefly clouded Mu Tongji's features vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. "I have prepared a welcoming banquet for Master Gongsun. I hope you will honor us with your presence." Gongsun Zhongmo responded with a polite smile. However, Master Yuan Yu, bound by his duty to guard the North Tower, did not accompany them. The banquet was laid out at the Liao Wangfu, not in the contemporary style of round tables, but rather in an ancient format of individual servings, with each guest seated at their own table. The attendants, dressed in white jade robes, poured wine and served dishes with ivory chopsticks, while musicians played merrily and dancers entertained in the center. The opulence of the Liao Wangfu was remarkable, and the grandeur of this noble household truly opened Su Beiyou's eyes. The two maids standing beside him had clearly put thought into their attire, donning wide sleeves reminiscent of Jiangnan ladies, their heads adorned with vermilion and jade headbands. As they served wine and dishes, their graceful movements evoked an indescribable elegance, leading one to question whether they were indeed maids of the Liao Wangfu or daughters of ordinary officials. Having never traversed the upper echelons of society, Su Beiyu felt a sense of reverence at this feast, for the individual before him was a prince of the Great Qi, one of the most esteemed figures in the Northeast. Although his master, Gongsun Zhongmo, had the standing to sit at equal footing with him, Su Beiyu did not. The conversation at the banquet predominantly revolved around the discussions between the Liao Wang and Gongsun Zhongmo, with Su Beiyu occasionally included, yet he did not feel neglected. In truth, Mu Tongji was being quite gracious to Su Beiyu today, were it not for Su Beiyu being designated as Gongsun Zhongmo's successor. A young man of such humble stature would not have the privilege to dine in his company. Opposite Su Beiyu sat Xiaobo, the commander of the Northeastern Frontier Army, a man in his 40s or 50s, of formidable stature and a serious demeanor, typical of those from the Northeastern military. Throughout the banquet, Jianghu appeared quiet, yet he keenly observed Su Beiyu, who, despite his inner turmoil and apprehension, maintained an impassive countenance. For both Mu Tongji and Jianghu were neither foes nor allies, and Su Beiyu was no longer the wandering rogue surviving in Danxia village. He was now the heir of the sword sect. With a Sword Immortal as his master, and a teacher who had once contended with Lan Yu, flanked by Tianlan, one of the 12 swords of the sword sect, and clad in recently acquired brocade robes. He had attendants of his own. He understood that in every situation, one must act according to their position, and thus, he remained composed in the face of all. The dancers performed the ancient dance Yunmen. Alongside Xianqi, Daxia, Daxia, Dahu, and Dao, collectively known as the 6 generations of dance. The dancers moved with fluid grace, showcasing the beauty of femininity to the fullest. After watching the dance, Su Beiyu was suddenly struck by a thought. If only he could encounter that lady dressed in purple once more. Sharing in dance and wine together, how delightful it would be, however. The vision of her was fleeting, leaving a ripple of bittersweet longing in his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he raised his cup and drank deeply. The banquet continued until deep into the night, and after it dispersed, Gongsun Zhongmo and Mu Tongji retreated to the study. Su Beiyu and Song Guangguan, guided by a steward, walked through a long, dim corridor towards the guest quarters of the side courtyard. Although this was a side courtyard, it was even more exquisite than the main courtyards of many affluent families. The seemingly endless corridor featured meticulously aligned, dark columns, appearing straight as an arrow from any angle. Adorned with rows of bright red lanterns, the crimson light spilled across the polished black surface, the interplay of red and black deepening the sense of an expansive courtyard. This scene stirred something within Su Beiyu. The long corridor mirrored the path he currently traversed, the red symbolizing blood, the black representing an obscured future devoid of light. The intertwining of red and black illustrated the challenges and bloodshed that lay ahead. Endless and uncertain, much like his quest to pierce through the fog and finally behold the moon. Following Gongsun Zhongmo in the revival of the sword sect had elevated him from his previous lowly status, thrusting him into an entirely new world. Yet it had also ensnared him in an irrevocable path, one overshadowed by the great mountain of the Taoist sect, nearly insurmountable. Even with his master accompanying him now, he knew that one day he would have to tread this path alone. He understood that it was this great mountain that obscured the light, leaving his path awash in shades of red and black. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, though move forward, he would either be crushed beneath this mountain or mustered the strength to topple it. Of course, he could always retreat, choosing a life of mediocrity. In a moment of introspection, it felt as if 2 paths diverged beneath Su Beiyu's feet, stretching further apart. After a brief silence, he silently resolved and stepped onto the path of intertwining red and black. If he hesitated in such matters, he would cease to be Su Beiyu. Beside him, Song Guangguan felt none of the same emotion. She gazed at Su Beiyu, clad in a dark red inner robe with a black patterned outer garment, and thought how well this residence suited him. If one day he truly acquired such a mansion, how wonderful that would be. Perhaps it was fate. Ever since her first encounter with this young master, she had sensed an inexplicable certainty that he would inherit the mantle of leadership. It was not merely because he was chosen by the sect leader, but because he possessed an aura she could not articulate. A sentiment that would take her a long time to understand. That in the face of great matters, one should maintain composure, for those who do not believe in the wisdom of the ancients are often misguided. As for the steward leading them, he was no ordinary individual. The Liao Wangfu had 2 chief stewards, one residing in the northern capital, overseeing that branch of the Liao Wangfu, and the other, the one before them, managing the Liao Wangfu in Liaozhou. Though this was a side courtyard, it concealed intricate designs, particularly the long corridor, which had been arranged by a master. The columns and lanterns formed a narrow formation, a barrier not related to cultivation but aimed at the mindset of those who entered. Those who sought power without mastering their hearts would inevitably become momentarily lost before this formation, unable to access the guest quarters and forced to seek accommodation elsewhere. What left the chief steward perplexed was that Su Beiyu, apart from a fleeting moment of distraction upon entering, displayed no signs of disorientation throughout their passage. This side courtyard, named Qing Lianju, catered exclusively to esteemed guests. Over the years, it had hosted Taoist priests, eminent Buddhist monks, Confucian scholars, and high-ranking officials, not to mention military leaders, totaling nearly 100 individuals. Among this multitude, excluding those already at the Earth Immortal level, only a handful had been unaffected by the corridor's influence. How remarkable it was that this young man, yet to step into the realm of the first tier, demonstrated such composure. It is often said that a chancellor's doors are graced by officials of the 7th rank, and a prince's chief steward ought to hold at least the rank of a third-class official. The seasoned steward, having weathered many a storm, could not help but scrutinize Su Beiyu with renewed seriousness, committing to memory a name that may one day resonate across the realm. He walked ahead in silence, reflecting on the illustrious figures who had traversed this very path before him. In days gone by, King Wei, Shaojin, had journeyed to the northeast to persuade the old lord, Mu Renshi, to surrender. The esteemed Qiuyi, who had not yet ascended to the position of the Taoist sect's leader, had also walked this path. Master Qiuyu, the Buddhist abbot, had made his passage here as well. The current prime minister, Lan Yu, too, had walked these grounds. The most recent to tread this long corridor was the Grand Commander, Wei Jin. Each of these individuals was a person of significant influence, capable of swaying the tides of the world. And now, this young man named Su Beiyu had joined their ranks. Would he, in time, rise to their stature? Chapter 78. Heartfelt conversations between master and disciple in the study. Mu Tongji and Gongsun Zhongmo sat opposite one another. After a short while, a knock was heard at the door. Mu Tongji softly instructed, "Come in." Dressed in black and crimson, Su Beiyu entered, bowing respectfully as he addressed, "Your Highness, the Prince of Liao, Master," at merely 30 years of age. Prince Mu Tongji appeared youthful and handsome, yet his demeanor belied a maturity akin to that of the elderly man seated before him. In this regard, they shared a certain kinship, one burdened by the remnants of a once great sword sect, the other by the precarious state of the Liao royal household. However, Gongsun Zhongmo, with decades of experience and a calm demeanor forged through the trials of fortune, contrasted sharply with the young Mu Tongji, who, lacking such experience, had succumbed to the weight of his responsibilities, manifesting as the brooding prince of Liao. Even Su Beiyu could discern the shadow of gloom that lingered in Mu Tongji's brow, revealing the heavy thoughts that burdened him, an indication of the formidable weight he carried. It was not the countenance of one destined for longevity. Mu Tongji nodded slightly in acknowledgement, though he did not overtly exhibit the humility often associated with great figures. He was, in essence, not unpleasant. Setting aside his princely status, he was undoubtedly a product of a well-bred family, and had circumstances been different, he might have been a charming young gentleman, gracefully wielding a fan and penning poetry. Alas, he was born into a noble house, orphaned at an early age, and thus forced to shoulder a burden that would overwhelm most. With the example of Duanmuyu, a fellow scion of nobility whose downfall had been a cautionary tale, Su Beiyu regarded his contemporaries from privileged backgrounds with trepidation. The Prince of Liao, a paragon among them, left him little room for complacency. Gongsun Zhongmo observed with interest as Su Beiyu and the soon-to-be ally, Prince Mu Tongji, engaged. Su Beiyu was the successor he had chosen, and while he did not expect him to wield significant influence immediately, preparations for future endeavors needed to commence. Countless intricate relationships rested solely upon Gongsun Zhongmo's shoulders. Should he depart, these connections would unravel. His current task was to ensure Su Beiyu could seamlessly inherit the vast web he had meticulously woven throughout his life, with the Prince of Liao being but one thread within it. Engaging in conflict with the prince would be unrealistic, given their disparity in status. Instead, it would serve as a valuable learning experience. Su Beiyu was not ignorant of the struggles faced by those of lower birth. What he lacked was insight into the upper echelons of society, an understanding that could not be imparted through mere words but required personal experience. Gongsun Zhongmo chuckled softly, "Prince, you are both still young, and your journey ahead is long. This world may belong to us older folks today, but tomorrow it shall be yours." Mu Tongji smiled in silence. Gongsun Zhongmo's words carried an undertone reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom. Perhaps a touch too familiar, yet upon reflection, he and Mu Tongji's mother were of the same generation, making it somewhat acceptable as for Su Beiyu. Though his potential was not yet apparent, his recognition by Gongsun Zhongmo suggested he was not lacking in capability. Gongsun Zhongmo gestured towards Su Beiyu and spoke slowly. "The path shared by the Prince of Liao and the sword sect will be long indeed. Yet my own journey will not extend much further. Henceforth, The one who will engage in matters of the heart with His Highness shall be he. Mu Tangji replied calmly. Are you, Mr. Gongsun, assigning posthumous duties? Seated upright, Gongsun Zhongmo smiled. When one ages, they often ponder matters pertaining to what lies behind. You, having emerged from a noble family, understand the essence of such lineage, whether of ordinary nobility or royal blood. It ultimately distills to the concept of family, as a young lord. One awaits the elder to pave the way. And upon becoming an elder oneself, one lays the path for their offspring. This cycle perpetuates through generations. The same applies to sects. When my mentor departed prematurely, the sword sect waned, and I suffered greatly. Therefore, I wish to spare my disciple from unnecessary detours. Mu Tangji chuckled softly, his tone imbued with a subtle elegance characteristic of the royal upbringing. Mr. Gongsun, considering your cultivation, is it not premature to discuss such matters? Gongsun Zhongmo replied with a gentle smile. When it is time to let go, one must do so. While I still draw breath, it is wise to correct any missteps, lest grave errors be committed in the future. Leading to irrevocable regret, Mu Tangji appeared somewhat incredulous, having heard that Gongsun Zhongmo was of the same generation as the Taoist sect's leader, and had once been his youthful companion. Yet their mentalities were starkly different. Gongsun Zhongmo dismissed the notion lightly. Though of the same age, our destinies diverge. He ascends toward the heavens, while I am bound to the earth. Su Beiyu maintained a tranquil expression, remaining silent. The teachings of Buddhism speak of the 8 sufferings of life: birth, aging, illness, death, the pain of separation from loved ones, the anguish of encountering those we dislike, the frustration of unfulfilled desires, and the struggle to let go. Gongsun Zhongmo's life had been fraught with trials: the downfall of his family, the death of his elder brother, separation from his spouse, unfulfilled longings, and an inability to release the sword sect from his heart. He had endured myriad sufferings. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, he would encounter yet another bitter experience. Indeed, life is filled with hardship. Yet, as the sage once proclaimed, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. Thus, they must first endure trials of the heart, labor of the body, and deprivation of the senses, their paths obstructed to temper their resolve, so they may cultivate what they lack. It was precisely these rises and falls that had shaped the Gongsun Zhongmo of today, no longer the arrogant young scion of nobility, but a self-made man, capable of standing against both the Taoist sect and the imperial court, carving out a place for himself in this world. Even clad in a tattered black robe, Gongsun Zhongmo exuded a presence more commanding than Su Beiyu. Dressed in sumptuous silks, this was a force forged through the trials of time and the vicissitudes of life. Their deeply engaging conversation in the study continued until the early hours of the morning, with Su Beiyu primarily listening and refraining from interjecting. After leaving the study, the master and disciple made their way to Qinglian residence. As they traversed the long, dark corridor, Gongsun Zhongmo remarked, "Do you find this corridor somewhat peculiar?" It is, in fact, a formation left by one of the 3 great Buddhist sages. Wukong.it is quite intriguing. Initially, I intended for you to accompany me to the study, but Prince Mu Tangji disagreed. Thus, we wagered. If you could traverse this corridor, he would permit you entry to the study. You did not disgrace me, and indeed, the prince was genuinely taken aback. As for Mu Tangji, one could say he was driven by self-interest or a sense of pragmatism. Yet he had his principles and boundaries. He played fair when it came to wagers. Where does a man's true strength lie? It is not within the confines of the bedroom, but rather in the study. In days of yore, Xiao Yu possessed 3 studies, named the warm body study, the spirit cultivation study, and the heart guarding study. The warm body study was accessible to those of certain status. It was here that Xiao Yu convened discussions. The spirit cultivation study was far more exclusive, admitting only a select few trusted confidants, while the heart guarding study was entirely off-limits to all but Xiao Yu himself, even to Lin Yinping. Thus, by allowing you into his study today, Prince Mu Tangji implicitly acknowledges you. Although his decision may have been influenced by my standing, it also serves to build goodwill. Should you ever succeed me, this early bond will prove invaluable. Su Beiyu nodded in silence. Gongsun Zhongmo continued calmly, "Since we have broached this topic, allow me to share some heartfelt words." When Prince Mu Tangji inquired whether I was assigning posthumous duties, the answer is both yes and no. Having lived to this age, I find myself in the twilight of my years. The path ahead is yours to navigate, and it will be a challenging and lengthy one, perhaps a lifetime's journey. To traverse it with greater ease, you will require not only resilience but also insight, vision, and a depth of character. Among your peers, your composure is commendable, as you can maintain a stoic demeanor. However, you must cultivate your breadth of experience and vision. For these two qualities are interdependent. True understanding cannot be achieved merely through travel or reading. You must reflect and seek transformation. This is innate, not something that can be forced. Desiring to rise above the common folk is admirable. I find it distasteful when young individuals speak of seeking leisure and retreating into obscurity. There is no such thing as a truly carefree existence. If you wish for freedom, you must first master the world beneath your feet. Only then will you be free. Su Beiyu nodded gravely. Gongsun Zhongmo continued with a smile. From the common folk to lowly officials, county magistrates, governors, and the 3 divisions of a state, how many thresholds must be crossed? Not to mention the myriad military officials and generals under the Grand Commander's command, as well as the royal relatives and courtiers, not to forget the eunuchs. The court boasts an army of 1,000,000 and tens of thousands of officials. This is no mere exaggeration. Thus, settle your heart and endure patiently, for in time, you shall rise like one who ascends by stepping upon others. If one day you discover that there is no one left to tread upon, then you shall truly be a person above others. In Chapter 79, After Death, Who Can Avenge? That evening, the master and disciple conversed for a considerable time. Gongsun Zhongmo consumed 2 jars of wine. Although his demeanor remained calm and composed, he could not conceal the profound loneliness and desolation that accompanied his advancing years. Gongsun Zhongmo even spoke of the ways of marriage, expressing with a sigh, "One should marry a virtuous wife and take a concubine out of love. If you wish to accomplish great deeds, choosing a wife is of utmost importance. The 3 great kinships, paternal, maternal, and that of the wife. If you are without father or mother, you cannot rely on the paternal or maternal lines. Thus, the wife's lineage becomes paramount. As the saying goes, a solitary tree cannot stand." It was precisely because Xiao Yu married Lin Yuan's daughter that he gained the capital to rise. Even the Emperor Xiao of Deqi was no exception. How could youth, then, escape the norm? Therefore, you must wed a wife who can serve as an ally. Women who can assist you fall into 2 categories. One is herself, and the other is her family background. In general, if you are a scion of a prestigious family, seek the former. Otherwise, consider the latter. Su Beiyu hesitated slightly, then remarked, "Master, I once encountered a woman riding a fine steed, with an impressive background. Even Duanmu you seemed diminished before her." Gongsun Zhongmo replied blandly, "To make the Duanmu scion bow, this woman must certainly bear the surname Xiao, and moreover, be of the legitimate branch. Women of the Xiao family, by any measure, are significant allies. However, with fortune comes misfortune. Many of these Xiao women possess profound scheming and deep cunning. None are easily dealt with. To provoke a woman from the Xiao family now could lead to irreversible consequences. It is best to wait a few more years." Su Beiyu nodded and said, "I will heed your teachings, master." Gongsun Zhongmo hesitated, then gently patted Su Beiyu's shoulder and said, "You are still young. The road ahead is long. Your future extends far beyond the confines of a solitary sword chi hall. The vast expanse of the world is far more beautiful than any woman. Therefore, do not rush to make decisions. Even when it seems there is no retreat, do not hastily resort to desperate measures. Wait a moment, reflect deeply. Perhaps the tides will turn, and light will break through the darkness." Although Su Beiyu did not comprehend why his master was imparting such profound wisdom today, he committed every word to memory. To be truthful, when others elevated him with the title of young master of the sword sect, it was ultimately due to Gongsun Zhongmo's reputation. Without him, who would know who Su Beiyu was? Gongsun Zhongmo nurtured him with the expectation that he would one day shoulder the burden, and thus Su Beiyu must dutifully accept this responsibility. To acquire skills yet evade responsibility is not a principle upheld in this world. Following this, Gongsun Zhongmo recounted many tales of the past, some from his own experience and others from what he had heard. Among these stories, one left a profound impression on Su Beiyu in the imperial capital, where countless nobles resided. A young lord, while riding, accidentally killed a man. If the deceased had been an ordinary citizen, it would have been one matter. However, he was a scion of the Xiao family, making the situation far more complicated. Regardless of the circumstances, the deceased bore the surname Xiao, and it was impossible to downplay the incident. It was likely that the entire family would suffer repercussions. Nevertheless, the young lord was resolute. He approached the residence of the deceased, short knife in hand, knelt, and confessed his error. Then, before the spirit of the deceased Xiao, he plunged the knife into his own abdomen, declaring that one life would be exchanged for another. Fortunately, there were many guests present to mourn, preventing the young lord from truly succumbing to death. However, this act of self-mutilation compelled Xiao Mo, the spokesperson of the collateral branch at the time, to refrain from pursuing the matter further. A reconciliation was reached with the young lord's father. Albeit at some cost to the lord's house, yet it was far preferable to open hostility. This exemplified the mindset and tactics of the noble scions. After hearing this story, Su Beiyu was struck by one thought. Anyone who believes that these noble scions are merely spoiled and ignorant youths is truly a fool. Such mindset and guile are not possessed by the average person. In the future, when dealing with these individuals, one must exercise utmost caution. As dawn approached, Su Beiyu took his leave. Once he departed, Gongsun Zhongmo set aside the wine jar and sighed softly. What a pity! If only I could have a son like him. The Gongsun family would not be without heirs to a splendid embroidered bed, a bright red quilt, a room filled with alluring springtime ambience, and the sound of soft breaths lingered. This was the bedroom of the Prince of Liao. At this moment, the Prince of Liao finally set aside the decorum he maintained in front of outsiders. His face contorted with ferocity, devoid of any tenderness, as he mercilessly urged the woman beneath him. This contest between man and woman persisted for nearly half an hour, concluding only when the woman let out a high and melodious sigh. Mu Tongji sat up, gently caressing the exquisite body beneath him. Having grown up in the royal palace, as he aged, the aura of darkness surrounding him intensified, eventually becoming a burden not only for others, but for himself as well. To alleviate this, he began to indulge in matters of the flesh, and as the foremost prince of the northeastern territories, what kind of woman could he not find? He particularly favored those slightly older and of noble status. The more distinguished their lineage, the more exhilarated he became. Take, for instance, the woman he had just ravaged, a prominent lady of Liao, who, after the death of her husband, lived alone, relishing her freedom to make her own decisions. However, ever since she had been taken by the Prince of Liao several years ago, she had set aside her status and willingly became a caged bird for Mu Tongji, ever ready to respond to his summons, not out of fear of the Liao royal family's power, but simply due to loneliness. It must be said that regardless of status, human nature invariably succumbs to base desires. After Mu Tongji arose, the woman remained languidly reclined, the quilt barely concealing her lower body, revealing a mesmerizing expanse of porcelain skin. The woman, surnamed Feng, was not an ordinary individual. She hailed from a prestigious family and later married a commanding general. After her husband's death, supported by her family, she was not easily bullied, and though she was stunning, she was no mere decorative vase. Initially, Mu Tongji regarded her as a plaything, yet as time passed, he developed a distinct affection for her, confiding many private matters to her. Feng was well aware of the visit from Gongsun Zhongmo and Su Beiyu, and she held a considerable trepidation towards these two figures, particularly Gongsun Zhongmo. Having grown up under strict conventions, she feared individuals who were unconstrained by rules. Ordinary nobles could ultimately be understood, but the temperaments and mindsets of those highborn, unencumbered by ties, were difficult to fathom. Particularly those wandering immortals, who, should they decide to sever your head with a single sword and disappear into the horizon, what good would an army of 1,000,000 do? The woman propped her elbows on the quilt, gazing at the man's retreating figure, and softly inquired, "Did you summon me in haste last night due to some discontent?" After years of sharing a bed, Feng had discerned some of Mu Tongji's nature. Whenever he was displeased, he would call for her to vent his frustrations, showing no mercy. The last time, it was because the Grand Commander Wei Jin had conducted border patrols, using the pretext to dismiss several of the Liao royal family's trusted generals, leading Mu Tongji to ravage her mercilessly, leaving her incapacitated the following day. Mu Tongji furrowed his brow, speaking pointedly, "Gongsun Zhongmo is growing old, and Su Beiyu is too young. The succession is lacking." The woman turned over beneath the quilt, revealing yet another enchanting sight, gazing up at the gauzy curtains above the bed, and softly replied, "If that is the case, why not cease?" Mu Tongji huffed in response, dismissing her perspective as the narrow view of a woman. The woman chuckled softly, gradually rising to drape herself over his back, wrapping her arms around his chest, gently tracing circles on his breastplate, and in a sultry voice, she murmured, "I am but a humble woman." "Your humble woman," Yu Tongji cast a sidelong glance, and the embers of his suppressed desire flared once more. He turned abruptly, seizing her flowing hair, and forcefully pressed her head down, his voice dark and menacing. "What I seek is not Gongsun Zhongmo, but the vast web behind him. If Su Beiyu is capable of inheriting this network, even if it means engaging with me as an equal, I would accept it." The woman whimpered, unable to articulate a response. After a moment, Mu Tongji's expression softened, and he spoke gently. "I just heard a rumor from the Demon Suppression Hall that the Taoist sect's leader is descending the mountain." Chapter 80. Reflecting on how to enter the imperial capital since her husband's death, Feng was inevitably thrust into the public eye. Yet she was no ignorant woman from a secluded estate. Moreover, having boarded Mu Tongji's grand vessel, she had gained broader perspectives and understood the significance of the term Taoist leader. The notion of the Taoist leader descending the mountain was akin to the emperor embarking on a southern tour, events that could rouse countless individuals. Feng held considerable confidence in Mu Tongji's connections, cultivated over generations. After all, his maternal grandfather Mu Renshi and his great-uncle Mu Guanjuan were figures of considerable influence. Mu Renshi had once collaborated with the Grand Ancestor Emperor Shaolai of Deqi to dominate the previous dynasty of Jianghu, with the Grand Ancestor Emperor serving as Chancellor and Mu Renshi as the Privy Councillor, both holding titles of nobility and reaching the height of power. Even though the Shao family later grew powerful and swept across the northern lands, compelling the Mu family to submit, they did not, like other noble clans, become mere puppets of the imperial court. Instead, they maintained their autonomy and substantial strength. After Mu Renshi's death, his father, Cha Mang, married Mu Renshi's daughter to inherit the title of prince, thus ensuring the preservation of Liao, Yu, and Jian provinces. By the time it reached his generation, he reverted to the Mu surname with his mother, and the Liao royal residence still bore the Mu name. However, Jin and Yu provinces no longer carried the Mu name, having adopted the Shao surname instead. Nonetheless, the bonds of familial affection cultivated by the older generations remained intact, particularly with the master of the Demon Suppression Hall, who was a close friend of Mu Tongji's father and regarded Mu Tongji almost as a nephew. This information, derived from the Demon Suppression Hall, must surely hold some truth. Does this mean that the reclusive master, who has not descended the mountain for over 30 years, is truly prepared to make an exception this once? After another bout of intimacy, Mu Tongji returned to his usual demeanor, reclining with closed eyes in the embrace of a woman, savoring her gentle caresses. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "If Gongsun Zhongmo can weather this storm, then I shall sincerely and wholeheartedly pursue an alliance. However, should he falter, I cannot be blamed for being unfaithful. For the ways of the world are such, and my position within it leaves me no choice." Feng did not respond, knowing some matters were beyond her purview. The two sat in silence on the ornate bed, each lost in thought. At this moment, Mu Tongji shed the aura of melancholy and regal detachment, resembling a child unburdened by the weight of the world. After what seemed an eternity, a faint light filtered into the room, prompting Mu Tongji to open his eyes. Under Feng's attentive care, he began to dress. Clad in a dragon robe with a golden crown, a jade belt, and brocade boots, the 7 eastern pearls adorning his coronet shimmered brilliantly. He gazed into a tall copper mirror, regaining his identity as the Prince of Liao. Stepping out, he beheld the rising sun, basking in the autumn rays, then closed his eyes and murmured, "How does one attain freedom in life?" Meanwhile, within Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu was already up early, practicing his swordplay, though lacking the vital energy. Song Guangguan stood nearby, holding the sword sheath and occasionally offering corrections. After all, she was a master nearing the threshold of human immortality, more than capable of guiding someone still below the first rank like Su Beiyu. After completing 108 sword movements, Su Beiyu halted, tossing his Tianlan sword into Song Guangguan's hands before taking a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Shaking his head in exasperation, "Today I have witnessed the mannerisms of noble families. They require 4 maidservants even for dressing. No wonder some scions never learn to dress themselves. This is no exaggeration." Song Guangguan smiled. The Liao royal residence is actually modest compared to the true nobility in the imperial capital. Su Beiyu handed the handkerchief back to her and retrieved his Tianlan sword. stating, "I must seize the opportunity to visit the capital and witness firsthand what this land of excellence truly entails." Song Guangguan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she recounted, in earlier times, the capital was known as the Eastern Capital. When Emperor Shao departed from there, he proclaimed that if he were to become emperor, the Eastern Capital would be adorned in dark armor. Eventually, he returned with an army of 100,000, and the city resounded with cheers. Our sword sect's founder, Shangguan Xianqian, was once invited by Emperor Shun of the Great Jianghu to the Eastern Capital to counter 3 esteemed Taoist masters. He rode atop a dragon of swords formed by countless flying blades, visible throughout the city. If you were to become a great sword immortal and return to the capital, it would surely be a scene of overwhelming majesty. Su Beiyu momentarily drifted off, then chuckled. "You always weave such fanciful tales. What great sword immortal entering the capital? I shall focus on perfecting my swordsmanship." Song Guangguan's expression grew serious as she replied, "I truly believe you will reach that day." Su Beiyu grasped the tianlan, gently stroking its hilt, and smiled. "Then I shall take your words as a good omen and await that day." A smile returned to Song Guangguan's face, though she fell silent. The reason she shared these anecdotes with Su Beiyu was partly due to her genuine belief in his potential and partly out of concern for him. The capital was no longer a mere mix of fish and dragons, but a realm where hidden talents lay in wait. In the northwest, Duanmu Yu was a formidable figure, yet upon arriving in the capital, he merely counted as an upper-middle noble. The cabinet, 6 ministries, and 9 officials, along with the 5 military governors of the Grand Commander's office, the royal family, and the inner court's 24 offices, along with secret police and various academies, formed an immense network in terms of cultivation. Without achieving the ghostly immortality realm, one was merely a gatekeeper's servant. Even those at the ghostly immortality level could only aspire to be guest officials, and in some of the truly great families, having an earth immortal as a senior worshipper was not uncommon. This was the very core of the court, comparable to the Taoist sects, not to mention the Shao family, which had long governed the capital. Even the Taoist sect leader, revered as the world's foremost figure, admitted that if Emperor Shao were alive, he would dare not venture into the capital, much like how the once invincible Emperor Shao refrained from ascending the Taoist peak alone. From Song Guangguan's perspective, given Su Beiyu's current cultivation level, if he were to go to the capital, he would undoubtedly struggle to make a name for himself, at best merely surviving, and perhaps even face the risk of being utterly overwhelmed. Thus, she deliberately spoke these words to dissuade Su Beiyu from the nascent thoughts he had just entertained. Su Beiyu indeed reigned in his thoughts and began to cultivate quietly. Song Guangguan observed him from the side, watching as he quietly channeled his energy. His face was clean and unblemished, devoid of the ruggedness typical of Northwest men, yet it bore an expansive, lofty demeanor reminiscent of the vastness of the Northwest. Such a person was destined for longevity, as for that Prince Mu Tongji, whom she had only glimpsed from afar. Song Guangguan believed his temperament did not match his status and would ultimately lead to his own demise. He truly appeared to be a man fated for a short life. Song Guangguan prided herself on her ability to read people. When she was young, both her parents had passed, and while contemplating how to avoid starvation, a tall elder carrying a sword case appeared before her, asking if she wished to follow him. After a moment's thought, young Song Guangguan nodded in agreement. This gamble proved fortunate. She followed the man, known as Gongsun Zhongmo, to a hidden place where many other orphan girls gathered. Each girl held a wooden sword, yet the daily rations sufficed for only 10, necessitating that they defeat one another to eat their fill. After suffering hunger just once, Song Guangguan never faced it again. A few months later, she encountered the elder again, who personally taught her the way of the sword. Eventually, she learned of his true identity, and by then, she had become a swordswoman of the Sword Chi Rising Hall. Subsequently, under the command of the sect leader, she repeatedly undertook various tasks, most of which involved killing. Even so, she felt her current life was far superior to her prior existence filled with uncertainty. She had always been proud of her choice to follow the sect leader, pondering whether, had she not made that choice, she would now be buried beneath 3 feet of grass or perhaps not even have a grave at all, having been devoured by wild dogs. Now, as one of the 12 swordsmen of the Sword Chi Rising Hall, though she ranked at the bottom, she at least held a place among the 36 swordsmen, qualifying her to stand among them. When she first laid eyes on Su Beiyu on Sholong grassland, she paid him little heed. However, as time passed, She grew increasingly fond of the young master, finding him more and more agreeable. She believed he would one day inherit the sect leader's position and elevate the sword sect to new heights. She had faith in her own judgment. Chapter 81. The young lady named Xiao Jinan, after completing his daily training, Su Beiyu continued to focus primarily on the 36 sword techniques, while supplementing them with the techniques of the dragon and tiger pill. In a few days, he would be able to absorb the divine intent of the Chuexie sword and step into the first rank. Song Guangguan had been dispatched by Gongsun Zhongmo to connect with the sword sect disciples in Liao province, while Gongsun Zhongmo himself went to meet Mu Tongji. With nothing pressing to do, Su Beiyu ventured alone from Qinglian residence to the back garden of the royal residence, where he unexpectedly encountered a woman he could never have anticipated. Dressed in a light blue narrow-sleeve dress beneath a lake-colored gauze coat, with aquamarine embroidered shoes and jade hair adornments, she strolled gracefully with her hands behind her back through the royal garden. The woman wore a touch of light makeup, her figure graceful, but it was her extraordinary demeanor, calm and composed, that truly set her apart. Exuding an air of unshakable poise, when she entered Su Beiyu's line of sight, several clusters of daisies framed her figure, creating a picturesque scene, with the beauty herself as a living painting, radiating unmatched elegance. Su Beiyu stood frozen, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions he could not quite articulate. Sensing his gaze, the woman turned to him, her surprise fleeting, and smiled as she inquired, "Su Beiyu?" Su Beiyu inhaled deeply. Gazing at this woman whose visage had lingered in his mind, yet remained elusive, he distinctly remembered her as the first to extend kindness towards him, albeit tinged with an unintentional condescension that left her image deeply imprinted in his heart. Even though she had only existed as a vague silhouette in his thoughts, he had imagined her countless times. Thus, when she finally appeared before him, he was struck by an almost incredulous sensation. Was it truly possible that this seemingly unattainable figure had manifested right before him? Furthermore, Su Beiyu harbored a private, unvoiced criterion. Whether he could attain greatness depended on his ability to bring such a woman into his home. After a considerable pause, Su Beiyu finally emerged from his reverie and nodded. "It is I." The woman approached Su Beiyu. She scrutinized him from head to toe and smiled, saying, "It has been a few months since we last met, and you have changed quite a bit. That robe made of shoe brocade must not be cheap, right? A young man should take the opportunity to travel while he can. Before long, he will ascend to greater heights." Su Beiyu chuckled softly, suppressing the tumult within, regaining his usual composure, and inquired, "What brings you to Liaozhou?" The woman smiled sweetly and replied, "Why should it be that men can roam freely while women are confined to their homes? That hardly seems fair. I left home this time with the intention of exploring the world. The northwest is my first stop, and then I plan to journey southward through the northeast, completing my travels in Jianghu first, and perhaps visiting Jiangnan next year." Su Beiyu hesitated for a moment, but could not restrain himself from saying, "It seems your family is quite well off. Last time you had the son of the Duanmu family as your companion, and now you are directly staying at the Liaowang Palace." The woman stepped a few paces closer, smiling, "Don't speak of me. You are no different. Just the other day, you were a wandering hero scurrying around for 100 taels of silver. And now you've become a guest of the Prince of Liaowang. So, I take it you have found your master." This was Su Beiyu's first close look at her appearance, although they had been near before. She had worn a hood that concealed her true visage. She possessed a remarkably beautiful face, so exquisite that Su Beiyu found it hard to articulate. Yet, it was her demeanor that captivated him even more, a proud and reserved air that overshadowed her stunning beauty. Her slightly arched phoenix eyes added to her allure, while her somewhat thin lips tempered that charm, rendering her both graceful and dignified. Should she press her lips together, a unique feminine authority would undoubtedly emerge. Among all the women Su Beiyu had encountered, none could rival her, particularly due to the unforgettable aura she exuded. For the first time, Su Beiyu felt a tinge of shyness in her presence and replied, "Yes, I have." The woman smiled. "Congratulations then." After a moment of silence, Su Beiyu straightforwardly asked, "Miss, your surname is Xiao, isn't it?" The woman paused slightly, a smile playing on her lips. "Do you think I am of noble lineage?" Su Beiyu chuckled without replying. With a hint of teasing in her tone, she continued, "There are many with status in this world, but it does not necessarily mean they must bear the surname Xiao. Just consider the current court. Those few who are part of the cabinet, the esteemed figures in the general's office, the officials from the ritual supervision and secret guard offices, all are undoubtedly of high status. And if we include the 6 ministers, the left and right vice ministers, the 9 ministers, and those with titles above that of a marquis, the so-called powerful figures multiply. If we delve deeper into ranks, local officials are classified by the 4th rank, while court officials by the 3rd. Anyone who crosses these thresholds could be considered a high-ranking official, yet none of them bear the surname Shao. Su Beiyu replied, "Your words have indeed broadened my horizons, but while these individuals wield substantial power, how many could truly host their daughters in the Liaowang Palace? Perhaps not even 1 in 10. The woman clapped her hands in delight. "You are quite right. Although the Liaowang Palace has seen better days, it is not a place one can easily disrespect. If it were just me, a mere girl, Mu Tang would certainly not spare me a glance. Even if he did, it would likely be with impure intentions. However, out of respect for my father, even if the Prince of Liaowang is reluctant, he must still treat me with courtesy. There are many in this world who do not bear the surname Shao, but ironically, I truly am a Shao." Su Beiyu sighed. "Ah, the surname Shao. Indeed, it is the most illustrious lineage of all." The woman remained non-committal, walking to a nearby pavilion and sitting down, with fingers as delicate as mutton-fat jade. She gently tapped on the glossy black stone table before her and said leisurely, "Su Beiyu, what kind of person is your master? If you could deduce my surname Shao, it is likely not your own doing. He must have revealed it to you. Such a remarkable figure, may I have the fortune of meeting him?" Su Beiyu felt a sense of awe as the woman effortlessly unveiled his hidden thoughts, but he shook his head, replying, "Whether we meet or not is not up to me, and I do not believe you are unaware of my master's identity. After all, with such a stir caused in Jianghu City, and with Xiao Mo involved, your family must be quite aware." With a flirtatious glance, she retorted softly, "Gongsun Zhongmo, the sect master of the sword sect. I certainly know of him. However, as for what kind of person he is, that I cannot say. Perhaps some elders do, but hearing about him is no substitute for a personal meeting. Real understanding comes from direct interaction." Su Beiyu did not offer a response. While he felt a genuine fondness for the woman before him, he was not yet blinded by infatuation. He was acutely aware of the weight of priorities, especially since his master had recently warned him of the profound cunning of the Shao women. A single misstep could lead to manipulation, of course, had she approached him under a different circumstance. Perhaps as his wife, he would have acceded without hesitation. Noticing Su Beiyu's silence, the woman seemed to grasp the situation and remained neither angry nor upset, her smile unwavering. "If it is inconvenient now, we can surely arrange for another time." Su Beiyu breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a bittersweet regret that he could not voice as she turned to leave. He found himself inexplicably calling out to her. She paused and turned back, a playful smile gracing her lips. "What is it? Have you come to a realization?" Su Beiyu shook his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his heart. Although this extraordinary woman from the Shao family did not look down on him, she also did not regard him with the same significance as Ji Yun or Song Guangguan, leaving him feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Much like the time he faced a third-tier dark guard alone at Chonglong Temple. Gazing at the woman's every smile and frown, Su Beiyu momentarily lost himself before finally mustering the courage to ask the question he had long held within. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman hesitated briefly before breaking into a radiant smile. That smile transformed Su Beiyu's fleeting moment of distraction into an overwhelming enchantment. After a moment, she composed herself, smiling softly as she replied, "I am Xiao Jinan, with Xiao as in the grass-topped Xiao, Ji as in knowledge, and Nan as in the south of Jiangnan." This name was destined to become an indelible memory for Su Beiyu throughout his life. However, the vast chasm between them only deepened his sense of frustration and helplessness. Though she, of high status, did not disdain him, the distance between them was indeed insurmountable. Su Beiyu yearned to wed such a woman, but even if she were willing, the towering figure of her father loomed large. Not to mention that she had yet to show even a hint of affection. This woman had seen the world and belonged to an almost unrivaled lineage. Her pride and aloofness seeped into her very bones. To those unaware of her background, she might appear approachable, yet she remained impervious to the flattery of all men. Su Beiyu was at a loss for what kind of extraordinary person could subdue such a captivating enigma. After revealing her name, Xiao Jinan showed no intention of departing, softly continuing, The ancient battlefield we visited last time was the site of a fierce confrontation between the Northwest and Northeast armies. In that battle, the Shao family of the Northwest nearly faced annihilation, yet the outcome saw the Northeast Mu family suffer defeat on the banks of the West River. Following that conflict, the Northeast Mu family could no longer contend for supremacy and retreated to their corner. Watching helplessly as the Northwest Shao family surged into the realm, sweeping all before them. Over the years, the Mu family has fallen from grace, no longer capable of rivaling the Shao family as they once did. Su Beiyu asked in confusion, "What are you trying to say?" Xiao Jinan replied softly, "The Mu family is unwilling to accept their fate. They refuse to sit idly by and watch the Shao family gradually consume them. Thus, while they still have enough resources, they will likely choose to gamble everything in a desperate last stand. If they win, they could restore the Mu family's former glory, or even surpass it. If they lose, they would go out in a blaze of glory." Su Beiyu frowned. "Are you suggesting that the Mu family will retaliate, and that we, as master and disciple, are playing with fire?" Xiao Jinan smiled and, like a man, turned her back with her hands clasped behind her, gazing at the lake beyond the pavilion. "I do not particularly favor the phrase playing with fire. In this world, wealth and status are often accompanied by peril. Even the founding emperor attained this splendid realm through numerous brushes with death. A person's vision is determined by their standing. The emperor and the sect master oversee the pinnacle of society, surveying the world with clarity, perceiving it as a game of chess with all things as mere pawns. However, we, the small figures struggling within the mundane, stand at a lower height and cannot see clearly. Thus we must strive to ascend. This journey can yield 3 potential outcomes: to rise and become a figure of great renown, to remain a commoner, or to fall midway and plunge into an abyss from which there is no return." Xiao Jinan, with an air of commanding authority, spoke with fervor, perhaps due to the lack of kindred spirits on her journey, or perhaps because she saw in Su Beiyu a spirit of ambition. This time, she spoke more freely than usual, to the point where she felt she had overstepped. Su Beiyu listened intently, pondering her words. "Upon reflection, you are indeed correct." Xiao Jinan's eyes glimmered with a certain brightness, and her previously subdued demeanor transformed into one of fervor. "Su Beiyu, you are indeed remarkable. Follow Gongsun Zhongmo diligently. Although this path may be fraught with obstacles, it is also a shortcut to ascendancy. As long as you do not falter and plummet into the abyss along the way, I firmly believe that one day you shall reach the summit and behold the infinite vistas that lie above." My father once remarked that this world is never devoid of ambitious figures and heroes. What it lacks is the opportunity for them to showcase their talents. Thus, in chaotic times, heroes and ambitious leaders emerge. Now, Gongsun Zhongmo has provided you with a platform. Do not squander his earnest efforts. Su Beiyu listened, dumbfounded. Did this young woman truly remain oblivious to the nature of the endeavors pursued by her and her master? She spoke so lightly and with an air of encouragement. Was it the case that intriguing women possessed such profound insight? Seemingly divining Su Beiyu's thoughts, Xiao Jinan elucidated, "The matters concerning you and your master are the concern of the Dark Guard. I am merely a young lady awaiting marriage and do not involve myself in such affairs." Su Beiyu hesitated, words unspoken. Xiao Jinan appeared to anticipate his sentiments, waving her hand dismissively, "Though the rivers and lakes may be vast, they pale in comparison to the world at large. When discussing the world, one cannot bypass the court. I have said all that I can. It is up to you to navigate your own path henceforth." With that, Xiao Jinan turned away, hands clasped behind her back, and strolled leisurely off. Su Beiyu lingered for a while longer, then turned back towards Qinglian residence. This dwelling, according to Mu Tongji's intention, was originally meant for Xiao Jinan. Yet she had declined and instead took residence in the opposite Qingling residence. Inside Qinglian residence, Su Beiyu settled into a grand armchair, casually flipping through a volume of the Taiping Huanyuji. The texts provided by Gongsun Zhongmo were a veritable cornucopia, encompassing esoteric matters of the cultivation world, geographical knowledge, and court intrigues, embracing a vast array of topics, not for their depth, but for their breadth. The Taiping Huanyuji, spanning a total of 200 volumes, was the book Su Beiyu had devoted the most time to, each page adorned with his annotations. While they could not compare to the commentaries of the esteemed scholars, they were nonetheless commendable for someone of his age. Before long, Song Guangguan returned, peeking her head through the door to glance at the engrossed young master before retreating. "Su Beiyu, emulating his master's demeanor. Let out a measured grunt, beckoning her to approach. Song Guangguan tiptoed into the room, cast a furtive glance at him, then lowered her head, speaking softly. Young master, Su Beiyu, feigning sternness, inquired, "Where have you been?" Song Guangguan fidgeted with the hem of her garment. "The sect leader instructed me to contact the ghostly Ding swordsman, preparing for our impending journey to establish a foothold in Daliang City." Su Beiyu acknowledged with a non-committal grunt and remained silent. With her gaze lowered, Song Guangguan's eyes darted as she cautiously raised her head, subtly inquiring, "Young master, did you happen to encounter that individual today?" "That individual?" Su Beiyu initially paused, then his expression shifted slightly as he replied in a low voice. "How do you know?" Song Guangguan spoke softly. "The sect leader mentioned that you would experience a significant encounter today, which is why I was instructed to keep my distance. The sect leader also asked me to inform you that the court once established a clandestine organization known as Mutant, tasked with monitoring the Dark Guard. If the sect leader's conjecture is correct, Mutant should currently be in the hands of the one residing in Qingling residence." Su Beiyu's expression softened, and he instinctively glanced towards Tianlan. Upon seeing it, memories flooded back of the elder who had entrusted it to him, recalling that summer day when the winds howled, the precipice loomed, and the summer cicadas sang. Though they were master and disciple, Su Beiyu had never truly grasped the full essence of his master, who bore countless secrets. Even if the elder were willing to impart all, it would be an exceedingly lengthy process for Su Beiyu to comprehend fully. Gazing at the Tianlan sword, Su Beiyu's thoughts drifted far away, lost in contemplation. Song Guangguan quietly raised her head, tilting it curiously, her demeanor endearingly innocent. Meanwhile, in Qingling residence, Xiao Jinan reclined on a small rosewood lounge, her hands resting on her abdomen as she closed her eyes to cultivate her spirit that a maid, dressed in servant attire, knelt silently before her. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Jinan slowly opened her eyes and took from the maid a scroll. Its ink barely dry. This contained the past records of Gongsun Zhongmo and his entourage, with Su Beiyu's information being the least extensive and Gongsun Zhongmo's the most detailed. However, Xiao Jinan hardly perused Gongsun Zhongmo's section, instead drawn solely to the brief account of Su Beiyu. The scroll detailed his journey from his arrival at Danxia Stronghold to his departure from Jianghu City, a mere few lines sketching the image of a young man emerging from humble origins. Closing the scroll, Xiao Jinan addressed the kneeling maid, Yin Zhu. "Send someone to Danxia Stronghold to investigate Su Beiyu's past. Exercise caution. Do not alert the Demon Suppression Hall or the Dark Guard this afternoon. Do not disturb me. I wish to enjoy some solitude. As for this evening, if circumstances permit, I may invite Su Beiyu to join me for a discussion." With that, Xiao Jinan waved her hand. The maid, finally rising, retreated silently. Gongsun Zhongmo had merely informed Su Beiyu of Xiao Jinan's connection to a mysterious entity known as Mutant, yet he had not disclosed that Xiao Jinan also had 5 exquisite handmaidens,